At noon, under the blazing sun, in the Great Xia within Tianjin sect, 9 majestic mountain peaks loomed faintly within the swirling mist, exuding a sharp and awe-inspiring aura like 9 divine swords that had stood here for 10,000 years. Spiritual radiance coiled around the mountain, fully displaying the bearing of an immortal abode. On the 9th peak, a tall upright figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in white with a sword at his waist, his black hair danced in the wind, his temperament ethereal and transcendent. His name was Shen Nian. He was the chief disciple of Tianjin Mountain's 9th peak and a member of the ancient Shen Clan. 19 years old, his cultivation had reached the half-step golden core stage. He cultivated the Tianxian heart scripture, which when perfected could lead all the way to the nascent soul realm. His divine ability was the Tianxian sword art, which when fully mastered could be wielded at the golden core level. His talent was of golden grade, aptitude to ascend to immortality. Yet his allotted fate declared that his fortune had already run dry. In the tapestry of his life, a crucial thread was this: 3 days hence a great demon known as the Songlong Wolf would appear in Yunzhou city of Great Xia, slaughtering tens of thousands of civilians. Under orders, he would journey there to slay the demon, intending also to seize its demon core to aid his complete breakthrough into the golden core realm. But the whims of fate are cruel. The Songlong Wolf had long made it. So I have transmigrated. And I am a genius. And then I am about to die right away. Yes, host. Truly a talent envied by the heavens. But rest assured the system shall burn incense for you. Much obliged, Shen Nian muttered. He stared at the attribute panel before him, the system's voice echoing in his ears as he fell into silence. Moments ago he had still been on Blue Star, celebrating in a drunken haze after 3 years of hard study, and finally making the honor roll of a certain technical vocational college, when a single mist breath sent him into sudden death. Upon awakening again, he found himself in this fantastical world where the human race was frail and the demon clans supreme, where mortal lives were as cheap as ants, and even cultivators could easily become mere rations for demons if they were not careful. Fortunately, his identity here was anything but ordinary. He was a heaven-favored son of one of Great Xia's 3 great sects, and he even possessed a hidden background as a member of the ancient Shen Clan. With his golden grade talent, even in this era of thin spiritual energy, he had managed to cultivate to the half-step golden core realm at the age of 19. It was easy to imagine that given a bit more time, and with the system's aid, he was surely destined to suppress the demon race with a single sword and tread an invincible path. Yet the system claimed he was about to die. For this was his ordained fate etched into his life the moment he was born. I refuse to accept this. It's like just having queued up for a game brimming with confidence to stomp the enemy team only to suddenly run out of money for internet and be forced to log off. What difference is there? Who could possibly endure that? Even so, Shen Nian did not panic too much. Having lived 2 lives, he began to ponder a way to break this deadlock. This time, since he already knew there would be 1 demon king and 2 great demons, would it not be solved if he brought along a senior sister? Ding. A reminder to the host: if the host brings along 1 nascent soul senior sister, the other side will gain 1 additional demon king, and so on in proportion. Shen Nian paused with his hands still clasped behind his back, and asked, then what if I simply do not go? A gentleman does not stand beneath a collapsing wall, surely not going would be acceptable. Host, you are a heaven-favored of the human race, the future backbone of humanity. With a demon king slaughtering your kin, can you in good conscience refuse to go? The corner of Shen Nian's mouth twitched. He almost wanted to curse aloud. This dog system. This is not how you use moral coercion. If I go, it's certain death. Would that not make me an idiot? Even if the host does not go, fate is hard to defy. With the butterfly effect, you will merely find another way to die. So no matter what, I am going to die. Shen Nian's face darkened slightly. In all likelihood, yes. He fell silent again, no longer inclined to respond to the system, but he absolutely refused to surrender. As his black eyes shifted, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. If by not going he would trigger a butterfly effect that changed the sequence of events, while leaving the outcome the system, what if I instead counterkill that demon king? Shen Nian asked, testing the conjecture in his heart. Naturally, that would mean the host is formidable beyond measure. I knew it, he murmured. Shen Nian's eyes lit up. It was just as he had suspected. This tribulation could only be overcome by relying on himself, who depending on others was useless. Given the current situation, only by raising his strength to the point where he could behead that Songlong Wolf great demon could he forcibly alter his fate. However, with only 3 days left, no matter how exceptional his talent, it was impossible to break through in time. Besides, with 3 half-step nascent soul great demons as opponents, even stepping in a golden core would not be enough to win. Moreover, according to his memories, Tianjin sect at present was far from wealthy, ranked last among the 3 great sects. The likelihood of obtaining any spiritual medicines was exceedingly small. System, what functions do you have? Shen Nian asked after a moment's thought. Based on the countless stories he had read in his previous life, it was impossible that this system offered nothing but an attribute panel. Surely there had to be a cheat somewhere. Ding. The Heaven's mandated senior brother system is currently loading. Detection complete. The host currently has no junior brothers or junior sisters. The system cannot be activated. What nonsense is this? Cannot be activated. Are you playing with me? I am on the verge of dying. Who has the mood to become some so-called Heaven's mandated senior brother? Shen Nian's brows furrowed. Another issue lay before him. His master's standards were extremely high, accepting disciples purely by affinity rather than talent. All these years there had been only him alone on the 9th peak. He had not a single junior sister. What sort of Heaven's mandated senior brother could he be? Except a disciple now. Without his master's direct order, he as chief disciple, and not the peak lord, had no authority to take apprentices on her behalf, let alone with only 3 days remaining. Wait. Shen Nian froze for a moment as though recalling something. He immediately patted his belt and took from his storage pouch a small jade green stone the size of a copper coin. This item was called a shadow-retaining stone, produced by Luri Gu, one of the 3 great sects. Its purpose was to transmit messages among the 3 sects. Because its grade was low, it did not even qualify as a proper magical artifact. In the next instant, Shen Nian infused it with spiritual power. With a soft whooshing sound, a stunningly beautiful figure manifested from the stone, her features indistinct, yet the sword intent radiating from her entire being carried a peerless arrogance. Even as a mere phantom, she made Shen Nian feel an immense pressure. This was the master of the 9th peak, his own master, Luo Li, one of the 9 swords of Tianjin. Nian, your master has by chance encountered a rather promising young girl. Go and examine her character on my behalf. If there is no issue, take her into our sect as a disciple, so she may keep you company. Within this shadow-retaining stone are stored the girl's information and location. You must remember to go. When her voice faded, the phantom dissipated. Shen Nian finally remembered this shadow-retaining stone had already been in his possession for a month. Yet the original owner's temperament had been extremely aloof. He had no desire for any junior sister at all. Thus, he had never taken this matter to heart, not even bothering to look at the girl's information. Had he gone to accept a junior sister earlier, he might now be able to test the system's functions, and perhaps he would already have been rescued. Forget it. At least with my master's decree, I can first think of a way to activate the system. With that, Shen Nian continued to examine the shadow-retaining stone. One line of information after another surfaced, and his expression gradually turned rather strange. Xiao Qing'er, born into the now declining Xiao clan of Yunzhou in the Great Xia dynasty, had once been a heaven-favored daughter. Even the Zenmosi commander of Yunzhou had intended to recruit her. Yet half a year ago, in a single night, her cultivation was completely lost, and she fell into utter mediocrity. Afterward, a fiancé who had been admitted into one of the 3 sects came to her door to break the engagement, subjecting her to every humiliation and even setting a 3-year agreement known to all under heaven. The flavor is truly strong, Shen Nian muttered. Heaven's mandated senior brother. So that is what it means. He slowly put away the shadow-retaining stone, a decision forming in his heart. Perfect. That Songlong Wolf Great Demon was also in Yunzhou. Since he could not escape, he might as well go early. Even making some preparations in advance would be worthwhile. Just then, a figure emerged from within the mountain forest and came into Shen Nian's view. Senior brother Shen, there is a woman outside the sect who calls herself Xiao Qing'er. She earnestly wishes to see you. The disciples guarding the gate have already declined her many times, but this young lady is truly stubborn. She has been standing at the foot of the mountain enduring the sword Qi for a full 3 days. The newcomer was a disciple dressed in the white robes of Tianjin sect. He looked much older than Shen Nian, yet he appeared incomparably respectful. Aside from reverence, a trace of nervousness flickered in his eyes, his entire body drawn taut. It was no wonder he felt this way. Throughout Tianjin sect, who did not know of the 9th Mountain's chief disciple Shen Nian? He had entered Tianjin Mountain at the age of 13, and in merely 6 years had already become a superlative expert at the half-golden core stage. Moreover, just a year ago, he had only newly come into contact with the Tianjin sword art, yet had already cultivated it to great completion. Such a terrifying talent in the way of the sword made him a swordsman born by nature itself. For a figure like this, a cold temperament was only to be expected. Normally, no disciple dared disturb his. Yet Li Chang'an was simple and honest by nature, and he had already helped Shen Nian handle several matters. This time he had come because he truly could not bear it, even at the risk of punishment. He wished to help that young girl. Opposite him, Shen Nian was slightly taken aback and turned to sweep him a glance. Perhaps it was that inborn chill and arrogance under that Gazely Changguan's body trembled, and he immediately lowered his head, even further speaking in a tentative tone, if Senior Brother Shen is unwilling to see her, this junior will take his leave. Senior Brother Shen's aura was as overwhelming as ever. It was only a pity about that young girl. He sighed inwardly. He had already done all he could. With that he was about to bow and leave. In the next instant, a warm, gentle voice sounded by his ear. Go and bring her here. Outside the entry stone stele of Tianjin Sect. This place was shrouded by the sect-protecting sword formation of Tianjin Sect. Sword Qi rampaged here year-round. Only by entering within the stele's boundary could one avoid being eroded by that sword Qi. At this moment the distance was merely about 100 meters. A young girl stood ramrod straight beside a great locust tree. Her green vine-patterned dress was stained with blood. Her peerlessly beautiful face was deathly pale, yet only her eyes remained firm as they fixed upon the heights ahead. Her jade-like hands were clenched so tightly that her fingertips sank into her flesh, using the pain to keep herself constantly awake and stave off fainting. Her identity went without saying. She was Xiaoqing. At present much of her cultivation had already recovered, and she had finally understood why her cultivation had once been completely lost. The cause lay in that wisp of remnant soul within her, a woman who called herself the Flame Emperor. The people of this Tianjin sect are not too bad. They have lessened the erosion of sword Qi on your body by quite a bit, otherwise you would not have been able to hold out for so long. A lazy woman's voice echoed in Xiao Qinger's mind. At these words, Xiao Qinger's gaze grew all the more resolute. In this world the lives of mortals were no more than weeds. For Tianjin sect to go this far, it seemed she had indeed come to the right place. More than half a month ago she had encountered a senior who told her that if she could gain the approval of that senior's eldest disciple, she would be able to enter his tutelage. Yet she had waited a full half-month and still had not seen the so-called eldest disciple that senior had spoken of. The Xiao family had already reached a dead end. Now she was being hunted down, and the 3-year agreement was drawing ever closer. She had no choice but to gamble once. Relying on only a few brief words from that senior, Shoshi Shen Nian, and the 3 characters Tianjin sect, she set out on her journey. Before coming she had already steeled herself. Perhaps she would never be able to find Tianjin sect at all. Oh, perhaps she would be caught by that wolf demon and die a miserable death. Yet she did not fear. In the end, heaven did not betray her perseverance, as she had finally found it. But she had no formal status, and she could not directly speak of that senior's intention to take her as a disciple. She merely said she wished to see Senior Brother Shen. No matter how humane Tianjin sect might be, it was impossible for them to simply let her in. With no other solution, Xiaoqing could only wait here for 3 whole days. No matter what, I must meet Senior Brother Shen. Only with his recognition can I enter an immortal sect and survive, and only then can I save the Xiao family. Xiaoqing bit down on her silver teeth. What kind of immortal sect is this? Merely frogs at the Still, it is indeed unsettling that you have attracted the attention of a golden corstage wolf demon. Judging by this situation, the other party never intended to come see you. Forget it. I can probably still strike once more. If after today no one appears, then you can simply choose another sect. Does the Xia not have 3 great sects? Whichever you select will be their blessing. In the future, there will be more than enough for Tianjin sect to regret. So spoke the female Flame Emperor in her mind. Xiaoqing tightened her jade-like hands, but did not answer. Though she still had a retreat, her intuition told her that it would be best to enter Tianjin sect. At this moment by the stone stele, several Tianjin sect disciples could not help but whisper among themselves. Sigh, this little girl really is stubborn. Who is Senior Brother Shen? He's the chief of our Tianjin sect's 9th mountain. How could he be someone you can see just because you say so? Exactly. Not to mention her. Even we outer sect disciples have never seen him. But this girl truly is quite pretty. Yes, I almost want to take her in on Senior Brother Shen's behalf. Even as a decorative vase, she would be pleasing. Jokes aside, she really is impressive. Without a map, relying only on the strength of the 4th level of Qi Condensation, she actually managed to come here alone and endure the sword Qi for so long. Pretty people just have better luck. What are you saying? Does that mean those who aren't good-looking deserve misfortune? A rather plain-looking disciple retorted, displeased. The outer sect disciple who had spoken earlier said bluntly, not exactly. But I'm certain that if she were ugly, we definitely wouldn't have stepped in to lessen the erosion of sword Qi for her, and Senior Brother Changgun wouldn't have risked going to see Senior Brother Shen. The plain-faced disciple was instantly at a loss for words. It did seem to make a certain amount of sense. He found himself unable to refute it. Speaking of which, Senior Brotherly has been gone for quite some time. Why hasn't he returned yet? One disciple said, turning his head with some concern to look toward the rear. Don't tell me he has already angered Senior Brother Shen and been thrown into confinement, another disciple speculated. Just then a figure shot toward them like a gust of wind. Senior brother Li is back. He's alone. So it looks like it's hopeless after all. Li Changgun paid them no heed, striding straight to stand before Xiao Qing'er. Little girl, come with me, he said. Sensing the sudden presence before her, Xiao Qing'er's gaze turned slightly dazed. When she saw who it was, a faint smile appeared on her lips, but she shook her head firmly. She knew this man. Over these 3 days he had often come to persuade her to leave. Didn't you say you wanted to see senior brother Shen? If you don't come with me, are you still hoping he'll personally come to fetch you? Li Changgun let out a wry smile, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. The reason he helped her so much besides his own kindness was that he saw a reflection of his younger self in her. The immortal path was difficult, full of treacherous twists. In years past someone had also reached out a hand to him, otherwise there would be no Li Changgun outer sect disciple of Tianjin sect today. At these words a hint of astonishment appeared on Xiao Qing'er's delicate face. When she saw Li Changgun nod, her expression lit up with joy, and she immediately tried to stand, but her legs gave out, and her vision went black. Bad. She had risen too quickly. The next moment, she felt an invisible force supporting her. Li Changgun raised his left hand, a faint light visibly shimmering upon it, and with his right hand, he produced a pill, handing it to Xiao Qing'er. Though you possess the strength of the 4th level of Qi Condensation, you already carried old injuries. To endure 3 days is already remarkable. This is a replenishing Qi pill. Take it quickly, Li Changgun said, his expression complex. The old wounds on this little girl were not hard to discern. Her entire body was covered in dried blood, and when she had arrived her aura had been utterly withered. Clearly she had just endured a great battle. After swallowing the pill, Xiao Qing'er immediately felt much better. She cast Li Changgun a grateful glance, and cupped her hands in salute. Many thanks, my lord. No need for courtesy. Come with me, Li Changgun said, then turned and walked toward the interior of Tianjin sect. Xiao Qing'er nodded at once and followed closely. The moment she stepped into Tianjin sect, a flash of relief crossed her eyes. The pressure of sword Qi is gone. At the stone steely those disciples stared after the 2 departing figures, their faces filled with shock. Hiss, it actually worked. Unbelievable. Senior brother Shen actually agreed to see her. I refuse to accept this. I want to endure sword Qi too. I want to see senior brother Shen. A female disciple cried, pounding her chest and stamping her feet. The 9th mountain. Following behind Li Changgun and Xiao Qing'er curiously observed the scene ahead. It was somewhat different from what she had imagined. No jade towers or celestial palaces, only 2 simple wooden huts, a pavilion, and a locust tree. All in Tianjin sect are sword cultivators. They care least for external trappings and prefer simplicity, Li Changgun explained in a low voice, without turning his head. At his words, Xiao Qing'er nodded slightly, and then heard Li Changgun say, we're here. What came into view was a figure in white seated quietly on a stone stool. Only an incomparably handsome profile could be seen as he lowered his gaze to drink tea. Senior brother Shen, I have brought her. This junior will take his leave, Li Changgun said with a cupped fist salute, then cast a reassuring glance at the extremely nervous Xiao Qing. Though he did not know why she wished to see senior brother Shen, and she had refused to say more, before he could only hope she would succeed. After Li Changgun departed, that white-robed figure still did not move. Gazing at the white-robed back seated alone upon the stone stool, Xiao Qing seemed to understand something and drew in a deep breath. I earnestly beg senior brother Shen Nian to permit me to enter your tutelage, she said. She felt that the senior from before had long since informed him of her situation, the reason he had been so slow to see her. Perhaps this was a test. Shen Nian slowly turned, lifting his eyes to look at her. Ding. Heavenly Fate female lead detected, a mechanical voice intoned. Retrieving target's information. Retrieval complete. Name Xiao Qing'er. Age 16. Realm 2nd level of Qi Condensation, fallen from a higher realm. Techniques, Qi Condensation, art perfected. Qi Condensation, Flame God, art not yet initiated, unknown. Divine abilities, none. Talent aptitude for immortality, gold. Fate, undying longevity. Special constitution, Divine Phoenix, Sacred Body, unawakened. Fated cheat flame, Emperor remnant, soul awakened. Shen Nian's gaze fixed silently on the fate of the other, an overwhelming sense of bitterness surging within her. Both possessed the potential for immortality. Why should she be the one to achieve eternal life? System, just look at her. She's even carrying an old man with her. Please make a choice, host. Will you take her under your wing? Do I have a choice? Isn't that your only function, eh? After venting her frustration at the system, Shen Nian began to scrutinize the anxious girl before her. With exquisite features and a graceful figure, her skin was as smooth as cream, and even the tattered green dress she wore was accentuated beautifully. But these thoughts were the last thing on Shen Nian's mind right now. With her life hanging by a thread, how could she afford to think about such trivial matters? At most she could appreciate the girl's beauty, which wasn't too hard to accept. Get up. Since it is the master's wish, I will not refuse. From now on you will be my junior sister, and I shall call you Qing. Shen Nian spoke calmly while at the same time the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ding. The Destiny Senior Brother system has been activated. Destiny Senior Brother, the head of the lineage, imparts teachings on behalf of the master, aiding the Destiny female protagonist to grow, ultimately allowing the host to attain eternal enlightenment. Unlock achievement: initial acceptance of junior sister, critical reward, undying body, refinement method, return to void, undying sword technique, return to void, additional critical reward for teaching value 100 points can be exchanged for 100 years of simulated cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing'er stood up somewhat incredulous. Did I succeed? Was it that simple? Senior brother Shen Nian is surprisingly easy to talk to. But why does everyone fear him so much? She had heard the gossip of the other disciples before. In the next moment, when she clearly saw the person before her, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. So handsome. So young. The young man in white sitting before her had a fair complexion and strikingly handsome features combined with an otherworldly aura that perfectly matched Xiao Qing'er's imagination of a celestial being, yet he was just too young. Tisk tisk, look at you acting like you've never seen the world before, the voice of the female flame emperor echoed in her mind. In the next moment, she heard a hint of surprise. Oh, to cultivate to this level at such a young age in this desolate place, your senior brother actually has... This was the first time Xiao Qing'er heard praise from the female flame emperor, who had awakened in her mind 3 months ago, considering that in the other's words there was no one worthy of mention in Yunzhou City. Immediately Xiao Qing'er blinked and couldn't help but ask in her heart, is the senior brother also a genius like me? Previously, the female flame emperor had told her that she possessed exceptional talent, inheriting a top-tier divine body, and if awakened, she would surely overshadow her peers. She was undoubtedly a prodigy. Your talent is barely comparable, but your physique is far inferior. Besides, your situation differs from his. Currently, your path is blocked, and without methods, no matter how talented you are, it will all be in vain. With my teachings, you will surely ascend to the peak of return to void. Something he cannot compare to the female flame emperor said casually. What she didn't mention was that the other was practicing the most difficult and destructive sword path. Very few possess the return to void divine ability in this world, each of whom is among the strongest sword cultivators of the human race, and already has successors. Compared to those successors, he was far behind. Oh, is that so? Xiao Qing'er gazed at the handsome face, lost in thought, feeling inexplicably pleased. It seems my talent surpasses that of senior brother. With that in mind, there's even less reason for me to lose in the 3-year agreement. Now with the protection of the Divine Sect, I need not worry about anything else. I can simply focus on my cultivation. In silence, and without words, a gentle breeze blew and locust leaves fell. Under the sunlight, Xiao Qing'er stood there waiting a long time, without a response from the other before she took the initiative to speak. Qing'er pays respects to senior brother. Meanwhile, the female flame emperor in her mind also looked at Shen Nian with great interest. Is she in comprehension? Quite intriguing. At this moment, Shen Nian was entirely too preoccupied to pay attention to her. Buzz. Suddenly, 2 cultivation methods appeared in Shen Nian's memory, as if she had known them for many years with no sense of incongruity. Return to void, undying body, refinement method passed down from the ancient daylight sect, perfected the physical body, can traverse the starry skies, plucking stars, and stepping on the moon, indestructible. Return to void, undying demon-slaying sword technique passed down from the ancient daylight sect, perfected, contains 9 suns, within summoning all 9 suns, and demons cannot exist. Note both can be perfected to shake the Tao. Return to void level divine abilities. Shen Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially upon seeing the precious label. In her understanding, ordinary return to void level techniques and divine abilities are treasures at the sect level for the 3 sects. Not to mention Dian, even in the entire Eastern Qian region, they are immensely precious. Let alone those marked as precious by the system. Even if the entire Tianjin sect had only 1 ordinary return to void level cultivation technique aside from the sect master, no one else would have the chance to cultivate it. Even she, the favored child of heaven, could only access the nascent soul level techniques and the golden core level Tianjin sword technique. If she wanted the god transformation level, it wouldn't be attainable by talent alone. She would also need to complete tasks assigned by the sect to exchange for contribution points. After all, in this era where the demon race is strong and the human race is precarious, no sect wants a genius who only knows how to open their mouth. Especially now for the Tianjin sect, this underscores how rare the return to void divine abilities are. And now 2 had suddenly appeared. Even Shen Nian, no matter how calm, couldn't help but feel excited. However, the undying body refinement. He is a sword practitioner. How can he practice both body and sword? He has no foundation whatsoever. How can he practice? Shen Nian frowned slightly. In his memories, he had thought about practicing body refinement before. Even the Tianjin sect had many sword practitioners who had tried to practice body refinement multiple times, but all had failed. In this world, it is already difficult for cultivators to focus on one path to the peak, let alone two at once. Moreover, body cultivation is no less challenging than the sword path, requiring astronomical resources to temper the body. As for why he had considered body refinement, there is no other reason. The human body is simply too weak in front of those powerful demon races, almost shattering at the slightest touch. Take his master as an example. Killing a demon emperor Onion from 100 meters away is easy, but once they get close, his master is doomed. Especially since the demon race has developed many spatial divine abilities specifically to hunt down sword practitioners like them. This is the fundamental reason why sword practitioners of the Tianjin sect are dwindling. Forget it, why think so much now? Shen Nian's gaze fell once again on the so-called teaching value lost in thought. Simulated cultivation and divine abilities. Is it as I imagine? Yes, host. After receiving the system's answer, Shen Nian decided to give it a try. Immediately, Shen Nian focused his mind and decided to simulate 10 years of the undying demon-slaying sword technique. After all, he already had a foundation in the sword path, and with his talent in swordsmanship, he should learn faster. Exchange for 10 years of simulation. Consume 10 points of teaching value. Exchange for 10 years of simulation. Successful. In the first year, you picked up the undying demon-slaying sword technique. It was a piece of translucent golden paper, and upon discovering that you didn't recognize a single word, you fell into deep thought, completely bewildered. The first year of simulation ended. Shen Nian was infuriated. It's fine, but it's only been a year. In the 5th year, you, being exceptionally gifted, attempted countless methods, even going so far as to learn ancient characters, and finally found the way to unlock the undying demon-slaying sword technique. Instantly, you were pulled into an ancient realm with demonic energy pervading the land. Each of these demons radiated a terrifying aura that made your heart race. Suddenly, you looked up and saw the resplendent 9 suns hanging in the sky, blindingly bright. You nearly had your eyes burn out, hastily closing them only to hear profound sounds of Tao, like thunder, shaking you to the core, causing you to spit blood. Sudden. 5th year simulation ended. Is that it? Shen Nian's lips twitched. In the 10th year, for the sake of being able to see the sun clearly and hear the Tao sound, you diligently strengthened your eyes and ears day after day. Finally, you clearly heard the sound of the Tao saying sun, followed by a bitter smile as you realized this was something not meant to be comprehended at your current level. The 10th year simulation ended. Sun. Shen Nian's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. This is ridiculous. 10 years, and what did I get? Just a sun. I truly am cursed. The more Shen Nian thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to go all in. After consuming 90 points of Tao value, you have exchanged for 90 years of simulation success. In the 20th year, you continued to comprehend the Great Sun Demon Slayer sword technique. With 10 years of experience, the sound of the Tao became clearer to you, and you could barely open your eyes to see the 9 great suns. You marveled at the power of this sword technique, but ultimately shook your head in resignation and left. The simulation of the 20th year has ended. In the 30th year, you stepped once more into this ancient land. Blessed with extraordinary talent, you successfully integrated into this realm, even while merely at the half-step golden core stage, able to hear the thunderous sounds of the Tao. Amidst the haziness, it seemed you grasped something elusive and intangible. The simulation of the 30th year has ended. In the 60th year, you sat cross-legged in this ancient land, gazing at the 9 great suns. You were only a hair's breadth away from seizing that fleeting opportunity, and at the same time your understanding of the sword path had reached an entirely new level. The Tianjin sword technique was perfected, and the simulation of the 50th year ended. Boom. A sword intent lingered within Shen Nian, and a glimmer of sword light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Qing'er also noticed the unusualness of her senior brother, her expression changing dramatically as fear flickered in her gaze. What a terrifying aura. This sword energy is even more fearsome than that felt outside the sect. Just a wisp could slay me. What's so surprising? It's merely a perfected sword technique at the golden core level. Who knows how many years he has been cultivating this technique? The Empress of Flames explained, though there was an added depth in her golden eyes. A perfected golden core sword technique, huh? If I had such strength, I wouldn't need to hide anymore, and my father wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Xiao Qing'er clenched her jade fist, her resolve to become stronger growing ever firmer. Shen Nian felt the aura brought by the perfection of the Tianqian sword technique, yet he was not happy at all. A full 60 years. Had I known I should have spent this time improving my cultivation. With his talent, he could have stepped into the golden core stage without needing any demon pills. The output from this simulation was simply too unworthy. Enduring the heartache, Shen Nian continued to gaze at the simulation panel, clinging to his last shred of hope. In the 100th year you stood with your hands clasped behind your back in this ancient world, witnessing the 9 great suns descend, as if doomsday had arrived. Everything in their wake was annihilated and countless great demons were incinerated without any chance to resist. Simultaneously, an ancient voice rang in your mind: Great Sun-burned demons. Great Sun Demon Slayer Sword Technique, entry level. At this moment, a great sun burned in Shen Nian's eyes, radiating with the sword intent that could incinerate all resembling a fiery deity. This sword intent involves the power of the Tao. The Empress of Flame's pupils constricted slightly. What level of sword technique had he comprehended? How could a half-step golden core emit sword intent that pertains to the Tao? How could this be comprehended? What's wrong? Is my senior brother really that impressive? Xiao Qing'er wondered in her heart. To her, Shen Nian merely flickered with brilliance for a moment, and the air had become slightly warmer. There were no other peculiarities as Shen Nian quickly retracted his sword intent, leaving her unable to see the power of the Tao. Very impressive. I take back what I just said. What kind of master did you have? At this age the cultivation level is secondary, but this comprehension is a bit exaggerated. I never expected that in such a small place a prodigy of the sword path would be born. If not for the severed paths ahead, those sword cultivators would have had successors. Perhaps there's a real chance to ascend to the White Jade capital. The Empress of Flames reflected with a hint of regret. After all, the strength of the demon race has only begun to reveal its iceberg tip. Even she could not escape annihilation. Senior brother is surprisingly powerful. Xiao Qing'er looked in astonishment at the figure in white, as it was the first time she had heard the Empress of Flames praise someone like this. She had no doubt about the authenticity of the words from someone capable of fully restoring her meridians and effortlessly producing the flame god technique, an extraordinary skill. While the two were conversing, Shen Nian also retracted the strange manifestation brought by comprehending the Great Sun Demon Slayer technique. Above the nascent golden core in his sea of consciousness there now appeared a great sun radiating brilliant divine light. The white small sword formed from the perfection of the Tianqian sword technique trembled before him, as if it had seen the King of Swords and wished to worship. A century of simulation just barely entering the threshold, and this was based on his being a genius. This shows how difficult the void-returning Great Sun Demon Slayer sword technique truly is. Shen Nian had a feeling that this round of the Great Sun could directly slay golden core-level demons. As for the Tsunglong Great Demon, after all, this involves the nascent soul level. To be safe, he still needed to elevate his cultivation to golden core before simulating the Great Sun Indestructible Body refinement method. That would be more secure. However, the Tao value was instantly depleted, leaving Shen Nian feeling somewhat empty inside. System, how can this Tao value be obtained? Shen Nian asked. To enhance the strength of the fated sister, unlocking her life achievements can also yield Tao value. Hearing this, Shen Nian's gaze shifted to Xiao Qing'er, a flicker of heat passing through him, as if he saw a continuous stream of Tao value surging forth. I understand now. So the purpose of the fated sister is like this. Xiao Qing'er sensed her senior brother's gaze, and immediately turned her head away, revealing a hint of shyness that made her look even more enchanting. This look in senior brother's eyes. Why does it feel a bit off? Could it be that senior brother has feelings for me? But in the ensuing conversation, Xiao Qing'er quickly realized that she was overthinking. Earlier I was comprehending a certain divine ability and couldn't respond to you. Please don't take it to heart, Shen Nian explained, having heard what she called him. Xiao Qing'er was somewhat flattered, immediately cupping her hands and saying, Senior brother, you flatter me. Senior brother is quite polite. Shen Nian slightly nodded, slowly rising to his feet, and strolled towards the forest with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering what Tao to impart. Cultivation method. The Tianqian Heart Sutra had previously vowed not to be shared casually. Disciples of the sect could only retrieve cultivation methods from the Hall of Scriptures. Divine abilities. The Tianqian sword technique cannot be cultivated without foundation establishment, and it requires a talent for the sword path. This girl clearly cultivates a different path. Thinking this way, he seemed to truly have nothing to impart for the time being. Forget it, let's be direct. Your situation has been mentioned by my master. Although he agreed to accept you under the 9th mountain, it does not mean you can relax. My requirements are quite high. The emphasis on the word requirements was slightly heavy. Just a small Tianjin sect. How high can the requirements be? With my guidance you can casually cultivate, and still astonish them. The Empress of Flames sneered. Rest assured, senior brother. I will not disappoint you. Xiao Qing'er confidently replied. She was somewhat confident in her own talent, and with the Empress of Flames' assistance, what demands could she not meet? Upon hearing her certainty, Shen Nian smiled faintly. It seems she has great faith in her grandfather. However, the greater the pressure, the faster the fated daughter's cultivation speed. I must give her some strong medicine. Confidence is good. How about this? You will accompany me down the mountain. Your task will be to slay a golden core demon this time. Shen Nian contemplated for a moment. For someone like Xiao Qing'er who bore the protagonist's halo, the greater the pressure, the faster she would level up. Moreover, he needed to go to Yunzhou to ascertain that Songlong Great Demon's situation, while conveniently bringing Xiao Qing'er along to provide Dao value, killing two birds with one stone. Moi. The Empress of Flames raised an eyebrow. Off. Xiao Qing'er opened her cherry lip. Xiao Qing'er was somewhat bewildered. Did I hear that correctly? Senior brother wants me to kill a golden core stage demon. I have only reached the 4th level of Qi Condensation. If I had that ability, would I be in such a predicament and making a 3-year pact? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shen Nian turned to look. Xiao Qing'er forced a bitter smile. Senior brother, I have just started my journey. Can you give me some time? Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to kill a golden core stage demon right now? It's too much to ask. Hee, this kid is probably just trying to scare you, testing your courage. It's an old trick in the sect. He wouldn't seriously expect you to kill a golden core stage great demon, the female flame emperor said with a light laugh, but fell silent upon hearing the other person's words. Do you know how many dynasties have existed in this region beneath our feet? Shen Nian spoke unexpectedly. Xiao Qing'er pursed her lips in thought. She truly did not know this. The Xiao family had only recorded fragments acknowledging that other dynasties existed beyond the Great Xia. 172. So many. Xiao Qing'er exclaimed, shocked. 172 completely surpassed her understanding. To think that the Great Xia alone occupies tens of thousands of miles, how vast must this continent be? But what left her even more stunned was Shen Nian's next words, causing even the female flame emperor to fall into silence, lost in thought. However, now in the entire eastern Xuanyu, only the Great Xia remains as a dynasty of mortals. Shen Nian spoke softly. He had learned much from ancient history within his family. Eastern Xuanyu. Xiao Qing'er paused for a moment after noting this name. What about the other dynasties? Her pupils constricted as she murmured, demon clans. Exactly. Shen Nian nodded solemnly, raising 3 slender fingers. 3 years. In just 3 years, 171 dynasties along with countless human powerhouses will be annihilated. Although the Great Xia has evaded this calamity by being positioned at the far end of the eastern Xuanyu, who can say when the demon clans will strike again? You mentioned time. When the demon clans attack and slaughter our human beings, do they grant us any time? Whether it's the Tianjin sect or the Great Xia, they are not lacking in talent, but what they lack most is time. What they really need are capable individuals who can fight beyond their level, those prodigies who emerge from hell. At the very least, they shouldn't hold me back. Furthermore, I'm not asking you to slay a golden core stage demon right now. I will stay down the mountain for at least 3 days. Within these 3 days, if you can recover your cultivation and take a crucial step in foundation establishment, it shouldn't be too difficult. I will also do my best to assist you. Ding achievement unlocked. Destiny junior sister, Xiao Qing'er, begins to understand the crisis facing humanity. Reward 10 points of teaching value. This is possible too. Shen Nian was taken aback. Looks like I need to chat with this girl more in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing'er heard the voice of the female flame emperor echoing in her mind. I never expected this younger brother of mine would be so concerned about the safety of humanity at such a young age. It's indeed rare. What he said is indeed correct, but what humanity lacks most is time. Alas, let's go crazy once. With my assistance and the spirit stones you gained from killing that wolf cub, along with your previous experience in the Qi Condensation stage, recovering your cultivation shouldn't be difficult. Promise her, then follow him down the mountain to find a way to obtain the Phoenix clan's blood essence. As long as you awaken your divine body and condense divine blood into your form, achieving a perfect foundation for your cultivation will not be completely impossible. Xiao Qing'er's expression shifted to determination as she clasped her hands together and said, Senior brother, I understand. Shen Nian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Just like him who gave him the time. A half-step golden core had to deal with a great demon that had already entered the nascent soul stage, and there were 3 of them. Where do I go to argue? I don't even have a grandfather. You can first go let Li Changgun take you to receive your identity token and some resources, including my share. He'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. After Shen Nian finished speaking, he stepped forward, a fire cloud appearing beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of light, and vanishing from the spot. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Qing'er gazed solemnly at the sky where his figure had disappeared and then turned to descend the mountain. At the foot of the 9th mountain, in a tranquil bamboo forest, Shen Nian sat cross-legged on a patch of open ground. Exchange for a 10-year simulation. Consuming 10 points of teaching value. 10-year simulation exchange successful following the principle of using exactly what you have. Without wasting a bit, Shen Nian immediately began the simulation. However, he did not choose the Great Sun unyielding body refinement technique. After the last experience, he knew better than to act rashly without at least 100 years. So he chose to focus on enhancing his cultivation. With his talent, 10 years was entirely sufficient to step into the Golden Core stage. In the first year as a child of destiny, you relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In 1 year's time, the spiritual liquid of your 272 acupoints had completely perfected, gradually merging with the still-informed white core. The first year of simulation ends. Shen Nian could noticeably feel the spiritual energy in his acupoints beginning to surge toward his dantian, his gaze fixated on the simulation panel. In the 5th year, it must be said, geniuses are indeed geniuses. You not only successfully condensed your own golden core, but also stepped into the golden core stage, becoming a golden core cultivator. However, being the perfectionist you are, you were quite dissatisfied because the color of your golden core was somewhat mottled, not very pure. You began to ponder why this was the case. Suddenly you recalled the 3 classifications of golden cores: ordinary white, golden core gold, and divine core color. The golden core you formed should be above ordinary, but below golden core, and you started to contemplate the reasons. Your 5-year simulation ends. Perfectionist. I don't have that. Don't say that randomly, Shen Nian retorted, but his gaze was honestly fixed on the. In the 10th year, after 5 years of research combined with your own experiences, you understood that it was because your talent was too good and your cultivation progressed too quickly, causing your foundation to be not very solid. Since opening your acupoints in the Qi Condensation stage, there had been issues. The human body has a total of 365 acupoints, and you had only opened 272. Leaving 93 unopened. This also led to your foundation establishment not being perfect, making it difficult for your golden core to become divine. However, you were not willing to accept this, believing that your talent was evident, and it was merely a matter of not having the cultivation method to open all 365 acupoints. Thus, you began to ponder whether it was possible to rebuild your foundation. At this moment, the system intervened, informing you that it was fortunate you discovered this problem at the golden core stage. There exists an ascension technique in this world that can compensate for the eye. Feeling the quintupled spiritual energy within him, Shen Nian was quite satisfied. However, he couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the wasted 100 years in simulation. If it had been 100 years of simulation to elevate my realm, perhaps I would have already reached the nascent soul stage by now. What a waste. However, at least there was some good news. I now know that there is a bit of an issue with my foundation. Ascension technique. I don't think I ever heard of such a thing when I was young. Even the ancient families don't know about it. Shen Nian stroked his chin, beginning to recall. Just then, senior brother, I'm here. Xiao Qing'er hurried over. At this moment, she wore a white long dress, her injuries completely healed, and her stunning face bore a hint of excited smile. The aura of the 6th level of Qi Condensation radiated. Just by taking the sex condensing yuan pill, she broke through 2 realms at once. Although I originally had the strength of the 8th level of Qi Condensation, allowing the condensing yuan pill's effects to be so remarkable, but it should still astonish senior brother. At the entrance stone tablet of the Tianjian sect, dozens of outer disciples surrounded it. Senior brother Li, did that little girl really join the 9th mountain? An outer disciple asked incredulously. Smack. Li Changgun struck down with a nut, saying seriously, what little girl? From now on, call her senior sister Xiao. Hiss. Oh. The disciple covered his head in pain, yet his eyes were filled with shock. Senior brother Shen actually accepted a junior sister. If this news spreads, the chiefs of the other mountains will surely be astonished. Other disciples began whispering among themselves, their faces full of disbelief. With such a breakthrough speed, she truly is a little prodigy. No wonder senior brother Shen decided to take her in. Li Changgun stood by the stone tablet, gazing at the charming figure that had already vanished, silently clicking his tongue. Just moments ago, even he was taken aback. Firstly, he was astonished that she could join the 9th mountain, and secondly, he personally witnessed her breaking through 2 realms in an instant after consuming a Ning Yuan pill. Such talent needs no further explanation. Given time, the 9th mountain is likely to produce another cultivation genius not inferior to senior brother Shen. Thinking of this, Li Changgun revealed a slight smile. The Tianjian sect currently has few disciples, and seeing a talent rise brought him genuine joy. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the Tianjian sect, in an ancient forest, due to your influence, the destined junior sister hastily broke through to the second level of Qi Condensation after receiving the sect's medicinal pills. Reward, 20 points of preaching value. So fast it seems to be due to the previous setback. Now with resources and guidance from the elder, it's only natural. Shen Nian immediately associated this with the introduction of her previous setback. Xiao Qing'er stepped forward respectfully, cupping her hands, and placed several bottles of pills before her. A breath of Qi condensation at the 6th level involuntarily emanated from her. For some reason, when she had fallen to being a waste, she was indifferent to the mockery of many. But now facing senior brother, she desperately wanted to prove herself to show that she truly is a genius, and would not hold him back. Shen Nian glanced at Xiao Qing'er, and noticed a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes, unable to help but smile. So this little girl came to show off to me. You broke through. Shen Nian pretended not to know, and casually asked while in his mind. He activated a simulation. After thinking for a moment, he directly consumed a bottle of Peiyuan pill, holding it in his mouth. Since he was already at the golden core stage, why not push to the peak in one go, and then find a way to advance? Xiao Qing'er watched this scene slightly dumbfounded. What is senior brother eating? Shen Nian paid no heed to her thoughts, focusing on the system's simulation sound. Simulation begins in the first year. You continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing your golden core. This time, after consuming a Peiyuan pill, your speed increased slightly. It really works. Shen Nian was astonished. He previously speculated that if the simulation referred to his actual cultivation, then the pills should provide assistance. Indeed, just as he thought. However, the effect of the Peiyuan pill was too low. Simulation continued. In the 10th year, you found a barrier and successfully broke through, entering the mid-golden core stage. However, you were not very happy because this speed was simply what a genius should achieve. In the 20th year, without surprises, you stepped into the late golden core stage, but you grew increasingly worried, for the golden core is not perfect, as should you form an infant, there would be no possibility to replenish your foundation. Proud as you are, you chose to stop cultivating. Am I really that proud? How come I didn't know? Shen Nian felt speechless, yet he was quite satisfied with the vast spiritual power inside him. He was now getting closer to the strength of the Zonglong Great Demon, and the chance for a counterattack was in sight. Xiao Qing'er joyfully replied, Yes, I was lucky and broke through to the 6th level of Qi Condensation. Breaking through 2 levels in one day, although with some other factors mixed in, it should still be considered excellent, right? Average, still need to work hard. Shen Nian casually replied. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Qing'er responded calmly, but she couldn't help feeling a bit downhearted. Don't overthink it. Your senior brother may not be at a high level, but his vision is quite broad. Breaking through 2 levels in one day is already fast enough. His cultivation speed certainly cannot compare to yours. Once your divine body awakens, surpassing him will not be a problem. The female flame emperor spoke to comfort her. After hearing this, Xiao Qing'er's eyes shone brightly as she clenched her jade fist. In the next moment, Shen Nian glanced down at the bottles of pills before him, waved his hand, and took only one bottle, leaving the rest behind. The reason he didn't give all the pills to Xiao Qing'er was merely to validate another hypothesis he had in his mind. If it were not valid, then giving all these resources to Xiao Qing'er would be no issue at all. You can keep these Peiyuan pills. They can also be used during the Qi Condensation stage, and their effect is 10 times that of an Ning pill. Senior brother, this. Wouldn't it be a bit too wasteful? Xiao Qing'er said, somewhat flustered, not expecting her senior brother to be so generous. This is Peiyuan pill. Coming from the Xiao family, she had naturally heard of the fame of this pill, which is specifically refined for foundation establishment cultivators. When she went to receive resources, she had already seen her senior brother's cultivation level, having just reached half-step golden core 10 days ago. Shen Nian ignored her instead, rising to brush off the dust from his clothes. Xiao Qing'er looked at the Peiyuan pill before her, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, Senior brother, actually Qing'er is fine with just using Ning pill. Just take it if I say so. Shen Nian glanced at Xiao Qing'er, thought for a moment, and added, the Peiyuan pill doesn't have much effect on me anymore. Xiao Qing'er was taken aback. What does her senior brother mean? However, she quietly accepted it, and the voice of the female flame emperor echoed in her ears. With this bottle of Peiyuan pill, your speed of breakthrough can increase significantly. If it weren't for your current low level, the absorption would be slow. It would be best to find Phoenix blood to awaken your constitution immediately, then this problem would be resolved. By that time, who will be holding whom back is still uncertain. Boom. A surge of spiritual pressure from the late golden core stage suddenly spread, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently. Xiao Qing'er's face turned pale. What a terrifying aura. Just now I felt something in my heart, and then I stepped into the late golden core stage. If there's nothing else, you may leave now, Shen Nian said softly, and walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Silence. No words. He stepped into the late golden core stage in one step. Xiao Qing'er swallowed hard. When did breakthrough become so effortless? As simple as eating and drinking. Senior brother remained so calm, even after stepping from half-step golden core into late golden core in such a short time. I just broke through 2 levels, and still dare to show off in front of him. I really am humiliating myself. Compared to senior brother's talent, I truly. Xiao Qing'er's cheeks flushed red, wanting to find a crevice to hide in, and quickly followed the white-clad figure. The remnant soul of the female flame emperor within her was silent. How could this? So fast. That aura is indeed from the late golden core stage, no doubt about it. But when did breaking through become so simple? Could it be that he obtained some heavenly treasure? Very likely. The night was deep and the bright moon hung high. In the forest already outside the Tianjin sect's range. Zila. Suddenly a flame ignited in the ancient forest resembling dawn. Senior brother, where are we going? Xiao Qing'er sat cross-legged by the campfire, having stopped her cultivation, could not help but ask. After half a day of ordinariness, Xiao Qing'er temporarily recognized the gap between her and senior brother. Even while on the move, she was constantly cultivating, consuming Peiyuan pills. And the female flame emperor unusually did not disturb her. Yinzhou. Shen Nian sat calmly beside her, the firelight reflecting in his dark eyes as he replied. Yinzhou. Xiao Qing'er's eyes lit up. Just right, I can go home and see my father. Suddenly Shen Nian's expression became somewhat strange as he looked toward the dark front. This? Qi Condensation at the 9th level. That makes sense, as she's the destined female lead after all. It's normal to have some kind of intelligence-diminishing aura. GGG, what a coincidence it is to find you here, Miss Xiao. Young Master Huang has been searching for you for a long time. A tall, sturdy man suddenly stepped out, a cold smile on his lips as he stared at Xiao Qing. It's you. Xiao Qing'er recognized the identity of the visitor, and her expression instantly turned cold. But the next moment the man's words left her at a loss. Moi. The man saw Shen Nian beside her, and instantly revealed a fiery gaze, licking his lips, and saying, what a handsome little pretty boy. This lord loves this type. Miss Xiao, please wait a moment. Once I'm done having my fun, I'll take you back to see young Master Huang. This. Xiao Qing'er glanced at her senior brother, whose expression was gradually darkening, then cast her gaze towards the burly man in the distance, as if looking at a fool. How dare he? Teasing the senior brother. Huh. Shen Nian couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment, then a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had underestimated him. However, he truly admired the intelligence-diminishing aura that this destined protagonist possessed. In all honesty, in this era where demon races ran rampant, which pretty boy would dare to rest in such a deep mountain forest, and even make a fire? Moreover, he still hadn't even taken off his Tianjin sect robe. Was he truly blind? If he had a bit of common sense, this idiot wouldn't dare to come at him. The burly man just happened to catch a glimpse of Xiao Qing'er's gaze and frowned. Aren't you leaving yet? Miss Xiao, don't think that. In the next moment, Shen Nian slightly raised his hand, and a flash of sword light instantly shot out, carrying the might of the sword, as it slashed down, moving at a speed completely uncatchable by anyone below the golden core stage. Given the strength of his opponent, he initially had no intention of making a move, feeling that killing such an idiot would affect his own intelligence. He intended to let Xiao Qing'er handle it herself, thinking it might enhance her abilities, but the burly man managed to irritate Shen Nian with just a few words. The sword light struck. Big. The burly man's pupils suddenly constricted, and his body was cleaved in half. The moment the sword energy appeared, he realized he had kicked the furnace of cremation, yet in the end, he did not even have time to cry for mercy. Bang! As the upper half of the burly man's body crashed to the ground, his lower half slumped. Blood began to flow out, spilling around the corpse, illustrating just how fast that sword light had been. Do you know this person? Shen Nian suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked. Reporting to senior brother, this person is a servant of Huang Li, the young master of the Huang family in Yunzhou City. The Huang family has always been at odds with my Xiao family, especially since this year, when the Huang family's strength has been gradually increasing. Xiao Qing'er came back to her senses and immediately replied. However, she did not mention that after her engagement was annulled, Huang Li repeatedly brought people to the Xiao family wanting to take her as a concubine, and that he even resorted to force in the end. She felt that her senior brother likely would not care about this issue. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian nodded slightly, and then stood up. Let's go see what the Huang family is up to. You can handle those below foundation establishment yourself? Xiao Qing'er was taken aback by Shen Nian's inexplicable statement. Killing intention. Do you really believe he came out just to find you? The voice of the female flame empress echoed again. I understand. Xiao Qing'er immediately followed suit, not being foolish and quickly realizing the situation. This place is still 1,000 miles away from Yunzhou City. How would a low-level cultivator in the Qi Condensation stage dare to come here risking becoming food for the demon race? Although his servant wanted to take credit, he wouldn't be willing to risk his life. So why would he dare to come here? It's simple. Because he is not the only one. In the dense dark woods after catching up to Shen Nian, Xiao Qing whispered, Senior brother, what is the Huang family doing here? Shen Nian turned back and looked at Xiao Qing'er as if she were a fool, then continued walking forward. Xiao Qing'er immediately smiled awkwardly and stopped speaking. What was I thinking? How could senior brother know what the Huang family intends to do? I'm really getting dumber. At this time, inside a desolate ancient temple, decomposing flesh and entrails were scattered everywhere, with a foul stench pervading the air, making one feel nauseated. Woo-woo-woo soft sobs echoed like the sound of mosquitoes. In front of the temple door, the originally sturdy camphor tree had been uprooted, and in its place stood an iron cage within which were dozens of young girls. Some were covering their mouths and sobbing, trying to keep silent. Others had pale faces as if they had encountered something terrifying and were scared silly. Some were trembling all over, curled up in the corners of the cage, burying their heads in their knees and too afraid to look. Outside the cage stood two grim-faced men silently watching their surroundings. This ancient temple was once built by practitioners of Buddhism, but now it has been occupied by a bird demon who claims to have phoenix blood. This bird demon possesses considerable strength, being at the initial stage of the golden core, and refers to itself as Yun Tianshang Ren, reveling in the blood of innocent young girls and delighting in torture. Although a golden core demon is not weak, it is still not enough to occupy this ancient temple as its lair under the watchful eyes of the demon's subduing division and the Xinguang cave. The reason lies in the fact that the strongest demon clan in Yunzhou, the Songlong clan, has an ancestor who is his uncle. Although it is unclear how a bird demon and a wolf demon are related, it no longer matters. At this moment within the ancient temple, it was a different world. The Buddha statue had long since vanished, replaced by a 6-foot-wide golden silk bed draped with a precious canopy. A figure lay lazily against the soft pillow, one hand propping up its black bird head, while the other casually gnawed on a human leg. Lord Yuntian, this time our Huang family has prepared 16 young girls for you. You can enjoy them thoroughly. In front of the bed, a young man smiled obsequiously, holding a wooden fan. The bird demon merely cast a disinterested glance outside the ancient temple and then said, not bad. As long as your Huang family ensures my food supply remains unbroken, I will naturally fulfill the promises made to you. I will inform my uncle. The humble one thanks Lord Yuntian in advance. As long as these few days pass, the young girls of Yunzhou City will be at your disposal, Huang Li replied with a deep bow and a hearty laugh, although a flash of anger crossed his eyes. The bird demon immediately showed a hint of displeasure and contempt, saying, are you reminding me? In its eyes, this insignificant insect in the 9th layer of Qi Condensation had no right to question it. If it weren't for the orders of its uncle, who seemed to be plotting some grand scheme and instructed it not to be too ostentatious, it wouldn't even bother with this insect. Huang Li immediately panicked, hurriedly explaining with a forced smile, my lord, you misunderstood. Huang Li wouldn't dare to offend you even if he had several more guts. Yet inside, Huang Li couldn't help but curse. This bird demon wouldn't just take everything and then deny it, and then come to Yunzhou to kill, would it? The Huang family's efforts to send dozens of young girls every 10 days were all meant to placate the demon subduing division's inspection envoy sent to Yunzhou. The Huang family had barely obtained control of Yunzhou City and had the backing of Xinguang Cave. As long as the demon race didn't cause trouble in the next few days, proving that Yunzhou thrived under the Huang family's management, the demon subduing division wouldn't say much. From then on, Yunzhou would bear the Huang surname. At that time, what would the Xiao family be? No matter how capable Xiao Qing'er was, she would have to obediently kneel before him and serve him. With this thought, Huang Li's heart felt a bit more settled. Alright, get lost. I still need to comprehend longevity. The bird demon glanced at the young girls outside the ancient temple, feeling somewhat impatient. The humble one will take my leave, then, not to disturb your cultivation, my lord, Huang Li said with a bow and a smile as he took his leave, though a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. A mere golden core bird demon, and it speaks of longevity. After Huang Li stepped out of the ancient temple, he seemed to transform into a different person, his demeanor indifferent, an aura of superiority enveloping him. Push them all, and Huang Li commanded the 2 guards. Yes. After the 2 guards received their orders, they stood on either side of the iron cage, their 4 large hands tightly grasping the 4 corners of the cage, directly lifting it up. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound erupted, causing the girls in the cage to seem to understand their fate and begin to scream. Oh, woo woo woo. Don't woo woo woo. Don't eat me. My flesh isn't tasty. Help! Huang Li stepped forward, appearing in front of the iron cage, his expression cold as he lowly commanded, if you scream again, I'll cut out your tongues. The girls in the cage were instantly frightened into silence, trembling and staring at the young man in front of them. Huang Li, how dare you collude with the demon race? You have such audacity. The sound erupted like a thunderclap, startling Huang Li and the others, their faces shifting dramatically and their scalps tingling. The two burly men carrying the iron cage were also instantly stunned, hurriedly dropping the cage with a loud crash. The girl locked inside made no sound, desperately covering her mouth, clearly terrified by the words spoken. This is bad. We've been discovered. Huang Li was well aware of what he was doing and what the Huang family was involved in. If exposed, even the ancestor of the Xianguang cave could not protect them, and they might even be implicated. Colluding with the monster tribe, any human force would be exterminated. This is a crime punishable by death. But when Huang Li regained his senses and focused his gaze, he was momentarily stunned to see a young man in white and a familiar woman appear in his sight. Xiao Qing'er. He recognized this woman immediately. She was the most beautiful woman in Yunzhou whom he had been longing for. The young man in white, with an extraordinary demeanor and a long sword hanging at his waist, exuded an even more ethereal presence. Had he not looked slightly younger, Huang Li would have thought he was a great cultivator descending upon them. At the same time, a cold voice broke through the air. Silence. A figure in a blue robe emerged from within the ancient temple, one hand resting behind him. He was short in stature, with a pitch-black bird's head on his neck, and his round pupils were filled with dissatisfaction. However, upon spotting Xiao Qing'er, his gaze became exceedingly fervent. Several meters in front of them, a cold glance from a figure in white swept across Huang Li and the others, revealing a hint of disdain before finally landing on the bird demon. A monster in the early stage of the Golden Core, yet it can occupy territory 100 miles outside Yunzhou City. Before making an appearance, Shen Nian had already used his divine sense to ascertain that the strongest presence here was indeed a peak early-stage Golden Core monster. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Xiao Qing'er to appear directly. Beside him, Xiao Qing'er looked at the rotting flesh and remained scattered on the ground, her rage boiling over. Huang Li, how dare you collude with the monster tribe to slaughter our fellow humans? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Xiao Qing'er bit her lip and spoke coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Huang Li merely furrowed his brows in silence, as if waiting for something. Young master, there's been no movement behind us. One of the burly men gazing behind the two spoke softly. This man was indeed at the Foundation establishment stage and was exceptionally skilled in reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, Huang Li immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then a resolute look appeared in his eyes as he leaned toward the bird demon and said, My lord, this girl is the only daughter of the head of the Xiao family in Yunzhou, known as the most beautiful in Yunzhou. I have always wanted to capture her for you, but Xiao Qing'er is too cunning. Today I specifically used a trick to lure her here. Oh, is she the one who killed many of my monster kin? Exactly. Huang Li nodded, lowering himself as much as possible before the bird demon. Fine, then keep your little thoughts to yourself. As long as I have fun, I don't mind letting you have a go at her. The bird demon scoffed, and then looked down at Xiao Qing'er from a high position, saying, They'll give you a chance, kneel down and serve me willingly. Furthermore, go and kill this brat, his gaze displeases me. The bird demon cast a cold glance at Shen Nian, noticing that his calm eyes were scrutinizing him, as if he were merely observing a small bird. Then I thank you in advance, my lord. Huang Li bowed in thanks, and then turned to Xiao Qing'er, waving a wooden fan. Xiao Qing, didn't you hear Lord Yuntian's words? Why aren't you kneeling? As he spoke, Huang Li cast a sidelong glance at the young man in white, revealing a faint smirk. Having confirmed that there were only the two of them, Huang Li no longer felt anxious. A crippled Xiao Qing'er and a young man younger than him, how could they possibly turn the tables before a Golden Core monster? To be honest, he really couldn't understand where Xiao Qing'er had the courage to appear alone. Wasn't she just delivering herself to be killed? Then Huang Li looked at Shen Nian and chuckled. What is this pretty boy called? How do you prefer to die? The two burly men behind Huang Li also revealed cruel smiles, and the girls in the iron cage held their breath at the scene. Xiao Qing'er trembled with anger and was about to speak again when she heard Shen Nian's impatient voice. What are you babbling about? Just kill them. Under the Foundation establishment stage, they are all yours. With that, Shen Nian strolled forward, and with a flick of his finger, a beam of sword light slashed forth like a thunderbolt. Late stage of the Golden Core, a human prodigy. The bird demon's pupils constricted slightly, and its figure flickered like a ghost as it retreated to avoid the sword strike. However, the sword light suddenly changed direction, slicing toward the two Foundation establishment servants of the Huang family. The two men had no time to dodge. They were no match for the speed of the bird demon. They only felt a chill at their necks, and the sound of blood gushing erupted as the smiles on their faces froze, their pupils widening in terror as they gazed incredulously at the approaching figure in white. In front of the ancient temple, Huang Li's legs felt a bit weak, especially when he finally noticed the words "knife" on the sword hilt he had previously overlooked. His heart plummeted, and he turned to flee. Tianjin Sect, 9th Mountain. It turned out that Xiao Qing'er was not here to deliver herself to be killed. This young man in white was a prodigy of the human race. Xiao Qing'er also came back to her senses. Her senior brother's speed was too fast. Before she could react, he had already repelled the bird demon and slain two Foundation establishment warriors. Immediately afterwards, she chased after the fleeing figure of Huang Li, swallowing a cultivation-enhancing pill to boost her internal spiritual power, causing her speed to surge. Her senior brother's intention was clear. He wanted her to deal with Huang Li herself. Although he was 3 levels higher than her, Xiao Qing'er felt no fear. Inside the ancient temple, the bird demon took out his weapon from the golden silk broad bed. It was a long black knife, dark blue in color with gilded patterns carved into it. It was clearly not an ordinary item. The bird demon gripped the weapon tightly, and then his gaze burned hotly as he looked at the youth who had entered. For the monster tribe, slaying a prodigy of the human race was a tremendous merit. Furthermore, the physical body of the opponent was an immense temptation for them, akin to a treasure. Even if the opponent was a small realm higher than himself, he felt no fear thanks to the innate strength of the monster tribe's powerful physique. Moreover, he was renowned for his speed as a gray sparrow. Kid, before you die, remember that I am from the Tian Yao cave. Shen Nian did not respond. His figure shifted. With a whoosh, the sword named Ninth was drawn from his waist, its sword aura surging as he unleashed the stacked Tianshu sword art, slashing toward the bird demon. Was there a need for a self-introduction before a fight? Wasn't that just plain ridiculous? You? The bird demon, seeing the determination in his eyes, was instantly enraged. However, facing this terrifying sword strike, he felt a twinge of fear in his heart and dared not confront it heeded. Instantly, a scarlet demonic power enveloped him, and a pair of wings burst forth from his back. Swish! The bird demon successfully dodged the sword strike, but his golden silk broad bed along with the ancient temple was cut in half. Boom! The ancient temple instantly split open, and a cloud of gray smoke billowed, dust and debris flying everywhere. With a sharp cry, the bird demon's fury erupted, shouting, "You dare to anger me, you uncouth!" He always regarded himself as a superior being, placing great importance on etiquette, as could be seen from his eating and cultivation habits. Whenever the bird demon fought against an enemy, he would first exchange identities so that they could die knowing exactly who was responsible for their demise. But this time the opponent completely disregarded protocol and even destroyed his beloved bed, which he could not endure. "You uncouth human! You shall die!" With a piercing shriek, the gray wings behind the bird demon trembled, and he swung his black knife at Shen Nian, each strike aimed to kill, carrying terrifying spiritual pressure. However, despite his anger, the bird demon was not foolish enough to lose his mind. That sword strike had truly made him feel a deathly crisis, and at this moment he was even more serious and did not dare to hide his strength. Boom! Above the ancient temple, the sound of a massive strike resonated. Each slash from the sparrow demon stirred violent turbulence, causing ancient trees to collapse in droves. The girl in the iron cage could only stare in astonishment, her face pale. However, just as the falling ancient trees were about to crush the iron cage, they were repelled by an invisible force. A clever girl immediately looked towards the figure in white hovering in the air. At this moment, facing the frantic assault of the sparrow demon, Shen Nian remained unfazed, his golden core stage spiritual power forming a protective barrier to fend off the demon's attacks, calm and collected. This was not Shen Nian's first battle against demons. During his years on the 9th Mountain, he had seldom descended to slay demons. This was his first duel against a golden core demon. The reason he had not swiftly defeated his opponent was not only to gauge the level of the golden core demon, but also to test a technique. However, Shen Nian was somewhat surprised by the demon's black blade, which possessed corrosive spiritual power, coupled with the demon's strange speed and sudden techniques. It was evident that this sparrow demon was not a local. Primarily, its speed was too fast. Forget it, no more delays, it's time to test. With that thought, a great sun slowly rose in his eyes. Although the Tianjin Sect's Tianjin sword technique is powerful, isn't it frustrating that you can't touch me? The sparrow demon swung its long blade as it laughed mockingly, while internally it felt a hint of excitement, already weighing the pros and cons of whether to fully unleash its trump card to eliminate Shen Nian. This kid is so young, yet has reached the late Golden Core stage, and he has completely mastered a Golden Core divine ability. As a sword cultivator, he must be the pinnacle prodigy of the Tianjin sect. If I kill him, the rewards will be enough to significantly boost my strength. But I only have 1 drop of primordial blood. If I lose it, my chances of returning to my ancestors will be completely severed. Should I notify my uncle now? Suddenly, the temperature in the space began to rise sharply, and the sparrow demon halted its attack, staring in terror at the white-clad youth engulfed in flames along with the great sun rising behind him, momentarily forgetting to think. Slash! A light shout echoed. The great sun suddenly slashed out. Although the speed was slow, the overwhelming pressure it emitted left the sparrow demon unable to move, completely suppressed. I curse your mother. How could such a top-tier human prodigy appear in a small place like Yunzhou? The sparrow demon could only curse, looking up to see a hint of surprise in Shen Nian's gaze. So what are you surprised about? Wasn't the reason you didn't counter just now because it was fun? You could have killed me with 1 sword. Oh, why have you been toying with me until now? The next moment, the sparrow demon's body was engulfed by the great sun, instantly vanishing. As the air gradually calmed, Shen Nian revealed a hint of joy. The reason he was astonished just now was due to the domain brought by the Great Sun demon-slaying sword technique. This was achieved even without him fully utilizing the sword technique's power. Although the range was minuscule, only a few meters, it was indeed a domain. No wonder this Great Sun demon-slaying sword technique is considered precious. It actually carries the ability of a domain. Shen Nian thought to himself. According to his childhood memories, such a thing could only be mastered by someone who had returned to the void. Suddenly Shen Nian felt a heavy sensation in his head, nearly losing his balance. He quickly took out a Peiyuan pill and swallowed it. That 1 sword drained me completely. This thing really can't be used carelessly. Shen Nian's face turned pale, his internal spiritual power depleted, and he felt a tinge of fear. He was quite satisfied with the power. However, the consumption was too great. In the future, it would be best to use it sparingly. That sword was already enough to annihilate a nascent soul stage beast. Using such a powerful technique to kill a chicken was indeed a waste. However, that said, if he truly unleashed a powerful move and encountered several demon clans, then he would be in danger. No. To be safe, he must prioritize refining his body with the great sun. This battle had shifted Shen Nian's mindset. Only by strengthening his physical body to a point of fearlessness could he find some sense of security. Immediately afterward, Shen Nian moved, standing on a larger piece of rubble, reaching down to grasp a black storage bag he pulled out from deep within the ruins. Demons cannot open their own divine soul caverns before reaching the divine transformation stage, and like human cultivators, they also use storage bags, though their sources are not refined. Shen Nian had noticed this when the demon had drawn its blade. Oh, what is this? Shen Nian had not yet had the chance to examine his spoils when he noticed a drop of golden red liquid suspended in midair, clearly left behind after incinerating the sparrow demon. At the same time, intense panting echoed. Xiao Qingyer's chest heaved as she leaned against a tree with her left hand, while holding a corpse in her right. Her white dress was stained with blood, yet her face bore a smile, exuding an eerie beauty. Senior brother, I did it. At this moment, Xiao Qingyer had broken through, successfully stepping into the 8th layer of Qi Condensation under the pressure of the Peiyuan pill and life-and-death crisis, subsequently turning the tide and killing Huang Li. The dangers throughout this process need not be mentioned. If luck had been slightly worse, it would have been her life on the line. After all, even if Huang Li, the young master of the Huang family, was a waste born of spiritual herbs, he was still a solid Qi Condensation 9th layer. This place. Xiao Qingyer casually tossed the corpse aside, then looked in shock at the scene before her. Trees within 100 meters were shattered beyond recognition, and the once ancient temple was now a ruin. This is nothing. Battles after the Golden Core stage cause extreme environmental destruction, especially once reaching the Divine Transformation stage, where mountains crumble and the earth splits. The voice of the female Flame Emperor echoed, her golden eyes sweeping across. That is Phoenix Clan's ancestral blood. Xiao Qingyer had walked up to Shen Nian, and hearing the voice in her mind was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the drop of blood casually held by Shen Nian. Is that the thing that can awaken my divine body? Ding. Due to your command, the destined sister Xiao Qingyer has killed Huang Li, breaking through 2 layers amidst life and death, successfully stepping into the 8th layer of Qi Condensation. Reward 20 points of preaching value. At this moment, Shen Nian also noticed Xiao Qingyer returning. Seeing her expression, he guessed something and asked, holding the drop of blood, Do you recognize this item? Xiao Qing'er nodded and explained according to the female Flame Emperor's description. The ancestral sparrow demon should have a bloodline connection to the Phoenix clan, and it was fortunate enough to have its bloodline return to its ancestors, forming this drop of blood. What use does this have? Shen Nian continued to ask, realizing that the sparrow demon was indeed not local. Those connected to the Phoenix clan, the dominant force among demons, were all formidable existences. Ignoring the female Flame Emperor's intentions, Xiao Qing'er truthfully replied, "It is of great help in alchemy, artifact refining, and condensing fire-based divine abilities. If luck is good, it may even condense a phoenix spirit. The preciousness of this is not inferior to a nascent soul-level pill, and for some people it may even surpass that." After saying this, Xiao Qing'er heard the helpless voice of the female Flame Emperor. "Sigh, if you say it like that, will he still give it to you? This thing is something that can be encountered, but not sought after. It doesn't matter if senior brother treats me well, how could I deceive him?" Xiao Qing'er thought in her mind, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. The female Flame Emperor said no more. In her view, it was merely a drop of blood, not worthy of her scheming. After listening to Xiao Qing'er's explanation, Shen Nian pondered for a moment before asking, "Is this item useful to you?" Xiao Qing'er hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Speak honestly," Shen Nian said again, his tone leaving no room for doubt. How could he not see Xiao Qing'er's earlier expression? It was evident that this item was prepared for her, although he did not know how fate would arrange for her to obtain it. Yes. The next moment, whoosh. Xiao Qing'er took the drop of blood, gazing blankly at Shen Nian's retreating white-clad figure, as Shen Nian's voice echoed in her ears. "It's for you." After turning around, Shen Nian's gaze fell on the iron cage, and he pointed at it. Creak, the door of the iron cage swung open, and the girls inside looked at Shen Nian with immense fear. They were unsure if this sudden appearance was like the previous one who shook a wooden fan. However, the girl who had been curled up in the corner from the beginning was the first to crawl out, supporting herself on the cage door, cautiously walking up to Shen Nian and looking up at his indifferent face, tentatively tugging at his sleeve. "Brother Immortal, please take me home." The girl summoned her courage to speak, her voice choked. The sky was dimly lit. At this moment, the ancient temple was devoid of any human presence, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, unbeknownst to when, a figure appeared before the empty iron cage, clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, cinched at the waist with a white jade belt. The cuffs bore 5 vivid golden dragon motifs, signifying his exceedingly noble status. The aura of a late golden core cultivator mixed with an extraordinarily terrifying sword intent. He murmured, his voice ethereal, tinged with a rare shock. But soon he regained his composure, his beautiful eyes revealing an air of indifference. "This sword intent is not from the Tianjian sect's Tianjian sword technique. Where could it possibly come from a clan of high standing? He perhaps just to witness the sufferings of the mortal realm, and if interest strikes, to lend a hand casually." In the next moment, whoosh, Sir Inspector Huang Li and the others are dead. The demon suppression army has sealed off the Huang family, and the general is still on site. Will the elder from the Xianguang cave take action without evidence of their demise? The suddenly appearing man in black armor bowed, and spoke, his expression somewhat grim as he clenched his calloused hand. His cuffs bore 3 golden dragon patterns, indicating he was a general of the city. The dignified demon suppression department of the Great Xia knew fully well that the Huang family colluded with the demon race, but could produce no evidence. They were left helpless against each other solely because the Huang family was backed by the Xianguang cave, which nominally guarded Yunzhou and bore the entire safety of Yunzhou. Even the demon suppression department, which belonged to the royal family, could only obey. This was the oppressive power from the immortal gate. The figure seemed to have anticipated this, softly saying, "No worries, just take the bodies back." "Understood." The black-armored man then glanced at the iron cage and observed the surroundings, which had clearly been through a fierce battle. "Sir, should we investigate who intervened to rescue?" "Sir." At the same time, outside a village nearing Yunzhou, dozens of figures appeared. Shen Nian stood at the back, allowing Xiao Qing'er to lead a group of tattered-clothed young girls. At this moment, the girls were silent, their eyes evidently still harboring traces of fear. It was no wonder, as encountering such perilous events at their age made it impossible for anyone to remain calm. They soon arrived at the village, and Shen Nian observed the dilapidated wooden structures and the ragged farmers, whose faces were gaunt and their gazes vacant. In his impression, Yunzhou was prosperous. This village, though not within Yunzhou city, should not have fallen into such dire poverty. He had previously wondered why the girls were dressed so shabbily. Was it due to the demon plague? Some farmers seemed to recognize the girls' appearances and immediately trembled with excitement. "Wife, look, our daughter has returned," he shouted hoarsely, his figure rushing towards the girls as if he had exhausted all his strength. Area has returned. In an instant, words spread like wildfire, and one by one figures emerged, including the elderly and children rushing forth to embrace the girls. The girls finally released their pent-up emotions, and cries filled the air. Xiao Qing'er watched this scene with a slightly sore nose, her jade fist tightening, as she softly explained. In the past, when the sun set over the ancient town guarding Yunzhou, things were still bearable. Although the Huang family was powerful, they had their considerations, but after the arrival of the cultivators from Xinguang Cave, her words were naturally directed at Shen Nian behind her. Shen Nian remained silent, quietly observing, a hint of killing intent flickering in his deep gaze. Though he was not a saint, he could not stand by the sight of repulsive things that made him nauseous. As he approached Yunzhou, he was indifferent to the prospect of adding Xinguang Cave and the Huang family to his list for retribution. In the next moment, a middle-aged farmer wearing a straw hat suddenly knelt before Shen Nian, knocking his head as he pulled out a crumpled piece of wrinkled paper, respectfully placing it before him. "Sir, I was wrong. I don't want the silver anymore. Please spare my daughter." "Sir, we don't want. We don't want." Gradually more farmers knelt down, pleading with tears streaming down their faces. "Uncle, you misunderstood," Xiao Qing'er patiently explained, but the farmers acted as if they could not hear, continuing to plead. Xiao Qing'er felt helpless. Just then the girl who had previously been the boldest and had tugged at Shen Nian's sleeve was holding a girl in a comically oversized and tattered outfit stumbling towards them. "Big brother Immortal, thank you for saving my sister. Here, have some water," the girl said in a childish voice, holding out a bowl of somewhat murky water. Even the bowl itself was broken. This scene caused the farmers to halt their actions. Among the crowd, a woman covered her mouth, trembling all over. To their surprise, Shen Nian merely patted the girl's head and took the bowl, drinking it all in one go. He then turned away calmly. "Let's go." Xiao Qing'er silently followed, leaving behind the farmers with expressions of disbelief. However, on a nearby tree branch, a figure in a long black robe stood still, her jade hand trembling slightly. The sky had brightened significantly. On the road closer to Yunzhou, Shen Nian's mind echoed with the system's enhancement sound, his expression somewhat displeased, realizing that someone had been spying on him without his notice. Ding, detecting the presence of the destined girl. Reading information. Reading completed. Name Xia Yue, age 21, realm peak, golden core technique, holy dragon technique completed. Nascent soul divine ability, dragon intercepting technique completed. Nascent soul concealment technique perfected. Golden core jade liquid body, refining minor completion. Golden core talent rare throughout history, colorful destined bonus, celestial grade, divine vessel fate, eternal existence, in history, extended information, Xia Yue, the last princess of the Great Xia Dynasty, royal heir, inspector of the Demon Suppression Department, born during an extraordinary celestial event, possessing a unique supreme bone, a natural supreme being exhibiting terrifying talent from a young age. However, her good fortune did not last long. At the age of 5, she fell victim to the demon sovereign of the Heavenly Demon Cave, during which her younger brother was killed and her supreme bone was gouged out. After her father, the Great Xia Emperor, risked his life. Concealment technique perfected. No wonder I didn't notice her. This is excellent. The destined female protagonist is being forcefully drawn. I don't even have to exert much pressure. Shen Nian's eyes lit up at the introduction, then glanced at Xiao Qing'er, who was quietly following him, only to see her grinning at him. He, senior brother, is actually quite nice, not as cold as he seems, Xiao Qing'er thought to herself. "Are you very idle?" Shen Nian suddenly spoke. "Huh." Shen Nian glanced sideways and said, "Don't forget that your time is limited. Why was this girl not diligently improving her bloodline, and instead wasting time? It was truly incomparable. Did she not realize he was in dire need of disciple value?" With only 2 days remaining until he would face the 3 half-step nascent soul great demons, Shen Nian was still lacking considerably. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more he felt this matter was not simple. Logically speaking, with the inspector of the Demon Suppression Department and the guardian of Xinguang Cave present, it was peculiar that he would face 3 great demons alone and end up perishing. There must be something amiss here. However, in Shen Nian's view, as long as he was strong enough, any schemes and plots would be sliced apart by his sword. The awakening of the divine body is quite a stir. Best find a quiet place. The voice of the female flame emperor echoed in Xiao Qing'er's mind. "Oh," Xiao Qing'er pouted, then said, "Senior brother, I'm going to cultivate first. I'll catch up to you later." Shen Nian replied lightly, and after Xiao Qing'er left, he found a place to sit and opened the storage bag left by the sparrow demon. Shen Nian glanced at the dozen or so green robes and some antiques he pulled from his storage bag, falling into deep thought. It was quite elegant, but isn't it a bit too poor? After all, it comes from the Tianyao cave. Shen Nian quickly noticed a thick book, and upon picking it up, he found it was the diary of the Sparrow Demon, revealing his penchant for pretense. What kind of serious demon writes a diary? Can what's written be genuine? Yet this Sparrow Demon was indeed an oddity, as Shen Nian was astonished to discover that he was the nephew of the Great Wolf Demon. How did these two species come together? No wonder I'll be fighting 3 great demons alone in 2 days. It turns out the Huang family is setting traps. What kind of serious demon writes a diary? Can what's written be genuine? Yet this Sparrow Demon was indeed an oddity, However, just as he was about to consume the 20 points of Dao value he had just obtained, he suddenly found that a page of torn rice paper in the blazing flames was emitting a brilliant golden light, as if something was about to be refined. Seeing this, Shen Nian infused more spiritual energy to intensify the flames, but after a moment, there was still no change, even as his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Great Sunburn. Shen Nian gritted his teeth and directly activated the burning power of the Great Sun Demon-Slaying Sword Technique, a fire attribute sword technique that contained flames far beyond ordinary spirit fire. Indeed, after the divine fire of the Great Sun was infused, the refinement speed of the rice paper was visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it condensed into a jade talisman, translucent and shimmering. This is... Shen Nian gently grasped the jade talisman in his hand, causing his body to tremble. The talisman bore 8 carved characters on both sides: Ancient Moon, Cave Heaven, Ascending Pill Method. What a surprise. This Ancient Moon Cave Heaven should be an ancient cultivator's cave, right? Based on his extensive experience far beyond that of the great Xia, Shen Nian immediately discerned the implications. In this world space, countless small worlds were hidden. According to what his ancestors said in his childhood, these were realms opened by ancient cultivators, also serving as their training caves. During specific times, these caves would reappear in the mortal realm. At that time, not only human cultivators, but even demon races would rush in to seize opportunities. Each cave was different. Some had no restrictions, while others were guarded by powerful formations requiring Clearly, this jade talisman was the token. The Sparrow Demon probably never imagined he was guarding such a tremendous opportunity. After accepting the jade talisman, Shen Nian began to sit cross-legged. Noticing it was still early, he decided to simulate the process now. Converting Dao value into personal strength made him feel more secure. Although his realm had improved in just 20 years, the Great Sun refining body technique probably hadn't even been understood by him. Just as he contemplated whether to directly enhance his realm, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Due to the host granting Phoenix blood to the destined woman who successfully awakened the Divine Phoenix sacred body, her realm has been restored to the peak stage of Qi Condensation, reaching the 9th layer. The destined woman's initial awakening of the divine body grants a reward. 1 drop of chaos blood can be simulated. Ancient realm, 100 points of Dao value. In the next moment, a drop of silver blood gradually condensed at Shen Nian's dantian, and the chaotic aura emitted caused the once lofty Great Sun to instantly descend and prostrate itself, vacating its supreme position for the chaos blood. At the same time, Shen Nian inexplicably felt that his physique had significantly strengthened, and a mysterious silver light flashed in his eyes. What a good thing! Shen Nian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, pursuing strength is the way. Ancient realm. He had never even heard of this realm in all his memories. This thing must be an existence that transcends this world. However, to simulate it, the required Dao value would be astronomical. Therefore, Shen Nian didn't even consider simulating the chaos blood and directly began to cultivate the Great Sun refining body technique. System exchange for 120 points of Dao value. Exchange successful, remaining 120 years for simulation. Choose simulation target. All in simulate the Great Sun indestructible refining body method. Shen Nian declared after the previous battle, nothing was more important than having a strong body. Simulation begins. In the first year, you opened the golden ancient book that had been stored in your mind as a phantom. This time, with prior learning experience, you quickly understood the text. However, you discovered that the requirements of this refining technique were exceedingly harsh, needing to find a place of 9 suns to refine the body with heavenly thunder and earth fire for 99 days, eliminating bodily impurities to start cultivating the first chapter. This year you pondered deeply and reviewed various maps, but found no such place in the eastern Xian region. The first year of simulation ended. Shen Nian was not surprised. It was only a year after all, and he could accept it. In the second year, you, endowed with intelligence, thought of another method to achieve a perfect physique by refining your body with the Qi of heaven and earth. Although it was slow, it did have some effect. You smiled broadly and set to work. He is expected of me. Shen Nian bore a confident smile. In the 20th year, you spent a full 18 years refining your body with the Qi of heaven and earth. The progress was exceedingly minimal, causing your pride to shatter, and you cursed the foolish technique, declaring you wouldn't cultivate it anymore. Shen Nian could clearly feel that his physique had strengthened considerably, yet achieving perfection was still far from reach. However, was I so easily discouraged? This is ridiculous simulation. In the 30th year during the past 10 years you stopped refining your body, and instead read books on flawless physiques. You gained immense insights during this decade. You realized another method of body refinement. You began seeking hard substances to collide with your body, aiming to enhance your physical strength this way. Although each collision caused you to spit blood, you feared nothing. Within a year you smashed through 97 peaks, 167 pieces of fine iron, and several veins of granite spirit stones. You began to sense something was wrong, because your physique seemed to have not improved at all, and you developed internal injuries with problems in your organs, especially your kidneys. This year you were exhausted. Who would normally crash into mountains? Shen Nian couldn't help but curse, but just as he spoke he felt something was amiss. I didn't curse. In the 31st year, one morning after restoring your health, you were astonished to discover that your physique had grown considerably stronger, seemingly improving a bit each day. You found the reason it was due to that drop of chaos blood, and you had a bold idea. Shen Nian's lips curled slightly. He truly didn't know how bold his idea could be. After spending 19 years in the 50th year, you finally succeeded in activating that drop of chaos blood to refine your body, causing your blood, bones, and flesh to improve at a terrifying speed until they were pristine and flawless. Your path was right. It was chaos refining body. Shen Nian displayed a hint of surprise as a streak of chaotic silver light emerged within his bloodline, while a multitude of black impurities spilled from his body, turning to ashes, leaving behind skin as smooth as jade. He never anticipated that his inadvertent deductions would elevate the level of his cultivation technique. Harmonization. This had already reached the pinnacle of this world. Such a level of body refining technique was beyond imagination. The simulated voice in his mind had yet to cease. In the first 100 years you spent 50 years refining your body through chaotic essence blood, achieving a significant leap in your channel's blood, bones, and flesh. After reaching a flawless physical state, you also gained a trace of innate chaotic energy, making you feel terrifyingly strong. In the 110th year, the Immortal Body Refinement Method. Entry level. In the 120th year, you continued to refine your body, only to find that the effects had diminished significantly, the progress maddeningly slow. Aware that you must possess more chaotic essence blood or something truly capable of refining the body to make further advancements, you chose to abandon the simulation. The simulation ended. Boom. In an instant, Shen Nian's pupils constricted as silver light filled them. His clothes shattered from the impact, revealing his nearly perfect physique. The ground beneath him began to crack, rapidly stretching for miles, terrifyingly so. Gradually the silver light in Shen Nian's eyes faded, and his entire aura underwent a significant transformation, as if he had grown taller. He could feel the terrifying power contained within his body, yet he remained unaware of what level he could truly reach. Then a glint of madness flashed in his eyes as he drew his spirit sword, extending his arm, and without any hesitation swung it down with force. Crack! The spirit sword, capable of easily piercing through Xuanjin, shattered upon the ground, leaving only a faint scar on his arm that vanished in the blink of an eye. This terrifying recovery ability, and this is only the initial stage. Shen Nian gazed at his arm in shock, not feeling any regret over the spirit sword named Ninth. He finally understood why physical cultivators never required any magical artifacts. Their bodies were the strongest treasures, indestructible. If it were now, he could stand still while that sparrow demon struck at him, and the opponent wouldn't be able to harm him. The next moment, hiss! Suddenly Shen Nian felt a burning sensation in his chest. Upon closer inspection, he saw a profoundly mysterious silver-white rune swirling there before merging into his flesh. What is this? Shen Nian pondered, as the rune did not resemble a character, but rather looked like a star. Never mind, at least I can confirm it's beneficial and harmless. For now I must hurry to Yunzhou and prepare adequately. As Shen Nian thought this, he suddenly sensed something. Promptly took out a set of white clothes from his storage bag, dressed himself, and fixed his gaze on the distance. Xiao Qing'er suppressed her joy, walking briskly towards him. At this moment she exuded an aura of peak Qi Condensation, her white dress billowing with a vivid golden flame rune at her brow, radiating an innate pressure that had transformed her entire demeanor after her divine body awakened. Your divine body has just awakened. Although you cannot exert even 1,000th of its power, your physical form surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. In terms of physical strength, you have already surpassed your senior brother. The female flame spoke softly with a hint of surprise lingering in her golden eyes. No doubt about it. This girl truly has remarkable fortune. Initially, she didn't mention it, but even possessing that drop of impure phoenix bloodline awakening the divine phoenix sacred body was extremely difficult considering it ranks among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qing'er could achieve it so easily, and so quickly. Was it due to the immense pressure from her senior brother? Well, that's not too bad. Xiao Qing'er thought, clenching her jade fist, feeling a twinge of excitement. Did her physical form surpass that of her senior brother? Her senior brother gifted her such precious essence blood, she certainly could not let down his expectations and must slay the golden core demon race. The female flame emperor sensed her emotions and worried that Xiao Qing'er might become complacent. She commented, "Don't be too happy yet. Your senior brother's swordsmanship talent among all the sword prodigies I've seen in my past life ranks in the top 3. Moreover, with such a bizarre training speed, no matter how strong your body is, you cannot rival him in a single strike." Understood. Qing'er understands, Xiao Qing'er replied in her mind. She was well aware of the vast gap between her and her senior brother, yet at this moment, she could at least see a glimmer of opportunity. In fact, she didn't even realize when it began, but she had subconsciously regarded her senior brother as her goal. From now on, you only need to search for the myriad heavenly fires to consume and refine your body, and then use the flame god technique to condense the divine phoenix flames, achieving the completion of your divine body. At that time, perhaps your senior brother will only be able to look up to you. The female flame emperor spoke again after delivering a blow offering hope. This would surely motivate Xiao Qing'er even more. Exotic fire. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao Qing'er's beautiful eyes. Soon she arrived in front of Shen Nian, her gaze filled with anticipation as she called out, "Senior brother. I wonder if senior brother will praise me again after seeing that I have broken the mirror." As for surprising him after witnessing that terrifying speed of breakthrough, she had given up on that notion. Shen Nian nodded slightly, saying little as he turned and walked away. A trace of disappointment flickered in Xiao Qing'er's eyes, but she was soon captivated by the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. How did it become like this? She fell into deep thought. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Do you want me to carry you? Shen Nian's indifferent voice reached Xiao Qing'er's ears, instantly causing her to show an embarrassed expression as she hurried to catch up. After Xiao Qing'er reached the peak of Qi Condensation, Shen Nian's speed increased a few notches. Having been so close to Yunzhou, within just a quarter of an hour they could already see the majestic city wall, where the words Yunzhou were inscribed in iron and silver above the arched city gate, emanating an imposing aura. Yunzhou, I never expected to return so quickly. Xiao Qing'er gazed at the bustling scene outside the city, lost in thought. She had originally decided not to return unless she possessed the ability to resolve all issues when she went to the Tianjin sect, but who would have thought? However, she was no longer the worthless person who could be looked down upon. Outside the city gate of Yunzhou, both the commoners and the city guards were instantly captivated by the appearance of these young men and women, primarily due to their otherworldly aura, whether rich or noble. The girl looked like a celestial being descended to earth, and the young man in white was astonishingly handsome. In an instant, the previously noisy city gate fell into silence, and it was only the loud shout of the city guard that gradually restored the commotion, though glances continued to be cast their way. What are you staring at? Are you coming in or not? Shen Nian's voice reached Xiao Qing'er's ears at the city gate. Can you remove that thing on your forehead? Can you be a bit more low-key? Yes. Xiao Qing'er immediately withdrew the rune, then pondered for a moment, took out the black mask she had been carrying, put it on, and looked at her senior brother, as if asking if this was low-key enough. Shen Nian fell silent, seeing a hint of naive clarity in her gaze. Wearing a black mask like a thief in broad daylight. Was that not pure idiocy? When did the intelligence-diminishing aura affect the female protagonist as well? Xiao Qing'er quickly responded, then removed the veil, revealing a hint of awkwardness, cursing herself inwardly. What am I doing? What has happened to me lately? Why am I acting without any sense at all? Oh no, senior brother must think I'm foolish. Shen Nian was speechless as he entered the city. The city guards merely straightened up, standing in place, their gazes lingering on Shen Nian. The city guard captain gazed at the silhouette of Xiao Qing'er, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. This woman seems familiar. Never mind, I should remain alert, as something significant is bound to happen in the next few days. The captain no longer pondered and focused intently on each citizen entering the city. Just last night, the Huang family, the foremost clan in Yunzhou City, was besieged by the Demon Suppression Division. Although this incident hadn't fully spread, the commotion was too great, and since he lived nearby, it was impossible not to hear about it. At this very moment, deep within the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division in Yunzhou, in a serene and elegant courtyard, several figures stood heavily silent. The Demon Suppression General, who had previously appeared at the ancient temple, wore a chilling expression, tightly gripping the great sword in his hand. Xia Yue sat calmly on a wooden chair, her gaze tranquil. "Sir Inspector, is it true that the general has really betrayed us?" An elderly man clad in dark armor with 3 dragon patterns on his sleeves and white hair asked somberly. In Yunzhou there are 13 cities, each guarded by a Demon Suppression General, all of whom are under the command of the general. This elder was one of them, having followed the general in slaying countless monsters and achieving remarkable merit, yet he was the only one to directly utter the word betrayal at this moment. As his voice echoed, all the Demon Suppression Generals cast solemn gazes towards the somewhat lean figure. Xia Yue softly replied, her expression calm, devoid of any ripples. "That bastard Chen Gang, the great Xia, treated him well. Why did he choose to ally with the Xianguang Cave, consuming all evidence against the Huang family? Now that Huang Li is dead, with the Xianguang Cave's protection, can we really do nothing about the Huang family?" A Demon Suppression General also spoke, his eyes radiating chill. "Sir Inspector, just give the order and I will immediately lead the troops to flatten the Huang family, executing first and reporting later, capturing that Chen Gang and seeing what the Xianguang Cave can do." The Demon Suppression General holding the great sword suddenly cupped his hands and spoke fiercely. "No." A Demon Suppression General immediately responded. "The head of the Huang family now possesses latest golden core strength, while both Chen Gang and the external elder from the Xianguang Cave are at the peak of golden core. If they truly wish to leave, we can't possibly keep them. When the time comes, perhaps we will face not the Demon Clan, but the elders of the Xianguang Cave and the ancestors of the Huang family instead. In the Great Xia we also have Hunyuan Grandmasters. In the Great Xia, those in the nascent soul stage are also referred to as Hunyuan Grandmasters. Not to mention our Great Xia nascent soul martial artists currently have no time to spare. Even if there were some, they might not dare to act, as the strength of the Xianguang Cave cannot be recklessly confronted by our Great Xia. I understand what you all are thinking. Among the 3 sects, the Sunsetting Ancient Sect is not skilled in warfare, focusing instead on alchemy and artifact crafting. Although the Sky Sword Sect is powerful, they are too few in number. All 9 mountain masters are engaged in resisting the Demon Emperor. Furthermore, there has been an agreement in the past that the 3 sects shall not interfere in each other's territories unless requesting aid. Therefore, it is virtually impossible to expect the other 2 sects to take action. Even if they were aware, they would not risk offending the mightiest Xianguang Cave for a mere Yunzhou. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Is it just going to be overlooked that the Huang family has caused the deaths of so many innocent people? The Demon Suppression General, gripping the great sword, gritted his teeth in anger. No one responded. Xia Yue, who had kept her eyes closed, slowly opened them, her expression indifferent, having already made a decision in her heart. "Send my orders the subordinate generals of the 13 cities to gather at the city gates of Yunzhou within." Understood. The general with the sword immediately revealed a fighting spirit as he cupped his hands, while those silent Demon Suppression Generals also displayed resolute expressions. When a decision has not been made, suggestions can be considered, but once the order is given, the Demon Suppression Army will follow unconditionally. Even if it meant storming the Xianguang Cave, they would not flinch. However, at that moment, a loud bang. Report. A figure burst into the courtyard, kneeling on one knee, a look of shock on their face. Just now a young man in white entered the Huang family, rampaging without leaving a single survivor. In Yunzhou City, one could see a bustling scene on the wide bluestone road, wide enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side, with various buildings constructed on either side, some resembling towering skyscrapers. This made Shen Nian feel somewhat dazed, as if he had returned to that bustling city. Wow, what a handsome young master! Sisters quickly look. Hiss. So handsome, which family's young master is this? Quickly introduce me. He doesn't look like a Yunzhou person. Surrounded by many young women, upon seeing Shen Nian, they either lowered their heads with flushed faces or threw him flirtatious glances. Even older women couldn't help but look back a few times. To these gazes, Shen Nian remained oblivious, while Xiao Qing'er, with a peculiar expression, said, "Senior brother, it seems like more people are looking at you. This doesn't seem very low-key." Upon hearing this, Shen Nian said nothing, seemingly not hearing her, as he calmly walked on. Xiao Qing'er pouted and followed. The two arrived at a less crowded arch bridge with clear stream water flowing beneath. Suddenly an old man with a bitter melon face approached, his aura feeble, with blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, clearly just wounded. As the old man passed by Shen Nian, his body trembled, and he stood directly in front of Xiao Qing'er, revealing a look of disbelief. "Miss, I thought my old eyes were playing tricks on me. Uncle Fu. Xiao Qing'er recognized the visitor and smiled as she greeted him. Uncle Fu was the steward of the Xiao family. Although he was a servant in Xiao Qing'er's eyes, he was no different from her elder. Most importantly, during the time when she had lost her cultivation, Uncle Fu had comforted her greatly. But the next moment Xiao Qing'er furrowed her brows and said heavily, Uncle Fu, how did you get injured? Was it that wretched Xiaoyi's doing? Sigh. Uncle Fu sighed heavily, shaking his head, despair evident in his eyes. Then he glanced at the standing young man in white and said with a smile, Old man is fine, this is not a place to talk, Miss Look. Xiao Qing'er immediately walked to Shen Nian's side and introduced, Don't be afraid, Uncle Fu, just speak frankly. This is my senior brother, one of our own. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback. Senior brother. The miss has truly joined the Immortal Sect. Good. This is wonderful, at least the miss no longer has to worry about the Huang family's revenge. In the Immortal Sect, there are still distinctions among ranks. Uncle Fu did not believe that this young senior brother could change anything, as the one in charge here was the elder of the Xinguang cave. Then Uncle Fu respectfully bowed to Shen Nian and said, I am Lin Fu, the steward of the Xiao family. I greet you, young master, you can just call me Ao Fu. Shen Nian slightly nodded, then gestured for them to continue. Although he was in a hurry, he didn't mind this delay. In the next moment, he lightly waved his hand, and a transparent barrier enveloped the three of them, preventing the surrounding citizens from hearing their conversation. Speak, they can't hear us. Uncle Fu, witnessing this miraculous method, felt much more at ease and finally began to speak. It turned out that last night the general of Yunzhou suddenly besieged the Huang family and sent a message to the Xiao family asking for their assistance. The Xiao family naturally complied, having served in the Demon Suppression Division for generations. It was only in recent generations that they had turned to business. But when the head of the Xiao family arrived with the elite troops and weapons, they discovered Shun Gang, the Grand Military Commander of Yunzhou, has joined the Shuangguang Cave, now one of their own. Old Fu gritted his teeth as he spoke, leaving Xiao Qing momentarily stunned and incredulous. That refined, scholarly uncle who had once chatted with her several times. How could he commit such a betrayal? Old Fu continued. Then upon seeing the Xiao family's delegation arrive, Huang Sai, the fourth master of the Huang clan, smiled mockingly at the commander and asked, What is the Xiao family scheming? Are they planning rebellion? Enraged, the commander berated the entire Xiao delegation and ordered them all imprisoned. Some Xiao clansmen immediately protested, retorting sharply, We came in response to your official summons. Why are we now treated as fools? Yet before they could react, the Huang clan struck, without warning. The Xiao family's so-called elite warriors stood no chance. Each was grievously wounded. Had the Imperial Inspector not arrived in time, they might well have perished there. What followed, between the Imperial Inspector and the Huang Patriarch, sent chills through the Xiao clan. The commander had defected from the Demon Suppression Bureau to join the Shuangguang Cave and now served as the Huang clan's honored protector. Meanwhile, the Imperial Inspector accused the Huangs of colluding with demonic tribes and laid out Huang Li's corpse as irrefutable proof. At that moment, the Huang Patriarch lost all composure and unleashed a furious battle. The Imperial Inspector fought alone against three formidable foes: the Shuangguang Cave elder Lei Tian, Huang Sai himself, and Commander Qin Gang. Though gradually yielding ground, he remained unbowed, yet ultimately withdrew, outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Throughout, the Demon Suppression Army safely escorted the Xiao clansmen back home. Still, the Xiao clan knew the heavens over Yunzhou were about to shatter. The commander's betrayal, the Huang's demonic collusion, the Shuangguang Cave's patronage. Already estranged from the Huangs, the Xiao clan had begun preparations to abandon Yunzhou entirely. Old Fu's current mission was precisely to arrange their departure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing'er's face paled. Uncle Fu, what of my father? Rest assured, young mistress, Old Fu replied at once, the clan chief's life is in no danger. At those words, Xiao Qing'er's expression darkened instantly, her eyes flooding with murderous intent. His life is safe, yet no word of his injuries. Her suspicions deepened. Young mistress, perhaps we should escort your senior brother back to the Xiao residence first. The clan chief will be overjoyed to see you, especially learning you've been accepted into an immortal sect, said Old Fu, watching her closely, fearing she might act rashly. Though seething with fury, Xiao Qing'er retained her clarity and nodded. Suddenly the white-robed figure beside her stirred, then strode swiftly in another direction, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Shen Nian's intention was simple: eradicate the rotten grain. The Huang clan's collusion with the Grey Wolves was all but confirmed. Destroying them was inevitable, and truth be told, he found them utterly repugnant. I'll go to the Huang residence first. You return and wait for me. Xiao Qing'er blinked in surprise, only to find the white robe already gone. What did her senior brother intend at the Huang residence? Was he seeking vengeance on behalf of the Xiao clan? Beside her, old Fu froze dumbfounded. Huh, what is he doing? Uncle Fu returned to the Xiao residence. I'll be back shortly, she declared firmly. Xiao Qingyer's voice rang with resolve. She would never let her senior brother face peril alone, especially not for her sake. Yet just as she prepared to move, old Fu stepped forward, gravely blocking her path. No. Young mistress, do you truly grasp the gravity of the situation? If Huang Sai sees you return, old Fu pleaded earnestly. The Xiao and Huang clans now stand as mortal enemies. Coexistence in Yunzhou is impossible. Moreover, you bear a blood feud with the late Huang heir. To return now would be walking straight into the tiger's maw. If the Huangs detained Xiao Qing'er by force, who in Yunzhou could protect her? Rely on that young. Old Fu had dealt with disciples of immortal sects before. He knew these prodigies were arrogant, reckless, and incapable of discerning true power hierarchies. Should his head grow stubborn, all would be lost. Xiao Qing'er understood his fears and replied calmly, "Trust me, my senior brother is no hothead." With that, she darted past old Fu with astonishing grace, unleashing her full speed as she gave chase. This, old Fu stared thunderstruck, then burst into elation. Her cultivation has recovered. If the Xiao clan's celestial talent had truly returned, then hope for the clan still burned. In the next breath, old Fu clenched his jaw and surged after her. His young mistress must not fall, not even if it cost him his life. All he could do now was pray that the young man, as Xiao Qing'er claimed, was not some impetuous fool. At the Huang residence, 3 corpses lay arranged neatly in the grand hall, shrouded in white cloth. 2 had been cleaved cleanly at the waist, the 3rd lay exposed. A pale, bloodless face frozen in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Before Huang Li's body stood a broad-shouldered, robed, middle-aged man, his face grim, his eyes shot through with crimson veins. This was Huang Si, the current patriarch of the Huang clan, father of Huang Li, and a genuine golden core midstage cultivator. Yet today his usual aura of dominance had vanished, replaced by a hollow, desolate sorrow. For his most beloved son was dead, and he dared neither launch a public investigation, nor could he uncover the truth. Who? The Heavenly Sword Sect, or the Sunset Valley? Whoever you are, wherever you hail from among the 3 great sects, I Huang Si swear upon my Tao heart you shall die beside my son. My son, your father failed you. But rest easy, our ancestor is coming. All shall be set right. I know you cherish that Xiao girl. I shall ensure she joins you soon. Huang Si knelt, gently stroking the cold, lifeless face, his voice trembling, his expression tender with unbearable grief. He knew full well only 3 cultivators in all of Yunzhou possessed the strength to slay Yun Tianrun, a peerless elder. They were Commander Chen Gang, Imperial Inspector Xia Yuyue, and Elder Lei Tian of the Shuangguang Cave. Chen Gang and Lei Tian were impossible. They had both remained within the Huang residence throughout. Xia Yuyue wielded no sword, so it could not be her. Thus the assassin must belong to one of the other 2 great sects. Though the Sunset Valley counted sword cultivators among its ranks, the Heavenly Sword Sect remained the likeliest culprit. For now, direct retaliation was unwise, but the Xiao clan was different. Holding their entire lineage hostage, he was certain Xiao Qing'er would emerge from hiding. Brother Huang, do not grieve so deeply. With matters of grave importance looming, I urge you to place the greater cause above personal sorrow, and avoid unnecessary complications. A refined, scholarly man seated at the honored guest's seat offered soothing words, though inwardly his contempt ran deep. Were it not for that nascent soul condensation pill, would I Chen Gang ever ally myself with such a demon-colluding wretch? Once I condense my nascent soul, the Huang clan shall be the first erased from Yunzhou and from existence. After all, I have served as Yunzhou's grand military commander for far too long. Huang Si rose slowly, his expression shifting seamlessly into a broad, ingratiating smile. Ah, how honored I am by the commander's concern. In 2 days' time, during the campaign against the Grey Wolves, I shall rely entirely on your excellency's strength. Faced with Huang Si's veiled sarcasm, Chen Gang merely smiled faintly and sipped his tea in silence. Humph. A hypocrite who pretends virtue while betraying everything. Dare you feign righteousness now? What arrogance! Huang Si sneered inwardly, then turned respectfully toward the white-haired elder seated motionless at the head of the hall, bowing low. Elder Lei, last night's incident owes much to your timely intervention. A trifling matter, Lei Tian replied, opening his eyes with calm detachment. I owe a debt of gratitude to your late ancestor, and thus repay it in kind. However, your clan's entanglement with demonic tribes, coupled with your offense against the great Xia court, places you in grave peril. Though the Shuangguang Cave may shield you for now, it cannot guarantee your safety forever. Tread softly. And above all, do not jeopardize our greater undertaking. Lei Tian's tone was calm, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Huangzi understands. Huangzi bowed respectfully, but a cold smile crept into his heart. Hee, what a convincing act. Isn't it true that you from the Shuangguang Cave want to weaken the strength of the Sunset Valley and the Tianjian sect by using the matters of the Demon Clan, and then take advantage of the situation to claim credit? Just like this time, didn't Lei Tian want Huang's family to secretly contact that Songlong Great Demon, then ascertain the other party's movements, and subsequently seek aid from the two sects, letting their people go to their deaths first? After that Songlong was severely injured, he would then step in. Over the years, Shuangguang Cave has done this kind of thing quite a lot. The other two sects have long noticed, but they have never had evidence. Moreover, the strongest among Shuangguang Cave have indeed been holding off those few demon emperors, otherwise they would have fought long ago. Alright, bury your son. After that Songlong matter is resolved, I will certainly look into it for you. Lei Tian added. Threats aside, benefits still had to be promised, otherwise how could Huangzi be motivated to serve? As for what happens afterward, he no longer needed to guard Yinzhou. Once he returned to claim credit, and had a child, Huang's family ancestors were of the same generation as him, what was there to fear? Thank you, my lord. Huangzi respectfully clasped his hands, but he had already contacted his ancestors through someone else, and just needed to wait a few more days. He never truly believed Lei Tian would help him, so he had arranged for someone to go to Shuangguang Cave early this morning. As for Shao Qing'er, he didn't want his son to wait too long, he intended to act tonight. A mere Shao family, what was stopping him from annihilating them? However, at that moment, a loud crash sounded. Bang! Lei Tian and Chun Gang looked out simultaneously, then suddenly stood up. Lei Tian raised an eyebrow, while Chun Gang's expression turned grave, but Huangzi was initially startled, then his face lit up with joy. In front of the Huang residence, two white jadestone lions stood quietly, exuding a menacing aura, and not a single person dared to approach within 100 meters. This was because this was the Huang family, the foremost family in Yinzhou City. Suddenly, a figure in white strolled over, casually glancing at the entrance of the Huang residence before stepping onto the steps. Who goes there? The head of the Huang family's guards immediately stepped forward, looking down arrogantly. However, having grown accustomed to bullying others, he was directly ignored by the other party, who didn't even glance at him. Hee, interesting. You pale-faced youth, do you know where this place is? Dare to. Before the guard could finish his words, darkness enveloped him, his abdomen caved in instantaneously, and his organs were completely shattered as a mouthful of blood spewed out. This sudden turn of events left the nearby guards dumbfounded. By the time they reacted, they were filled with fury as they charged towards Shen Nian. Perhaps having been arrogant for too long and losing their wits, their leader was dispatched in an instant, and they had no idea where their courage to attack came from. The next second, bang, bang, bang. The smell of blood instantly permeated the air as Shen Nian kicked open the main door of the Huang residence and stepped in calmly. At that moment, Shao Qing'er and Uncle Fu finally caught up. Seeing this scene, the two were utterly petrified. Mister, you call this not reckless? Uncle Fu gulped nervously, his face filled with shock. Senior brother. Shao Qing'er did not reply, but bit her silver teeth and directly followed inside. How could I let you bear this alone? Your Majesty the Empress. Shao Qing'er silently called out, and what are you so anxious about? Do you think your senior brother is brainless? If it truly comes to that, it will just be another round of slumber. At that time, just leave your body to me, the female flame emperor said with resignation. It's over, it's over. Uncle Fu's scalp instantly went numb. How could he not know how many major figures are currently stationed in the Huang family? This was a certain death. I was really too impulsive. Uncle Fu stomped his feet anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just stand by and watch, so he had no choice but to follow. I hope her senior brother can be a bit reliable, at least a disciple from the inner sect. I hope Huangzi and the others aren't here right now. Uncle Fu silently prayed. Inside the great hall of the Huang family. Swish, 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 in an instant dozens of figures appeared, armed with weapons, surrounding Shen Nian and Shao Qing'er. These servants of the Huang family had an aura so weak that the weakest among them was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, with the foremost among them even possessing foundation establishment strength. Seeing Shao Qing'er, Huangzi grinned. Shao Qing'er, you truly are fated to be with my lyre. His gaze then shifted to Shen Nian. This young man possesses extraordinary bearing. Which sect do you hail from? If you withdraw today, I, Huangzi, will personally take the ancestor to the sect to express my gratitude. His gaze was sharp as expected of an old hand. With just one glance, he could roughly guess Shen Nian's extraordinary origin. Such a young cultivator, who emanated pressure, was only found among the 3 sects of the Great Xia. But while he spoke to Shen Nian, he was actually also addressing the two behind him. Today Huangzi intended to keep Shao Qing'er and no one could stop him. With these words, Chun Gang behind him furrowed his brow, slightly feeling displeased, but ultimately said nothing. Forget it, this was her fate. Meanwhile, Lei Tian at the forefront kept his gaze fixed on Shen Nian without making any move. However, Shen Nian was too lazy to respond, and simply said softly, "Close the door." Xiao Qing'er, although she didn't know what her senior brother was up to, obediently walked over to firmly shut the door, during which Uncle Fu kept waving his hands at the door. It seemed her senior brother was a reckless fool. Didn't he see the Yunzhou commander, the elder from Shuangguan Cave, and Huang Si all here? This was pure suicide. Miss, don't. Uncle Fu originally wanted to guard the door, as there might still be a slim chance of escape, but with the door closed it was. Bang! The door slammed shut. Silence. No words. Even Huang Si was taken aback by this action, but soon his expression turned cold, and the aura of a golden core began to stir. Then there's no helping it. Since you insist on courting death, then Lord Huang Si can only send you on your way, Huang Si said as his voice fell. His figure vanished like a ghost, turning into a wisp of shadow. Boom. The pressure of the golden core instantly permeated the air. Huang Si appeared before Shen Nian, one hand forming into a tiger's claw, terrifying spiritual power enveloping it, and behind him a phantom of a giant tiger, several dozen feet tall, emerged with a roar that shook the heavens. Once he harbored murderous intent, he struck with full force, giving the opponent no chance to evade at all. Huang Si's attack was too swift, so fast that even Xiao Qing'er didn't have time to react. Why is your senior brother dazed? Why isn't he using his spiritual power? Has he gone mad? The voice of the female flame emperor echoed in confusion. This claw strike, though not as powerful as that of the sparrow demon, was certainly not something a mortal body could withstand. Not only the female flame emperor, but even Chun Gang and Lei Tian were puzzled. Is he planning to withstand it with his flesh? This junior is insane. Shen Nian raised his hand and punched towards the tiger claw, without any fluctuation of spiritual power, simple and unadorned. Where did this fool come from? Huang Si couldn't help but chuckle coldly in his heart, but the next second the smile on his face instantly froze, twisting into fear. Blood spewed forth in an instant. Huang Si, covered in golden core spiritual power, an indestructible tiger claw, was shattered under that ordinary punch, and his own chest was pierced. Yet the intense pain and the scent of death couldn't compare to the shock in his heart. How could your senior brother's physical body be this strong? It's impossible. The voice of the female flame emperor echoed in Xiao Qing'er's mind. Even she, a once supreme figure who ascended to the white jade capital, felt somewhat astonished. It's not that cultivating both body and Tao is impossible, but rather that practitioners are unwilling. If one possesses talent in cultivation, they usually focus on their own Tao, with very few willing to waste time on the more challenging physical refinement, which not only consumes excessive time, but may ultimately yield no progress in either aspect, rendering the effort futile. After all, the time and rare materials required for body refinement amount to a terrifying figure. Unless one is a prodigy born favored by heaven and earth, possessing a strong divine body. For instance, after Xiao Qing'er awakened her divine body, her physical strength naturally followed suit. But now, a young man not yet 20 without a divine body not only reached the golden core realm, but also comprehended the sword intent at the level of returning to the void, and his physical strength was even more monstrous already at the nascent soul level. How could this be cultivated? At this moment, Xiao Qing'er was somewhat dazed, and the Huang family guards surrounding her were similarly stunned, shocked, speechless. Did their family head just get taken down in the blink of an eye? How can we fight now? At the main gate, the originally anxious Uncle Fu was petrified on the spot, watching that white-robed figure fall into a state of confusion. The next second, bang! Huang Si fell to the ground with a face full of terror, and until his death, he wore an expression of disbelief. He simply couldn't understand. How could there be such a young primordial master? How could this be cultivated? In the entire Daxiao, there were only 7 or 8 such individuals, all of whom had been tempered for at least several hundred years, and each possessed great willpower and exceptional talent. How old is this white-robed youth? Of course, all of this had nothing to do with him, a dead man. Shen Nian felt the other party's body as fragile as paper, slowly retracted his arm untainted by blood, feeling very satisfied with the power of the chaos indestructible body refinement method. To him, the attacks of the golden core stage were nothing more than ants. He feared his physical body was already resilient enough to withstand the divine abilities of a nascent soul practitioner. As it stands, as long as those great demons are not at the nascent soul stage, he could directly tear them apart. Thinking of this, Shen Nian let out a subtle sigh of relief, but still could not afford to be careless. Stability was of utmost importance. In the Huang family hall, Lei Tian suddenly stood up staring blankly at the fallen Huang Si, then turned to look at the white-robed youth. As their gazes met, a scalp-tingling sensation surged within Lei Tian. In an instant the white figure reached the hall, and Chun Gang, who was beside him, was startled, his body twisting and turning quick as lightning. Well, no wonder you are the pride of our human race. To cultivate your physical body to this extent, at such a young age, young friend, you will surely become renowned in Dongxian in the future. Lei Tian revealed an appreciative smile, appearing calm on the surface, while inwardly feeling extremely flustered. Where did this prodigy come from? Hasn't there been any prodigy from the Sunset Valley or the Heavenly Sword Sect known for body cultivation? Could it be that Chu Yuan has turned to body cultivation? In the blink of an eye, the white figure had reached Lei Tian. My name is Lei Tian, an outer sect elder of the Shuangguang cave, tasked with guarding Yunzhou. May I ask for your name, young friend? Lei Tian feigned calm as he spoke, while his internal killing move was already prepared. That was a golden talisman capable of severely injuring a nascent soul practitioner. It was Lei Tian's strongest trump card. He understood that facing a primordial master, any hint of holding back would make him the next Huang Si. However, what responded to him was a straightforward punch. Lei Tian panicked. He never expected the other party to strike so directly, and immediately activated the talisman within him. Boom. A terrifying force erupted within Lei Tian, swiftly coalescing into a divine spear radiating brilliant golden light. The surface of this divine spear was covered in golden runes, each exuding endless majesty and sanctity, concentrating all its destructive power at the spear tip, as if containing the most powerful destructive energy of the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Chun Gang, who had been observing the battle, immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to construct a defensive barrier to protect himself from the direct impact of that force. While he scanned the surroundings, his expression grave, searching for an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. This suddenly appearing white-robed youth was too terrifying. He was beyond his capability to contend with. He had to flee immediately. With a thud, Chun Gang suddenly realized he could not move. A sword intent had locked onto him. A sword cultivator. He is still a sword cultivator. Chun Gang looked at the white-robed figure in terror, more shocked that the opponent was a dual cultivator of body and sword despite the terrifying divine spear that made him feel hopeless. Moreover, the aura of this sword intent was extremely terrifying. He had no doubt that should he move again, he would surely die. And the moment that spear appeared, everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Just a wisp of its aura was enough to cause the entire Huang family hall to collapse into ruins. A rumbling sound resonated in the air like thunder, shaking the entire Yunzhou. Countless commoners rushed from all directions. They saw the billowing dust rising above the Huang family mansion, a scene that was truly shocking. Amidst the ruins, two figures stood. Lei Tian exuded a blue spiritual glow, while the divine spear in front of him shot out with lethal intent. Since you seek death, then die. Lei Tian's hands urged the changing spell, his teeth clenched in cold fury, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. This talisman was something he had painstakingly exchanged for at the sect. He had intended to save it for use in the cave realm as a last resort, yet unexpectedly, it was needed now. However, this young man with such a terrifying physical body at such a young age must have an extraordinary background, undoubtedly possessing treasures for protection. He had to take the opportunity to flee. But the next second his body halted, staring in astonishment at Shen Nian. Is he really planning to withstand it with his body? But an expression of immense regret immediately appeared on Lei Tian's face. Even at this moment, he was still curious about the triviality. Shen Nian's expression tightened, revealing a hint of seriousness. A dense array of silver runes covered his fist, and when his fist collided with the divine spear, boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, instantly killing those Huang family guards at the Qi refinement stage, causing those at the foundation establishment stage to faint on the spot. Only Xiao Qing'er was protected by the female Flame Emperor's spiritual power, yet her face remained pale as she gazed intently ahead. It shattered, the female Flame Emperor said softly. The surface of the divine spear, transformed by nascent soul power, immediately bore countless cracks. Crack! The divine spear shattered into nothingness in an instant, the punch piercing through and striking the stunned Lei Tian. Bang! Lei Tian's physical body was instantly turned into a mist of blood, shattered. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Shen Nian turned around, coming to stand before the terrified Chun Gang, silently looking down at him. Why? Could you provide another reason? Chun Gang gritted his teeth, his expression filled with resentment. He had become a traitor for the sake of forming a baby, yet now he was dying, without any explanation. He could not accept it. Shen Nian looked down, his voice flat, as the sword light fell. I kill waste, no reason needed. Under the Heavenly Shen Sword technique, Shen Gang's corpse was severed, and the storage bags on his body flew into Shen Nian's hands, joining those of Huang Si and Lei Tian. Immediately after, Shen Nian glanced outside the main door and began to meticulously examine the spoils, wondering, shouldn't the others be arriving soon? Why are they taking so long? To his astonishment, the combined number of spirit stones from the three amounted to tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. It's worth noting that as the chief of the 9th mountain, he only received 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones as resources each month. Among them, Lei Tian's storage bag contained 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Each top-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was evident that Lei Tian had been doing quite well these past years. The importance of spirit stones cannot be understated. Aside from being the currency of this world, they also contain rich and pure spiritual energy. Whether absorbed during cultivation or used to restore spiritual power in battle, they are invaluable. This added over 10 years' worth of salary for Shen Nian, and he felt quite satisfied. Spirit stones were crucial for him at this moment, whether to speed up simulations or to purchase the divine abilities he needed. After all, he had realized just yesterday how urgently he needed a movement technique. Speed was his weakness, and he didn't want to be treated like a dog again. Fortunately, Lei Tian and his companions were not adept in this area. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to take them down. I must say, robbing is indeed quicker. I've heard the positions occupied by the demon race are even wealthier. A fleeting impulse crossed Shen Nian's mind, only to be immediately captivated by a technique found in Shen Gang's storage bag. Lightning steps, nascent soul. A movement technique. Shen Nian exclaimed in delight. It was even of nascent soul level. Truly, wishes do come true. Shen Nian couldn't help but glance at Shen Gang's corpse, realizing why the latter was so unwilling to accept his fate. If he had cultivated earlier, perhaps he could have escaped. At this moment, standing before the ruins, Xiao Qing'er watched as the divine light around her gradually faded. She came back to her senses, gazing in shock at the figure in white. Brother, this is too absurdly strong, isn't it? Xiao Qing'er smiled wryly, beginning to doubt whether she could truly catch up to him. She recalled thinking earlier that after awakening her divine body, at least her physical strength would surpass her brother's. But now, she finally understood that she had always been a frog at the bottom of the well, who, no matter what, there was an insurmountable chasm between her and her brother. At this moment, the female flame emperor in her mind slowly began to speak, her tone somewhat weak, clearly having expended considerable energy. Your brother possesses not only an exceptional talent in swordsmanship, but also has a terrifying foundation in physical strength. Given time, he could likely ascend the Xianlong ranking. Although his current realm is insufficient, he is still young. If he focuses on one discipline instead of dual cultivation, there's a good chance he could rank among the top 3. A hint of anticipation flickered in the female flame emperor's golden eyes. If this guy truly manages to rank among the top 3, then perhaps this girl could go even further alongside him, even surpassing my past self. Of course, the likelihood of achieving a top 3 spot is exceedingly slim. From what she observed before her fall, the woman ranked second on the Xianlong ranking was already preparing to ascend the White Jade capital. Your Majesty, what is the Xianlong ranking? Xiao Qing'er couldn't help but ask. The female flame emperor pondered for a moment before replying. I initially intended to tell you after you arrived in the eastern Xian region, but since it has come up, let me tell you in advance just how powerful the greatest prodigies of our human race are. The so-called Xianlong ranking. It was established by the human emperor's hall several tens of thousands of years ago, ranking the most prodigious individuals under 100 years of age among humans, personally assessed by the elder of heavenly secrets from the human emperor's hall. Anyone who makes the list is destined to become a great figure for the human race, instilling fear in the demon race. Each individual who reaches the top is either an heir of a holy land hidden in a miniature world or a reincarnator who has come back to cultivate again. Among them, those with divine bodies occupy half, and they are not the merely awakened kind like you. Some have already cultivated to a considerable level. So impressive! Xiao Qing'er exclaimed in surprise, then looked at her brother with admiration. If the female emperor held her brother in such high regard, did that mean she still had hope of catching up to him? Thinking of this, Xiao Qing'er felt a sense of despondency, an overwhelming feeling of powerlessness, and even began to question her life. Could she really kill a golden core cultivator in the future? In her mind, the female flame emperor was unusually silent, as she too had experienced such feelings. In her previous life, she had reached the 7th spot on the Xianlong ranking in her youth, firmly overshadowed by one with the body of the heavens. Those who topped the rankings were no longer mere prodigies, They were referred to as the young emperors ascending the white jade capital and forging their own paths was something they were destined to achieve. Some had even stepped into realms that had not been seen among humans for a very long time. Even she could only look up to their backs. At that moment Shen Nian cast his gaze over observing the outside, and then fixing his eyes on Xiao Qing raising an eyebrow. What's with that long face? So strange. Xiao Qing trembled slightly. Brother. Is this anger? Xiao Qing recalled the task Shen Nian had assigned her, and quickly responded, That's right. My brother has shared his resources with me, given me the blood essence of the Phoenix clan, and continuously reminded me to work hard on my cultivation. Now he has avenged me and eliminated the potential threats to the Xiao family. All of this is for me. Isn't it all to ensure I focus on my cultivation? My brother has such high hopes for me, yet I even entertained thoughts of giving up. How can I let my brother down? No, Qing'er will never give in. Brother, I will go cultivate now. With a determined glance, Xiao Qing'er bowed slightly to Shen Nian and turned to leave. She now possessed pills and resources, why should she waste time instead of cultivating? Your Majesty, if I strive with all my might, is it possible for me to make the ranking? Xiao Qing'er asked calmly. You have a divine body, and with my assistance along with your brother as a target to pursue, as long as your Dao heart remains unbroken and you cultivate steadfastly, you will surely enter the top 10. The female flame emperor answered earnestly. Good. A fiery determination sparkled in Xiao Qing'er's eyes. I will definitely not disappoint my brother. Her actions left Shen Nian momentarily stunned. What's going on with her? At the entrance, Fu Bo had long been dumbfounded. He slapped his forehead heavily, ensuring he wasn't dreaming, and then swallowed hard while gazing at the extraordinarily graceful young man in white. Where on earth did the young lady find such a prodigious brother? Fu Bo asked, his voice trembling. Xiao Qing'er only replied calmly, Fu Bo, let's go. We need to return to the Xiao family, who I need to cultivate. At that moment, 100 meters away from the Huang residence, whispers erupted. The previous commotion had been too great. What happened? How did the building in the Huang family collapse? That's not a collapse, it was clearly crushed by something. I don't know, I just arrived. Surrounded by hundreds of figures, they were all nearby commoners, but due to the fearsome reputation of the Huang family, they dared only murmur softly, standing by to watch the show. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out, everyone disperse. The commoners immediately parted to make way, their eyes filled with respect and shock as they looked at the several figures that appeared. Hiss! 5 dragon patterns, this young lady is actually an inspector. My heavens, has the demon-slaying general of Yunzhou come? Uncle Fu, let us return to the Xiao family first. Xiao Qing'er glanced back over her shoulder before addressing Uncle Fu, whose expression remained utterly bewildered. She had already resolved to enter seclusion immediately upon returning, to break through to Foundation establishment without delay. Young mistress, will the Honorable Sir not accompany us? Uncle Fu could not help but ask, a quiet anxiety stirring within him. Such a grave incident had just unfolded. The elder of the Shuangguang cave lay dead here. An earlier Huangzi had claimed that the venerable patriarch of the Huang family would soon arrive, a legendary figure across all Yunzhou. A century ago he had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Now he was surely a nascent soul cultivator. Returning together would allow young mistress's senior brother to assume command. Determining how best to confront both the Shuangguang cave and the Huang patriarch was paramount. Why depart so hastily? Uncle Fu confessed his confusion. Senior brother has his own judgment. There is no need for you to fret, Xiao Qing'er replied, knowing precisely what weighed upon him before stepping out through the main gate. Furrowing his brow, Uncle Fu paused in thought, then offered a wry, self-deprecating smile as he followed after her. What business does a humble steward have meddling in such matters? Such a terrifying demon. How could the Shuangguang cave possibly risk offending it over an outer sect elder, especially one who is no mere wandering cultivator? How senile I've grown. Not even this much escapes me. As Xiao Qing'er passed beyond the threshold, she met. Just then, Xia Yue clad in flowing, ink-black robes. The two young women exchanged a single silent glance, then parted ways without a word. Tisk tisk tsk. Never imagined this modest Xia dynasty would harbor such hidden dragons and tigers. Another celestial maiden. So the celestial elder's prophecy holds true, a golden age draws near. Yet great tribulation looms ever closer. Inwardly the Lady Flame Emperor murmured in awe, especially at the final phrase where gravity flickered across her gaze. Under ordinary circumstances, attaining the golden core before 30 would be rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Yet here in Yunzhou alone, she had encountered 2. The next moment Uncle Fu emerged behind her, and recognizing the visitor instantly stiffened, bowing with profound reverence. Honorable Inspector. Xia Yue gave only the faintest nod, but the demon-subduing marshal standing at her back spoke up startled. That young lady, is she Xiao Qing'e? Yes, your excellency, she is indeed, Uncle Fu replied respectfully. Wang Yuan nodded slowly, lost in contemplation. So her cultivation had fully recovered. Just as rumors claimed, she truly sought an immortal sect, and succeeded in being accepted. To restore her peak strength in so short a time, she must be no ordinary disciple. Had she been taken under the wing of a nascent soul cultivator from some grand sect, then perhaps the annihilation of the Huang family was orchestrated by a supreme master. It fits. Everything fits. Wang Yuan's breath caught. His fellow demon-subduing marshals shared the same realization, exchanging glances thick with stunned disbelief. Moments later, as they entered the Huang residence, all stood frozen in shock. A pungent stench of blood flooded their senses. The once magnificent Huang clan hall now lay in ruins. Scattered corpses of Huang guards littered the grounds. Not far away, Huang Si, yesterday still arrogantly taunting, lay motionless on the ground, a gaping wound torn through his left chest. Though they'd already heard reports, nothing compared to witnessing the horror firsthand. Nearby, the severed head of Yunzhou's provincial commander rested silently upon the earth, while beside the corpse stood a figure draped in pristine white robes, calm and unruffled, gazing steadily at them, as though he had anticipated their arrival. So young. Disguise art. Wang Yuan blinked, then instantly grew deferential, tension coiling through his frame as he unconsciously tightened his grip upon his great saber. He was not alone. Every demon-subduing marshal present felt the same overwhelming awe before a being who could effortlessly slaughter Lei Tian and his ilk, then stand there, as if strolling through spring meadows, a figure they could only gaze upon from afar. It truly is him. Xia Yue recognized him instantly. She had pursued him before, personally witnessed him escorting those girls safely back to their village. His conduct had earned her cautious respect, though little more. Xia Yue of the Great Xia. Her voice rang clear and ethereal, serene in its introduction. Beside her, Wang Yuan's lips twitched faintly. Your Excellency's icy demeanor, truly impartial toward all. Across the way, ding, a faded heroine Xia Yue detected. Shen Nian heard the mental chime, and responded warmly, Shen Nian, 9th Mountain of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He then studied her carefully, her beauty wholly unlike Xiao Qing'e's. Xia Yue's brows were like emerald feathers, her skin like flawless snow, her waist slender as bound silk. Yet her countenance bore the accumulated aura of relentless martial discipline, her eyes deep pools of frigid detachment, repelling all who dared approach. Another breathtaking beauty, unmistakably so. Will all my future juniors be disciples? The Heavenly Sword Sect. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xia Yue's exquisite eyes. She had not expected him to hail from that fading sword cult. She'd assumed he was a scion of some ancient clan traveling with a guardian master. After all, the lingering sword intent at the ruined temple had been terrifyingly potent, far beyond the reach of golden core or nascent soul cultivators. The 9th Mountain. Shen Nian. Is he the youth the 9th Mountain Master brought back 6 years ago? But that cannot be right. According to official records, he only reached Latestage Foundation establishment half a year ago. The Great Xia demon-subduing office maintained detailed intelligence on the 3 sects. They shared the same territory and were the dynasty's strongest bulwark. As Imperial Inspector, Xia Yue naturally possessed deeper knowledge. Yet she truly had not anticipated his affiliation with the Heavenly Sword Sect. Though even she held enduring admiration and gratitude for that reclusive demon-slaying sword cult, that sword intent bore no resemblance to the heaven-profound sword art, and certainly could not have been unleashed by a Latestage Foundation establishment cultivator. Meanwhile, the demon-subduing marshals stood dumbfounded. Huh. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The chief disciple of the 9th Mountain. Surely not the Mountain Master himself. Otherwise, how could he have restored Xiao Qing'er's strength so swiftly? And this defies logic. The strongest sword cultivator among the 9 mountains of the Heavenly Sword Sect had only attained Latestage Golden Core. Alone he could defeat either Chen Gang or Lei Tian, yet against them together victory would be uncertain, and Huang Si was no weakling either. So how did the 9th Mountain's chief disciple annihilate them all so effortlessly? An odd silence fell. Every demon-subduing marshal stared at Shen Nian, faces etched with pure bewilderment. May I inquire, young hero Shen, has the 9th Mountain Master arrived in Yunzhou? Wang Tian ventured cautiously. Though scouts reported a white-robed figure destroying the Huang family, they hadn't specified gender. Perhaps haste had clouded their observations. No sooner had the words left his mouth than black-armored, demon-subduing soldiers began filing in. led by a commander who hurried to Wang Tian's side, first casting a look of profound reverence toward Shen Nian, then whispering urgently into his ear. "General," the young Master Shen struck down the Shuangguang cave elder with a single punch. Wang Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at Shen Nian incredulous. "Ah, single punch." Meanwhile, Shao residence. The Grand Council Hall. A heavy, oppressive silence hung thick in the air. "Ha ha ha. I warned you not to provoke the Huang family. You refused to listen. Now look what's happened." A plump, sharp-tongued matron sneered coldly. Upon those words, the wounded elders of the Shao family fell into silence. Seeing the old men silent, the woman continued, her words laced with mockery. "Because of someone's erroneous decision, our entire Shao family suffers. Now, we must leave our homeland. How ridiculous. Shameful." The handsome middle-aged man with graying temples sitting at the head seat suddenly darkened his expression. His already severe injuries caused his chest to ache even more, yet a trace of melancholy flashed in his eyes without a rebuttal. "Shao, we don't speak so harshly. How could the clan leader have foreseen that the general would betray us?" A white-haired elder frowned tightly. He was the second elder of the Shao family and held significant influence. But it can't be said that way. If Shao Qing'er hadn't insisted on establishing some 3-year agreement and distancing herself from the Yun family, how would the Huang family have dared to be so arrogant? The speaker was the only elder uninjured, the grand elder of the Shao family, Shao Zhong, who held power just below the clan leader. "My father was right, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. How nice it sounds, but she has become a waste. What difference would another 300 years make?" Moreover, the Huang family had proposed a marriage alliance, but Shao Qing'er stubbornly refuses to marry for her own selfish desires, pretending to be noble. "I heard she even went to seek some immortal sect, but can she, does she deserve it? If she can join an immortal sect, then Shao Hui could probably become a direct disciple of the 3 sects instead." The middle-aged woman standing beside Shao Zheng scoffed. "Enough." The second elder shouted sternly. "Shao Hui Qing'er treated you like a sister back, then providing you with countless resources. I want to elaborate on how you treated her after she lost her cultivation, but now you speak so viciously. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Shao Hui merely replied with a cold laugh. "Hey, weren't those resources all from my Shao family? Did they belong to her Shao Qing? True, having a father who is clan leader and a second grandfather who spoils her, how could she lack resources? It's just unfortunate she turned into a waste." The second elder's veins bulged as his face turned ashen. Shao Zheng furrowed his brow slightly and feigned anger, saying, "Huya, you've gone too far." "Father, I'm merely stating the facts," Shao Hui retorted, her eyes flashing with a glimmer before she sighed. "Alas, my Shao family has a 1,000-year legacy in Yunzhou, and now we must leave. I truly don't know how to face our ancestors." At this moment, Shao Zhan, seated at the head, finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Shao Hui, just say what you need to say." Shao Hui did not speak, but one of the elders of the Shao family stepped forward and said, "Actually, resolving this matter isn't difficult. The Huang family stated that as long as the Shao family is willing to form a marriage alliance and remove the eyesore, they are still willing to coexist peacefully with the Shao family. In this way, our Shao family can still be the Shao family of Yunzhou and even have the backing of the general's mansion." "Third brother, are you crazy? Forming a marriage alliance with the Huang family is no different from courting disaster. They are suspected of colluding with the demon race." The second elder erupted in fury, suddenly standing up at the sight of the third elder's silhouette. He was well aware of what the other meant. It was to force the clan leader out of power, and the questioning from the demon suppression general last night was still fresh in his mind. Yet when he saw the surrounding elders, all of them remained silent, showing no surprise at the third elder's words, as if they had foreseen it, leaving him momentarily stunned. Good, good, good." The second elder with red eyes clenched his fists and exclaimed, "What a pack of ungrateful wolves! How could my Shao family of Yunzhou, known for our unity, have fallen to such a state?" The second elder's heart-wrenching wail caused some elders to show signs of difficulty, while others wanted to speak, but were interrupted by Shao Zheng's voice. "Second elder, it's not as exaggerated as you say. This is merely a temporary measure. Otherwise, how could our Shao family manage such a large-scale migration unnoticed? Moreover, not to mention the dangers posed by the demon race on the journey, would the Huang family really not take any action? How many of our Shao family's young men would die from assassination then? Don't forget, our relatives are all low-level cultivators at the Qi Condensation stage." His words instantly brought back the indifferent expressions of those elders who had been moved, and the second elder found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had long anticipated that this time they would suffer heavy losses. On the podium, Shao Zhan's expression was devoid of emotion, but in his eyes, alongside deep disappointment, there was a flicker of relief. Thankfully, Qing'er didn't come back. It would be best if she never returned. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, propping himself up slowly, and then spoke. Since the elders have agreed, I Xiao Zhan will not say more. However, certain rules cannot be changed. If I lose, I will naturally relinquish my position as clan leader. As for my daughter's marriage, I still say it is her life to decide, and if you all do not remember our blood ties and press me, then my years of hard work have not been in vain. The second elder immediately panicked, saying, Clan leader, you are gravely injured, how can you? It's fine. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, then looked at the elders and softly asked, who wishes to fight? Finally, I have been waiting for this moment. The Grand Elder Xiao Zheng felt a surge of excitement. He had waited too long for this day. Who dares to fight my father must first get past me. This cold voice echoed through the assembly hall, and everyone looked on in shock as the familiar girl approached. Qingyu. Xiao Zhan's body trembled. Father. Second grandfather. Xiao Qingyu entered the hall, with Fu Bo greeting them warmly. Just coming back is enough. But the second elder showed a hint of difficulty. In this current situation, it would be better if she hadn't returned at all. Xiao Qingyu, how did she come back? Good, it's great that she is back. Xiao Zheng was overjoyed while Xiao Hui next to him was momentarily stunned, then walked to Xiao Qingyu with a mocking smile saying, Oh, I thought who it was, turns out it's the young lady of the Xiao family, how truly. In the next moment her pupils constricted as a slap was already at her face, her Qi Condensation 7th stage strength unable to react in time. Senior brother said, stop blabbering. Slap. A loud slap echoed. Xiao Hui was knocked back, crashing heavily into the corner of the hall, instantly knocked unconscious, with a clear blood-red handprint on her cheek. My peak Qi Condensation. Miss Qingyu's cultivation has recovered. Everyone was astonished, even Xiao Zhan at the head was stunned, looking at Xiao Qingyu with disbelief. It must be known that she had left home secretly, without any cultivation at all. How much time had passed since even Xiao Zheng, who was beside her, and had half a step into the golden core stage, couldn't react, mainly because he had never expected her strength to recover, nor that she would act so directly. How dare you? Xiao Qingyu, you actually dared to attack your own kin. Xiao Zheng snapped back to his senses, looking at his almost lifeless daughter with immediate fury, his spiritual pressure instantly engulfing the entire hall. This pressure instantly shocked the elders. The Grand Elder has reached the golden core stage. Xiao Zhan was also enraged, forcing a breath, and coldly shouted, Xiao Zheng, do you think this clan leader is just a decoration? Facing the half-step golden core, while Xiao Qingyu's face turned slightly pale, and the pressure was immense, she did not show fear. After witnessing true power, this little pressure was nothing. Thankfully, I won't have to act as someone has arrived outside. The female Flame Emperor initially thought she would have to act and expend her soul power, feeling somewhat helpless, but upon sensing the aura outside, she instantly relaxed. Outside the hall, thud thud thud, a series of intense footsteps sounded, and soon dozens of figures stormed into the hall, led by the Demon Suppression General Wang Yuan. Xiao Zheng, did you eat Dragon Gall, daring to bully the Honorable Lady of Lord Shun? Wang Yuan's spiritual power erupted in an instant, the pressure directed at a single person. Xiao Zheng was no match for a genuine golden core demon-suppressing general. He staggered back, his face instantly pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs were in turmoil. This scene left the elders in the Xiao family's great hall in shock. Why has the demon-suppressing army appeared? And why are they targeting Xiao Zheng? What did his words just now mean? Shen Nian's junior apprentice. Could it be referring to Miss Qingyu? Even Xiao Zhan, seated at the front, looked a bit bewildered, while Uncle Fu leaned in to whisper an explanation. As he listened, Xiao Zhan's expression grew increasingly shocked until he gaped in disbelief at his daughter. Wang Yuan ignored everyone else and walked straight up to Xiao Qingyu, revealing a hint of respect, as he said, Miss Xiao, your senior brother Shen Nian sent me to tell you not to wait for him, and to focus on your training to complete your task. After the incident with the Huang family, the inspecting lord had said there was a matter to discuss with Shen Nian, and he was sent by Shen Nian to relay a message to the Xiao family, also to inform them that they did not need to relocate. I understand, thank you, General Wang. Xiao Qingyu replied with a nod and a cupped fist. No need to thank me, it is the Demon Suppression Department that should thank you instead. Wang Yuan smiled and said, if it weren't for you joining the Tianjin sect and being under Shen Nian, he probably wouldn't have come to Yunzhou at all. Truly, clan leader Xiao is fortunate. Among the few prodigies that Wang Yuan genuinely admired in the entirety of the Great Xia, these individuals were all bound to rise in prominence in the Eastern Xuanzong, and Shen Nian was the most extraordinary he had ever seen. So young, yet he had already become a primordial unity master. One would not find a second like him even after searching for 1,000 years in the Great Xia. With such a senior brother, it would be difficult for Xiao Qing and not to rise, especially considering her well-known talent. Xiao Zhan at the front merely smiled and nodded, but when he looked at Xiao Qing, there was a hint of heartache. Qing being able to enter the Immortal Sect and have such a formidable senior brother must have come with considerable hardship. The others from the Xiao family were confused but did not dare to interject. However, there was one thing that Xiao Qing had indeed joined the Immortal Sect, and she had an extraordinary senior brother. At that moment, some of the elders of the Xiao family revealed expressions of regret. Only the second elder, after a moment of stunned silence, was filled with excitement, his joy beyond words. Good. Qing, you truly haven't disappointed your second granduncle. Xiao Qing shyly smiled at the second elder, but internally, she did not feel particularly superior, as this was not achieved solely through her own strength. It was all because of her senior brother. At this moment, Xiao Zheng's voice also rang out. General Wang, when did my Xiao family offend the demon-suppressing army? Why do you barge into my family's great hall and attack me? Do not forget that Yunzhou is not solely under the control of the demon suppression department. Xiao Zheng swallowed a mouthful of blood, glancing around at the demon-suppressing army, his voice grave and filled with a hint of threat. He did not understand why the demon-suppressing army had suddenly come to the Xiao family, but he could roughly piece together from their words what had happened. Xiao Qing must have joined the Immortal Sect and become one of their disciples. But with the Huang family backing him, he was not afraid at all. He had already made an agreement with Huang Si. He would only need the position of the head of the Xiao family, and whatever Huang Si wanted to do, he would cooperate. The Huang family had the support of the Shuangguang Cave. Even if Xiao Qing was lucky enough to join one of the other two sects, so what? Not to mention that the ancestor of the Huang family was not someone that disciples from the three sects could compare to. Upon hearing Xiao Zheng's words, Wang Yuan revealed a hint of a mocking smile. The next moment, boom. His movement was so swift that no one could see it clearly. You? Xiao Zheng's pupils constricted as he felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, spurting blood from his mouth, and he was sent flying to the corner, landing right next to his daughter. Have I been crippled? Xiao Zheng lay on the ground, staring blankly at the beam overhead, unable to imagine that all the acupoints in his body had been destroyed. Wang Yuan cupped his hands towards Xiao Zhan at the front and smiled, saying, Clan leader, Xiao, do not blame Wang Yuan for being excessive. Now that the Huang family has been destroyed by Shun Daren and the traitor Chen Gang has been executed, you need to resolve the internal strife in your family quickly and prepare for what is to come. Xiao Zhan at the front nodded and said, Xiao Zhan understands. He knew that the difficulties they would face next would likely be even more terrifying. The revenge of the Shuangguang Cave and the ancestor of the Huang family was something that Yunzhou could not bear. Clan leader, Xiao need not worry too much. Shen Nian is such a prodigy, a primordial unity master under 20 years old. The Shuangguang Cave would not dare to act against him unless they had lost their minds, or they would face not only the wrath of the Tianjin sect. At these words, the entire Xiao family fell silent. The second elder showed an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide open. A primordial unity master. Under 20. Is this real? Where did Qing find such an extraordinary senior brother? The father and daughter lying there seemed to have heard some terrifying news, and Xiao Zheng's lips trembled as he fell into complete numbness. Xiao Hui, who resembled a dead dog, moved her fingers, a surge of endless jealousy and resentment rising within her. How is this possible? How could Xiao Qing join the Immortal Sect? What could such a terrifying prodigy see in her? She is just a waste. Xiao Hui will not accept this. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, some elders of the Xiao family knelt down. Clan leader, I was previously deceived by Xiao Zheng and his daughter, did something wrong. I hope the clan leader will show mercy. Clan leader. Wang Yuan saw this scene and understood that the affairs of the Xiao family were nearly settled. The remaining matters would be resolved by Xiao Zhan himself. After he left, Xiao Zhan merely glanced at everyone and coldly said, Come here. At this time it was already afternoon. In the depths of the Yunzhou general's mansion, within that same villa, in the pavilion, Xia Yue calmly poured tea, then pushed the filled cup towards the white-clad man opposite her, her movements clearly a bit awkward. Shen Nian lowered his gaze to drink tea, remaining silent as he waited for the other to speak. I invited young Master Shen here because our Yunzhou Demon Suppression Department has a request, and the reward after its completion will surely satisfy you, Shen brother. Xia Yue spoke softly. What is it? Shen Nian casually replied, putting down his teacup. If it were anyone else, Shen Nian would not have bothered to change locations for a chat, but after all, she was the destined female protagonist. He still needed to recruit her under his wing, so it was only normal to give her some face. Of course, Shen Nian's cold and proud personality meant he would never take the initiative to suggest that she join the Ninth Mountain. If it truly was not meant to be, then so be it. Enter the Yu Mountain, slay the Songlong ancestor, and resolve the crisis in Yunzhou. Slay the venerable Songlong wolf. How intriguing. His target aligns precisely with mine. After verifying his strength at the Huang family estate, his resolve shifted. Why wait for the venerable Canglong wolf to arrive in Yunzhou fully armed and prepared? Could he not strike first, catch them utterly off guard? There was no need to linger in passive anticipation. Each time, he beheld that fading aura of destiny. Indignation flared within him. Moreover, this was the Canglong wolf's den. Surely it concealed spirit stones, arcane treasures, and other priceless secrets. Before we proceed, I must inform you, Master Shen, the Yu Mountains are no longer ruled by the venerable Canglong wolf alone. In truth, 3 great demons now dwell there, each standing at the threshold of nascent soul cultivation, not golden core. Xia Yue spoke with serene clarity. She held genuine regard for Shen Nian, not only for his deeds, but also for his affiliation with the Heavenly Sword Sect, and thus had no intention of deceiving him. Though she suspected his physical body might be extraordinarily formidable, perhaps already at the early stage of primordial unity grandmaster, she knew well that the Yu Mountains harbored 3 such threshold nascent soul demons, whose corporeal might rivaled even that of a primordial unity grandmaster. That very knowledge explained her prolonged restraint, for she bore a far more urgent mission in Yunzhou, one that demanded passage through the Yu Mountains. The Xianguang Cave sect could dispatch envoys at any moment, and the Huang family patriarch was already en route. This matter required immediate action. Delay risked forfeiting even the right to enter once the 3 sects learned of it. Should Shen Nian decline, she would understand without reproach. She would simply press forward alone as she had done for many years. Shen Nian's expression flickered with mild surprise. It seems the Demon Suppression Bureau is not entirely idle. Their intelligence network proves surprisingly competent. Xia Yue observed Shen Nian's reaction, then added thoughtfully, I am well aware of the peril involved. Should this demon slaying succeed, your reward shall exceed expectation, and your sole duty would be to divert their attention. She possessed means to overcome the 3 threshold nascent soul demons, but required time. With Shen Nian's aid, her odds of victory would rise dramatically. At her words, Shen Nian offered a faint knowing smile, as if gently chided. So she had concealed her true strength last night. Indeed, possessing that immortal realm boon, how could the Xianguang cave cultivators possibly withstand her? Could a destined heroine truly bear that title without transcending her realm to slay foes beyond? In the next breath, Shen Nian replied obliquely, even if the Xianguang cave remains inert, does Great Xia not possess primordial unity grandmasters? A single one could effortlessly resolve Yunzhou's crisis. Why seek no aid? He had dwelled upon 9th Mountain for years, descending only once or twice, always returning before day's end. Isolated and rarely trodden, the mountain offered little insight into Great Xia's broader affairs. From her tone, it seemed a single grandmaster could assuredly eliminate these demons. So why not call up? It is not so simple. Xia Yue shook her head. For generations, Great Xia has waged war against the demonic clans. Every primordial unity grandmaster's vulnerabilities, specialties, and whereabouts have long been catalogued by the demons. Should even one depart, the celestial demon cavern would learn of it instantly, and dispatch a far mightier demon sovereign in retaliation. Then the battle for Yunzhou would spiral into unfathomable complexity. As she spoke, Xia Yue clenched her fist unconsciously, her heart brimming with cold, unyielding fury. The demonic clans were no mere rabble of brute force. Among them dwelled intellects terrifyingly sharp, some rivaling even the human race's sage of celestial calculations. It was that very seer who foresaw her innate sovereign fate, and ordered a demon emperor to extract her sovereign bone. On that same day, her beloved younger brother perished. And now, a frosty glint sharpened Xia Yue's brow as she continued, over the past 2 years, demonic plagues have surged violently across the 9 provinces. Demon kings bearing the bloodlines of ancient ferocious beasts have emerged, especially in Lei and Feng provinces, where primordial unity grandmasters suffered catastrophic losses. Lei province, Feng province, and Yunzhou fall under joint guardianship of the Xianguang cave. Yet these vermin treat Great Xia's grandmasters as expendable pawns, while they reap the spoils from afar. The imperial court of Great Xia has long known this truth, yet remains powerless, dependent as it is on those very grandmasters to hold back demon sovereigns. Were there but a single sovereign cultivator who had ascended to the white jade capital, how could they endure such humiliation? At this, Xia Yue's thoughts drifted to familiar faces fallen on distant battlefields, her gaze once icy now shadowed with quiet sorrow. If only her cultivation could accelerate further, then Great Xia would not suffer such contempt. Having heard her explanation, Shen Nian fell into deep contemplation. He knew well of the celestial demon cavern, the true stronghold of the demonic race entrenched in the southern deserts of this continent, guarded by demon sovereigns and demon emperors, their numbers dwarfing humanity's manyfold. Should those demon emperors cross over, humanity's current strength would stand no chance. Yet elders had whispered in his youth that, for reasons unknown, they remained temporarily unwilling to do so. This restraint applied solely to the demon emperors. Their underlings, the demon emperors and demon kings, frequently surfaced, especially those infused with the bloodlines of primordial beasts. Unknown, only human cultivators of peerless talent within the same realm could hope to prevail. The Xinguang Cave. Shen Nian murmured inwardly. He had never held them in esteem and indeed felt a quiet aversion toward them. Then let us discuss remuneration. Slaying that Songlong wolf demon was inevitable. Now an ally had appeared, and with reward besides. A windfall freely given. Why refuse? Xia Yue nodded. Should Master Shen assist the Yunzhou Demon Suppression Bureau in eradicating that Songlong wolf threat, you may freely claim spirit stones and pills from our reserves. And I shall even petition beyond precedent for your access to the Dragon Transformation Pool within the Great Xia Martial Temple. The Dragon Transformation Pool, the exclusive sanctum of the Great Xia Martial Temple, was accessed not reserved solely for its Demon Suppression Bureau members. Shen Nian immediately recalled her identity, Princess Imperial of Great Xia. Such authority was entirely fitting. This piqued his genuine interest. The pool refined the physical vessel. Perhaps it might even elevate his chaotic immortal body refinement art. This bargain promised extraordinary gain. Shen Nian rose slowly and said softly, then let us depart. Now, Xia Yue blinked. Though urgency was undeniable, surely some preparation was warranted. Why delay? As you yourself stated, these demons are no fools. Since the Sparrow Demon fell to my blade, they have surely reconfigured their defenses. Striking swiftly while they remain unprepared is the wiser course. Shen Nian stood with hands clasped behind his back, voice calm and unwavering. Hearing this, Xia Yue acknowledged its wisdom and rose to join him. Even as the two departed Yunzhou. Beyond Yunzhou's borders within the Yu Mountains, a colossal edifice loomed, its aura thick with demonic energy. Thousands of wolf demons knelt across the land, gazing with reverent awe toward the structure's heart. Deep within the palace, 9 grotesque monstrous figures stood rigidly along both sides of the grand hall, radiating tyrannical demonic power, their strength rivaling that of golden core cultivators. Upon the throne sat an elder clad in coarse hemp robes, yet his neck bore the snarling visage of a wolf, his brows and beard snow white, the venerable Songlong wolf himself. Young Master Yun Tian is dead, slain by sword intent. Among Heavenly Sword Sect cultivators near Yunzhou capable of such a feat, only Lin Qingyue, chief disciple of Second Mountain, fits the mark. Venerable ancestor, shall we seize her first? Beneath the throne, a young wolf demon dressed in a purple robe respectfully reported, a hint of a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression fervent. On the throne, the elder of the Kang wolf merely glanced at him with indifference, causing the young wolf demon to tremble all over. Put away those thoughts of yours. Yes, elder. The young wolf demon bowed his head in respectful acknowledgement. There was a hint of disdain in the elder's ancient wolf gaze. If it weren't for the fact that this wolf demon was the most talented among his descendants, he might have already devoured him. To capture the second peak's top disciple, he did not wish to provoke the mad sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect right now. What if a mountain lord of transformation came? Who could withstand that? His goal was to quietly slaughter a city in Yunzhou, conveniently devour a few prodigies, and then break through to the nascent soul stage in one go. After all, his lifespan was limited. He could not afford to wait any longer or make any mistakes. After a while, the elder of the Kang wolf slowly spoke. Has the message been sent back to the Heavenly Demon Cave? Yes, elder. It has been sent back, he replied. Whom the Tiger Lord and the Bull Lord have already set off, right? Yes, elder. The elder of the Kang wolf nodded. After the death of Yun Tian, his original plan had changed. The 3 old demons had decided to act separately, which also aligned with the elder's wishes, allowing them to draw more fire, while he could indulge himself in some human flesh. Then notify them. After a short while you will head to Yunzhou to avenge my nephew. Upon hearing this, the young wolf demon performed a bow and left, preparing to notify the 3,000 wolves outside to invade Yunzhou. After his departure, the elder of the Kang wolf slowly rose, his body slightly hunched, resembling a true old man. Nephew, if you had not died, my sister's husband would never have come to Yunzhou to assist me. It is only to blame my insufficient lifespan. A trace of sorrow flashed in the elder's eyes. The death of the Yun Tian Sparrow Demon had always been a part of his plan. The only unexpected factor was that it had happened so quickly. According to his calculations, it would take at least 3 days for the Demon Suppression Division to uncover the Huang family's affairs. Even if those human beings could endure, they would never be able to witness demons devouring humans right under their noses. He understood this too well, so Yun Tian was destined to die at the ancient temple. However, plans can never keep up with changes. He intended to act the day after tomorrow, but it seems that heaven is helping him. He had long anticipated that after slaughtering Yunzhou, the enraged humans would pursue him. He did not believe that the Bull Lord and Tiger Lord would truly risk their lives to protect him. Moreover, humans are cunning. Who knows if there are any true nascent soul experts stationed nearby Yunzhou. For safety's sake, he still needed to call upon his powerful brother-in-law. It was certain that Yun Tian would die at the hands of the Yunzhou cultivators. As for whether he could predict what would happen next, that was irrelevant. By that time, the elder of the Kang Wolf would have reached the nascent soul stage and could enter the heavenly demon cave to worship under the demon emperor. His brother-in-law would not dare to act recklessly. As for who had killed the Yun Tian sparrow demon, it was of no importance. He had been to the ancient temple and clearly fought for quite some time. The opponent's strength could at most be at the late golden core stage, and the elder of the Kang Wolf would not take it seriously at all. The nascent soul. How wonderful it is to be alive. The elder of the Kang Wolf revealed a glint of greed, stepping out of the hall and disappearing outside, followed by the 9 golden core great demons. Meanwhile, in a tranquil forest thousands of miles away, night enveloped the surroundings. Ding. Due to your influence, the destined female protagonist Xiao Qing'er immediately consumed a cultivation pill upon returning to her clan and entered closed-door cultivation to strive for foundation establishment, successfully condensing a perfect foundation establishment Dao platform. Reward 100 points of preaching value. Something's off. Shen Nian stood on a branch frowning as he cautiously looked ahead, his mind continuously simulating the thunder step technique. Logically speaking, there were quite a few demons in the Yushan, yet after 2 whole hours he had not encountered a single one. This was somewhat abnormal. In the first year you have transcended the nascent soul level body technique. For someone who has experienced the void return technique, this difficulty is negligible. Within just a year you have comprehended its essence. In the second year you understood the heavenly thunder and successfully entered the thunder step technique. In the 10th year your speed increased, significantly grasping the key points of each step, like thunder, achieving minor success in the thunder step. In the 20th year, you can now condense 9 thunder shadows, your speed ranking among the top, even in the nascent soul stage, while golden core cultivators cannot even catch your afterimages, achieving great success in the thunder step. In the 50th year the thunder step is perfected. After spending 50 years to make up for his shortcomings, Shen Nian felt it was worth it. This was also his capital to remain calm in the face of current abnormalities. If any unforeseen events truly occurred, could he not run away if he couldn't fight? Behind him, Xia Yue also noticed this, her expression becoming somewhat solemn. According to the information she had received, the 3 major demon clans near Yunzhou, the Tiger Lord, Bull Lord, and Elder of the Kang Wolf, had been gathering here continuously, yet there were no signs of demons in the Yushan. How could it be that not a single one was visible? Could it be that they learned of their plans to launch a sneak attack? Did they also know of Shen Nian's existence? No. Absolutely impossible. Oh, it had only been a short while, and she had already sealed off the news from Yunzhou. Even if the demons wished to know, it would be impossible to do so quickly. The next moment, a rumbling sound echoed. The entire ground shook and demonic energy surged into the sky. What is this? Xia Yue was momentarily stunned, only to see countless trees collapsing in front of her. In the blink of an eye, a wolf demon appeared, its eyes red with excitement, rushing towards her, followed by hundreds and thousands. The Kang Wolf clan has come out in full force. This direction is Yunzhou. Xia Yue immediately connected the dots, and a blue spear suddenly appeared in her hand, her eyes filled with killing intent as she dashed forward. The elder of the Kang Wolf intended to slaughter the city. She absolutely could not allow these wolf demons to pass, caring not for her exposure. Xia Yue entered the battlefield of the wolf demons simultaneously, sending a message to the Demon Suppression Division while madly slaying demons. She resembled a female war goddess, unstoppable in her path. Within the wolf pack, no one could. The Kang Wolf demon horde was momentarily halted by her onslaught. Behind the wolves, human-shaped wolf demons emerged, all at the foundation establishment stage, followed by those at the golden core stage. And among them was that young wolf demon in the purple robe. Demon Suppression Division. The young wolf demon was first taken aback. How could the humans know about this grand scheme? Was there a trap? But the next moment he looked around and saw that there was only this woman alone, and he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ha ha ha, just you alone. The young wolf demon's expression instantly shifted to mockery, licking his lips. It seemed this woman had stumbled upon them by coincidence. If he had encountered this female cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage, he would have fled without hesitation. But now he was amidst an army of wolf demons, and he was in the rear with 9 great demons protecting him. This female cultivator was simply unable to pose a threat to him. Moreover, the elder was right behind him. So, he would not hold back. I will kill this woman for me, devour her flesh and blood. The young wolf demon screamed madly. The wolf pack surged forward as if crazed, surrounding Xia Yuyue, leaving her no chance of escape. However, the wolf demons had underestimated Xia Yuyue's strength. She remained calm, her spear moving like a dragon's spiritual power, erupting, revealing the dragon intercepting technique. Roar! A massive ice dragon emerged, causing the temperature of the air to drop significantly. The dragon's roar echoed through the skies, and as the ice dragon spiraled its massive body towards the demon horde, within a single encounter hundreds of wolf demons perished, including many at the Foundation establishment stage, while those at the Golden Core stage spat blood and retreated. A human prodigy. You are the newly appointed inspector of the Daxia. The young wolf demon immediately recognized her identity, but felt no fear. Instead, he became even more excited. The Heavenly Demon Cave had released a bounty list a few days ago. Xia Yuyue was among them, though not ranked at the top. However, the rewards were terrifyingly high. Not to mention him, even his elder would probably go crazy. Yet before he could issue another command, his pupils suddenly constricted as a flash of lightning flickered, and his head was already severed. The young wolf demon never discovered who killed him, nor did he know when the assailant appeared. Shen Nian stood above the wolf demon, lightning flickering beneath his feet, a large wolf head held calmly in his hand. This scene instantly captured the attention of all the wolf demons, leaving them in a daze. Even Xia Yuyue was bewildered. When did he pass by? In the next moment, the young man in white expertly extracted the wolf demon's demon core and placed it into his storage bag, casually tossing aside the wolf head as if it were garbage, then turning his gaze toward the 9 major demons, his eyes glinting like a hunter observing his prey. The 9 Golden Core demons were instantly enraged at this sight, and their hearts were filled with panic. The one who died was a prodigy of their clan, deeply favored by their ancestor. This time their ancestor had almost given all his power to him, yet he had disappeared right after stepping out of the door. If they did not provide an explanation, they would face the ancestor's wrath when he arrived. The human race is so arrogant. Die. Boom. The aura of the 9 Golden Core wolf demons filled the entire forest, the terrifying waves creating ripples in the air. Though they were filled with fury, they were not foolish. The opponent's methods were too bizarre. Despite being mere Golden Core cultivators, they could make an educated guess. This young man in white must be another prodigy of the human race. His strength certainly could not be compared with an ordinary Golden Core, and they did not truly wish to fight to the death. They only wanted to buy a bit more time. Once their ancestor arrived, no matter how terrifying he was, he would stir up no waves. Yet they underestimated this young human far too much. As fear began to show in the pupils of the 9 wolf demons, it was already too late. Their bodies were separated from their heads. Crack! The thunder roared as a brilliant bolt of lightning illuminated the night, resembling a dragon of thunder with its fangs bared. When the lightning dissipated, the bodies of the 9 Golden Core demons softened and fell from the sky, merely a breath having passed. So fast. Below, Xia Yuyue was astonished. This time she finally managed to catch a glimpse of Shen Nian in action, but with her strength, she could only see a fleeting shadow of lightning. Wait. This movement technique. Is it the thunder step? Xia Yuyue's pupils narrowed sharply. Years ago she had also attempted to practice this movement technique, but had spent months without success. Even she, known for her outstanding comprehension, had chosen to give it up temporarily. But now a person of her age was exhibiting it. The Thunder Step is one of the most precious techniques of the Daxia Demon Suppression Division. In Yunzhou, only one person had accumulated enough merit to exchange for it, and that was General Chen Gang. She quickly deduced that Shen Nian must have obtained this technique after killing Chen Gang. She had not mentioned it before as she still had some pride. But how did he cultivate it? This is a movement technique of the nascent soul level, and he is only at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, this is clearly at the perfection level. Did he perhaps practice the Thunder Step before? If that is the case, how could he devote himself entirely to body refinement? Xia Yuyue was shocked for the first time by someone of her age. She could hardly imagine how at such a young age he had honed his physique to the level of a primordial master and even refined a nascent soul technique to perfection. Amidst her astonishment, the pack of wolf demons ceased their assault on her, all glancing up at the figure in white in the sky, their eyes filled with fear. The inherently fierce wolf demons actually began to retreat. Suddenly, a feeling of suffocation enveloped the area. Xia Yu's gaze was cold as she stared at the old wolf slowly walking out. The green jade bottle in her dantian began to emanate purple qi and her aura shifted from rapid to calm. She needed to focus entirely on this killing move. All below the nascent soul can be slain. However, this killing move has one flaw: it requires a long adjustment time and cannot be distracted. Shen Nian, he is the Zonglong ancestor. Hold him off while I deliver the fatal blow. Xia Yue quickly transmitted her voice. Although the situation was sudden, thankfully only one had appeared. They needed to resolve this quickly. If the Tiger Lord and Bull Lord appeared with the entire demon pack, they would be doomed. However, Xia Yue felt somewhat reassured that Shen Nian could hold him off, though relying solely on the Thunder Step, he could remain undefeated. In midair, hearing Xia Yue's voice transmission, Shen Nian showed no signs of panic. After collecting the demon cores of the 9 golden core wolf demons, he turned to look. Xia Yue was left speechless. Were you really that eager? The Zonglong ancestor was still. The stooped figure of the Zonglong ancestor walked over, lifting his gaze to the young man in white in the sky. After a moment of silence he spoke, a primordial master. A master so young, truly unheard of. Are you a disciple of the Three-Valley Master from the Sunset Valley, known as the Indestructible Diamond? Whoosh! A bolt of lightning streaked past. The Zonglong ancestor's expression changed, reflecting a massive fist in his eyes. His body instantly swelled, his gray robe bursting apart, and 4 demon talismans appeared on his limbs. Boom! A punch missed, crashing into the woods behind the Zonglong ancestor, creating a massive passage that extended for over 1,000 meters. One can only imagine how terrifying this punch would be if it had struck flesh. This young master seems rather. The Zonglong ancestor's massive wolf eyes burned with raging fury, his body towering over 10 feet, his explosive muscles covered in jet black fur, as hard as steel. Had it not been for the white fur around his mouth and eyes, no one would dare believe this was a wolf demon nearing the end of its lifespan. From afar, Xia Yu's expression grew serious upon seeing the demon talismans being activated. The Zonglong ancestor was indeed linked to the Heavenly Demon Cave. In general, demons that enjoy slaughtering commoners are either rogue demons or part of a clan without a significant power. Their strengths vary, and the strongest among them are merely at the peak of Golden Core, which is why the Demon Suppression Division can manage them. However, once linked to the Heavenly Demon Cave, it is an entirely different matter. The demons within possess affiliations just like human cultivators, and among them, there are those capable of crafting magical artifacts, talismans, and pills, such as the Qingxiu Fox clan. Their physical bodies and bloodlines are already far superior to those of human cultivators at the same level, along with even more precious resources. At times, Xia Yue wondered if this world was created solely for the demon race, and humans are merely their prey. Shen Nian's expression reflected this as he looked at the Zonglong ancestor, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. If he could slay him, his fate would be renewed and his destiny could be changed. Seeing the look in his eyes, the Zonglong ancestor coldly said, "Do you really think that by becoming a master and mastering movement techniques, you can be invincible?" In the next instant, 9 bolts of lightning appeared, accompanied by a disdainful voice. "You talk too much nonsense." The Zonglong ancestor bared his teeth, unleashing crimson demonic power, filled with the scent of corpses and blood, enough to confuse the minds of those with lower realms. In an instant, the Zonglong ancestor moved. His speed was equally swift, directly confronting Shen Nian. Neither of them utilized any techniques. They chose to rely on their raw physical strength. The Zonglong ancestor knew that his opponent was a body cultivator, but body cultivators come in various tiers. He did not believe that someone so young could have tempered his body to be stronger than his own nascent soul form. Seeing this, Xia Yue gritted her teeth. "Damn it. I only asked you to hold him off. The Kangling's body has already been tempered to a significant degree, otherwise how could it be at the half-step nascent soul stage? Even a primordial master must be cautious when facing him. What are you doing?" Just as she was about to act, a foundation-building wolf demon in the nearby pack suddenly howled, and the pack immediately charged at her. But in the next second, the sky erupted with a thunderous sound. Fist against fist, Shen Nian's hand bore a starlight divine mark. He unleashed the full power of the chaos indestructible body, with only one thought in his mind: to swiftly slay this old wolf. Bang! Blood spurted forth, transforming into a rain of blood, as a massive wolf paw shattered. The Zonglong ancestor looked incredulously at his empty right arm, momentarily lost in thought. How is it possible that the formidable physique of my demon beast clan cannot withstand even a single punch from him? What kind of primordial master is this? Mid-tier realm? Or is it a high realm? So young. The old ancestor of the Zong wolf found it hard to believe, but the intense pain radiating from his right arm instantly brought him back to reality. as another punch of dazzling silver light surged toward him, leaving no time for him to react. At that moment, the old ancestor of the Tsang wolf displayed unprecedented seriousness, no longer possessing even a hint of his previous nonchalance. I didn't expect such a prodigy to emerge from the great Xia. Fortunately, I still have some savings after all these years. As his words fell, an ancient talisman imbued with demonic energy burst forth. This talisman rose up before him, quickly transforming into black runes, ultimately forming a pitch-black demon cauldron that hovered in midair, resembling a black sun. The demon cauldron had 4 claw-like 3 legs adorned with 4 protruding twin wings, and in the center was carved the image of a 3-headed ferocious beast of unknown origin, which sent shivers down one's spine just from a glance. Killing you will be enough to recoup my losses. The old ancestor of the Tsang wolf muttered with a pained expression while recovering from his injuries, casting a resentful glance at Shen Nian. This talisman was inscribed by the demon emperor of the 3-headed bird clan from the hell of the heavenly demons, a gift given to him by his brother-in-law when his sister married into the clan. He would not have used it unless it was absolutely necessary. It's fine. As long as I kill him, this physical body of his might allow me to take that final step toward becoming a nascent soul. It won't be a loss at all. The old ancestor of the Tsang wolf thought this way, feeling somewhat reassured. He truly dared not be reckless anymore. This human youth's physique was too terrifying, and his speed was astonishing. Moreover, the opponent had yet to use any divine abilities, suggesting he had more trump cards. Boom. A strange bell-like sound reverberated through the sky, clashing with Shen Nian's dazzling punch. Bang! The ground cracked and chaos ensued around the two as countless wolf demons were caught off guard, transforming into blood mist, forcing Xia Yue to retreat repeatedly. What a terrifying demon talisman. What is this old wolf's background? Shen Nian. Xia Yue gritted her silver teeth, tightly gripping her spear, gazing intently at the demon bell formed by the talisman. She truly did not expect that this old wolf had so many tricks up his sleeve, possessing such a powerful demon talisman. That terrifying aura could likely overpower even someone at the early nascent soul stage. Had she recklessly come here earlier, she would have likely faced a life-or-death situation, not to mention the other 2 great demons. Moreover, the killing move she was brewing within her was still incomplete. She never expected Shen Nian would force the old ancestor of the Tsang wolf to reveal his trump card so quickly. This battle was unfolding too rapidly. Forget it, I can't just sit idly by and watch him fight alone. A resolute glimmer flashed in Xia Yu's beautiful eyes as her spear erupted with astonishing momentum, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically, with faint ice flowers falling. However, at that moment, Xia Yu's expression froze in midair. After Shen Nian's punch struck the demon cauldron, he immediately extended his long hand. His pupils already turned silver, and his black hair danced wildly. His fingers tightly gripped the protruding wings of the demon cauldron, which shook and struggled violently, but that hand seemed to possess infinite magical power, ultimately stabilizing it. Finally, Shen Nian directly stored the demon cauldron into his storage bag, swallowed a cultivation-enhancing pill, and heavily exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, his body surface had already developed some cracks, but they were rapidly healing at a visible rate. The entry-level Chaos Immortal Body nearly couldn't withstand this demon cauldron. It seems to be quite a valuable object. It is worth the effort to secure it. The old ancestor of the Tsang wolf, witnessing this scene, completely broke down. Monster. High Realm Primordial Master. The old ancestor of the Tsang wolf couldn't help but curse, then turned to flee, having no intention of fighting. He had withstood the demon talisman inscribed by the demon emperor. Even among the primordial masters, this youth was among the top tier. Still playing ball. Run. The only thought in the old ancestor of the Tsang wolf's mind at this moment was to escape, utterly terrified. However, Shen Nian merely glanced sideways, having restored a significant amount of spiritual power. Lightning reappeared beneath his feet, and with a bang he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, it was already in front of the old ancestor of the Tsang wolf. Then his figure surged. That solid arm pressed directly onto the wolf head of the old ancestor, causing Shen Nian to raise an eyebrow. The giant wolf, as large as a small mountain, was instantly pinned to the ground under the terrifying force. A glimmer of fear appeared in the old ancestor's eyes as he tried to say something, but was struck in the face by a punch. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and the massive wolf body instantly slumped, its empty neck only containing a pitch-black blood hole. Shen Nian directly reached in, retrieving a demon core, or rather a demon infant, as this demon core had already grown limbs, and then tossed it into his storage bag. At this moment, the entire Yu mountain fell silent. The remaining wolf demons stood trembling in place, their wolf eyes filled with fear as they gazed at the young man in white. In Yunzhou, they had never seen such a terrifying human. Xia Yuyue was also stunned. It was the first time she felt such a sense of oppression from someone of her age. I thought he was just at the initial stage of the primordial master, but I didn't expect him to be at a high realm. How on earth did he achieve such a body refinement speed? Can humans really be this fast? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Xia Yuyue would never have believed that such a young high-realm primordial master existed in the Great Xia. Such a figure could be considered among the top prodigies, even in Dongxian. Is it because of the 9th mountain master? Thinking of this, Xia Yuyue couldn't help but feel an impulse to join the 9th mountain. She only wanted to become stronger so that the Great Xia would no longer suffer humiliation from the Shuangguang cave and then take revenge. Over the years, many sects have extended olive branches to her, but she had rejected them all. In her opinion, with the heaven-controlling bottle, she didn't need any guidance, as she could walk the path of invincibility on her own. But now, after seeing Shen Nian, she felt somewhat shaken. After storing the demon infant the next second, Shen Nian directly opened his attributes panel. What concerned him most was not these things, but his fate. Name: Shen Nian, identity: chief of the 9th mountain of Tianjian Mountain, ancient clan, Shen, hidden age 19, realm late, golden core, cultivation, method Taiangshuan heart, sutra minor, completion nascent soul, divine abilities, Taiangshuan sword technique, completed golden core, thunder movement 9 steps, completed nascent soul, great sun, slaying demon sword technique, rare entry, return to void chaos, immortal body, refinement method, rare entry, harmonization talent, immortal. Qualification gold, fate: Qi has run out, important life events. 3 days later, the Great Song Wolf Demon will appear in the Great Xia Yunzhou City, slaughtering countless commoners. You are ordered to go to the Great Xia Yunzhou City to slay demons, intending to obtain the demon core of the Great Song Wolf to help yourself completely step into the golden core stage. However, as fate would have it, the Great Song Wolf is well prepared, having already arranged 2 half-step, nascent soul great demons. Morio? It hasn't changed. It seems I must kill them all. Shen Nian thought this way. Suddenly stunned, his figure erupted, transforming into a bolt of lightning and disappearing from the spot. Almost forgot. Yunzhou. If the Song Wolf is moving tonight, then the other 2 should be as well. And now no one in Yunzhou can stop a half-step nascent soul great demon. Among the 13 cities of Yunzhou, with a population exceeding 10 million, the capital city stands unrivaled in prosperity. At this moment, within Dong Street of the capital lies the Xiao family residence. Qing'er has grown even more diligent than before. Xiao Zhan stood outside a guest chamber. Though his injuries had not yet fully healed, aid from the demon suppression office had greatly strengthened him, so much so that he could now stand unaided. He well understood why the demon suppression office would bestow such precious medicine upon him. It was all for the sake of his daughter. After resolving the Xiao family affair, Xiao Qing'er exchanged barely a few words with him before immediately retreating here to enter seclusion and cultivate. Xiao Zhan too knew precisely why she pushed herself so relentlessly. The Huang family, the Shuangguang cave, and that 3-year covenant were immense pressures bearing down upon her. Yet cultivation cannot be rushed. To restore one's cultivation in such a short span is already extraordinary. How could one possibly hope to surge forward and achieve foundation establishment in one breath? Just as this thought crossed Xiao Zhan's mind, astonishment seized him. A palpable foundation establishment aura radiated from the chamber, spiritual energy coalescing as if made tangible. Inside the room, Xiao Qing'er sat cross-legged upon the bed, her body enveloped in scorching spiritual energy. A blazing flame-shaped divine mark shimmered faintly upon her brow. Within her, all 300 acupoints flared open, brimming with qi, which then flowed like mountain streams toward her dantian, converging there to form her spiritual sea. And at its heart stood a flawless spirit foundation, unmarred by a single fissure, pristine and perfect. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through her, dozens of times denser than that of Qi Condensation, Xiao Qing'er trembled with exhilaration, her tightly closed eyes lifting slightly. I succeeded. A radiant smile bloomed across Xiao Qing'er's face, her beautiful eyes alight with profound wonder. She had succeeded. Foundation establishment, the realm she once only dared dream of, was now hers. And not merely any foundation establishment. It was the perfect foundation as proclaimed by the Divine Empress of Flame herself. Xiao Qing'er could scarcely believe it. She had truly accomplished the impossible, and upon her exquisite face bloomed a quiet, newfound confidence. I will fulfill senior brother's request. There remains but one day. Clenching her delicate fist, Xiao Qing'er's gaze hardened with resolve. Even a perfect foundation offers scant chance of slaying a golden core cultivator across realms, especially one at the early stage. Do not let overconfidence cloud your judgment. The Divine Empress of Flame, perceiving Xiao Qingyur's thoughts, spoke slowly, golden eyes still tinged with lingering astonishment. This girl truly fears no death. To break through successive realms in such a brief span already strains the foundations. Attempting a perfect foundation risks annihilation. Even I cannot estimate the odds. Success hinges entirely on fate. Yet somehow she endured and forged a perfect foundation. Truly inconceivable. Has that young man, after mere days of acquaintance, imposed such crushing pressure? The Divine Empress mused inwardly, suddenly convinced that Xiao Qingyur's discipleship under Shen Nian was an extraordinary blessing. At least previously, though diligent, she had never staked her life so recklessly. Such meteoric advancement left even her awestruck. Yet with mere nascent foundation establishment strength, even enhanced by her sacred physique, slaying a golden core demonic cultivator remains improbable. Let alone one of the weakest, those who attained golden core by devouring human cultivators. Moreover, the girl's current techniques are woefully inadequate, while the arts I command lie utterly beyond her reach. Hearing the Divine Empress's words, Xiao Qingyur offered a wry smile and replied, I understand. Still, even the slimmest possibility is preferable to none at all. Having glimpsed true peaks, how could one dare grow arrogant over such modest breakthroughs? She still had so far to go. Good, you comprehend. The Divine Empress nodded with quiet satisfaction, then paused thoughtfully before adding, should you advance further to mid-stage foundation establishment and master a golden courtier technique, your chances would rise significantly. Of course, this was merely spoken in passing. Accomplishing both within a day and a half borders on impossibility. All her foundation-nourishing pills were exhausted. Her sacred physique had fully assimilated the blood essence of a Phoenix clan descendant. Now she stood utterly bereft. Xiao Qingyur gave a slight nod, her luminous eyes thoughtful. Techniques. Indeed, she had overlooked them. If she survived this ordeal, she would certainly visit the scripture pavilion to select several. At that very instant, the Divine Empress's brows lifted sharply, and Xiao Qingyur, sensing the shift, turned her gaze toward the door. So much demonic energy. Demons are attacking. Gazing upon the oppressive tide of demonic energy darkening the night sky, Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave and unyielding. Meanwhile, inside the demon suppression office, Wang Yuan was preparing to retire when something stirred within him. He closed his eyes, gripped his great saber tightly, and unleashed a torrent of killing intent, his figure blurring into a streak of crimson light as he shot forth. Sound the war drums. All demon suppression forces immediately converge upon the city gates. A thunderous cry echoed through the General Command Hall, prompting every remaining demon suppression marshal to spring into motion. Outside Yinyang City, though night had fallen, commoners continued streaming into the city from beyond its walls. Yunzhou City enforced no curfew. For two reasons. First, as the capital of Yunzhou, it was deemed the safest place in the region. Demons rarely dared stir trouble here. Second, nighttime was when many citizens earned their livelihoods. Upon Green Mountain, barely 1,000 paces away, a towering figure stood with arms clasped behind his back, a fearsome tiger-headed demon speaking in human tongue, exuding overwhelming majesty. Ha! That old wolf Tsong Lang acts with such timidity. No wonder his lifespan has run dry. A mere inspection envoy. If he dares not lead the charge, I shall. What remarkable figures could a petty place like Yunzhou possibly harbor? Beside him, an 8-tang-tall ox demon sneered faintly. That old fool truly thinks us fools dividing our forces to slaughter cities is nothing but a ploy to draw fire away from him. Brother Tiger, let us join forces and storm Yunzhou's capital. First devour cultivators, ascend to nascent soul, then double-cross that old wolf. This ancient ox demon was none other than Niu Jun, the ox sovereign, one of Yunzhou's 3 great demons. His words rang true enough. Yet inwardly, he had already resolved to devour the cultivators himself. Once inside, Yunzhou's survival would hinge solely on fortune. Tiger's sovereign grinned widely, turning his gaze upon the ox demon, greed blazing unmasked in his eyes. Agreed. Then it is settled. Once I ascend to nascent soul and devour you, I shall instantly break through to midstage nascent soul. That is the true ambition of Tiger's sovereign. In the next instant, 3 fierce tigers emerged from the shadows, licking their lips, every inch of their bodies reeking of fresh blood, clearly just returned from feeding. Go forth. Whosoever first claims the head of a demon suppression marshal shall become crown prince of Yunzhou's tiger clan. Tiger sovereign's voice turned icy as he raised a claw, pointing forward. Ruer. Roars shook the mountains and forests. Nearby, the Oxtamin horde trembled, their legs weakening beneath the primal bloodline-based suppression. 3 young tiger warriors surged forward with blinding speed. Observing them, Nyo Jun beside Tiger's sovereign commanded, "Go. Devour as much as you can. But once you've feasted you must leave Yunzhou immediately." In an instant, hundreds of ox demons charged forth, their demonic energy thickening the skies like a suffocating shroud. "Tiger Sovereign, let me handle the Yunzhou garrison commander. The inspection envoy is yours," Nyo Jun proposed. Nyo Jun spoke calmly. Tiger Sovereign glanced at him, scoffed, and replied, "Humph. Very well." At that very moment, at the city gate, the garrison commander stood stunned, still exchanging hushed remarks about the latest news. "It's true, the Huang family wiped out entirely. Even the elder of Shuangguang Cave fell, both slain by that white-robed youth who entered the city today. Heavens above, how formidable is that white-robed youth! Indeed, I sensed his extraordinariness the moment he passed. I could tell he was no ordinary mortal. His bearing defied imitation." Exactly. In the next second, a soldier's head vanished into a gaping, blood-drenched maw. The spear-wielding commander froze, stunned. In all his years, he had never encountered demons so brazen as to invade Yunzhou outright. But then his pupils contracted sharply. Before him loomed a massive tiger gazing at him with cruel amusement. Around him, screams of terror pierced the air. "Demons attack! Sound the drums!" Meanwhile, in a pawnshop within the city, the shopkeeper toyed with a wooden sword and said, "This sword can only be pawned for 10 taels of silver, nothing more." The young man with a scruffy beard immediately became anxious, saying, "What kind of joke is this? This sword was forged from Thunderstrike wood by the second mountain master of the Tianjian sect, and it's worth only 10 taels. Do you even understand what Thunderstrike wood is? You should know about the Tianjian sect. It's a bona fide immortal sect. I still need to redeem it after my business is done." The shopkeeper, unfazed, pointed at the sword's hilt where the words, "Get lost," were crudely inscribed, and noticing the inappropriateness, he added the words, "Immortal Sword," next to it, obviously not done by the same person. "Huh." The young man sighed, then nodded earnestly. "You don't understand the situation. That old bull has had it out for me for many years. He's deliberately trying to make things difficult for me." "Oh." The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "From your tone, it sounds like you know the second mountain master." "Not just acquaintance. Damn it, I still have to take care of his old age," the young man said with utmost seriousness. All right, I don't have time to chat with you." The shopkeeper waved his hand and said, "Just 10 taels. If I hadn't once dreamed of being a sword immortal and had a particular fondness for swords, I wouldn't even pawn this piece of junk for a single tael. Go ask another shop if you don't believe me." "No more pawning," the young man exclaimed, but then glanced at the empty wine gourd at his waist. "Forget, I can endure. I'm almost at the sect and I can't drink when I get back, so I will have to make do." After Lin Xingyue took 10 taels of silver, she walked directly to a tavern, but just as she was about to enter, her body suddenly shook. Bang! 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 The deafening drum beats resounded as Lin Xingyue looked up to see countless citizens rushing in like locusts, their faces pale, while a formation enveloped the entire Yunzhou city, resembling a layer of moonlight. "Demonic plague," Lin Xingyue said with a smirk. "2 half-step, nascent soul great demons. And so many golden core demonic beasts." Golden runes flickered in her eyes. This was a divine ability that allowed her to observe enemies from 1,000 miles away. "It's none of my business. Yunzhou is guarded by Shuangguang Cave. I'm just passing through." Lin Xingyue said, "I'm injured, and the old bull once said that a gentleman may choose not to save someone. I can at most help you plead for assistance." She sighed. "Why is the Demon Suppression Division going mad? Can't they just stay in the city and wait for Shuangguang Cave's people to arrive? This formation can hold for a few minutes at the very least." The attire of the Tianjian sect, a disciple of my sect. I haven't seen this little sister before. She looks to be in the foundation establishment stage. What is she rushing for with such a thick head at the city gate? Wang Yuan led the demon suppression army, his expression grave as he looked at the dark mass of bull demons and the 3 tiger demons feasting on the city guards' corpses. His killing intent surged, but reason held him back. "Where's the Inspector Lord?" And Lord Shun, an old white-haired general of the demon suppression army, rushed over and asked in a deep voice. Wang Yuan shook his head. He did not know the whereabouts of the Inspector Lord. The white-haired general's expression darkened and his heart sank. After fighting against the 3 clans of great demons for many years, he was all too familiar with the strengths of the Bull King and Tiger King. Half-step nascent soul. How can they hold them off? But the Inspector Lord has already noticed the demonic attack and should return soon. Wang Yuan added he had indeed received a transmission from Xia Yue. However, it seemed the Inspector Lord had encountered the large army of the Tsonglong clan. How long it would take to arrive was still uncertain. Upon hearing this, the demon suppression generals behind him relaxed slightly. Then let's hold the line. The white-haired general grasped his sword firmly, his expression resolute. In the next moment, the three tiger demons launched the first assault on the formation, while behind the horde of demonic beasts, the Tiger King and Bull King watched this scene indifferently. Interesting, it seems neither the Inspector Lord nor the people from Shuangguang Cave are present. The Tiger King revealed a slight smile. Ha ha, truly heavens help, O Bull King, let's strike together and break the formation. The Bull Demon laughed heartily. Good. The two great demons unleashed terrifying demonic energy as a gigantic golden tiger claw struck down, while a pair of sharp bull horns jutted out, both manifestations of their divine abilities. Boom. Yunzhou City trembled as if an earthquake had struck, swaying back and forth, and the moonlight-like membrane began to show cracks. A general of the demon suppression army on the city wall turned pale and said, "Given the current situation, the formation may not hold for long if it breaks the citizens in the city. We simply won't have time to care for so much. This bunch of beasts from Shuangguang Cave took so many resources from our Yunzhou a century ago to help repair the formation, otherwise it could have held much longer." What the demon suppression general said is true. The ancient formation set up by the master of the setting sun has indeed held off nascent soul demon kings before. We can't let this group of demons attack freely any longer. Wang Yuan's expression turned decisive as he coldly spoke, having already made up his mind. The other generals of the demon suppression army said nothing, each drawing their weapons. Out of the city. Engage the enemy. On the road from Ghost Mountain to Yunzhou City, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. The spiritual power is still too lacking. Shen Nian stepped through the void, his breath somewhat hurried, frequently using the 9 steps of thunder, was exhausting his spiritual power. After all, this was not a divine ability that a golden core cultivator could wield. At that moment, ding! Due to the host's order, the destined protagonist Xiao Qing'er, in a desperate struggle to kill the golden core tiger demon, found a sliver of opportunity in a life-and-death situation to awaken a strand of power from her divine body, severely injuring the golden core tiger demon, but herself on the brink of death, saved by Lin Xingyue, the chief of the second mountain. Achievement unlocked. The destined daughter renowned in Yunzhou, regaining the title of Heaven's favored girl, reward 100 points of preaching value. It's already begun. I need to hurry. Shen Nian hesitated as he took out the demon infant, debating whether to abandon his alchemy and directly break through to the nascent soul stage, though at that level his speed would reach an entirely new realm. However, young Master Shen, at this distance I have a way to get to Yunzhou City right away. Xia Yu's voice rang out as she caught up, breathing heavily, her fragrant sweat glistening. With her strength catching up to Shen Nian, who was using the 9 steps of thunder, was only possible due to the blessings of those divine symbols. After seeing Shen Nian disappear, she quickly reacted. After dealing with the remaining wolf demons, she rushed towards Yunzhou. To be honest, she had already thought that if she couldn't catch up with Shen Nian, she would use the talisman to send herself over, as the battle in Yunzhou was likely already underway, and there was no time to waste. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian's figure appeared directly beside Xia Yue without a word. "Let's go." Xia Yue nodded, and in her jade hand there appeared a yellow talisman exuding an ancient aura. Young Master Shen, this talisman was refined by the Valley of the Setting Sun and possesses the ability to open space for teleportation. At this distance, it will perfectly reach outside Yunzhou City, Xia Yue explained. Shen Nian nodded and asked, "What should I do?" "Talisman. That Songlong ancestor also had demon talismans. Of this item seems quite useful. Why should get more of them when I have the chance? Yet why do I seem to have a strong aversion to such things in my memories? Young Master Shen, please hold on to me." Shen Nian slightly nodded, took a step forward, and swiftly bent down to lift the other person up. Xia Yue was very light, if not for the beautiful face visible when looking down and the soft sensation in his palm. Shen Nian would have felt like he was holding air. "Let's go." Xia Yue was at a loss for words, pressed against his chest as an unprecedented feeling surged within her. "Actually, you don't need to hold me like this." However, she wasn't a woman bound by trivialities, and she feigned calmness as she activated a teleportation talisman. In the next moment, whoosh! A gust of fresh wind blew and a dense array of golden runes gathered around the two of them. Shen Nian noticed his feet gradually becoming ethereal, as if he were in a void. It must be the power of space. Shen Nian speculated. While he retained some memories from his childhood, most of them consisted of idle chats with his ancestors, and he couldn't recall much from later on, which he only discovered after breaking through to the golden core. It was as if there was a layer of seal in his mind, but it wasn't particularly strong. Once this matter was settled, he planned to study it slowly after returning to the 9th mountain. As he thought this, his figure was engulfed by golden light and completely vanished from the spot. Outside Yunzhou City, although it was nighttime, the battlefield was still visible under the moonlight. Everywhere lay the corpses of monstrous beasts, and the demon suppression army instantly blasted away by overwhelming power. Kill! Wang Yuan shouted, wielding a large blade against the tiger-toothed beast with his other hand long gone, leaving only a bloody severed arm. Around him, hundreds of deputy generals from the Demon Suppression Division charged into the beast horde, fighting fiercely against the monsters without retreating, among whom were many cultivators from Yunzhou City, including members of the Shao family, such as the previous Third Elder. At that moment, the Third Elder was entangled by several Foundation Establishment bull demons, unable to spare even a moment to speak. Not far away, a white-haired figure with a fierce demeanor was staring ahead, its corpse wielding a large blade that had just slain a golden core bull demon, still gripping it tightly. The remaining generals of the Demon Suppression Division faced off against the golden core monsters. Although they temporarily halted the monsters' assault, the expressions on their faces grew increasingly grave, because the Tiger Lord and the Bull Lord not far away had yet to take action. Find a way to buy him more time. That girl from the Shao family must survive, or we will owe it to Lord Shen. Wang Yuan forced back the snarling tiger-toothed beast with a single strike, while transmitting his voice to the other demon suppression generals. Understood. Several Golden Core generals responded, their momentum surging as they clearly began to fight for their lives. You don't need to tell me. Even if a demon is born in Yunzhou, I will ensure she survives. Right? If a girl in Foundation Establishment dares to kill a Golden Core, what do we have to fear? Kill. In an instant, the battlefield grew even more chaotic, with shouts of slaughter echoing and the scent of blood permeating the air. At this time, inside Yunzhou City, tribe leader, do not be impulsive, you cannot go. Uncle Fu desperately blocked Xiao Zhan, kneeling before him. The young lady said, you cannot go. If you go, all her efforts will be in vain. The young lady will be fine. That prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Sect has intervened. She is still alive. Xiao Zhan's eyes turned red with fury, his fists clenched with veins bulging. But in the end, he could not take that step. He knew that even if he went, it would be of no use. It was impossible to break through the horde of monsters. Injured as he was no better than a Foundation Establishment, which was the same as being useless. Qingya, your father is truly useless. Xiao Zhan's tears flowed freely as he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Uncle Fu, seeing that his tribe leader had calmed down, also looked outside the city, his heart filled with anxiety. Lord Shen, where are you? Outside Yunzhou City. Tisk. Interesting, my second brother was actually brought to such a state by a Foundation Establishment, and it's really hilarious, haha. The tiger demon fighting with Wang Yuan glanced at the large tiger, lying on the ground barely alive, with a mocking expression. Beside the dying tiger-toothed beast stood two figures, one of whom was his father, the Tiger Lord. Huff. Huff. Lin Xinhua was breathing heavily, standing in front of two half-step, nascent soul great demons, her form visibly unsteady, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, yet the sword intent around her still flowed. Am I, Lin the great swordsman, really going to meet my end here today? Damn, I've really gone overboard. Oh, I was right about being unable to become a gentleman's swordsman in this lifetime. It's all those damn beasts from the Shuangguang cave. Where are the guards? Where's the support? Where did they all die? He cursed inwardly, feeling furious at the mention of Shuangguang cave. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. Am I dead? Behind Lin Xinhua, a bloodied girl in white lay on the ground. It was Xiao Qing. At this moment, she was not only gravely injured, but had also activated her divine body powers at a critical moment, almost losing her life. If the female Fire Empress hadn't protected her heart vein, she would have long since been dead. However, what she was most concerned about now was whether that tiger demon was truly dead. This was the only chance the female Fire Empress had mentioned, as she couldn't wait any longer. If the city fell, Yunzhou would descend into hell. You? Which mountain are you from? I've never seen someone so stubborn to dare to kill a golden core at Foundation Establishment. Do you truly have a death wish? Lin Xinhua glanced sideways at the girl behind her, unable to help but scoff, though there was a hint of admiration and shock in her eyes. To ambush a mid-golden core tiger demon while being in the midst of a horde of monsters, and with his father, a half-step nascent soul great demon, watching nearby. This was no small feat. Yet she truly succeeded. Absurd. Had it not been for the critical moment, when this girl unleashed a power far beyond Foundation Establishment, he would have been unable to save her. He was genuinely curious now which mountain of the Heavenly Sword Sect had accepted such a disciple. With this kind of talent and combat power, she could not possibly be an outer disciple. Is it dead? Xiao Qing'er gritted her silver teeth and asked through the pain. Sigh. Lin Xingyue saw her so insistent and glanced at the nearby horde of monsters, then helplessly said, "Just a little more, you still have breath left, it's no different from being dead." This tiger demon had been shattered by this girl's golden core, and under such circumstances in the tiger clan it truly was no different from being dead. But in the next moment, Xiao Qing'er bit her silver teeth attempting to rise only to find she had no spiritual power, left her jade-like hand tightly clenched. "Are you crazy?" Lin Xingyue was taken aback and said, "Don't activate your spiritual power again, or it will harm your foundation, and then you'll be doomed." Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy surged forth and Lin Xingyue's lips twitched. Damn, what was I even thinking? I almost forgot about these two great demons in front of me and was still chatting away. In this situation, who could still survive? "I'm sorry. It's my fault that you're in danger." Xiao Qing'er sensed the overwhelming demonic power approaching, her expression calm. She was unafraid of death but felt guilty towards the person appearing before her. "Nonsense. You joined the sect a few years earlier than me. You're not afraid as a woman. How could I be cowardly? Your Lin senior brother is not a coward." Lin Xingyue's expression shifted, losing all previous levity, revealing a serious look, her eyes filled with the aura of the heavenly profound sword. It was a pity the sword was not present. Otherwise I would fight to take a piece of your skin. The Tiger Lord glanced at the dying tiger demon, his expression indifferent, showing no intention of helping. "From the Heavenly Sword Sect. Or two. I didn't expect such good fortune. Ooh, double happiness." The bull demon laughed, his large eyes revealing a hint of excitement. The word from the Heavenly Demon Cave had been clear. Killing a golden core swordsman from the human race could equate to killing a nascent soul. This could exchange for quite a lot of good things. How could he not be excited? "Tiger Lord, shall we split it?" The bull demon spoke again, but in the next moment he froze, for he noticed a look of seriousness on the Tiger Lord's face and followed his gaze. "Who is he? Why do I feel such pressure from him? The blood on him seems to belong to that old fellow from the Tsang Wolf clan." The Tiger Lord looked increasingly serious at the suddenly appearing youth, not daring to act recklessly. Tianjin Sect. Second Mountain. In an elegantly decorated room, candlelight flickered and a lavish feast lay on the table. After a long period of busyness, Guidu finally returned to his small home. He gazed at everything familiar before him, unable to suppress a sigh. In the blink of an eye 3 years have passed, and this time I was gone the longest. Immediately he shed his usual imposing demeanor as the mountain master kicked off his cloth shoes and squatted down on the wooden chair. Then he carefully took out a book from his storage bag and took a deep breath. "I want to see what this little brat has been looking at in this book every day. Just based on this name I know it's not anything good, yet he dares to boast to me that the Tao methods are contained within. So it's about footwork and hand techniques, huh? Oh, Ancestor, I Guidu am not looking at it for myself, but for my good disciple. I have no choice but to take risks, all to pull him back from the wrong path." After completing his mental preparation, Guidu slowly opened the book titled Dao Men Yen Tan, his expression calm. Then, edge, my, off. It can be like this. This is not appropriate to look at. Yo. At that moment, with a bang, the door of the room was pushed open by a jade-like hand, causing Guidu to shiver all over. "Mountain Master, something has happened to junior brother Qinghua." A plump, middle-aged beauty dressed in a purple long gown entered with a serious expression and clasped her hands. Cough, cough, cough. "Elder Jia." Guidu's complexion was rosy as he calmly closed the book and quietly asked, "Isn't he in Lizhou? Lung Lingshuang is there. Oh, what could happen to him? Darn, why didn't this woman knock? Does she not understand manners?" Though he was cursing internally, his face remained composed. As for Lung Lingshuang, she was the chief disciple of the First Mountain and the pillar of this generation of disciples in Tianjin Sect. Elder Jia directly took out a communication stone, and soon Lin Qingyu's anxious voice came through. "There are monsters causing chaos in Yunzhou. 2 half-step, nascent soul great demons are attacking the city with a horde of demons, and the one guarding Shuangguang Cave has disappeared. Hurry and provide assistance." Guidu raised an eyebrow, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he snorted. "Oomph. Those useless people at Shuangguang Cave send some disciples to Yunzhou to deal with the demon problem. Mountain Master, Elder Jia hesitated as she considered her other tasks. The situation in the 3 regions under the protection of Tianjin Sect was becoming increasingly dire. There were reports of a demon emperor tearing open multiple passages from the demon cave, and she had already received orders to handle it. "Oh right, you still need to go to Qingzhou. Never mind, I'll go personally." Guidu recalled that she had just received a task and added. Elder Jia froze for a moment. "Mountain Master, you're going in person." It was just 2 half-step nascent souls, and the Mountain Master still had to deal with the demon emperor. If news of his appearance in Yunzhao spread, the Demon Emperor would be left unattended. An unrestrained transformation Demon Emperor would cause great chaos. It's fine. That foolish bird has been tricked by me and is now trapped in a cave unable to get out, Guodu explained, knowing what Elder Jia was worried about. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have had the time to return to Tianjin sect. Elder Jia looked at him with all her hands clasped earnestly as she said, "Mountain Master, your might." She knows very well how terrifying that foolish bird is. The ancestor of the three-headed hell bird, a mid-stage transformation Demon Emperor. A moment later, Ninth Mountain. In front of a silent wooden house, Guodu stood there slightly interested, waving his hand to pick up a piece of paper left on the stone bench. Shen Nian dared to go down the mountain by himself. Guodu looked at the 4 large characters, already gone to slay demons, written on the paper, somewhat surprised. He had planned to take that child who had joined his junior sister's sect 6 years ago to see the world before heading. After all, he was his master's uncle, and he had a very good relationship with Luo Li. She couldn't get away from the demon cave and had previously asked him to guide Shen Nian if he returned to the sect. But what Guodu didn't expect was that this kid sneaked away on his own, going to slay demons. It sounds impressive, but according to junior sister Luo Li, he had just reached the late foundation establishment stage, right? What demons could he slay? With this level of strength, a talented sword cultivator would only be sending achievements to the demon clan, right? Another reckless young fool charging out like this. Does he not know how severe the demon problem is now? He had no experience, and the dangers below the mountain were numerous. He must not encounter any mishaps. Guodu immediately turned around and took a step forward, directly tearing through space, his expression somewhat heavy. Junior sister Luo treasures this little guy the most. If anything happens to him, it could affect junior sister's Dao heart in breaking through, and that would be disastrous. Sai, I just said I wanted to rest for 2 days. Everyone is truly a handful. Guodu sighed helplessly and stepped into the space, completely disappearing. Outside Yunzhao City, Xia Yue looked at the scene before her, coldly staring at the 2 half-step, nascent soul great demons, a killing intent erupting as she gripped the long spear that had appeared out of nowhere. However, she did not make any move, but instead looked at the young man in white before her. He slowly walked toward the girl lying on the ground and squatted down. My junior brother Shen. Lin Xingyue was taken aback as she saw the 2 great demons suddenly stop their movements and immediately sensed someone behind her turning around to reveal a surprised expression. The reinforcements from Tianjin sect have arrived. But when she saw that there was no one behind him, only a golden core woman in a dark robe, she was stunned. Junior brother, where are the reinforcements? Lin Xingyue asked urgently. However, Shen Nian did not answer and quietly asked, can you still get up? Looking at the familiar face so close to her, Xiao Qing nodded heavily, then gritted her silver teeth and tried to push herself up. The next second, a gentle breeze helped her sit up. The sitting Xiao Qing'er looked at Shen Nian, then hesitated to meet his gaze, softly saying, I'm sorry, senior brother, I've disappointed you. I may not be able to kill a golden core demon. Xiao Qing'er knew this was her only chance. She was seriously injured, and it would be impossible to recover in just a few days. And the time set by senior brother was only 1 day away, or she could not possibly accomplish it. As her words fell, Xia Yu's expression changed slightly, while Lin Xingyue was momentarily stunned. Goodness, so this girl is from the 9th mountain. I said, junior brother Shen, are you crazy? What kind of task is this? Foundation establishment to kill a golden core. How is that possible? Lin Xingyue complained, and for a moment forgot about the looming threat. He glanced again at the dejected Xiao Qing'er and couldn't help but add, you're really amazing. To have the strength of the early foundation establishment stage and nearly kill a mid-stage golden core tiger demon, this achievement is unparalleled in Tianjin sect. I'm afraid no one in the entire Daxia can compare, so why aren't you happy? Listen to your brother, don't mind him. That's not something ordinary people can accomplish. Shen Nian did not look at him, lightly gesturing while transmitting spiritual power to Xiao Qing'er, slowly saying, just because you cannot do it doesn't mean others can't either. Lin Xingyue he did recognize. She was relatively speaking on amicable terms with him, and certainly the fellow sect disciple with whom Shen Nian conversed most frequently. Of course, this was largely because she was a notorious chatterbox. Senior brother is right. I am indeed too weak to slay even an injured golden core tiger demon. Xiao Qing'er lowered her head, her voice tinged with desolation. Yet gradually a faint flush returned to her cheeks as she clenched her delicate fists. She knew senior brother was healing her, yet felt she had failed his expectations. She was unworthy. Moreover, with formidable enemies looming, it was highly inadvisable for him to waste spiritual energy so recklessly, though she knew unquestionably how formidable he truly was. Yet she dared not speak. Lin Xingyue rolled her eyes inwardly, exclaiming, what a spectacle, truly like draws like. One dares to speak without restraint, the other dares to act without hesitation. Fine then, Unite Mountain Sect is extraordinary, no argument there. Behind them Xia Yue overheard the exchange, and interpreted it quite differently. She knew Xiao Qing had recently suffered total loss of cultivation, yet how long had passed? Already she nearly slew a golden core beast. This rate of advancement, that is precisely what I seek. Could it be that joining Tianjian sect has catalyzed such growth? Though Master Shen's assigned task appears terrifyingly arduous, he is no reckless fool, and judging by the sincerity with which he heals her, he surely did not send her into peril deliberately. When I was still at Foundation Establishment, I did slay a golden core cultivator, but only because I possessed the heaven-holding vessel and had already advanced to latest stage Foundation Establishment. Compared to this, the pressure I impose upon myself remains insufficient. As Xia Yue mused, her beautiful eyes lingered upon that white-robed figure, and a sudden thought took root. What if I too were to join Tianjian sect? At that moment Shen Nian had no time or inclination to decipher Xia Yue's inner musings. He merely observed Xiao Qingyu's complexion steadily improve, then withdrew his hand, his gaze shifting instantly to the mortally wounded tiger demon lying nearby, a quiet admiration stirring within him. The fortune-blessed maiden truly possesses astonishing luck, but her mind is unbending, incapable of adaptation, yet brimming with unyielding righteousness. Though its aura flickered feebly, the tiger demon's body remained a monument of raw power, dense, unyielding, forged as though from tempered steel. Such physical fortitude was rare among peers. Even wounded, it should have been impossible for a mere early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator to reduce it to this state. Who else but the fortune-blessed heroine could have done it? Still, Xiao Qingyu had acted rather rashly. After all, fortune-blessed heroines are seldom lacking in intellect. Even Shen Nian, were he certain of victory, would never risk his life charging beyond the city walls to slay demons. Life, after all, is singular and irreplaceable. Is it fear that the formation will collapse, and the demon clans massacre the city? Or? Shen Nian lowered his gaze, saw her dazed, hollow expression, and found his answer. In the next instant he extended his long, elegant fingers and gently stroked her hair. Well done. Xiao Qingyu trembled at the warmth radiating from his touch, lifting her head, her wide, luminous eyes gazed up at Shen Nian, entranced, breathless. Senior brother praised me, and he's stroking my hair. Epsilon, ah? Though their time together had been brief, this was the first time Shen Nian had ever commended her. Her heart raced beyond control. Up ahead, Lin Xingyue's expression darkened. Enough of this affectionate nonsense. Don't you realize the gravity of our situation? Hey, this girl truly had no sense of gratitude. After all, I just saved her life. You showed no reaction when I praised you earlier, yet one word from him sends you into raptures. That's rather excessive, don't you think? Shen Nian spoke calmly. Rest while Senior Inspector Xia, my junior sister, and my rather inept fellow disciple, shall remain under your watchful care. Xia Yue clasped her hands respectfully. Master Shen may rest assured. Lin Xingyue, however, stood utterly bewildered. What on earth? Where exactly is this inept fellow disciple? Who are you referring to? Enough of that, junior brother Shen. What's the situation now? Think of a way to get your junior sister out safely. I'll do my best to hold them off. Lin Xingyue shook his head helplessly. When it came to sheer audacity, no one surpassed him. That insufferable arrogance hadn't changed a bit. Did he not know Shen Nian's true capabilities? Last year during the Zhoushan martial contest, Shen Nian insisted on challenging Lung Lingfeng, a woman far beyond his reach, a master whose very name commanded dread. In a single exchange he was struck down flat. Yet he rose again, immediately, only to fall once more, and rise again unbroken. Even Lin Xingyue, watching, felt a reluctant admiration for Shen Nian's indomitable spirit. Later he sought him out often. After all, they shared the unique bond of having both been soundly defeated by the same formidable woman. Just as Lin Xingyue began gathering spiritual energy within his meridians, a hand settled firmly upon his shoulder. If you cannot endure it, yield. Have you not taught me yourself to recognize the moment to retreat? Meanwhile, across from them, Tiger's sovereign, shall we truly stand idly by while they jest and banter as though we were invisible? Neo Sovereign's eyes flickered with displeasure. As a quasi-demon king, he had never before been so brazenly disregarded by a handful of human youths. Yet the Tiger Sovereign himself was drenched in cold sweat. Gifted with the innate ability to perceive truth, insight, he had always reigned supreme in the hunt. Now that very gift paralyzed him, forbidding any reckless move. Why do I feel fear? He is riddled with openings. Yet if I strike, I shall perish. The Tiger Sovereign remained silent. His gaze locked unblinkingly upon the white-robed youth from his arrival to his crouching form as he tended the maiden. He had not looked away once. At this distance his speed would allow him to sever the youth's head in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in Yunzhou's Master Shen, upon seeing the white-robed youth, Fu Bo erupted with elation. Having witnessed that peerless figure annihilate the Huang clan with overwhelming dominance, Shen Nian had become in his eyes synonymous with invincibility. Salvation has arrived. The young mistress's senior brother has returned. Salvation is at hand. Yunzhou City is saved. Fu Bo cried urgently. Xiao Zhan, gazing upon the suddenly appearing white-robed youth, furrowed his brow slightly. Merely a golden core cultivator. Clan chief, the heavens thunder. Fu Bo suddenly exclaimed, spotting a streak of lightning beyond Yunzhou's walls. Xiao Zhan lifted his eyes, and his pupils contracted violently. That day he beheld true peerless supremacy within one's realm, and witnessed the radiant brilliance of humanity's most gifted prodigy. Lin Qinghua was about to retort, when in an instant his scalp prickled, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, so fast, its searing trail carved through the heavens, its oppressive aura suffusing the entire battlefield beyond the city walls. The demon suppression army and the demonic hordes alike ceased their clash and turned stunned. What? Wang Yuan paled, staring into the distance. So engrossed in slaughter had he been that he'd failed to notice either Senior Inspector Xiao or Shen Nian's arrival. The lightning moved too swiftly. It arrived before the two demons could react. The Tiger Sovereign erupted upward, his voice booming with arrogant disdain. Humph. How dare you ignorant mortal charge straight into my presence? Old ox, you take this one, the other is mine. I got it. Beside him, Neo Sovereign snapped back to awareness, his bovine muzzle twisting into a comically lopsided grin. Boom. An apocalyptic surge of demonic energy erupted. Neo Sovereign raised his left hoof, his pair of razor-sharp horns blazing with pitch-black spiritual light, unleashing a wave of crushing, suffocating pressure. He disdained transformation. He scorned all spirit artifacts, for in his view his horns were his ultimate weapon. Yet the white-robed youth vanished, utterly, leaving only empty air. So swift. Neo Sovereign's pupils constricted. Then in the next heartbeat he felt both horns seized in a vice-like grip, followed by an unimaginable earth-shattering force surging through them. HM, dare you wrestle with the Neo clan? What delusional novice, half asleep and stumbling from some unknown sect? In the next instant, Neo Sovereign spun wildly, catching only a fleeting inverted glimpse of the Tiger Sovereign fleeing at full speed. I'm being lifted. Shock contorted Neo Sovereign's features, such monstrous strength. And along his horns surged a terrifying, annihilating power, making his very core clench. Coupled with the Tiger Sovereign's utter lack of hesitation in abandoning him, it dawned upon him. This was no reckless novice. This was a transcendent grandmaster of the primordial chaos realm, an unparalleled, unheard-of genius. Tiger Sovereign, you betrayed me. In his final agonized scream, Neo Sovereign's eyes bulged from their sockets. The furious curses of the bull demon immediately drew everyone's attention, especially that of the two sons of the Tiger Lord who were fighting on the battlefield. They looked at their normally high-standing father, now gone in the blink of an eye, with bewilderment. In the eyes of Wang Yuan and the others, their eyes were nearly popping out. Hiss! What terrifying power is this? To be able to lift the bull lord so easily while grappling with him. Wang Yuan gasped in shock, and the other demon suppression generals were equally astounded. They had battled the three great demon clans of Yunzhou for over 100 years. The strength of the bull demon lay in its terrifying brute force, and the power concentrated in its horns. In the same realm, no one dared to take a hit from the bull clan's savage charge, let alone face it head-on. Lord Shen's physical body is too exaggerated. This is far from the power one would expect from an initial stage Han Yuan. The demon suppression army and the golden core cultivators of Yunzhou City stared blankly at the scene, their mouths agape. My heavens, where did that girl Qing find such an extraordinary senior brother? The third elder couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. This truly is heaven's blessing for our Xiao family. Inside Yunzhou City, Xiao Zhan was in shock, rendered speechless, while Uncle Fu beside him was the same. Nearby, the originally dispersed commoners began to gather again, with some women quietly opening windows and a tavern owner peeking through the door crack to witness the scene. At the same time, a figure appeared on the city wall, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor, clad in dark robes, exuding an inexplicable Tao aura with every gesture. What the? Is that really Shen Nian? Has he become so strong after 3 years? What has he been eating every day? Guodo Wu was astonished by the shocking scene before him. In the next moment, the bull demon's heart-wrenching scream echoed like thunder throughout the sky. Its body, seemingly indestructible in the eyes of ordinary golden core cultivators, was torn apart in an instant by those long hands, with the stench of blood filling the air, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. However, a faint layer of spiritual light enveloped Shen Nian, and his white robe was so clean that not a speck of dust could be seen. After retrieving the bull demon's demon core, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from the spot, leaving only a gust of wind and a thunderous sound. At that moment, the Tiger Lord, who had just escaped 1,000 meters away, turned pale and even began to burn his demon core to flee. So fast, that useless bull couldn't even hold him for a breath of time. The Tiger Demon cursed the Bull Lord in his heart, but deep down, he was even more terrified. This human youth was too frightening, and he felt a great reluctance. Why is someone of this caliber not battling their Eastern Xian against our Demon Beast Royal Clan, but instead coming to Yunzhou? This is too much bullying of demons. Run, run, run. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace the lightning steps. In just the blink of an eye, the figure in white was already before the Tiger Lord. My lord, could you spare me? I can be your servant. The Tiger Lord's eyes were filled with panic as he begged for mercy. He had heard from the Tsang Wolf that many demon clans did not perish at the hands of humans, but merely changed their way of life. As for what that way of life entailed, there were many options. Some became enslaved demon souls with restrictions placed upon them. Others were refined into artifacts as spirit beings. And of course, the most tragic fate was to be served up on a dining table. No matter which option it was a humiliation for demon clans that were already stronger than humans. However, under the shadow of death, he couldn't worry about face. What does a dying demon need face for? In the next second, the Tiger Lord's pupils constricted as a silver-glowing fist came crashing down. He never expected his opponent to be so direct without uttering a single word. Boom. The Tiger Lord's body was smashed into pieces by a single punch, turning into a mist of blood that scattered in the air. They are all half-step nascent souls, but the gap is still obvious. The hardest to kill is that old wolf. Shen Nian gazed at the demon core in his hand. Only a small tiger head protruded from it. It was evident that the Tsang Wolf ancestor's demon core was the closest to human form, followed by this Tiger Lord, while the weakest was the bull demon, whose demon core showed no signs of embryo formation. It simply had a stronger aura than ordinary golden core demon cores. However, saying this would still make people spit blood. If that old wolf didn't have some trump cards, I fear it wouldn't have lasted long either. Is this what you call hard to kill? In the next second, Shen Nian moved, adhering to the principle of not wasting an ounce, and began to harvest the golden core demon clans on the battlefield like a reaper. Before the two sons of the Tiger Lord could even react, their heads had fallen and their golden cores were taken. Now that I've finished, their fates should have changed, right? Shen Nian thought this and opened his attributes panel again, leaving him in a daze. In an instant, the bull demon clan exploded. Run! Run! Countless demons fled in all directions, utterly terrified by the scene of Shen Nian instantaneously killing their ancestors. At this moment, the entire Yunzhou city inside and out fell into silence. Did those two great demons really die just like that? Wang Yuan and the demon suppression general beside him exchanged glances, seeing the deep shock reflected in each other's eyes. This is too strong. Such physical strength. Only high-level Hunyuan masters could achieve this, but how old is Shen Nian? This talent for body refinement can no longer be described as monstrous, it's simply outrageous. Nearby, Lin Xingyue stood in a daze, unable to believe what she was seeing in the sky. My goodness, is this still the proud little junior brother I know from the 9th mountain? When did he stop practicing swordsmanship and switch to body cultivation? The calmness of Xiao Qing'er and Xia Yue behind her contrasted sharply. One knew of her senior brother's strength, while the other had already witnessed that terrifying physical prowess when slaying the Tsang Wolf ancestor in the Yu Mountain. Let alone two half-step nascent souls, even a genuine early-stage nascent soul demon king wouldn't be his opponent. In the next second, Xia Yue moved. Holding a long spear, her figure turned into a flowing rainbow as she darted past, piercing through several Foundation establishment bull demons before standing in front of the demon horde and shouting, "What are you all dazed for? Kill the demons." Wang Yuan immediately snapped back to his senses. Though his tiger mouth had split open, he still gripped his big knife tightly and shouted excitedly, "Demon Suppression Army, heed my command. Slaughter all these demon clans, and for every one that escapes, each of you shall receive 10 strikes of the Thunder Whip." Understood. Hundreds of demon suppression soldiers shouted, their voices ear-splitting, but the despair on their faces vanished, replaced by excitement, especially when their gazes landed on the figure in white in the sky, which sparked a hint of fervor. With such a terrifying prodigy in Yunzhou, what are the demon clans? Kill. In an instant, the entire battlefield's dynamic changed. The bull demons could only run for their lives, not daring to turn back and fight, while the demon suppression army and some golden core cultivators from Yunzhou pursued them relentlessly, leaving no one behind. However, Shen Nian wore a sullen expression as he silently walked beside Lin Qingyue, brushing past her. Lin Qingyue felt somewhat dazed, though she was still shocked by how Shen Nian had suddenly gained such terrifying physical strength and that exaggerated agility. She couldn't help but curiously ask, "Shen Shidi, what's wrong?" The first rays of sunlight descended upon the morning. In Yunzhou City, shadows danced as the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In a tea house on the main street of Yunzhou City, a round of applause erupted. Good. The storyteller smiled as he surveyed the audience, and when the noise subsided, he began to speak slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I was lucky enough to witness yesterday's events, so I shamelessly share the tale of the pure white-clad sword immortal." A spectator in the audience furrowed his brow and asked, "Old man, that's not right. I've heard that the white-clad gentleman didn't use a sword, but relied on his fists to vanquish the demons." "That's true, I've heard the same." "Exactly, you wouldn't be fabricating stories, would you?" The storyteller merely chuckled lightly and replied, "This is just an old man's wild guess. Primarily, Sir Shun's demeanor fits the image of a sword immortal in my mind. Besides, who says that a sword immortal must use a sword?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, pondering the logic. But how could a sword immortal not use a sword? The storyteller chose not to dwell on this matter further and continued. "Everyone in Yunzhou knows that the Huang family is domineering and arrogant, constantly bullying the common folk. They've even colluded with demon tribes to commit heinous acts, abducting our young girls from Yunzhou to offer to the demons. It's truly abominable. However, what is fortunate is that our Yunzhuo's proud daughter Xiao Qing'er has endured countless hardships to enter the Immortal Sect and found an invincible senior brother in the mortal realm. He first slew the demon birds and then wiped out the Huang family. Last night, he single-handedly annihilated the demon tribe, causing the great demon to flee in terror. With a single finger, he pointed towards the peaceful era of Yunzhou. Let me begin with the tale of the demon." Inside the tea house, the citizens of Yunzhou were all holding their breath, completely engrossed in the storyteller's vivid narration, as if they were experiencing it themselves. Outside the tea house, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious brocade robe with a delicate jade pendant hanging from his waist walked with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In just a few steps, he arrived at the front of the Huang residence, gazing silently at the figures of the demon suppression army that were sealing off assets, lost in thought. After a while, his figure appeared as if it were entering an uninhabited realm deep within the Huang family's courtyard. As he gazed upon the familiar surroundings, a hint of nostalgia filled his eyes. Only when he sensed someone approaching from behind did he reveal a faint smile. "In my childhood, I was known for my prowess in chess, earning the title of a genius in Yunzhou. As I grew older, I met a wild old Taoist and played against him for 3 days, finally achieving a single victory. The old Taoist, willing to wager, displayed his magical abilities, transcending the heavens and earth. I was filled with yearning and thus abandoned chess to pursue the Tao. My father, in search of a path for me, even sold our ancestral estate. The Huang family nearly fell into despair because of me. Yet my innate talent was merely average. After entering the Qi Condensation stage, I sought only diligence in my practice, sacrificing distant relatives, abandoning lovers, and forsaking friends. I wandered the seas, relying on no one, and braved the demon tribes. After many near-death experiences, I finally established a foundation and entered the Shuangguang cave, where I met the old Taoist again. It was then that I learned the old Taoist was actually one of the 13 masters of the Shuangguang cave. After joining my master, I saw much more and felt even smaller. I knew that in this life the nascent soul would be my limit. To find peace in old age and fulfill my father's last wishes, I have helped the Huang family over the years. Unfortunately, in the end, I still couldn't protect them." At this moment, the figure of the cold man appeared somewhat desolate, like an old man searching for a home. Behind him, a woman dressed in golden robes with a sun motif embroidered on her back immediately comforted him, saying, "Brother Huang, there is no need to be too sorrowful. Sometimes all of this is fate. The downfall of the Huang family is not your fault." "It's different." Huang Rulin simply shook his head and then revealed a hint of self-deprecation. "I know colluding with the demon tribe is a capital offense, but after all these years of killing demons, why is it that my Huang family still cannot stand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Rulin answered himself, "If it can't be done, so be it. But my Huang family doesn't need anyone else to judge us. No matter who he is, where he comes from, or how talented he is, I, Huang Rulin, will kill him." A hint of pity rose in the woman's heart as she reached out to grasp Huang Rulin's large hand, squinting her eyes with a smile. "That's natural. He even killed an outer sect elder from Shuangguang Cave. How can he be allowed to escape? Even your father would support you in this. The father she spoke of was one of the 13 masters of Shuangguang Cave, Huang Rulin's masterly. Huang Rulin took the opportunity to embrace her, his eyes filled with affection as he said, "Jinger, thank you." Li Jing's delicate body trembled, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly lowered her head. Seeing this, Huang Rulin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. However, at that moment, a frivolous laugh rang out. "Oh, what a bold claim. You think you can just kill anyone as a disciple of the Tianjin sect? Come. The person is right here in Yunzhua. Show me one that you can kill." Huang Rulin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up at the suddenly appearing old man with a serious expression, testing, "Senior, are you from the Tianjin sect?" Li Jing, who was in his arms, also recognized the identity of the elder and looked shocked. The second mountain master of the Tianjin sect, Guo Wuda, at the late stage of transformation. Meanwhile, at the Shao family. Fate, a return to light, significant life events after experiencing the demon threat. In Yunzhua, you annihilated 3 half-step nascent soul great demons with overwhelming strength, but offended the sister of the Kang Wolf ancestor, especially since you personally killed her son, the Yuntian Sparrow demon. Half a month later, when the ancient moon cave opens, you plan to enter and seek the elixir for ascension, but unfortunately encounter the father of the Yuntian Sparrow demon, the heavenly prodigy of the Hellbird tribe, the Black Feather Demon King, at the early stage of transformation. Although he is constrained by the cave's rules and can only exert the level of a fully realized nascent soul, your physical strength is completely inferior to his. Even using all your means is futile, and ultimately, though you injure him with the Great Sun unyielding demon sword technique, you cannot escape the fate of death. Remaining preaching points 50 points. Shen Nian sat in the Shao family's villa, unable to help but sigh. He knew this fate was not simple. Killing the young would inevitably lead to the old, and he must eradicate them completely right. At the same time, Shen Nian also changed his previous thoughts, intending to give the quota for the Longhua Pool and the Kangwolf Demon Infant to Shao Qing. After all, his own progress with these items was too slow, and the preaching points were the priority. Thus, Shao Qing's advancement was of utmost importance. Half a month was not too much time, and he needed to hurry. After formulating his plans, Shen Nian frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sick?" Sitting opposite him was Lin Xingyue, who had been staring at Shen Nian for half an hour with a serious expression. "I'm not sick, I just find it hard to believe. Shen Shidi, did you fall off a cliff or save a little fox and then received a great inheritance on the cliff, with the little fox sacrificing itself to enhance your physical strength?" Shen Nian's lips twitched slightly. "Isn't that so?" Lin Xingyue appeared contemplative, her eyes flashing with brilliance as she asked, "Are you not Shen Nian? You are the reincarnation of an immortal, aren't you? That explains your astonishing speed and body refinement. It makes sense." Lin Xingyue revealed a hint of a confident smile, feeling a sense of relief in her heart, then picked up the wine jug beside her and took a few swigs. At least this way he could accept it. Otherwise it would be too exaggerated. In such a short time, not only did his realm break through to the late Golden Core stage, but he also refined his physical body to such an extent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. The reason he was so concerned about Shen Nian's issue was that he felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort in his heart, as if, although everyone was equally poor, a friend suddenly told him that he was actually very wealthy. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Shen Nian looked at Lin Xingyue with a somewhat complex expression. This drunkard was quite perceptive. Next to them, Xia Yue, who had not left, cast a curious glance. She hadn't thought this way before, but after hearing Lin Xingyue, it seemed there was such a possibility. And it wasn't low. She grew up in the palace and was more familiar with the terrifying top forces of the human race than many others. Among them, quite a few super geniuses were reincarnated beings. "Hic," Lin Xingyue burped. Seeing that Shen Nian was silent, he became more convinced of his idea, and then leaned closer to Shen Nian, covering his mouth and whispering, "Am I right, junior brother Shen? Don't worry, I will definitely keep this a secret for you. Which great figure were you in your past life?" In the next moment, a slender hand blocked his approach, pushing him away. "If you have bad breath, don't come so close to me." Shen Nian raised an eyebrow and said, Lin Xingyue didn't feel embarrassed. He just smacked his lips, and then covered his mouth with his hand, breathed out, and smelled it himself. "Is there a smell?" "Junior brother Shen, just tell me, I want to know too much. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Didn't we agree to stay low-key and not forget each other?" Seeing Lin Xingyue's eager expression, Shen Nian, with a serious face, asked, "Do you really want to know?" Xia Yue instantly perked up her ears, feeling a bit excited inside. Lin Xingyue nodded seriously. "I actually am the reincarnation of your great ancestor. If it weren't for your unambitious nature, I wouldn't have thought of awakening." Shen Nian pretended to be helpless and said. Lin Xingyu's face darkened, wanting to curse, but thinking of that terrifying physical body, he swallowed his words back, sitting up straight, taking a swig of wine, and muttering quietly, not knowing what he was mumbling about. Xia Yue couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Shen Nian's calm expression with some surprise. She didn't expect that Shen Nian with such a temperament would actually joke around. But this was actually quite nice. At least it made people feel closer. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing'er walked over. After a night of recuperation, and with several precious pills provided by the Demon Suppression Division, her injuries had recovered quite a bit. Although she still couldn't mobilize her spiritual power, she could move around like a normal person. This also had a lot to do with her Divine Bodhi's terrifying recovery ability. Senior brother. Xiao Qing'er walked in front of Shen Nian, then glanced at Lin Xingyue, whose face was ashen, and looked at Xia Yue, who was smiling beside her, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? What happened? Shen Nian slightly nodded, seeing that Xiao Qing'er's complexion had improved quite a bit, turned to Xia Yue and asked, I want mention the matter of the pills that the patrol envoy Xia mentioned earlier, since my junior sister used quite a few, but what about the technique and the dragon transformation pool? Xia Yue immediately replied with a smile, Young Master Shen can request the technique and access the dragon transformation pool whenever you want. Since it was a promise, Xia Yue would definitely fulfill it. Moreover, for someone of Shen Nian's caliber, even the great Xia would be eager to please him. A mere spot in the dragon transformation pool, granting it was nothing. Is it feasible now, eh? Shen Nian didn't want to waste time. Right now, enhancing his strength was the priority. After all, he was about to set off to change his fate again. Now, Xia Yue frowned slightly. Whether entering the dragon transformation pool or selecting techniques from the Demon Suppression Division, these things had to be done at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division in the imperial capital. However, Yunzhou was quite a distance from there. Even with the special tamed demon horses of the Demon Suppression Division, it would still take half a day to arrive. Although the purpose of her visit to Yunzhou had not yet commenced, she hadn't expected that the demon problem would be resolved so quickly. She originally thought that to completely deal with the ancestral spirit of the Dark Mountain Wolf and the Bull King and Tiger King, they would have to fight for several days and nights. By then, healing and recuperation would also take some time, but now the time was indeed ample. But Shen Nian saw her expression and asked, Is it inconvenient? It's not that it's impossible, Xia Yue expressed her concerns. It's just that there are still matters with the Xianguang cave and the Huang family's ancestor that have not been completely resolved. I'm worried that if we leave, then the Shao family and the great general of Yunzhou. Shen Nian was taken aback upon hearing this. Right. He almost forgot about this matter. Xiao Qing'er, upon hearing Xia Yu's words, felt a pang of guilt in her heart. If it weren't for my Sake senior brother, wouldn't have offended the Xianguang cave and the Huang family's ancestor. Sitting still, Lin Xingyue thought for a moment and said, You all go, I will handle the matters of the Xianguang cave and the Huang family. After all, they were all from the same sect and mutual support was proper. Moreover, he had also understood the ins and outs of the situation. They all deserved to die. Even if he encountered them, he wouldn't spare any. Shen Nian looked at Lin Xingyue in surprise. A golden core elder from the Xianguang cave had died in Yunzhou, and those sent over could not be lower than the nascent soul stage. The probability was that the Huang family's ancestor was also at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Shen Nian was indeed a bit skeptical about Lin Xingyu's ability to resolve it. Lin Xingyue stood up, put down the wine jug, and confidently said, Who do you look down on? When it comes to mixing in these matters, one must have a background. As the chief of the second mountain, if they really anger me, would they dare to touch me? Are you afraid of my family's young bull going crazy? Suddenly Lin Xingyue thought of something and changed the subject, puzzled. But speaking of which, why haven't the reinforcements from the Tianjin sect arrived yet? It's quite strange. I clearly sent a message back. Shen Nian remained silent, merely nodding slightly towards Lin Xingyu's back, showing a hint of respect. Xia Yue revealed a hint of nervousness, while Xiao Qing'er looked curiously at the elderly figure behind Lin Xingyue, who evidently seemed to be a wise and accomplished person. She saw that Guidu smiled slightly at everyone, then turned his gaze to Shen Nian, his expression filled with admiration and profound shock. As long as he hasn't been possessed, that's good. Such a young talent. Junior sister Luo has really brought a dragon into the sect. I need to mention this to the sect leader when I return. Shen Nian suddenly felt as if his soul had been pierced, his brows slightly furrowed. However, due to the fact that this person was the most respected senior brother of his master, he didn't say anything. Lin Xingyue observed everyone's expressions and sensed a familiar aura, instantly feeling that something was amiss. Bang! A large chestnut struck Lin Xingyu's head. Ouch! Master, don't hit the head. Hitting the head hurts the brain. Lin Xingyue covered his head, and turned to the serious-faced Guidu speaking in a soft voice. The Great Xia Patrol Envoy Xia Yue pays her respects to Master Gua. Xia Yue stood up respectfully and bowed. The Great Xia had records and portraits of the powerful figures from the three sects to avoid any blind intrusions. These individuals represented the pinnacle of strength among the three sects. The person before them, the master of the second mountain, was even highly ranked within the Tianjian sect. Ninth mountain disciple Xiao Qing'er pays her respects. Xiao Qing'er bowed respectfully, somewhat unsure of how to address the other party. Master Gua, Shen Nian reminded from the side. Ninth mountain disciple Xiao Qing'er pays her respects to Master Gua. Xiao Qing'er cupped her hands in respect. Guidu first nodded at Xia Yue, then smiled slightly at Xiao Qing'er as a greeting. After that he cast a cold glance at Lin Qingyue, sneering. "Hehe, do you still have a brain? If you had a brain, would you pawn the sword for 10 taels of silver? Would you end up in such a miserable state with a sword in hand, being pressed and beaten by 2 demon clansmen who were barely at the nascent soul threshold? Don't say this was taught by me. The sword was forged by him, and he could sense it as soon as he arrived in Yunzhou. Sai Master, if you insist on talking like this, I will just follow your lead." As Lin Qingyue spoke, his eyes bulged, and a large hand tightly covered his mouth. Guidu, who had just been so carefree, suddenly darkened his face, losing all semblance of a wise man. One hand covered Lin Qingyue's mouth, and he leaned down to whisper in his ear, "Little brat, if you dare to say it out loud, I will send you to the Heavenly Demon Cave for 2 years of training right now." Whoa! Lin Qingyue made a silent protest. After a harmonious agreement between the master and disciple, Guidu casually tossed the unconscious Lin Qingyue to the ground, and then clapped his hands. "Lin Shixiang." Xiao Qing'er looked at this scene in astonishment. "He's fine, he just drank too much. Drinking can do that, it easily gets to your head," Guidu explained with a light smile. "Ah, is that so?" Xiao Qing'er was half convinced. Immediately Guidu looked at Shen Nian and sighed softly, "Alas you." Shen Nian's brows furrowed slightly. Xia Yue's expression darkened immediately. Could it be that the master of the second mountain was here to hold young Master Shen accountable? It was possible, considering the three sects were essentially in alliance. In their eyes, unless it was necessary for the Great Xia to exist, how could they possibly take action for the common people? Moreover, the Tianjian sect was already somewhat weak now, and the Xianguang cave was dominant. For reasons of sentiment and reason, it was impossible for them to offend the Xianguang cave over a small Huang family. Hearing Guidu's tone, Xiao Qing'er also felt heavy. She and Xia Yue shared similar thoughts, and were about to speak in defense of their senior brother when Guidu spoke with righteous indignation. "You're still inexperienced. If you want to kill someone, don't let your identity leak out. Otherwise it will cause you trouble. Look at your master, uncle. As soon as he took action, the scum of the Xianguang cave died, without knowing how. I still need to send the corpse back to the Xianguang cave to collect a reward." The 2 nascent souls looked exactly like Li Jing and Huang Rilin, ere at this moment their souls had long been shattered. Facing a seasoned transformation stage cultivator like Guidu attempting to kill them was an effortless task, and no method would be of any effect. Especially Huang Rilin, who before dying could not understand why the mountain master of the Tianjian sect dared to act directly just because he had harbored thoughts of killing. Did he not care at all about the ties of humanity? Was he not afraid of the retaliation from his master? Of course Guidu would not bother explaining to them. Given Shen Nian's exposed talent, let alone the 2 of you, even if your master came, Guidu would still kill without hesitation. Shen Nian must not have any slip-ups. At this very moment, Xia Yue was so astonished that she could not speak, and then glanced at the smiling Gua mountain master, momentarily unable to comprehend the Tianjian sect. Aren't the 3 sects supposed to be in an alliance? While she knew there were significant conflicts behind the scenes, it should never escalate to the point of transformation stage cultivators killing each other. Because at this level, once a fight broke out, it would be hard to resolve. Infighting among humanity was certainly not. Moreover, didn't she hear that the second mountain master was amiable and gentle? Why would he kill so readily? Meanwhile, Xiao Qing'er was slightly agape, her face filled with shock, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. How's that? Surprised? Unexpected? Your uncle master is doing well, right?" Guidu, seeing the astonished expressions on the 2 girls' faces, was quite pleased, then turned to Shen Nian and smiled. Shen Nian replied blandly, "Actually, even without your intervention, I could have killed them. The nascent souls would still belong to me." To be honest, he was quite displeased. After all, these were 2 nascent soul beings, and their storage bags might contain some valuable items. Now they were gone just like that, leaving him feeling somewhat empty inside. Guidu was momentarily speechless. How could this kid not distinguish between good and bad? "I am your uncle master. Can't you say something nice?" Fine. Take them. These things are of no use to me anyway." Guidui directly through the two nascent souls and their storage bags to Shen Nian, visibly displeased. Thank you, Uncle Master. Shen Nian accepted them and tucked them into his own storage bag, saying indifferently. Guidui twitched his mouth. Now you call me Uncle Master. Suddenly, Guidui turned to look, his expression somewhat strange. Is there another surprise? At this very moment, outside the Yu Mountain and Songlong Palace, a burly man as solid as an iron tower stood quietly, his gaze radiating fierce light. His upper body was exposed and covered with black, demonic bird markings, exuding a strong aura of demon energy, with an indifferent expression. Madam, please accept my condolences. In front of him, among the scattered wolf corpses, a woman dressed in a white long shirt with black hair elegantly pinned up with a precious hairpin let a single crystalline tear slide down her cheek, her stunning face filled with sorrow. I want to enter Yuzhou, massacre the city, and pay tribute to the souls of my brother and son in heaven. She bit her red lip tightly, her voice contrasting sharply with her image, a rare nasal tone. Only by sacrificing the lives of 100,000 people from the human race could she alleviate her pain of losing her son and brother. The burly man surveyed the slaughtered battlefield, his expression serious. Madam, this person can easily deal with the three clans. They must be at the nascent soul level. This matter needs careful planning. He understood all too well the allure the Tianyao cave held for human cultivators. Once their identities were revealed, who knows how many strong cultivators from the three sects would come seeking their heads for a bounty. Moreover, they currently knew nothing of the situation. Rushing into human territory was tantamount to madness. All for an old lone wolf and a mixed blood bird. Not worth it. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the Black Feather Demon King were unknown, and he was likely trapped. It would be best not to stir up any more trouble at this juncture. I don't care. Madame Shiqing gritted her silver teeth, revealing sharp fangs, and coldly declared, I must slaughter Yuzhou. A group of my demon kin dare to attack my brother. Shouldn't they be killed? After marrying into the Tianyao cave and becoming the most beloved concubine of the Black Feather, when had she ever suffered such grievances? The burly man felt a bit helpless, but patiently explained, Madam is correct, but the human race is not without the strength to fight back. Without knowing the enemy's power, rushing to Yuzhou is not a rational action. As a general under the Black Feather Demon King, he had faced many storms and tempests, but he truly feared accompanying this reckless and troublesome Madame Xihua. If it weren't for his coincidental encounter, he would never come here, even if it meant death. Yet Madame Shiqing paid him no heed, turning and striding off, her figure vanishing in place. If you don't go, it's fine. After all, she is just a concubine. How can I trouble the general with everything? Madame Shiqing revealed a hint of grievance. The burly man fell silent for a moment before speaking. Madam, that is not my intention. Sigh, General, you should return. I can't believe I can't extinguish a small Yuzhou. If something really happens, then Shiqing will just die together with my brother and son. At least they'll have company. Madame Xiqin's expression revealed a trace of a death-seeking determination as she stepped away, her eyes shimmering with tears. The burly man sighed helplessly and followed after her. If he didn't go, and this woman encountered any problems, although the Black Feather Demon King wouldn't kill him, punishment was inevitable. As an outsider demon, he was already excluded by the three-headed bird clan and could not afford to lose the Black Feather's favor. In Yuzhou, on the main street, Madame Shiqing walked straight ahead, and no one noticed her demonic identity. With each step she took, she covered several feet. Oomph! These human carnivores dare to covet my beauty. They all deserve to die. A few patrolling demon suppression army soldiers showed puzzled expressions and rubbed their eyes. That's strange. Did I just see something flash by? I think I saw it too, but must be an illusion. Yes, perhaps I've been too tired these past few days. Let's just patrol properly with Shun here to oversee Yuzhou. What trouble could arise? From a distance, Madame Shiqing revealed a cold smile, looking at these demon suppression army soldiers as if they were dead. A bunch of carnivores, pathetic. Soon after, she sensed the burly man's aura and smiled with satisfaction, then closed her eyes, beginning to search for something intently. The aura of my son. Found it. The next second, her figure appeared directly in front of the Shao family's gate, stepping in and heading straight to the courtyard. Upon seeing the figure seated here, she paused momentarily, then coldly laughed. Who killed my son? Step forward and admit it, and I can be merciful and let you suffer less. Behind her, the burly man who had just followed was struck by lightning, completely stunned. Gua. The burly man immediately recognized the ethereal elder. As a general under the Black Feather, how could he not know this human powerhouse who had chased their demon king for decades? At this moment, the burly man was utterly shocked. He had cursed the foolish woman Xihua in his heart 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I am truly being ruined by this wretched woman. At that moment Lin Xingyue lying on the ground suddenly sat up, brushed off the dust from her body, and looked at Lady Shiqin saying, "Oh, what a spread of dishes, so extravagant." Shen Nian, seeing the sudden appearance of the two demons, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned, looking at Lady Shiqin with a gaze that seemed to evaluate her as foolish. The aura of the other party was incredibly powerful, the most terrifying demon race Shen Nian had ever encountered, especially that sturdy man from whom Shen Nian could distinctly sense a taste of danger. But now weren't they just here to deliver their heads? The strength of the second mountain lord of the Tianjian sect was not something a few demon kings could dare to provoke. Thinking this, Shen Nian couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qing'er and Xia Yue beside him. Both were startled by the sudden arrival of the two large demons. However, Xia Yue reacted much quicker, already beginning to mobilize her spiritual power in preparation to strike. Is it because there are too many destined female protagonists, causing the intelligence-reducing aura to stack exponentially? Lady Shiqin also saw Shen Nian's gaze and immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "You two little human brats, especially you, how dare you look at this palace with such eyes? Do you know who I am?" Beside her, Bai Yuan trembled a bit, not daring to speak or move, only staring fixedly at Guodui, his heart filled with despair. "It's over. Completely over." Hearing Lady Xiqin's words, Guodui couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You are that brainless little concubine of that mixed feather bird. I'm curious, how did you cultivate to the nascent soul stage, relying entirely on that flashy skill? No wonder Black Feather has been getting dumber lately. It seems you're to blame." Having fought with Black Feather for many years, he was well aware of the latter's situation. In particular, Black Feather was extremely lecherous and had quite the peculiar taste, often bringing out some strange varieties. Among them, the wolf demon of Lady Shiqin was the most notorious, having caused Black Feather a fair amount of trouble in the Heavenly Demon Cave, yet Black Feather never moved against her. Instead, he dealt with her issues. At the same time, a strand of divine sense completely sealed off the entire Yunzhou city, making it destined that these two demon races would not be able to leave today. Good courage. How dare you insult my husband, truly seeking death? Lady Shiqin trembled with rage, nearly causing her wolf lineage to erupt in fury. In her eyes, the one she admired most was her husband. How could she allow others to insult him, especially when the other party was of the human race? Just as Lady Shiqin was about to strike, she was stopped by the sturdy man behind her. "Bai Yuan, why aren't you making a move? Why are you blocking this palace?" Lady Shiqin furiously said. "Madam, this person is the second mountain lord of the Tianjian sect, a divine lord at the late stage of transformation, and is Black Feather's arch-nemesis." Upon hearing Bai Yuan's transmission, Lady Shiqin was momentarily stunned, then glared at Guodui with fierce eyes. "Is it you who trapped my husband? Then Bai Yuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this bastard, and that little brat who just looked at me." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of foolish woman is this? Do you have any idea what it means to be at the late stage of transformation? I truly do not understand how Black Feather would look at such a useless woman. Bai Yuan has met Lord Gua. Although Bai Yuan's face was extremely grim, he still clasped his hands in greeting, realizing that lowering his stance now did not guarantee survival, but at least could buy some time. He had already crushed the Jade Slip for seeking help. The powerful beings of the Hellhound, three-headed bird race should be able to sense it. At the same time, he had another thought, perhaps the only way to survive. Guodui seemed to sense something and glanced at him indifferently. An overwhelming authority descended upon him, as if the sky itself had collapsed. Boom. Bai Yuan's legs bent, baring his teeth as he bore this terrifying pressure. His true form revealed itself, resembling a white-haired monkey with a red backside and face, standing 3 zhang tall, like a small mountain, especially the black giant bird on his chest, emitting dark, demonic light, managing to withstand this gaze. "Oh!" Guodui exclaimed in surprise before saying, "You are that white ape under the mixed feather bird." "Indeed," Bai Yuan replied, biting his sharp teeth. However, Lady Shiqin was furious, saying, "What are you chatting about with him? Aren't you supposed to be able to shake the divine with your physical body? Why are you so useless? Humph, I don't understand how my husband could trust you so much. Such a waste." Bai Yuan shot a blood-red glare at Lady Shiqin, already harboring killing intent. At that moment, Shen Nian also noticed the terrifying physical form of Bai Yuan, his eyes slightly narrowing. This bloodlust even made me feel a bit uneasy. Guodui glanced at Shen Nian and explained, "The physical bodies of the demon race are inherently powerful, and the apes are among the best. Although this white ape has an ordinary bloodline, it is much stronger than the average demon, which is due to the innate characteristics of demon beasts. For example, the demon bird you encountered before excels in speed, just as the bull demon excels in strength. However, they all have ordinary bloodlines and have not obtained the enhancement of bloodline power, so no matter how strong they are, it only amounts to that. But once you encounter a demon beast with a bloodline heritage, you must be cautious. Their innate advantages will be infinitely amplified, and with the support of their bloodline, they can gain horrifying bloodline abilities, making them hard to find opponents of the same level. Listening to Guidui's explanation and warning, Shen Nian thought of something and calmly asked, "What about royal clans?" Upon hearing this, Guidui's expression revealed a hint of seriousness, saying, "They are invincible among beings of the same realm that are not of the human race." Xiao Qing'er and Xia Yue beside him listened attentively, especially Xiao Qing'er, who was particularly serious. This information was unknown to her. At that moment, Humph, daring to treat this palace as a decoration and chat here, first capture this little brat. Lady Xiqin's face twisted with disgust as she transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Shen Nian. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's expressions to change, each displaying a different reaction. Xia Yue frowned. Xiao Qing'er looked worried. Guidui intended to intervene, but thought better of it, and withdrew his divine sense, while Lin Xinghua continued drinking without a care, her mood rather poor. This stupid woman, trying to act in front of a transformation stage being, truly does not understand how to die. Bai Yuan continued to observe, bearing the pressure with cold sarcasm. From beginning to end, Guidui stood beside him without leaving even a step, indicating that the identity of this young man in white mattered greatly more than anyone else. He had initially entertained the thought of capturing the other as a hostage, but was quickly seen through by Guidui, nearly kneeling under the pressure of the transformation stage consciousness. What kind of strength did Lady Xiqin possess? A nascent soul at the initial stage fed by pills could hardly be considered cannon fodder against such an old transformation stage powerhouse. How could this possibly succeed? However, the next moment, when Lady Xiqin's hand had already grasped the shoulder of the young man in white, Bai Yuan was momentarily stunned and felt a surge of excitement. He did not understand why Guidui did not intervene, but it seemed like she had succeeded. However, this excitement on his face lasted only half a second before turning into disbelief. Such a young, high-level mixed origin. The most outstanding talent of the human race. The moment Madame Xiqin touched Shen Nian, she sensed the aura of her son and brother's demon core on him from such a close distance, instantly revealing a strong, killing intent, with a tear mark appearing at the corner of her eye. "It's this brat. He is the one who killed my son and brother." Her mind was too overwhelmed to consider how such a young human had managed to kill her half-step nascent soul brother. All she wanted was to slay this human youth to avenge them. "I want you." In the next moment, Shen Nian, unperturbed, grabbed her hair and yanked it down, delivering a horrifying knee strike directly to her face. "Screw you." Let out a shout before throwing a punch. She's just crazy. Madame Xiqin's pretty face instantly sank and several teeth shattered and flew everywhere. Although she had just begun to learn the Chaos Indestructible Body Refinement technique, it was a Tao-level body refinement method containing the power of a drop of chaotic blood far beyond what this mother wolf relying on pills could withstand. "You?" Madame Xiqin's words were unclear, but one could vaguely see the terror and pain in her twisted face. However, Shen Nian couldn't be bothered to waste words on this foolish woman, directly unleashing several punches to finish her off. Speaking another word to her was merely a waste of time. Shen Nian's punches carried the might to shatter mountains, his strength akin to that of a dragon. Madame Xiqin seemed like a ragdoll being pummeled by Shen Nian. Her pale skin was already covered in cracks, looking extremely frightening. In an instant, Madame Xiqin was stripped of her disguise. Transforming into a blue mother wolf bearing her teeth, her true form revealed. Her physical strength multiplied several times, yet she was still heavily injured, her organs shattered, shock evident in her wolfish eyes. Now she finally understood how terrifying this seemingly young youth was. He was a Hunyuan master. How could she possibly contend with him? She even thought of capturing him alive. Simply delusional. Yet even if Madame Xiqin regretted this now, it was too late, for that dazzling punch was coming for her again. "Wait, my husband." Before Madame Xiqin could finish speaking, a punch struck her forehead, leaving her utterly dazed, immediately losing her ability to think, her wolf body collapsing before Shen Nian. Shen Nian raised his right foot and stomped down fiercely. "I'm waiting for you. Return my husband." Bang! The stone slab shattered, debris flying. Madame Xiqin lay on the ground, her head completely crushed, her tongue out, eyes rolled back, her spirit shattered. Shen Nian looked down, his large hand grasping to retrieve a nascent soul that had completely transformed into a pup, placing it into his storage bag, then swallowing several pills before calmly gazing ahead as if nothing had happened. However, he had gained a considerable estimate of the physical strength of the demon race. This mother wolf's nascent soul was in its early stage. Although an idiot, it was undeniably tougher than the previous ones. After all, both the Tiger Lord and the ancient wolf ancestor had their bodies shattered by a single punch, while Madame Qi Qin withstood so many blows. If he encountered a properly developed early nascent soul demon, it might be a bit tougher for Shen Nian. It seems I need to continue improving my strength, otherwise encountering that hell bird would be impossible. However, to enhance the chaos indestructible body refinement technique, it seems a considerable amount of Dao value is required. It took 100 years just to enter the basics. How much for small accomplishments? Should I just break the mirror directly? If my realm increases, at least I can truly unleash the Great Sun indestructible sword technique. As Shen Nian pondered, the nearby Guodao Wu also withdrew his gaze, feeling incredibly shocked. I still underestimated this kid. His physique is already infinitely close to a high-level Hunyuan master. A high-level existence at 19. If the Valley Master of the Sunset Valley, who was said to be the most talented body refiner in the last 10,000 years of the Great Xia, knew about this, would he feel embarrassed to go out? Guodao Wu refrained from making a move, also considering Shen Nian's terrifying physical strength, and wanted to see how he would fare against a nascent soul-level demon's physique. Although he could roughly sense during the battle that Shen Nian's physique had reached the level of a Hunyuan master, there were still divisions within the Hunyuan master realm: low, middle, high, and great perfection, corresponding to the early, middle, late, and great perfection stages of the nascent soul. The gaps between each stage were immense, especially in body refinement. Even a high talent would require many years of grinding and forging, as time was essential. Unless he were a divine body by birth, that would make sense. But Shen Nian's physique was merely ordinary, and he was not a divine body. How on earth did this kid refine himself? How could he be so terrifying? Did Sister Luo find some celestial body refinement technique in that cave able to directly enhance physical strength, or did he consume something? In the eyes of Xia Yiyue, shock flashed by. Even the early nascent souls were being toyed with by him, leading her to re-evaluate Shen Nian's strength. Xiao Qing'er fell silent. Her senior brother's physical strength was even more exaggerated than her divine body. How could she catch up? Gulp. This is insane. Lin Qingyue swallowed a mouthful of wine, her gaze fixed on the recently violent scene, unable to help but exclaim. At this moment, Bai Yuan, whose heart had sunk to the bottom, completely lost all hope for life. The white ape hung its head, occasionally glancing at Shen Nian, a face full of silence. The Great Xia has produced a true monster. Not killing. Shen Nian looked puzzled as he watched Guodao Wu knock Bai Yuan unconscious with a palm, then put him into the storage bag. Guodao Wu nodded and smiled. I was just worried I wouldn't have an excuse to exchange rewards with the Xinguang cave. This Bai Yuan is just right. He can take the blame, and once I receive the reward, how about I split it with you, kid? In the distance, Lin Qingyue felt a pang in her heart, turning her back to the crowd while drinking like an orphan. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian nodded. It made sense. Even if the people from Xinguang Cave came to investigate, they would detect that Bai Yuan's aura indeed appeared in Yunzhou. As for the loopholes and details during the process, he believed Guodao Wu, being an old hand, would have already thought of solutions. Then Shen Nian looked at Xia Yue. The matter is resolved now. He had not finished speaking. Xiao Zhan rushed in, pushing open the yard door, and after seeing the suddenly appeared old man, he paused for a moment, but quickly recovered and smiled. Young Master Shen, the banquet is ready. Can we eat? His tone was somewhat respectful, coupled with a hint of inquiry. Although Shen Nian was the senior brother of his daughter, after witnessing Shen Nian's unparalleled elegance, he found it hard to adopt a senior posture. So he didn't send Fu Bo, but came personally to invite Shen Nian for the meal. Dad, brother Shen might. Xiao Qing'er hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to say that Shen Nian had matters to attend to and might not be able to eat, but was interrupted by Shen Nian's voice. It's fine, since that's the case, let's eat first. Xiao Qing'er looked at Shen Nian somewhat puzzled. Wasn't her brother in a hurry? Why did he suddenly change his mind? But Shen Nian's next words left Xiao Qing'er deeply moved, yet also bewildered. After eating, I will take you to the technique pavilion to choose techniques, and then you will enter the dragon transformation pool. After that you can return to the sect. It might be hard to have a meal with your father again in the future, so spend more time with him. Choose techniques. Dragon transformation pool. Xiao Qing'er looked utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Xia Yue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Qing. He did all this for his junior sister. What kind of celestial senior brother is this? So kind to his junior sister. Yunzhou Mandarin Duck Tower. This restaurant is the best in Yunzhou, with a history spanning 500 years. Both passing cultivators and prominent figures from Yunzhou City enjoy dining here, especially since the owner of Mandarin Duck Tower is rumored to be a disciple of Sunset Valley, a renowned beauty. In the past, although Mandarin Duck Tower did decent business, it was not particularly booming, as a meal here required the expenditure of spirit stones, and not just a small amount. Ordinary people could hardly afford it. However, today the restaurant's main hall was unusually packed, with some patrons even standing beside tables holding chicken legs and wine bottles, unwilling to leave despite the lack of seating. Among them were unfamiliar faces. This was because they had heard news that the young man in white who had displayed extraordinary power outside Yunzhou City last night would be dining here. Will Master Shen really come here to eat? Of course. I paid a hefty price for this information. Xiao Zhan reserved the most luxurious private room here this morning. Who else could it be if not Master Shen? But I wonder if Master Shen will actually come. A bald man confidently remarked after finishing a piece of meat. He was a minor general from the Demon Suppression Division, though he wasn't wearing the division's uniform. Last night, I witnessed everything while fighting the demons alongside General Wang. Master Shen is Xiao Mi's senior brother. Given that old Master Xiao is hosting a banquet, he should give Master Shen this face. I don't think Master Shen seems like the kind of person who would be arrogant. That's true. If Master Shen were that kind of person, how could he stand up for the people of Yunzhou, not only exterminating the Huang family, but also slaying those powerful demons? Speaking of which, you were present last night, right? Was it really as outrageous as they say? A golden core cultivator who hadn't participated in that battle asked. After all the news had spread that Master Shen was just a young man in his 20s, yet he possessed physical strength comparable to a high-level Hunyuan master, which was simply unbelievable. Not just outrageous, it's utterly ridiculous. Master Shen crushed a half-step nascent soul demon with just one finger. The bald man spoke animatedly, his excitement evident. Oh, just one finger. Are you suggesting that one's status is self-proclaimed? Master Shen really knows how to brag. A cold laugh suddenly drew the attention of the crowd, and the bald man immediately looked around in displeasure. Who was that mouth-breathing nonsense? Not only the bald man was unhappy, many others present showed displeasure as well. Master Shen was a hero of Yunzhou, which was a fact, and no one wanted to hear him being slandered. Luo Zheng, how can you tolerate being insulted by someone in Foundation establishment? In a corner, a table filled with food and wine had a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. The red-haired man with silver rings in his ears looked at the solemn-faced young man beside him and smiled broadly. Having refined an indestructible body, how did you become such a coward? Has your master beaten sense into you? With your previous temper, wouldn't you have given him a good thrashing? The young man remained silent, instead turning his gaze coldly towards the bald man, slowly rising and coldly stated, "Say that again." The red-haired man brightened up at this, but a dissatisfied voice from the white-clad woman reached his ears. "Are you satisfied now? If you break my restaurant, he'll make you pay. Is 10,000 spirit stones enough? If not, I'll add more." The red-haired man squinted and smiled, noticing that the white-clad woman still frowned. He quickly reassured, "Relax, Luo Zheng won't make a move. When have we ever bullied others? Then why provoke him?" The white-clad woman raised her brow displeased. The red-haired man shrugged and explained, "I just thought since we came all this way, if he doesn't show up for dinner, wouldn't it be a wasted trip without seeing the mysterious Master Shen? Look at the time, the dishes are cold already. So you resorted to this method, creating a stir to let him know. How do you know he would care about such childish—" The white-clad woman said irritably. "I don't know," the red-haired man replied nonchalantly. The white-clad woman tugged at her eyelid, but sighed helplessly. Sigh. What a coincidence, how could these 2 hotheads come to Yunzhou? Forget it, as fellow human cultivators, just don't cause trouble, a bit of shouting is fine. The bald man, upon hearing this, immediately turned red and became spirited. What's wrong? Are you unable to say it? What evidence do you have to question Master Shen? The young man coldly smiled and replied, "Physical cultivation is different from regular cultivation. Even if a body cultivator has great talent, achieving Hunyuan Master before 20 without years of forging and tempering is nearly impossible, let alone for high-level Hunyuan Masters. So am I wrong to say he is boasting? Yes, I admit he is strong and deserves praise, but blind worship only makes the demon race think we humans are fools." The bald man saw that he wasn't looking to fight, but rather to argue, and his anger subsided a bit, saying, "That's your viewpoint. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Master Shen can't." Others echoed, "Exactly. You can't stand seeing others excel, can you? A grudge against the strong. What gives you the right to question Master Shen, just spouting off?" Upon hearing this, the young man revealed a hint of sarcasm, saying, "What gives me the right?" Bang! A resonant sound echoed as the young man's body was enveloped in golden light, radiating a powerful aura. His eyes filled with dazzling golden light, leaving everyone present stunned in place as his deafening voice resounded throughout the restaurant. "Let me tell you what gives me the right. I, Luo Zheng, 6 years ago confronted a golden core demon during the invasion in Bianzhou. I was gravely injured while he perished. 3 years ago, I faced my senior brother, the heavy artillery master of Sunset Valley Lei Long, in a direct confrontation and won. In the following 3 years, I consecutively defeated all body refining experts in the Sunset Valley martial arts competition, earning the championship, and was hailed as the second best body refiner after my master, the Valley Master of Sunset Valley Ghost King Kong, nicknamed Little King Kong Luozheng. What do you think gives me the right? At that moment, countless people displayed shocked expressions, with some cultivators who seemed to recognize the name, exclaiming in disbelief. Luozheng. The legitimate eldest son of the Luo family, the first family of the great Xia the madman, who liked to bang his head with stones when he was young. It is said that after joining Sunset Valley, he was regarded as the most terrifying body refining madman, often using the method of having others beat him to temper himself. Heavens, it's actually this madman. Hiss. If it's him, then there may not be any lies. After all, body refiners know body refining best. What is he trying to do? Luozheng moved, lifting his shirt to reveal his upper body, standing before the bald man, and solemnly stated, "Come hit me with all your strength." As a pride of the human race, he naturally couldn't strike a fellow human, but to prove his body refining strength, to show that he wasn't just boasting, he needed to prove it. This. The bald man scratched his head, feeling a bit dazed by this sudden change from the young man. Is he trying to extort me? If I tell you to strike, just do it. Even if I die, it's nothing you need to worry about. Luozheng frowned and said. The white-clad woman facepalmed, feeling exasperated. What kind of person is this? The red-haired man, however, whistled and shouted, Luozheng, don't pick on someone in Foundation establishment. It's only normal they can't break your defense. Then he should find someone in the Golden Core late stage that would be more appropriate. The white-clad woman twitched her lips, wanting to say something, but held back. Hearing the words, Luozheng's expression slightly changed, thinking there was some truth to it. The next second, he looked around and saw a group of people walking in through the door, among whom the leading young man in white exuded the aura of a golden core. In an instant he moved and appeared right in front of him. Friend, punch me with all your strength. At that moment the entire place fell into dead silence. Shun. Master Shun. The bald man stammered out after seeing the newcomer. Outside the Mandarin Duck Tower, Shen Nian and his group approached, each displaying different expressions. At the forefront, Shen Nian was calculating the profits from the past 2 days, tallying the items in his storage bag. 1 nascent soul demon infant, 2 human infants. 3 half-step nascent soul demon infants. 37 golden core demon pills. Spirit stones. If we include the previous gains, the total has now reached a staggering 130,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones, among which the most precious is a vial of nascent soul level Yuan Yang pills carried by the mother wolf. As for the storage bags of the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Xianguang cave, Shen Nian had not opened them, yet simply feeling it was wiser to be cautious. At least he would wait until he left Yunzhou to advance to nascent soul. Who knows if there are any restrictions left behind. After all, his divine soul wasn't particularly strong. However, this time the harvest was indeed bountiful. The demon pills from the demon clan could be used to speed up Xiao Qinger's cultivation in exchange for Dao values. If she could find a way to absorb the powers of the 3 large demon infants, it would be ideal. Her grandfather should be able to manage that. Shen Nian thought this while glancing at Xiao Qinger, who was chatting happily with her father. For human cultivators to absorb the power contained in demon pills without any side effects, they must convert the demon energy into pure spiritual energy. If they recklessly absorb it, it would ultimately lead to demonization. Many human cultivators have taken this route in their haste to break through, but the outcomes were generally unfavorable, not to mention the difficulty of ascending to Baiyu Jing. Previously, Shen Nian dared to give some demon pills to Xiao Qinger, because he considered her grandfather's presence, otherwise, even he would need some time to eliminate the demon energy while simulating during his own cultivation. As for the remaining complete demon infants and the human nascent soul, it was unclear how much they would expedite the simulation. At this moment, Shen Nian noticed that the 2 nascent souls from the Xianguang cave were emanating a sword intent, both of which were fire attribute. So in sync. If I were to eliminate the impurities and absorb their sword intent, would it accelerate the enhancement of the Great Sun Undying Sword Art? Shen Nian pondered to himself. He was quite concerned about the Great Sun Undying Sword Art. After all, in the system's later plot introduction, it was this sword that wounded the true body of the Black Feather Demon Emperor. Let's get to it. Dao values are like money, they must be spent to earn. Shen Nian directly began to exchange the remaining 50 Dao values in his heart and initiated the simulation. Ding. In the first year you held 2 nascent souls and began to use your own spiritual energy to expel the impurities within them, allowing them to perfectly merge with you. This is a time-consuming task as you are still one realm away, so you are not in a hurry. In the 5th year you reveal a satisfied smile, having finally eliminated the impurities from these 2 nascent souls, which can now perfectly integrate with you. However, you discover a problem: these are much larger than golden cores, and not easy to swallow. Being someone who enjoys a high-quality life, you choose to cook them into 2 delicious dishes, slowly consuming them. What kind of quirk is this? I am a righteous cultivator using someone else's nascent soul as food. Shen Nian's lips twitched. The system didn't need to be this vivid, did it? In the 10th year you begin to enhance the Great Sun Undying Sword art while you notice that within your dantian the Great Sun now has 2 phantoms added. One is an elegant man, and the other is a beautiful woman, both transformed from the nascent souls you consumed. They sit cross-legged, sweating profusely, each deriving their sword techniques and magical powers, doing their utmost to assist you in your advancement and projection. You are somewhat astonished. This phenomenon exceeds your understanding. After receiving an explanation from the system, you realize this is a feature of the simulation system. However, their realms are too low. If the host consumes the transformation spirit of a demon soul, they can possess a certain awareness to help the host develop their skills. In the 20th year, the Great Sun Undying Sword art has made some progress. That Great Sun seems to have grown a size larger In the 20th year, the Great Sun Undying Sword art has made some progress. That Great Sun seems to have grown a size larger, radiating a dazzling divine flame, attempting to provoke the drop of chaotic blood within you, but is ignored by it. Meanwhile, behind Shen Nian, Guo Wu walked nonchalantly, yet a strand of divine sense remained focused on Shen Nian, his gaze filled with admiration. Not bad, unlike that little rascal who is so impatient. With such an extraordinary talent for body refinement, if he were to find a supreme expert in body refinement to guide him, his future would be limitless. I wonder what Sister Luo is thinking bringing him to the Tianjian sect for body refinement. Isn't that just a waste? Within the sect they say he has a good talent for swordsmanship, but I really don't see it. His body refinement seems. From the beginning he had attached a strand of divine thought to the storage bags of Li Jing and the others. If Shen Nian were to hastily open them, he could immediately erase the special methods left behind by the Xianguang cave, which could only be retained by someone at the nascent soul stage, intended to prevent human cultivators from murdering and stealing without their enemies even knowing. Looking again, if he doesn't touch those storage bags today, I can rest assured and completely eliminate any future troubles for this kid. As for this little girl, Guo Wu glanced at Xia Yue, who had been staring at Shen Nian's back, puffing his cheeks and curling his lips. Heh, my 2nd mountain is worse than his 9th mountain, huh? This kid is just a bit handsome and has better body refinement talent. Oh, what else can he have? He felt somewhat dissatisfied, but knew that the other party's choice might be the right one. The quota for the dragon transformation pool was a gift, especially since he was a body cultivator. There weren't many resources available for body cultivators in the entire Daxiao realm. The Daxiao dragon transformation pool was one, and he didn't expect he would let it go. This indicates that at least this kid treats Sister well far better than that little rascal who only knows. On the way here he had informed Xia Yue through voice transmission that if she wished she could enter the 2nd mountain and become his direct disciple. Besides feeling guilty about the time when the Demon Emperor acted and the Tianjian sect was restricted while the other 2 sects dared not act, there was also the fact that Xia Yue truly was a hidden dragon. Even without that supreme bone, she still possessed a monstrous talent, reaching the pinnacle of golden core at such a young age, even surpassing Lin Xinhua. This indeed made him consider taking her as a disciple. However, it was evident that the girl's thoughts were entirely on Shen Nian. She probably just wanted to be his junior sister. Suddenly, Guo Wu's expression changed, his pupils slightly constricting as he looked incredulously at Shen Nian's back. This sword intent is emanating from within him. Only someone at the transformation stage could sense the trace of sword intent containing Dao patterns being emitted, leaving Guo Wu dumbfounded. At this moment Xia Yue only gazed at Shen Nian's back with a calm expression, but her heart was slightly. She understood a principle: to become stronger the circle is crucial. There was no one among her peers in Daxia who could make her feel pressure until she met Shen Nian. Having someone to chase after would constantly push her to become stronger, because she feared that over time her hatred would fade, leading to compromise. Xinyu, you've truly found a good senior brother. I must remind you that we cannot be ungrateful. The kindness shown today must be repaid 100-fold in the future. Xiao Zhan spoke earnestly, glancing at the white-clad figure, then respectfully at the elder, radiating an immortal aura. Being valued so highly by the mountain master of the Tianjian sect, who even went so far as to kill the nascent soul of the Xianguang cave to eliminate future troubles, treating his daughter so well, their Xiao family absolutely cannot let him down. Otherwise their conscience would be uneasy and they could not bear the burden. Father, I understand, Xiao Qing'er said, clenching her jade fist, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. The senior brother has done so much for me. The only thing I can do now is to become stronger until I can help him. Dao friend, do not worry, please give me your all with a punch, so that this group of frogs at the bottom of the well knows what I Luo Zheng am truly capable of. As Xiao Qing'er stepped into the tavern, she saw a man with his upper body bare radiating golden light squatting in a horse stance before her senior brother, looking quite righteous. This scene left everyone stunned. Luo Zheng looked at the attire of the white-clad man before him and realized something, changing his words. Oh, so it's a friend from the Tianjin sect. Then there's no need to use fists, just use your sword. I Luo Zheng will furrow my brow a bit, consider me defeated. In the 30th year, under the efforts of 2 nascent soul sword cultivators and your own determination, the great sun exhibited a slight change. A mysterious pattern began to manifest on its surface, swirling around it. You distinctly felt the indomitable sword intent of the great sun accelerating in strength, yet suddenly a crack appeared in the sun. Faced with this unexpected development, Huang Rulin and Li Jing exchanged bewildered glances, while you furrowed your brows in contemplation, sensing that something was still amiss, though it eluded your understanding. After all, this was the pinnacle of sword techniques, even in the void retribution realm. At this moment, Shen Nian noticed the half-naked man before him, but chose to ignore him, focusing intently on the simulation interface. In the 40th year, Huang Rulin raised the question of Dao, stating that the methods of void retribution do not pertain to spiritual power, but rather to the essence of swordsmanship. If one cannot comprehend the path of burning demons, it would be difficult to make further progress. Li Jing wholeheartedly agreed with this proposition, and you suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if a long-buried memory awakened. An elderly voice echoed in your ears, expounding upon the myriad paths of the heavens and earth, leading you to a new understanding of the sword path. Guodu's gaze had never left Shen Nian, shifting from confusion, shock, and bewilderment to the current seriousness, changing several times. What kind of freak is this? Understanding swordsmanship at the golden core stage? Lin Xingyue, who had been silently drinking at the back, suddenly perked up and stepped forward. Let me see which brother this is. So bold. Lin Xingyue then focused her gaze and was momentarily startled, saying, Is it you, this oaf? Half a year ago, he had a chance encounter with this person, and after 3 sentences, he wanted to hit him. Wasn't this kind of brashness a sign of a troubled mind? Lin Xingyue initially did not want to engage, but under the pressing demeanor of the other party, he drew his sword. However, he did not expect this guy to be so tough. Despite unleashing his full power, he could only push him back 10 zhang. Lin Xingyue felt embarrassed and simply walked away. He couldn't land a hit, not at all. Guozheng glanced at Lin Xingyue and said indifferently, You are merely a defeated opponent who cannot even break my defense. Go aside. Lin Xingyue rolled his eyes and retorted, You oaf, when did I lose to you? When did you defeat me, eh? Not breaking my defense isn't called losing. Guozheng replied nonchalantly. Then why the hell are you practicing something that only focuses on defense? Is it interesting? Lin Xingyue couldn't help but curse. Guozheng remained calm, stating, My master says the best offense is defense. Lin Xingyue's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. That's unfair. My junior brother Shen Nian, though from the Tianjin sect, is not skilled in swordsmanship. I'll let him fight with his fists instead. Shen Nian had turned to body cultivation, having no intention to refine swords. Body cultivation is extremely time-consuming. Therefore, Lin Xingyue automatically assumed Shen Nian's lack of swordsmanship skill, after all, if they were to dual cultivate. How could that be possible? He didn't even bring his sword. Doesn't that say enough? Is he Shen Nian, your junior brother? Guozheng raised an eyebrow, then carefully scrutinized the white-clothed young man before him, who appeared even younger than himself, and sneered. No wonder, so he's your junior brother. No wonder he brags without hesitation. Is it the tradition of the Tianjin sect to boast? Is your physical body comparable to a high-level mixed yuan master? You really dare to boast? Come on, let me. Upon hearing that the person was Shen Nian, Guozheng's attitude changed. He despised boastful individuals, feeling ashamed to be associated with them as geniuses of the human race. After his words, Lin Xingyue immediately fell silent and quietly stepped aside, casting a sympathetic look at Guozheng. Meanwhile, the entire tavern erupted into chaos. He's Lord Shen. My heavens, so young. So handsome, Lord Shen. I wonder if he is married. Look, Lord Shen didn't even glance at that Guozheng. Of course. The bald man remained silent and bowed respectfully to the woman in the ink robe. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lin Xingyue, the woman in white, recognized the identity of the person and softly said, So he is from the Tianjin sect. Shen Nian is also from the Tianjin sect. I didn't expect the Tianjian sect to produce a body cultivator. I must investigate this thoroughly when I return. The red-haired man squinted slightly. That old man, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he swallowed hard. It's the mountain master of the second mountain. Gentleman Sword Guidu. The white-clothed woman also displayed a look of surprise. The mountain master of the Tianjian sect's second mountain. How could he appear in Yunzhou, and how could he be following Shen Nian? Oh, to have a latest-stage transformation god protect him. Such a grand gesture. Quick, go bring back that fool Guozhang. The white-clothed woman urged urgently, a hint of cold sweat appearing on her cheeks. Even with a significant background in the Sunset Valley, she would not dare to offend a latest-stage transformation god sword cultivator. Moreover, that gentleman's sword was the most unreasonable. This time the red-haired man did not joke around. Just as he was about to take action, he saw a woman in an ink robe appear beside Guozhang. Guozhang, what are you doing here, still not retreating? Young Master Shen is not someone you can challenge. Xia Yue coldly admonished, glancing at Shen Nian's silent demeanor, feeling even more anxious. The Guo family has a very close relationship with the great Xia. When she was young, she and Guozhang had studied in the same academy, and Guozhang had an excellent relationship with her younger brother. She knew Shen Nian's strength was not something Guozhang could contend with. If a fight broke out, what if she accidentally killed Guozhang? My sister Yue. You also like to hear rumors. Guozhang was momentarily stunned upon seeing her, but quickly waved his hand. It's fine, I just want to witness the so-called youngest high-level mixed yuan master. Rest assured, I'm quite strong now. However, the next second, a terrifying sword intent suddenly surged forth, enveloping the entire tavern in endless Tao patterns, rapidly raising the air temperature as an invisible domain unfolded. At this moment, facing this terrifying sword intent, Guozhang's pupils constricted and his scalp tingled. The immense pressure made it hard for him to breathe, especially when he saw the blazing great sun rising in that pair of black eyes, which made him feel insignificantly small, like a mayfly before the vast sky. With just a glance. Huh! Guozhang shouted, and his figure sprang forth, his indestructible body covered in a myriad of cracks. With a humming sound, it was as if a voice of a Buddhist chant echoed. A golden-bodied Arhat phantom appeared behind Guozhang, completely covered in golden patterns, standing on a lotus flower, holding a demon-subduing pestle, his eyes filled with Buddhist scriptures, but just as he manifested, he instantly collapsed into nothingness. Bang! His entire indestructible body was shot back like an arrow, crashing repeatedly into the tavern building, being thrown out of the tavern until he fell unconscious in a shop several miles away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone felt the terrifying pressure of the sword intent, revealing expressions of fear as they looked at the white-clothed man. A deathly silence. In the 50th year, you comprehended the true essence of the Great Sun indestructible sword technique, initially mastering the sword path, burning heaven beginner, and grasping the domain's supernatural power. Burning demon purgatory beginner, Great Sun indestructible sword technique, minor achievement. The power of the Tao. The methods of void retribution. Boom. With a resounding crash that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, a powerful sword intent surged into the sky, like a torrent, instantly condensing into a massive sun slowly hovering above the city of Yunzhou. Wherever this sword intent passed, it seemed as if all things were burned to ashes. Countless cultivators felt an unprecedented pressure. They looked up with eyes filled with terror and shock. How could this be? Am I still dreaming? Someone murmured, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, trying to confirm that what lay before them was not an illusion. Why are there two suns today? No, this sun is not real, otherwise we would have already perished. This is the manifestation of sword intent. What kind of sword intent can transform into such a terrifying sun? The entire city of Yunzhou was enveloped in a flurry of astonished discussions. At the same time, at the Heavenly Sword Sect at the Reward Exchange Center. Senior Sister Lung is truly remarkable. This time she actually defeated a mid-stage nascent soul monster and comprehended a new sword intent. Such talent truly makes her the top among the younger generation of our Heavenly Sword Sect. The upcoming Jiushan martial competition is without a doubt hers to win this year. Doesn't that mean senior brother Shen Nian is in for another beating? How tragic. Ever since he offended senior sister Long, he has been pummeled year after year. Did you forget that senior brother Lin is also around? It's alright, next year he won't be beaten anymore. By then he will have to call her senior aunt Long. I remember senior sister Long is only 38 at most. Her speed is truly astonishing, especially since she is so beautiful, though her temperament is a bit too cold. Geniuses often have some character flaws. A group of disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at the figure in white who had just walked out of the hall after exchanging her merits. The woman's expression was cold as she turned to leave after taking a broken mirror pill for her reward, never having spoken a word. As she returned to the air above First Mountain, her beautiful eyes glanced at Ninth Mountain, furrowing slightly, but after a moment's thought, she said nothing and vanished like a shooting star. In the deepest part of the sect, amidst the serene green mountains, an elderly man with white hair was as usual carrying 2 fishing rods and slowly walked out. His steps were light, yet contained incredible power, each stride able to cover a distance of kilometers, and in just a few moments he arrived at a hidden place rarely trodden by others. Before him in this desolate land was a bottomless dark spring exuding a chilling aura that could make even a nascent soul cultivator feel fearful. However, in the face of this terrifying power, the old man merely sniffed the air slightly, revealing an unmistakable excitement on his face. "Hee, little fellow, this time I have brought the flesh of the heavenly spirit fish. I don't believe you can escape my fishing hook." The old man's mouth curled into a proud smile as he prepared to set up his fishing spot. However, at that moment his body suddenly trembled violently, and he looked up at the sky. His expression instantly turned to one of utter shock, his pupils swirling with complex runes, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. This is the aura of returning to the void. The sword Tao returning to the void, which sword grandmaster from Dongxian has arrived. The old man recalled that among the 3 sects of the Great Xia, he was the strongest sword cultivator and the only one at the level of returning to the void, yet he had not yet comprehended the sword Tao. Should I go pay my respects? The old man frowned in thought, but then glanced at the dark spring. Forget it, I can't leave right now. But would not going seem disrespectful to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Should I find someone to go for me? But the master of Ninth Mountain is out there contending against the Demon Emperor. Who should I send? How about that kid Shen Nian? His realm is too low. What if that sword grandmaster thinks my Heavenly Sword Sect is looking down on him? Oh right, that girl Lung Ling Shuang has returned. She has also broken through to the peak of nascent soul, and she is the top among the younger generation of my Heavenly Sword Sect. It makes sense to send her. Having made his decision, the old man immediately transmitted his voice. In the depths of the northern danger zone of the Great Xia, there lies a palace named Shuangguang Cave. This palace has a unique architectural style blending the spirits of heaven and earth, constantly emanating a holy divine light. Inside the Shantian Palace, an old man dressed in a dark robe was quietly seated, his hair shining like gold, eyes tightly closed, resembling a monk in meditation, exuding a strong aura of Tao as he breathed in harmony with the world. Suddenly this golden-haired old man opened his eyes, and in an instant dazzling golden light surged in his pupils, as if he could penetrate all things and perceive all secrets. His deep voice echoed in the vast palace, returning to the void, Sword Tao. It's not that old fellow from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Immediately afterward, he exclaimed in surprise, someone from Dongxian has come. Could it be they discovered my arrangement? Facing such a situation, the golden-haired old man merely furrowed his brow, but showed no sign. It doesn't matter. Even if someone from Dongxian has arrived, so what? The priority is to finish dealing. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes again, focusing on his cultivation. Within him, a human-faced demon flower was continuously refining its face, displaying an expression of immense excitement, especially with the constant influx of human blood and flesh. The Sunset Valley, isolated from the world, continued, as usual, focusing solely on researching its own pills and artifacts. In the luxurious private room of the loft, the redwood round table was filled with figures, all of whom were still looking at the figure in white at the head seat with shock in their eyes. Guodu's face changed drastically. His heart, which had remained calm for hundreds of years, was completely shaken at this moment. He comprehended the returning to the void sword Tao at the Golden Core stage. What kind of monster is this? This is simply going against the heavens. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This unparalleled genius, not to mention in the Great Xia, is among the top, even in the entire human race. Guodu had no doubt that as long as Shen Nian stepped out of the Great Xia and showcased his talent, he would definitely ascend the Xuanlong ranking, perhaps even to the forefront. He then approached Shen Nian's side somewhat fawningly, whispering, "Shen kid, have you considered coming to Second Mountain as the Mountain Master? You can name your conditions as long as I can meet them." Shen Nian looked at Guodu with a strange expression after taking a bite of food, remaining silent. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. He had not expected to evolve the Great Sun Immortal Sword technique to a minor success. With this, his killing move had become even stronger. The only downside was that his spiritual power was too weak. His realm must keep up, otherwise when he strikes with a sword, perhaps the opponent wouldn't die, but he would exhaust his spiritual power and perish. At this moment in the Yuanyang building, everyone was utterly shocked. Even as Shen Nian and his group had already entered the private room, they remained dazed for a long while. My heaven's Lord Shen Nian is actually dual cultivating in body and sword. What a monstrous talent. That Luo Zheng can't even withstand a single glance. It's truly laughable. What little golden doll. I think he's just a little weakling. But one can't say that a Luo Zheng is indeed formidable. Who would have expected Lord Shen to be so impressive? Yes, not only is his physical refinement terrifying, but his swordsmanship talent is even more astonishing. Under that sword intent, even just catching a whiff made me feel like I was about to perish. With Lord Shen of the Great Xia, what fear do we have of the demon race? Everyone at the table was discussing the terrifying sword intent from earlier and the mastermind behind it, Shen Nian. Aside from shock, there was also a hint of admiration in their eyes. Outside the Yuanyang building beside a row of shops, the red-haired man helped Luo Zheng, who had just taken a healing pill, and asked, "How are you feeling?" No one answered. "Sigh, little Luo, I know this incident has hit you hard, but you needn't be so negative. Lord Shen and we are simply not on the same level. Try to think of it differently. He practically doesn't exist. It's just a dream. With his talent, he'll leave the Great Xia sooner or later." Leaning against the wall, Luo Zheng struggled to open his eyes, which were hollow, reflecting a look of despair. In his mind, the image of those merciless eyes filled with the blazing sun kept surfacing. Seeing this, Mu Rongchun sighed helplessly. People must learn to recognize reality. There are many monsters in this world. Not to mention those from the Eastern Xian who have reached the Xianlong ranking. Even my sister Luya from the Xianguang Cave and Lungling Shuang from the Tianjin sect all outshine us. Now there's just one more. It doesn't really matter. If one is so easily disheartened by a setback, then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Might as well just die. Senior Mu Rong, your mindset is really good. Luo Zheng forced a smile. Mu Rongchen pouted. What good mindset? I have no other choice. If I had the ability, I would have captured them all and taught them a lesson long ago. The woman in white beside him looked at Mu Rongchun with some surprise. She hadn't expected him to comfort someone. Luo Zheng's lips moved slightly, his voice hoarse as he said, "I just can't understand. I can't grasp why such a young monster suddenly appeared. The other three have all reached the nascent soul stage, and I can accept that. But this one has just reached the golden core stage, and is at the same realm as me. What was that sword in tin about? I just don't understand." Sigh, Mu Rongchen looked forlorn and said, "Don't mention you, I haven't figured it out either. Why is Shen Nian so abnormal? How does Senior Mu Rong compare to him?" Luo Zheng suddenly asked without preamble. Mu Rongchun pulled out an apple from somewhere and took a bite, saying, "Guaranteed." Luo Zheng's expression shifted slightly, while Lu Huihui, beside them, showed a hint of curiosity. Although she was a disciple of the Falling Sun Valley, she had mostly heard of Mu Rongguogua, the number one among their peers, but had rarely seen her. "Guaranteed." Luo Zheng responded with disbelief. He knew that Senior Mu Rong was indeed very powerful, especially skilled in formations. Given enough time, even a fully realized nascent soul could be outsmarted by her. But Shen Nian is definitely not an ordinary golden core. He even felt that a fully realized nascent soul might not withstand that sword. "It's not true. My sister will definitely defeat him," Mu Rongchen casually remarked while eating the apple. Luo Zheng was instantly speechless. Lu Huihui rolled her eyes, not wanting to listen any longer. As long as that brash man isn't dead, the one from the Falling Sun Valley might have some murderous intent. If we truly have a feud with the Tianjin sect. The woman in white couldn't help but shiver at the thought, unconsciously recalling the terrifying sword intent emanating from that white-clad figure. If I'm not mistaken, that would be the Void Return Sword Dao recorded in the texts. A golden core comprehending the Void Return Sword Dao. The young generation of the Great Xia is about to change. Such a person must not be offended. Lu Huihui thought for a moment and said, "You stay here and watch over him. I'm going to the Yuanyang building." Mu Rongchun immediately said, "No, Lu, senior sister, wait until Luo Zheng recovers. Hey, let's go apologize together." He knew what Lu Huihui was planning to do. She was the owner of the Yuanyang building, and since her junior brother had provoked Shen Nian, it wouldn't be right for her not to show up and apologize. "You can actually apologize, hey?" Lu Huihui looked at the son of the Falling Sun Valley's master with some surprise. This guy had been spoiled since childhood, and coupled with his great talent, he had always been doted on by the Valley Master, making him arrogant and overbearing. Fortunately, he wasn't malicious. Over the years, he hadn't done anything that would provoke public outrage, mostly just instigating conflicts among fellow disciples. "I'm just arrogant, I'm not an idiot. With Shen Nian's outrageous talent, how could I dare to offend him?" Mu Rongchun said irritably after finishing the apple. Luo Zheng clenched his teeth and said, "I'm fine now, let's go." In the private room, Shen Nian looked at Xia Yu's serious expression, feeling a bit surprised. Can she hear my thoughts? Just as I thought, she spoke up. She doesn't have some strange ability that Xia Yue gazed at Shen Nian with an expectant look. If it were the earlier Xia Yue, she might have hesitated, but now she had made up her mind. Being able to follow such a terrifying monster would constantly put pressure on her, forcing her to improve continuously. Isn't Xiao Qing'er the best example? She was a straightforward person who disliked beating around the bush. Once she decided, she would speak directly. Hearing Xia Yu's words, Xiao Qing'er, who was eating, paused for a moment and looked up in shock. Does the patrolling envoy wish to join the 9th mountain? At the same time, a somewhat weak voice of the female flame empress also sounded. It's completely normal. When encountering peers stronger than oneself, one aspires to surpass them. But when faced with a towering mountain, one only thinks of getting close and then climbing over it. Your Highness, you are awake. Xiao Qing'er thought in shock. The empress had been in a deep sleep for at least half a month and had surprisingly recovered so quickly this time. This is all thanks to the healing pill you consumed, which contained a trace of nurturing the soul's essence. The female flame empress chuckled softly before her tone turned serious. However, it was still too reckless. Next time we must not be so impulsive. If it had been any slower, we both could have perished. Faced with the desperate counterattack of that golden core tiger demon, even she felt somewhat powerless. If it weren't for Xiao Qing'er's awakened divine body and her strong life force, she would have truly been in mortal danger. Thinking of this, a complex expression flashed in the female flame empress' golden eyes. Although she was dissatisfied with Shen Nian assigning Xiao Qing'er such unrealistic tasks, she had to admit that he genuinely cared for Xiao Qing'er. Even in her slumber, she could still sense everything that was happening. I understand, Your Highness, Xiao Qing'er replied in her heart, though a hint of cunning flickered in her beautiful eyes. If she didn't push herself hard, would she ever catch up to her senior brother? Beside her, Xiao Zhan was also taken aback. The patrolling envoy wishes to join the Tianjian sect. She is from the Great Xia's Demon Suppression Division, and there are rumors that her identity is very special, likely stemming from royalty. Forget it. Who told him to have such great talent? I can endure. Shen Nian ignored the fuming Guo Dawu beside him and quietly observed Xia Yue. I am serious, Xia Yue said with a determined expression. Reasons? Shen Nian lowered his gaze to sip his tea, not directly accepting her proposal, thinking that he had to maintain his dignity. I want to follow young Master Shen in my cultivation until I surpass you, and then take my revenge. Xia Yue candidly expressed her thoughts without any concealment. Surpass me? Shen Nian smiled, faintly gazing at her. I think that instead of surpassing me, seeking revenge might be a more realistic goal for you. I have a cheat. What do you have to chase after me? If my junior sister is strong, then I am even stronger. You can't catch up at all. Shen Nian was extremely confident about this. Hey Shen kid, didn't expect this, did you? Xia Yue is of remarkable origin. She is the grand princess of the Great Xia. The target of her revenge is something even the Tianjian sect can only look up to. I think it's more practical for her to surpass you, kid. Guo Dawu sneered as he transmitted his voice to Shen Nian. Guo Dawu wanted Xia Yue to join the 2nd mountain and had already thought of this. He intended to slowly guide her once she truly joined the 2nd mountain. Don't go seeking revenge against the Demon Emperor. What level of existence is that? With a snap of their fingers, they can annihilate an entire realm. There might be people among the human race who can slay him, but they would have to put themselves in a perilous situation, which the human Emperor Hall absolutely does not allow. So wanting revenge is impossible. It would be better to cut off this unrealistic thought sooner rather than later. However, surpassing Shen Nian, while difficult, is not entirely impossible. After all, Xia Yu's talent is also excellent, and she once possessed a supreme bone, indicating she has great fortune. In the future, it's truly uncertain who will be stronger or weaker. It's just a demon emperor. What's there to advise? If my 9th mountain disciples can't even kill a demon emperor, then don't even mention me. Shen Nian calmly said while drinking tea. He did not transmit his voice, but stated it directly. Such a great pressure-inducing target, and you want me to let her give up? Don't be ridiculous. What I want is for her to advance in her cultivation while bearing the greatest pressure. Moreover, she is the destined female protagonist. Isn't it only natural for her to deal with the villains? It's just a matter of time, and Shen Nian had no doubt about this. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone in the private room. Xia Yu's pupils constricted as she stared blankly at Shen Nian. Xiao Zhan fell into deep thought. What realm does the Demon Emperor represent? However, he could guess that anyone with the title Emperor is certainly not a small demon, perhaps even stronger than a demon sovereign. Xiao Qing'er looked perplexed, not fully understanding the strength of the Demon Emperor, but the female Flame Emperor in his mind scoffed lightly. It really is a case of a young calf, not fearing a tiger, boasting without worrying about biting their own tongue, just a demon emperor. Lady Flame Emperor, is the demon emperor really that terrifying? Xiao Qing'er questioned in confusion. At the top, what do you think? Off. Xiao Qing'er was stunned. Guo Wu was taken aback looking at Shen Nian's seemingly indifferent demeanor and immediately sighed with a smile. Kid, you don't know what level of terrifying existence the demon emperor is. This isn't your fault, after all it has already surpassed the understanding of the great Xia cultivators. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard Shen Nian nonchalantly say, isn't it just above the void return stage, transcending tribulation to achieve harmony? What's so impressive about that? In his memory, his understanding of realms exceeded that of everyone present, especially regarding the void return stage. According to what his ancestor said, demons can overpower humans in any realm except for the harmony stage. Too many factors are involved in this. You actually know? Guo Wu was somewhat surprised. At that moment, he genuinely couldn't comprehend Shen Nian. Let alone in the Tianjin sect, even the entire Great Xia had no information about the harmony stage. This realm can only be traced in the Eastern Su realm, and each one is the final trump card of the human race. Regarding the harmony stage, even he only encountered it after entering the spirit transformation stage in a certain cave heaven. At that time, he understood what it meant to see the sky from a well. But since Shen Nian, who was at the golden core stage, knows, could it be that junior sister Luo told him in advance? However, what shocked Guo Wu the most was Shen Nian's attitude. Since he knew about the harmony stage, he should understand how difficult and terrifying it is to reach that realm. Yet years later, every time Guo Wu thought about this matter, he couldn't help but blush, but he couldn't help but feel excited inside, marveling at life. For this, he even wrote a poem for Shen Nian. In white robes, soaring up high, grasping stars, carrying the moon, stepping on sunlight, a heart of ambition, sword pointing to the sky, questioning the 9 abysses. In Xiao Qing'er's mind, the female flame emperor's golden eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Her senior brother is somewhat extraordinary. He must have an extraordinary background. Surname Shen. The female flame emperor thought of something, her pupils slightly constricting, revealing an expression of disbelief. If he came from there, how could he appear in such a small place? At this moment, what my senior brother said is true. If you can't even kill a demon emperor, then I am not worthy to join the 9th mountain. Xia Yu's expression was somewhat excited, feeling a hint of admiration for someone of her generation for the first time. She knew that Shen Nian was definitely not a pompous person who looked down on others, but someone who truly had the confidence to say such words. This meant that her choice was absolutely correct. Hearing the other person directly call him senior brother, Shen Nian showed no reaction, but listened for a long time without hearing the system's voice. Strange. What does that mean? Where's my reward? No reward for accepting my junior sister. Guo Wu was momentarily stunned, glancing at Shen Nian and Xia Yue, and suddenly felt speechless. Goodness. You believe him just because he said that? If your conversation gets out, the entire human race will praise how amazing you two are. That demon emperor, who has suppressed the human race for so many years, can just be killed with a few words from you. He truly doesn't know whether to call them ignorant or commend their courage. This isn't according to the rules. The chief of the Tianjin sect has no qualification to accept disciples. Guo Wu spoke up as he thought of something. What do you want me to do? Guo Wu looked at Shen Nian's scrutinizing gaze, his lips twitching. Shouldn't you say something nice to ask for help? Why just stare? If it weren't for your great talent, I wouldn't bother with you. All right, as the mountain master of the 2nd mountain, I agree to let Xia Yue join our sect. Is that enough? Guo Wu waved his hand impatiently. Upon saying this, Shen Nian's mind echoed with the system's voice, and his expression slightly changed. This. Meanwhile, in the tavern. Boss, don't mess around. Didn't you see me bravely slaying demons yesterday? I can't possibly deceive you. Wait a bit, my little junior sister's family is quite wealthy. Is she really short of this 10 taels of silver? Could you return the sword to me first? Otherwise I might miss my meal. Lin Qingyue exuded a hint of alcohol, but her eyes were bright, and her tone very anxious. Eating is important. That wine is truly delicious and filling. If he misses this, he would feel upset for a long time. But his master insisted he figure out a way to retrieve the sword himself, or else he wouldn't be allowed to sit at the table. Although Lin Qingyue was extremely displeased and wanted to retort, how could there be such a disparity in treatment between people? Didn't Shen Nian face the same thing? Did he say that the sword placed at the 9th mountain was just at the 9th mountain? Look at his appearance, he might have pawned the sword. Well, putting that aside, fine. Lin Qingyue accepted. Shen Nian has good talent, it's normal for him to have some privileges, but that old bull can't treat himself like this, right? Is this appropriate? The tavern owner examined the inebriated Lin Qingyue, closely, looking skeptical. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely over Yunzhou City. The main thoroughfare bustled with crowds, more numerous still since last night's events had begun to spread, and surely more would come in days to come. Inside the tavern, after finishing his duties, the tavern owner glanced at Lin Xingyue, who had been waiting patiently, then tapped his pipe and spoke softly. I heard it was the Demon Suppression Bureau that clashed with the demonic clans last night, and that Magistrate Shen alone slew every demon. What does that have to do with you? He had fled far behind Yunzhou's defenses long before the battle began, witnessing none of it firsthand, relying only on second-hand rumors. Today, instead of visiting the pawnshop, he returned straight to his own tavern. There he happened upon Lin Xingyue, who had arrived seeking directions. Surely you've heard how at the critical moment a peerlessly handsome cultivator charged headlong into the demonic ranks and rescued Miss Xiao of the Xiao family. Lin Xingyue pressed incredulous. Was I truly invisible? For heaven's sake, I contributed. The tavern owner lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Is that so? Lin Xingyue fell speechless, furious yet utterly without grounds to protest. Sigh, what misfortune! That old goat sent me to retrieve the sword, but didn't even spare a single silver coin. Ah well, such is fate. Lin Xingyue turned away in quiet dejection, just as a soft melodic voice chimed forth, overlapping with the tavern owner's. Wait, this young master. I believe you. As the steward here, I shall cover Master Lin's debt myself. Lin Xingyue turned toward the voice and saw a gentle young woman in an emerald green dress standing beside the tavern entrance. Her head bowed modestly, her eyes, lustrous as polished gemstones, dared not meet his gaze. A delicate flush bloomed across cheeks like flawless jade. In that instant, Lin Xingyue froze, utterly oblivious to the tavern owner's words. Young men these days lack even a trace of patience. Though I doubt your claim of slaying demons, I never said I doubted your ability to repay. Come, let me take you to fetch the sword. With peace restored to Yunzhou, I am heartened. Even if the debt remains unpaid, it matters little. A chime resounded. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement, recruit a destined junior sister. Reward, ninefold celestial art, void refinement, Tao teaching points, 200 redeemable for 200 years of simulated cultivation. Bonus quest reward, supreme regeneration technique. Truly, fortune arrives precisely when most needed. His current cultivation manual, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Celestial Profound Heart Sutra, was woefully inadequate, capped at the nascent soul realm. To advance further, he required a superior art, and now the ninefold celestial art arrived like a divine wind at his back. Most crucially, it granted 200 years of simulated cultivation, a staggering boon. Faster than nurturing his junior sister's growth, certainly. Were destined heroines as common as cabbages, he might have already gathered hundreds, surely ascending beyond mortal limits. You might as well say outright, this supreme regeneration technique was tailored for Xia Yue. It's painfully obvious, Shen Nian muttered wryly, eyeing the golden scroll before him. Meanwhile, Guodu sat quietly eating and savoring his meal. Though cultivators typically ceased needing sustenance after foundation establishment, many still maintained the habit of dining. Two reasons explain this. First, as one ascended the Tao, the mortal body gradually shed its earthly nature. By the divine transformation realm, lifespans stretched into millennia, and prolonged existence risked eroding one's humanity. Eating and drinking thus served as solemn reminders of one's origins as a mortal being. Second, the food itself was no ordinary fare. Imbued with rare spirit herbs and flesh of demonic beasts, it fortified the foundation and nourished the essence. Legends claimed that consuming the flesh of royal demonic clans could even bestow their bloodline abilities. Naturally, most cultivators indulge for this very reason. My, that accursed beast is already nearing breakthrough of its seal. Guodu suddenly sensed a disturbance within his spiritual sea. A golden thread of consciousness flickered, its integrity fraying at the edges. His brow furrowed instinctively. By then, Xia Yue had returned to her seat, but rather than eating, she smiled faintly at Xiao Qing'er and said, "From now on, you are my senior sister. Please guide me often." She offered the greeting with sincere courtesy, never condescending despite the disparity in cultivation. A foundation establishment cultivator who nearly sacrificed her life against a golden core opponent possessed talent beyond measure, and such audacity alone commanded her respect. Moreover, she felt a profound kinship with this young woman, who had declared with quiet fire that rivers shift eastward for 30 years, then westward for 30 more, and no one should ever scorn a maiden in hardship. As fellow women once oppressed, such resonance came naturally. No. It is I who must learn from the inspector. You are far above me, still only at foundation establishment. Xiao Qing'er flushed with embarrassment. Xia Yue simply smiled gently, saying nothing. An unspoken hush settled over the table. Master Shen, allow me to toast you on behalf of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan rose solemnly, holding his wine cup with reverent deference. He had long wished to thank Shen Nian, yet opportunity had eluded him. He understood clearly without Shen Nian's intervention both Xiao Qing'er and the Xiao family would now lie shattered beyond repair. Having drained the cup, he prepared to bow deeply, when a gentle breeze lifted him upright, halting his Elder Patriarch Xiao, there is no need for such formality. I am your daughter's senior brother. Your bow would be profoundly inappropriate. Besides, slaying demons is my duty. If gratitude must be given, then thank fate for blessing you with such a remarkable daughter. Shen Nian spoke softly, his gaze resting briefly upon Xiao Zhan before silently raising his own cup and drinking. He felt no particular fondness for Xiao Zhan, but any man who fathered a destined heroine was invariably upright and honorable, and thus unworthy of disdain. Indeed, Shen Nian's words held truth. Xiao Zhan's fortune was undeniable. Even without Shen Nian's presence, his future would assuredly flourish. Senior brother. Hearing this, Xiao Qing'er shyly glanced at Shen Nian. This was the second time. Delight warmed her heart. Shen Nian merely glanced at her and murmured, "How sentimental." She pouted, yet her cheeks still curved in quiet joy. Xia Yue watched silently from the side. Newly initiated, she knew better than to intrude. Xiao Zhan, sensing the warm spiritual energy that had steadied him, paused in astonishment, then burst into hearty laughter. Master Shen speaks wisely. I am indeed sentimental. Allow me then the boldness of an elder uncle, and 3 more cups. Shen Nian returned a gentle smile, said nothing, and drank again unfazed. This wine lacks potency. Could it be my constitution? Guodu shot Shen Nian a disgruntled look. Oomph. So you know how to charm others, yet remain icy cold toward me. You don't even address me as senior uncle. In truth, he misunderstood Shen Nian entirely. He treated everyone with equal reserve. By the 3rd round of wine, conversation flowed freely. Honorable Lady Xia, allow me to propose a toast. From now on, you and my daughter serve together on the 9th mountain. May you watch over each other closely. Truly, what extraordinary karmic affinity. Xiao Zhan's face flushed crimson, his eyes slightly glazed as he raised another bowl. Beside him, Xiao Qing'er frowned gently. Father, please stop. You're not well. Nonsense. Today I rejoice. Xia Yue smiled faintly and emptied her cup in one graceful motion. At that very moment, knock, 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 knock. A firm rapping echoed at the door. Master Guo, Master Shen, may we enter? Outside the private room, Lu Huihui approached, and the steward in charge of the 2nd floor immediately cupped his hands in greeting upon seeing her. However, Lu Huihui gestured for silence, and then indicated for him to leave before taking the fruits that the steward was about to carry inside. Guo Shanju, young Master Shen, may I come in? After gently knocking and speaking softly, she patiently stood in place waiting. This was the first time the owner of the Yuanyang Tower had been so humble in her own establishment. Beside her, Murong Chun smiled as he supported the pale-faced Luo Zhang. Don't look so glum, Xiao Luo, give us a smile, Murong Chun whispered sideward. Luo Zhang maintained a sullen expression, his mind filled with the mockery of the patrons from the tavern earlier. Oh, isn't this the little tough guy? Ha ha, why are you looking down? Lift your head, or your crown will fall off. In the end, it was the bald man whose voice intimidated everyone into silence, making it difficult for Luo Zhang to find any good mood. Hey, it's just a few rude comments from passers-by. Is it really that big of a deal? Murong Chun said nonchalantly. Lu Huihui frowned and said, keep an eye on him, don't let him pull any tricks, or I won't spare you any courtesy. She initially did not intend to bring these 2 idiots along, one who spoke without thinking, and the other who was shameless. Offending the other party would truly be hard to handle. But there was simply no other choice. Don't worry, I've got this. Murong Chun patted his chest, then leaned toward Luo Zhang's ear and reminded him. Once we go in, lower your stance a bit. I know you're not foolish, don't make a scene. Just then a voice came from inside the room. Come in. Lu Huihui gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Luo Zhang followed, forcing a slight, strained smile. The people inside the room slightly changed their expressions upon seeing the 3 figures enter. It's that tough-headed kid, what is he here for? Is he looking for a fight again? And he brought help. Xiao Qing'er and Xiao Zhan both thought this with surprise. Guodu remained impassive, showing no concern for these younger generations already planning to leave. The Black Feather was about to escape, and if he didn't act, great trouble would ensue. With countless human lives at stake, though, there were still matters left to discuss with Shen Nian. The top-ranking Shen Nian slightly raised his gaze and looked at the 3, finally recognizing the young man he had knocked back with his sword intent. Is there something you need? Xia Yuya's expression darkened slightly as she looked at Luo Zhang, shaking her head helplessly. She really had to restrain this ignorant fool this time. Could he actually provoke his senior brother? However, Lu Huihui hurriedly set down the fruits and cupped her hands, saying, "Inner disciple of the Sunset Valley Lu Hui, it greets Guoshanju. Friend Shen, it was my junior brother Luo Zheng who was rude before, and I came to apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Shen Nian looked at her and casually swirled his wine glass, saying, "No worries, it's not a big deal, there's no need for an apology." Between the three sects, the relationship between the Tianjin sect and the Sunset Valley was considered good. Many spirit swords, pills, and formations were provided by the Sunset Valley, so it was not a big issue, especially since Shen Nian had not cared about that brash young man at the time. It was purely bad luck for him to have run into the wrong person. As for Lu Huihui, he had indeed heard his master mention her, the senior sister of the inner sect of the Sunset Valley, with half-step nascent soul strength, who had been in the sect for over 70 years with decent talent. The Yuanyang Tower was her establishment. "So you came to apologize?" Xia Yue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Huihui smiled lightly and said, "Friend Shen, your talent in swordsmanship is astonishing, yet your heart is as deep as the sea, truly a fortune for our human race." Hearing her flattery, Guodu merely glanced at her without saying anything. As soon as Lu Huihui finished speaking, Morong Chen also stepped forward with a hearty smile, saying, "Morong Chen from the Sunset Valley greets Guoshanju." After speaking, he looked at Shen Nian with a somewhat fanatical expression, saying, "Friend Shen, your unparalleled elegance truly opens my eyes. I would call you the strongest man among our peers, truly impressive. I wonder if Friend Shen has a partner. If not, as long as you give the word, I can send one over from my valley. If I guessed correctly, it would be my sister Morong Guagua, the eldest daughter of the Sunset Valley's leader, skilled in various mystical arts, and a master of the diverse practices of the Sunset Valley. My sister Morong Guagua not only possesses unparalleled talent, but is also quite captivating. Aside from being a bit lazy, she has basically no shortcomings. We can simply train her a bit more. Having her by your side would not only bring you face, but also assist you greatly. You and Friend Shen would be a perfect match. What do you think? Would you consider becoming my brother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Lu Huihui's lips twitched, but it was not appropriate for her to lose her temper in front of everyone, so she could only force a smile. Xiao Qing'er's expression changed dramatically as she bit her lip and looked at Morong Chen with displeasure. Xia Yue also frowned slightly. Xiao Zhan's drunken face showed a hint of seriousness. "This is bad. This kid is too clever and not easy to deal with." Shen Nian's expression paused slightly as he slowly spoke. "No need." He was not uninterested in women, but how could he agree to marry someone he had never met based solely on a few words? How could that be possible? Shen Nian was not the kind of person whose small brain controlled his big brain. After experiencing countless sage modes in his past life, he had long seen through such trivial matters. Although he had heard from his master that Morong Guagua was indeed an extraordinary talent, even surpassing Lung Lingxua. But so what? Could a destined daughter be so formidable? He currently had no interest in these two beautiful sisters, let alone anyone else. Upon hearing Shen Nian's rejection, Morong Chen finally reacted, glancing at Xia Yue and Xiao Qing'er, sitting beside him, realizing they were no worse than his sister. Especially feeling the hostile gaze from Xiao Qing'er, he seemed to understand something and immediately changed his tone. "Friend Shen, please don't be hasty in rejecting. Just think, if you marry my sister, wouldn't that mean you hold the Sunset Valley in your hands? What level could I as a brother-in-law possibly compete with you? Would you consider it again?" Morong Chen continued, earnestly ignoring the jade hand that was gripping his waist. Shen Nian fell silent, looking at Morong Chen with a strange expression. "This kid is somewhat interesting. Does he really want to pull me in? Can the Sunset Valley be offered?" At this moment, Guodu looked at Morong Chen with some astonishment and laughed. "You are the waste son who only knows how to indulge in pleasure, as described by the leader of the Sunset Valley." Indeed, Morong Chen nodded calmly, not feeling any shame at all. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Guodu chuckled. Only he knew how terrifying Shen Nian's talent truly was. Mastering the Golden Core and the return to the Void Sword path represents what? It represents a guaranteed entry into the return to the Void Realm. Moreover, he was still so young. In the future, he could very well reach the pinnacle. The Daxiao would be invincible with him. If he truly married that girl from the Sunset Valley, the one to benefit would undoubtedly be the Sunset Valley. Currently, Shen Nian was no longer just a talented loose cultivator. He had the entire Tianjin sect backing him. Furthermore, Guodu always felt that Shen Nian had an even deeper background. This kind of deal could only be beneficial. However, even the Morong family sitting here would only praise Shen Nian a few times, possibly thinking of matchmaking, but they would never rush to court Shen Nian like Morong Chen. Shanju Liaozhan. Morong Chen smiled slightly. Lu Huihui felt like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in while following such a young valley master. Did you really think he was complimenting you? However, before Morong Chun could continue speaking, he was interrupted by Guidu, who said, "Enough, don't say more. Shen Nian is currently not interested in matters of love. He should focus more on his cultivation." What Guidu said was indeed true. A prodigy like Shen Nian wasting his thoughts on other matters was a waste of talent. He should grow up quickly. Kill demons. Morong Chun appeared helpless, having temporarily given up. However, the silent Luo Zheng beside him then stepped forward. "Bro, don't overthink it. I've made it clear." Morong Chun quickly transmitted his thoughts. But the next second he was stunned. "Whoa, kneeling right away. Goodness, you're more impressive than I am." Luo Zheng walked towards Shen Nian, kneeling on one knee with a serious expression on his pale face, cupping his hands, and saying, "Lord Shen, please teach me the method to achieve invincibility in the flesh." Outside Yinzhou City, a gentle breeze caressed the face. Why bother riding a spirit steed when one can simply take a flying boat? Guidu Wu waved his hand, and a small black boat flew out of his sleeve. It was no larger than a thumb at first, but in the blink of an eye it had grown over 3 meters in length. The entire boat was black with a shimmering golden line depicting the ethereal image of a phoenix suspended in midair. This is the Tianfeng boat, forged from the essence blood of the demon clan's phoenix. I acquired it in a hidden realm. It possesses the speed of a latest-stage divine transformation capable of breaking through ordinary spatial barriers and can reach the imperial capital of the Great Xia in no more than half an incense stick's time. Guidu Wu said casually, though he stole a glance to see the slight change in the expression on Jiang Chen's face, chuckling inwardly. Hee, just you wait. I don't believe I can't handle you." Shen Nian surveyed the Tianfeng boat with some I must say this is a fine item. At least for him at the moment. Usually he relied on flying around himself, which not only wasted spiritual energy, but was also slow and troublesome when he ran out. Having this would be incredibly convenient. But this thing must consume a lot of spirit stones. What happened to that kid? Guidu Wu suddenly noticed Lin Qingyue behind him silently drinking, her gaze fixed on the direction of Yinzhou City. Normally this little rascal would have jumped out to disrupt things. He wondered what she was thinking. Xiao Qingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she couldn't help but ask, "Is it really that fast, Master Uncle? Look at you as if you've never seen the world. It's just a flying boat. While it's rare in the Great Xia, once you go to Dongshuan you'll see all sorts of flying boats everywhere." The female flame empress said lazily, "Are there various forms of flying boats?" Xiao Qing'er wondered to herself. Of course, some cultivators forge flying boats into palatial shapes for comfort, while others create them to resemble colorful lotus flowers for aesthetics. Naturally, there are also those who have had their heads kicked by a donkey crafting all sorts of bizarre flying objects, the female flame empress said with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. In the past, she would have taught a lesson to those idiots who would forge a flying boat into such a filthy appearance only to call it the heavenly stick. Listening to the female flame empress, Xiao Qing'er fell into deep thought. Bizarre. What could those look like? The reason Master Uncle can repeatedly catch up to that swift divine transformation beast is largely due to this flying boat. Do you think it's fast? Guidu Wu explained with a smile, relishing the memory of the black-feathered creature's frustrated yet helpless expression. Xiao Qing'er remained silent until Summer Yue spoke after a moment of contemplation. "This flying boat is a divine transformation item. I'm afraid we can't utilize it at all." Not at all, not at all. That's the precious part of the Tianfeng boat. It can be operated simply by infusing it with spirit stones, and it also possesses a protective array that can withstand attacks from divine transformation cultivators for 3 incense sticks time. As he spoke, Guidu Wu held up 3 fingers. He was extremely certain that this item was crafted by an ancient celestial sect for their juniors. Once one stepped into the void realm and ascended to the white jade capital, no matter how fast a flying boat was, it couldn't match the speed of tearing through space. While a divine transformation cultivator could tear through space over short distances, it wouldn't work over great distances. The turbulence in space was incredibly dangerous, and one misstep could lead to their demise. The next moment, Shen Nian naturally stepped onto the flying boat. Perhaps he had exerted too much force, nearly flipping the boat over, but he quickly steadied himself and adjusted the boat's position, then turned to the 2 women and said, "What are you waiting for? Get on." Xiao Qing'er and Summer Yue quickly boarded the boat, following in Shen Nian's wake. "Can't you be a little gentler? This is a divine flying boat. I wouldn't dare use it so roughly," Guidu Wu said with some heartache, forcing himself to maintain composure as he softly added, "Ahem, this boat is." He intended to say he would lend it to them, but before he could finish, Shen Nian clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master Uncle, for the boat." Guodo's body froze, a question mark appearing in his mind. Huh, granting the boat. No, I didn't mean to give it away. Can't you see that? Damn, what's wrong, Master Uncle? You don't want to give it. If you're reluctant, then forget it. Just consider that I never said anything. After all, I'm not a disciple of the second mountain. How could I take such a treasure? Shen Nian pretended to be surprised, then feigned disappointment, and shook his head. You? Guodo's face flushed, rendered speechless. Lin Xinghua finally turned her head back, unable to suppress a laugh at seeing the old man in such a predicament for the first time. What nonsense are you spouting, Shen? Regardless of which mountain, we are all disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This flying boat was intended for you. Is your master uncle so stingy? Guodo forced a smile despite his expression being less than genuine. Really, master? Then why is your face turning red? Lin Xinghua teased, taking a sip of her drink. Is the sun too bright for you to see? It's hot. Guodo forcibly suppressed his expression, accidentally changing it again. Huh, why has it turned green again? Will you die if you don't speak? Oh master, don't you know me? My point is, since you're so generous, I would like your protective talisman. Honestly, you know it's inappropriate to go out without something to protect myself, right? You want a talisman? Guodo nearly cursed. Damn it, that's his life-saving item. So forget it. Just consider that I never said anything. After all, I'm not your biological son. How could I take such a treasure? Lin Xinghua also displayed a disappointed expression. Guodo's face darkened. This wasn't over yet. On the flying boat, Shen Nian immersed himself in studying the vessel, eager to infuse it with spirit stones to activate it, since he had money in his pocket. Xiao Qing'er covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, while Summer Yue wore a slight smile. Glancing at Guodo and then at Lin Xinghua, she suddenly felt that not all celestial sects were as cold and heartless as she had imagined. At least they weren't like that. Boom. Roar. As soon as Shen Nian infused the spirit stones into the Tianfeng boat, it soared into the sky, with a powerful surge of spiritual energy that nearly knocked the two women off balance. With a phoenix's cry, a faint green barrier enveloped the Tianfeng boat. Guodo looked up, revealing a serious expression as he slowly began to speak, transmitting his voice. Shen Nian, you are the most gifted person I have ever seen in my life. For the rise of humanity, cultivate diligently. On the Tianfeng boat, Shen Nian looked down, smiling faintly. Pretentious. A wisp of light descended, landing softly on Guodo's shoulder. Boom. Guodo's pupils instantly constricted, his whole body trembling as he stared at the sky, unable to utter a word. Master, what's wrong? Lin Xinghua asked, puzzled. Nothing. Guodo withdrew his gaze, revealing a gentle smile, surprisingly moved by this kid. Fate cannot be passed down. This kid. Let's go. You will accompany me to the Tianyao cave. After all, you are the chief of the second mountain, and cannot be too weak. Until you reach the nascent soul stage, you are not permitted to enter the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghua paused for a moment, unwillingly glancing back at Yunzhou City, but she still silently followed. Not long after the group departed, a proud woman wielding a sword entered Yunzhou City. Shen Nian, a master at high realms. The hero of Yunzhou City. Cold Ling Shuang heard various discussions around her brow furrowing slightly. Just him. At this moment, in the private room of the Mandarin Duck building. I didn't expect this. You really have some guts, and you resemble me a bit, Morong Chen said, while eating, casting a glance of approval at the silent Luo Zhang. Though the method is somewhat extreme, the idea is valid. However, you are too blunt. The Tao cannot be passed down casually. Who are you to him that he should teach you? Seeing that Luo Zhang is silent, Morong Chen continued, then shifted his tone seriously. But what my brother-in-law said is truly insightful. The Tao must be walked upon individually. Tisk, with such a perspective, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Shut up. Can you show some respect? When did you become my brother-in-law? Lu Huehue, sitting at the front, frowned and spoke coldly. Then she looked at Luo Zhang and thought for a moment. It may indeed be inappropriate, but I don't believe that Daoist Shen's words are false. You cannot learn his Tao. After Luo Zhang knelt down, Shen Nian paused for a moment before speaking. My Tao. Those who seek to learn from me will perish, and those who try to imitate me will also meet their end. What Shen Nian said is not wrong. Do you have what it takes? Want to learn from me? A body refined over 100 years cannot be matched by you. After he finished speaking, he got up and left soon after eating. At that moment, Luo Zhang remained silent, quietly sitting beside him without eating. Having witnessed the other party's terrifying swordsmanship talent, he had already concluded that the strength of their physical body was most likely genuine. After all, the other party had no need to pretend. With such terrifying swordsmanship talent, there was no requirement for a strong physical body to support anything. Thus, disregarding his pride, he knelt down to beg Shen Nian to teach him the methods of physical cultivation, questioning, how he could achieve a body comparable to a high-level Hunyuan master at such a young age. He was desperate to know and eager to become stronger. In response to Shen Nian's answer, he remained undeterred. Even if he could not pass on the Tao, he still hoped Shen Nian could offer him some advice. After all, his master had synthesized the strengths of many to achieve divinity. However, Shen Nian's words led him to reflect deeply, causing him to question if he was mistaken. The path of cultivation does not require excessive advice. Your talent is not bad. Seeking the Tao, why should you let others make choices for you? If you abandon your own path and the Tao that belongs to you, then the heights of others will restrict your vision. If so, the paths of others will build high walls, and in the end you will find it hard to surpass them in your lifetime. What I want to say is the Tao must be walked upon by oneself. At that moment, Shen Nian, seeing the other party kneel, and having had a bit to drink, casually replied, causing everyone present to fall into contemplation. Wudu couldn't help but praise, saying it was eloquent. These words changed Luo Zheng's life. On the day that the heavenly demon realm launched its attack, a furious Vajra stood guard over Daxiao, resisting 3 great returning void demons, ultimately slaying one and perishing. His body remained unbroken, standing tall over Yunzhou city, instilling dread among the demons. The grace of passing on the Tao will never be forgotten. Luo Zheng silently intoned in his heart, beginning to undergo subtle changes. In his view, this was the essence of passing on the Tao. At that moment, a figure stepped into the tavern. According to the sect master, the aura is emanating from here. Is this the aura of the sword Tao? Cold Ling Shuang stood in the center of the great hall, carefully sensing the faint remnants of sword intent. Her expression moved, a fervent light flashing in her beautiful eyes as she clenched her jade fist. One day I too will step into the returning void realm and seek the essence of the sword Tao. Half an hour ago she had just returned to the sect and had not yet rested when she heard the sect master's transmission. Hurry to Yunzhou, a master of the returning void sword Tao has appeared. Be sure to invite him to visit the Heavenly Sword Sect. Even if he does not come with your talent and sword Tao, it might attract his appreciation, and if he offers you some guidance, you may comprehend the essence of the sword intent and reach a new level. The sect master is unable to provide guidance in sword Tao himself. This is an opportunity. By the way, try to be gentle in your attitude. Don't always wear a stern face. You're not bad looking, so why not? Perhaps this could bring our Heavenly Sword Sect a tremendous fortune. Upon hearing the news, Cold Ling Shuang promptly descended the mountain. She might not have cared so much for other matters, but for the extremely proud sword Tao master, she held immense curiosity and admiration. Her arrival immediately drew the attention of the remaining cultivators in the tavern, who were eating and drinking. This woman looks so stunning, so proud. What is she doing standing still, just sniffing around? In the next moment, Cold Ling Shuang slightly cupped her hands and spoke, her voice resonating throughout the tavern with a respectful tone. I am Cold Ling Shuang, chief of the Heavenly Sword Sect's first mountain, here to pay my respects to the esteemed elder. I hope to meet the elder. Upon her words, the expressions of everyone in the tavern changed dramatically. No way. It's her. The number one among the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. One of the 3 prodigies of Daxiao, the water sword, Cold Ling Shuang. How could she be here? Esteemed elder. What esteemed elder? Where is the elder? After a moment, there was still no sign of anyone appearing. A hint of disappointment flickered in Cold Ling Shuang's eyes as she slowly lowered her hands. Do you not wish to see me? Or have you already left? Meanwhile, Lu Huihui and the others stepped out, looking down from the 2nd floor. What is this crazy woman doing here? Murong Chun stroked his chin, looking at Cold Ling Shuang with a smirk, his pupils reflecting a trace of displeasure. This woman is always so cold. He remembers when he casually joked she truly took action against him. A sword she had left him bettered for 3 days. Lu Huihui, however, softly greeted her, saying, Taoist Cold, could you come up for a gathering? Cold Ling Shuang's figure moved, directly appearing on the 2nd floor, as she had long noticed the presence of the 3. What are you doing here? Cold Ling Shuang coldly asked, her gaze sweeping over the 3, filled with disdain. Murong Chun twitched his lips, but remained silent, feeling a bit resentful inside. Woman, you better keep it this way, or let's see who will marry you. Luo Zheng stood at the back, his expression indifferent. Lu Huihui smiled slightly, saying, Isn't it? Because your Heavenly Sword Sect has produced an extraordinary prodigy that we came to see. But speaking of which esteemed elder is Taoist Cold looking for? Prodigy. Cold Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, recalling some rumors she had just heard. Shen Nian. Lu Huihui was taken aback and said, Does Taoist Cold not know? She looked at the astonished expression on the other's face, somewhat surprised. Shen Nian's talent was such that even the 2nd mountain's master willingly followed him. Shouldn't such a person be known by everyone in the Heavenly Sword Sect? She had previously thought that the Heavenly Sword Sect was deliberately concealing Shen Nian's talent from the other two sects. It was normal for them not to know, but cold Ling Shuang not knowing was a bit strange. I know him. He has a cold and proud personality. His cultivation talent is acceptable, but his sword talent is average. However, he is arrogant and disregards others still in need of refinement. A month ago I met him at the sect, and it seems he has broken through to the peak of Foundation establishment, but he did not dare to see me. Perhaps it's because last year at the Nine Mountains martial arts competition I knocked him out with a casual sword strike, leaving him unconscious for 3 days. With such a weak body, if you all say he is a high-level Hunyuan master. I can't believe it at all. Cold Ling Shuang said with an indifferent expression. Huh. A month ago he was still in the late Foundation establishment stage. What a... Murong Chen exclaimed. What's the problem? Cold Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow. Lu Huihui gasped, and asked could it be that he is deliberately hiding his strength. What do you mean? Daoist Shin just left. If I'm not mistaken he should be at the late Golden Core stage and... You say his sword talent is average, are you serious? Lu Huihui couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In the next, Cold Ling Shuang radiated the sword intent of the perfected Tianxian sword, art displeased, as she said how can he be considered average compared to me? Behind them Luo Zheng, who had remained silent, let out a cold laugh. How is this the extent of his sword intent strength? Not even worthy to carry Shen Daren's shoes. Isn't it true that Lord Shen is arrogant and proud? I believe there is another person who fits that description. Luo Zheng revealed a hint of a sneer, his expression filled with disdain as he mocked. To be honest, just based on those few words he felt that this woman was the true embodiment of arrogance, completely different from Shen Nian's unintentional cold pride. In comparison the gap was too vast. What did you say? Boom. A wisp of sword intent directly locked onto Luo Zheng, the pressure emanating from it far exceeding the golden core level. Luo Zheng could feel it, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps, his face turning even paler. He could not withstand this strike, especially since he was already injured. It was highly likely that he would die. However, Luo Zheng showed no fear, staring at Lung Ling Shuang and saying, every word I said is true. Lung Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness in her eyes. Her proud nature had always led her to consider herself a genius in swordsmanship, and no one had ever belittled her in the art of the sword. It was difficult for her not to become angry. A murderous intent was released without restraint, and Murong Chen's expression darkened, unable to help but frown as the treasures within him began to activate. This woman wants to kill Luo Zheng. Are we not the same race? Stop. Lu Huihui quickly stepped in front of Luo Zheng, her expression serious as she said, Friend Lung, don't be impulsive. Although Luo Zheng's words are harsh, they are not false. Shen Nian's talent in swordsmanship is indeed far superior to yours. Friend Shen previously released a sword intent in this tavern, soaring into the sky, like the sun piercing through the heavens. If I am not mistaken, that pertains to the level of Dao. With a golden core's understanding of swordsmanship, you should comprehend what kind of talent that represents. At this moment Lu Huihui also felt some dissatisfaction upon sensing Lung Ling Shuang's murderous intent, so she did not bother to spare her face, saying what needed to be said. She was also internally shocked. Shen Nian had only reached Foundation establishment a month ago. How could he have cultivated so quickly, crossing an entire realm in just 1 month? This was simply unheard of. Absolutely impossible. Lung Ling Shuang's tone was resolute as she retracted her sword intent, coldly stating, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. You have no idea how terrifying that sword intent truly is. That sword intent was clearly executed by a master of the void returning level. How could it possibly be Shen Nian? She had practiced the sword since childhood, and her understanding of swordsmanship far surpassed these three to the extent that even some at the initial stage of the transformation god realm might not comprehend it as deeply as she did. This was not her first encounter with the swordsmanship of the void returning level. In many hidden realms there were remnants of ancient sword cultivators containing sword intent, but compared to the terrifying aura left by the tavern's void returning sword intent, they fell short by a considerable margin. Just moments ago her heart had trembled at the thought. This level was something she had never encountered in her life. You say this is the realization of Shen Nian, whom she had never regarded highly. How could that be? Even if she heard rumors of him being a high-level primordial master, or having reached the late golden core stage, she could only smile it off. Even if it were true, so what? Could he block the sword in her hand? During the competition, he could still end up lying down for 3 days. Yet they claimed that Shen Nian was the swordsmanship master the sect leader sent her to find. That former subordinate of hers. She did not believe it. And she absolutely could not believe it. Considering this, Lung Ling Shuang continued. Moreover, this sword technique contains true meaning of the fire element, completely different from the Tianxian sword technique of my Heavenly Sword Sect. How did Shen Nian learn it? No need for me to say much. Who in the entire Great Xia possesses sword techniques or divine powers at the void returning level? Could he be someone from Dongshuan here to train in Great Xia? Laughable. How could I waste so many words with you frogs at the bottom of a well? Once I find that senior, I will go to the 9th mountain to meet this swordsmanship genius you speak of. Long Lingshuang increasingly felt that her analysis was correct, revealing a hint of mockery before turning to leave. Her movements were swift, and before Lu Huihui could speak, her figure had already vanished. This woman is beyond saving. Lu Huihui truly did not expect that Long Lingshuang would be so confident. It's normal. That woman looks like she has had an easy time cultivating, just like my sister, never having experienced the harshness of the world. Murong Chun returned to his usual frivolous demeanor, his tone shifting as he laughed. But my sister has one good trait. At least she listens to advice. This woman probably is done for. Lu Huihui nodded in extreme agreement. I really want to see her face when she meets Lord Shun Yu. I wonder if she can still act so arrogantly. Luo Zheng laughed, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Murong Chun chuckled. That's easy. The 9th mountain competition of the Heavenly Sword Sect is in less than a month. We can just go and see then. In the streets of Yunzhou City, Long Lingshuang strode forward, her figure weaving through the crowd, but no one could brush against her hem, and no one noticed her presence at all. Oomph. The current Falling Sun Valley is becoming increasingly absurd. With such poor cultivation talent, they have even lost their wits. I should hurry to find that senior. After this matter is settled, I must go back and meet that so-called swordsmanship genius. Long Lingshuang sneered disdainfully before releasing her divine sense to search for the sword, intent similar to that of the tavern. At the same time, within a chaotic space, a blue meteor streaked across, revealing a flying boat upon closer inspection. Shen Nian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance at those tiny silver points of light, lost in thought. Those should be stars. When he departed the wisp of void intention he left for Guadalwu was not a swordsmanship inheritance. Rather, it was merely the power extracted from the void returning sword path. After all, he could not possibly pass on his ultimate techniques like the Sun Immortal Sword technique or the indestructible body refining method. Those are his trump cards. That little bit of void intention was enough to allow the other party to comprehend the void in advance. As for whether they could improve, that depended on their own fortune and had nothing to do with Shen Nian. The reason he left was that he did not like owing others favors. Since he had taken their flying boat, he should at least give something in return. When Shen Nian released the power of the Tao in the Yuanyang Tower, he clearly noticed the hint of excitement in Guodawu's eyes, but Shen Nian did not mention it at all. If Guodawu had actively requested him to impart the void path, Shen Nian would have never agreed, and would have even left without finishing his meal. However, the other party had never brought it up, not even when he was about to leave, which made Shen Nian harbor a bit more goodwill towards him. Thus he had his teaching. The consumption compared to this speed was still acceptable. Shen Nian looked at the rapidly depleting spirit stones on the central spirit platform of the flying boat, his expression calm. In the blink of an eye, over 100 low-grade spirit stones had been consumed. For Shen Nian, that was not much. After all, hastening to the dragon transformation pool to enhance Xiao Qing'er's strength was the priority. Oh, now there's one more. I should also boost Xia Yoyue's strength. I wonder if she has been to the dragon transformation pool yet. Shen Nian suddenly recalled that he now had 2 junior sisters, and it would be completely feasible to synchronize their cultivation. There was no need to do it one by one. At this moment, Xia Yoyue and Xiao Qing'er were curiously observing their surroundings, the hazy, colorful spatial barriers. Even Xia Yoyue, being a royal princess, was seeing the scenes in the space for the first time. Don't be fooled by these colorful visuals. Even if a transformation god touches them, they will be obliterated. The voice of the female flame empress echoed in Xiao Qing'er's ears. Your Majesty, when will we no longer fear the chaotic space? Only after reaching the transformation god stage can one traverse the starry sky. If one reaches the pinnacle of Baiyu Jing and unites with the Tao, it would be like plucking stars and treading the moon, like an immortal entering the world. Xiao Qing'er was filled with profound shock, a trace of yearning in her heart, lamenting her own insignificance. She had only just begun her journey in cultivation. To traverse the stars and step on the moon, crossing the void. This must be what immortals are like. As she thought this, she gazed at Shen Nian's back, contemplating, with my senior brother's talent, he is bound to reach this level. The female flame emperor said no more, her golden eyes shifting to the figure in white, standing with his hands behind his back. If he hails from the Shen family, it wouldn't be surprising for him to possess the returning void technique. However, with his talent, shouldn't he have thrived within the clan? He has resources and talent. Why would he conceal his identity and come to the Great Xia's Tianjin sect as a mere ninth mountain chief, disciple suffering hardships? After all, as things stand, Shen Nian's swordsmanship and physical talents rank him among the top echelon in the entire Eastern Xian, with only a slight deficiency in realm showing no other flaws. Yet the female Flame Emperor was very clear about one thing: Shen Nian's cultivation talent was alarmingly fast. Foundation establishment to late golden core in just a matter of days. This was practically unheard of. However, the female Flame Emperor began to deduce something. It was likely that Shen Nian possessed a treasure that concealed his realm, capable of misleading outsiders. Only with such an explanation could one comprehend how Shen Nian's identity could be shrouded in such an artifact that even she could not see through. Then she looked at the cold woman in a black robe seated in meditation, beads of sweat sliding down her forehead as she focused intently on her cultivation. She is indeed diligent. The female Flame Emperor looked on with some admiration. At that moment, Shen Nian had already begun a new simulation. Exchange for path value 200 points, remaining simulation time 200 years, starting simulation of 9 turns heavenly art. Returning void. Shen Nian's figure remained still, yet all his attention was on the simulation. He planned to first raise the technique, then directly elevate his realm. If it wasn't a perfect golden core, it wouldn't matter much. With an external aid, he could just spend more simulation time to advance his realm. The difference between having a perfect golden core and not was not particularly significant for his battle power. Ding. In the first year, you opened the scroll of 9 turns heavenly art and began to comprehend the technique. As your understanding of the Tao increased, you quickly grasped the essentials of 9 turns heavenly art, attempting to immerse your mind into the world within the scroll, surrounded by hazy divine light, unable to see clearly, as if in a dream. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in your ears like the ringing of the great Tao. Of course, to ensure that future practitioners of this technique would not be restricted, I have deliberately infused all my insights into this art. If you have confidence, you may further evolve this technique, reaching new heights. If you can achieve this, we shall surely meet one day. Perfecting flaws. Self-evolving. Is this an open source technique? Of course, to ensure that future practitioners of this technique would not be restricted, I have deliberately infused all my insights into this art. If you have confidence, you may further evolve this technique, reaching new heights. If you can achieve this, we shall surely meet one day. Perfecting flaws. Self-evolving. Is this an open source technique? The only adjective Shen Nian could think of was this. It was quite intriguing. In the 20th year, proud as you are, how could you be willing to comprehend a weakened version of 9 turns heavenly art? You felt the difficulty was too trivial, directly choosing to start reading the Elder's insights, wanting to elevate 9 turns art to another level. Over these years, relying on your talent and the experiences brought by the chaotic blood, the great sun, immortal sword technique, and the indestructible body, refining method, the difficulty of creating your own technique was indeed too great. You looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. So difficult. Regarding the peculiar self in the simulation, Shen Nian had already learned to brainwash himself. That person was not him, so he appeared quite calm. In the 50th year, you have mastered the true essence contained within 9 turns heavenly art, realizing that there was a thread of heavenly Tao aura within the divine object the Elder had previously comprehended. That divine object was born innately, yet the path of self-creation still remained directionless. 9 turns heavenly art. Entry level within Shen Nian's tranquil spiritual sea, a point of golden light began to glow, then rapidly spread like wildfire, filling the entire spiritual sea with gold, transforming it into a sea of immortals radiating a sacred aura. The realm remains unchanged, yet the spiritual power has doubled. Shen Nian's expression shifted, slightly astonished. The 9 turns technique was already remarkable. Should I continue to extrapolate it further? The self-created technique might not even compare to the original. In the 80th year, you looked up at the sky, pondering something. Since I can't find that thread of heavenly Tao opportunity, no matter how I create, why not simply abandon the search? Why not just seize it? As this thought arose, you froze in place, suddenly enlightened. The previous you had fallen into a dead end, fixated solely on how to create a technique to align with that divine object, forgetting that the path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Why must I align with the heavenly Tao? Seize the creation, go against the heavens. This is to seize the heavens. You have your first epiphany in life. 9 turns creation, seizing art. Entry to the Tao this moment. Your golden spiritual sea began to change slightly, and 9 indistinct figures enveloped in divine light suddenly appeared above the spiritual sea. They sat cross-legged in unison, beginning their clearly defined cultivation. This, Shen Nian felt that his realm was constantly rising, somewhat shocked. These 9 golden figures replaced him, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while his meridians, spiritual Qi body, and divine sense were in an unceasing process of tempering. This meant that from this moment on, Shen Nian no longer needed to worry, they would cultivate on his behalf. Good heavens! This technique is truly monstrous. Shen Nian noticed that those 9 figures worked without needing food or water, and he didn't even have to pay them wages. A feeling of being a super capitalist surged within him. This simulation is worth it. This technique is indeed against the heavens. Shen Nian was extremely satisfied and prepared to begin elevating his realm, but the next moment his expression changed. More surprises. In the 100th year you refined yourself using the 9 turns creation, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, going against the heavens. Your golden core has been enhanced. Divine grade creation, golden core condensation. Shen Nian displayed a look of shock as the golden core within him vanished. Slowly a golden core surrounded by 9 colors began to hover above his head, emanating an ancient aura containing terrifying spiritual power that left him in awe. As this creation golden core revealed itself, it immediately caught the attention of the 2 women. This is Senior Brother's golden core. Xia Yue gazed at the golden core, which seemed like an immortal object lost in a trance. Xiao Qing'er, however, showed little surprise, only some confusion. Why did Senior Brother externalize the golden core? In her mind, the female flame emperor's golden eyes sparkled with a hint of shock, saying, a divine grade golden core. No wonder his cultivation speed is so slow. He actually condensed a divine grade golden core, truly worthy of hailing from that place. In the Great Xia, a massive city grander than Yunzhou stands here, exuding an ancient aura. This is the imperial capital of Great Xia, the royal city that rules over the 9 provinces. In the western part of the city lies the Qianwang Mansion, where palaces and pavilions are scattered like stars, all resplendent in gold and jade. Before the towering and magnificent main gate, 2 white jade lions stand guard, holding luminous pearls in their mouths, showcasing their majesty. Here resides Xia Qianquan, the younger brother of the Emperor of Great Xia, who has been a high-level mixed yuan master for hundreds of years. He is also the one with the most supporters for the Great Xia throne today. At this moment in the front courtyard, it is exceptionally quiet, with no servants or maids bustling about as usual. Only 3 figures casually tread upon the green stone slabs. Their conversation, when spread, would surely shake the entire Great Xia. Qianwang, do you think it appropriate for Xia girl to become a concubine for my little disciple? A handsome young man in a golden robe with a purple bamboo flute hanging at his waist spoke with a smile. His eerie vertical pupils revealed a sense of indifference, and every gesture emanated an air of superiority. With every step he took, a lotus flower bloomed in the rippling pond, quite an unusual sight. Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in a black python robe with streaks of white at his temples immediately displayed a fawning smile, saying, to marry the disciple of the Qinguang cave master is indeed a blessing for that girl Yue. Behind the 2, a cold and imposing figure in crimson armor, with a scarlet cloak billowing in the wind, revealed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, disdainfully sweeping over Xia Qianquan's humble demeanor before his master. What a farce! A high-level mixed yuan master. In front of my master, isn't he just like a dog? Truly laughable. Only fools would cultivate their physical bodies. You are quite perceptive. The Qinguang cave master glanced at Xia Qianquan, chuckling softly. Then let's leave this matter to you, shall we? Xia Qianquan lowered his posture even further and smiled, saying, I will not hesitate. Then it is settled. Once you handle this matter well, I will resolve those hidden dangers for you, allowing you to sit firmly upon the throne of the last human dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianquan excitedly clasped his hands, his eyes filled with fervor. Thank you, Lord Qinguang. Immediately after, Xia Qianquan led the 2 from Qinguang cave to a quiet courtyard to rest, then turned to leave. Master, I don't fancy her. Na Lanming stood behind the Qinguang cave master, his expression proud and his tone disdainful. In his eyes, how could a princess of a mortal dynasty be worthy of a heavenly prodigy like himself? The Qinguang cave master smiled slightly and said, Is it that you are uninterested, or are you still thinking of your fiancée whom you promised to for 3 years? How could that be? Na Lanming's tone was resolute, and with a sneer he said, That Xiao Qing'er is a waste. How could she linger in my thoughts? The Qinguang cave master merely smiled indifferently, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. The eldest princess of the Great Xia dynasty is not simple. If it weren't for that incident from years ago, her talent would be far superior to yours. Even the eminent powers of Dongxian would extend an olive branch to her. Na Lanming frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, yet still did not interrupt the Qinguang cave master's speech. Moreover, marrying her is also your master uncle's intention. Upon hearing this, Na Lanming was stunned, exclaiming, Master uncle. His master uncle is the ruler of the Xuanguang cave, the supreme powerhouse of Great Xia. He had long since entered an unfathomable realm often hidden within the sacred grounds of Xuanguang cave. He truly did not expect that this would be his intention. Since it is the intention of my master uncle and master, I shall comply. Na Lanming lowered his head and spoke solemnly. After all, it is only marrying a concubine, so it doesn't matter. The Qingguang cave master said helplessly, Enough, don't look so glum. From what I know, the princess of the Xia family is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital. Don't take advantage of her and then act coy. By the way, you should go to the Great Xia Martial Temple and have them open the transformation dragon pool for you. Master, isn't this item meant for body cultivators? Moreover, doesn't Great Xia have a rule that only members of the Demon Suppression Division are qualified to enter the transformation dragon pool? Na Lanming was somewhat puzzled. As a pure cultivator, what would he do in the transformation dragon pool? Is it just for a bath? Just go, because I told you to stop asking so many questions. As for that so-called rule, didn't I teach you? In Great Xia, my Xuanguang cave is the greatest rule. The Qingguang cave master's expression was indifferent, exuding a dominating aura. At the same time, in the council hall, Xia Qianquan gathered his confidants and many ministers to discuss the matter of marrying Xia Yuyue into the Xuanguang cave. My lord, it is indeed time for Her Highness the Princess to contribute after using royal resources for so many years. Moreover, marrying is not a difficult matter at all. Agreed. 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 After receiving the approval of many ministers, Xia Qianquan revealed a faint smile and asked, Where is His Highness the Prince? Replying to the Lord, His Highness went to Yunzhou to exterminate demons a few days ago. Today he sent a message saying he will bring someone into the transformation dragon pool and will arrive at the imperial capital soon. A figure knelt on one knee and answered, Is that person from the Demon Suppression Division? The princess letter says, Not he. Bringing an outsider into the transformation dragon pool, His Highness really has great authority. Xia Qianquan's expression darkened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In his view, after his brother's death, Great Xia should rightfully belong to him. No one could touch anything without his permission. Letting one person use the transformation dragon pool really wouldn't have much impact, but it was unacceptable without his consent. Then let's take some people with us to let the princess understand how can the resources of my Great Xia royal family be used by outsiders. Understood. At this moment, only a few breaths away from the imperial capital, a flying boat suddenly stopped hovering in the sky. Above, Shen Nian was still feeling his own improvement. My spiritual power has increased tenfold. Shen Nian's expression couldn't help but be stunned, especially as he sensed that his divine sense limit had reached an astonishing 9,000 zhang. What does this signify? Previously he was only at 2,000, now he had increased by several times. This was a divine sense limit that only a late-stage nascent soul could possess. No wonder he seized the heavens. Shen Nian took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, feeling immensely satisfied. Originally he had planned to give up on pill advancement, but by accident he had directly elevated his level. You could say this makes sense. Am I just operating on a cheat? Isn't this a bit absurd? Now he can finally advance his realm. In 100 years at my talent, what realm will I reach? Shen Nian couldn't help but feel curious. Ding, in the 10th year the infant takes form, the essence takes spirit. In just 10 years you have advanced from latest golden core to golden core completion, reaching the stage of transforming into an infant, and this is still under the slow progress of divine grade golden core. The heavenly tribulation descended. 9 searing bolts of lightning struck in succession. With the indomitable chaos, immortal body refinement art Jiangchun withstood them bare-bodied. He soon realized the tribulation's lightning could temper his flesh, igniting a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he plunged into the thunder pool itself, bathing in celestial lightning. His art advanced subtly, and the tribulation, sensing it was being exploited, grumbled indignantly before dissipating. As Shen Nian's aura transformed dramatically, the divine grade creation golden core dissolved and reformed above his head as a 9-hued infant seated cross-legged with hands sealed in mystic mudras. Though youthful in countenance, its features bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Nian himself. After breaking through via the divine grade creation golden core, I've instantly attained the 9-hued nascent soul, a feat surely inseparable from both the 9-fold creation seizing heaven art and my extraordinary physical cultivation. Shen Nian murmured thoughtfully, while his spiritual sea swelled dozens of times over, and his divine sense extended beyond 20,000 zhang. Simultaneously, Shen Nian felt a sharp numbness ripple across his body, followed by waves of acute pain that drew a faint furrow to his brow. So injuries sustained in simulation manifest upon my real body. Yet why did they not before? He paused puzzled. After all, during earlier simulations of the Chaos Immortal Body refinement art, he had indeed suffered wounds. Could it be the tribulation's unique nature? As he pondered, the two young women aboard the flying vessel lifted their gazes toward the white-robed figure and froze in awe. Senior brother has formed his nascent soul, and it is the legendary nine-hued nascent soul. Xia Yue gazed at the radiant nine-hued infant, whispering softly, though startled by her senior brother's sudden ascension. From golden core late establishment straight to nascent soul formation, her composure held within reason. She remained unaware that just days earlier Shen Nian had still been at foundation establishment late stage. Thus Xiao Qingyer's expression was pure unfiltered astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Senior brother, what preposterous cultivation speed is this? It's only been 2 or 3 days. Your Majesty, did you not once say the Tao path grows ever more arduous with each successive realm, and that even prodigies must refine their foundations meticulously before breakthroughs? Then why? In her mind the Lady Flame's sovereign fell silent, her golden eyes locked upon the nine-hued nascent soul, speechless. Such speed was unheard of. Even in her past life, she had never witnessed anyone surging from foundation establishment to nascent soul in mere days. If he'd relied on forbidden pills, sacrificing foundational stability for haste, perhaps it would be understandable. Yet he had merely stood there, motionless for but a moment, and ascended. And his nascent soul was flawless, the nine-hued nascent soul, a rarity so profound that fewer than 10 cultivators across the entire human race had ever achieved it. His foundation therefore required no further validation. This left the Lady Flame's sovereign utterly confounded. Moreover, where was the tribulation? Why had none manifested? Though inwardly stunned, she preserved her dignity and replied, indeed, I spoke of increasing difficulty, but omitted one crucial point. Prior to ascension to deity, cultivators draw solely upon ambient spiritual energy. Challenging, yes, but for a genius like your senior brother, quite manageable. I have even witnessed celestial prodigies transcend an entire major realm within a single month. Perhaps he encountered some extraordinary destiny. She forced the explanation forth, only for her golden pupils to contract sharply the next instant. What is happening? It isn't over yet. Shen Nian stood upright, hands clasped behind his back. Even after the nine-hued nascent soul merged back into his body, the simulation continued. 30 years later, your cultivation art proves transcendent, your innate talent unparalleled. You advance to nascent soul midstage. A torrential wave of overwhelming aura erupted outward. Shen Nian sensed his divine sense surge another 10,000 zhang, and his internal spiritual energy reached an inconceivable magnitude. The nascent soul realm's divine sense ceiling stands at 9,999 zhang, yet mine already spans 30,000. Truly absurd. Even weaker ascended deities may fall short of me. A flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes. 50 years later, in just 2 decades, your nine-hued nascent soul reaches full perfection. You attain nascent soul latest stage grand completion. Through innate brilliance, you grasp the first thread of Ascensionto deity comprehension. You sense heaven and earth's power resonate faintly with cosmic laws, and Tao principles commune directly with the heavens. Extend your spiritual perception to 70,000 zhang, and command spatial forces with every gesture. 100 years later, you ascend to deityhood. With but a thought, heaven and earth's power stirs across 1,000 li. You command celestial phenomena at will. Your slightest movement wields world-shattering force. You master spatial manipulation utterly. Your lifespan becomes infinite. Your divine sense crystallizes into a primordial spirit. So long as it endures, you cannot perish. Once more you summon the heavenly tribulation. The returning storm hesitates. Then, after double confirming your audacity, unleashes far more terrifying lightning, crimson suffused with dread pressure that stirs even your own heart. Confident, you charge once more into the thunder pool, bathing in scarlet lightning. Your flesh shatters repeatedly, but the single drop of chaos primordial blood within you grants monstrous regenerative power, healing wounds in the blink of an eye. Again and again, shatter, reform, shatter, reform. Pain contorts your features, yet the chaos immortal body refinement art surges forward at terrifying speed, especially amplified by the ninefold creation seizing heaven art, until at last you comprehend its true Tao. Chaos fist, Tao integration initiated. Chaos immortal body refinement art, minor mastery. Simulation concluded. Boom. The boundless torrent of spiritual energy vanished, replaced by an inexhaustible tide of heaven and earth's power radiating from Shen Nian's very being. Now with a single thought his divine sense encompassed the entire imperial capital. Every gesture exuded ineffable Tao resonance, as if he had fused seamlessly with the cosmos itself. Without exaggeration, with his current strength, a mere thought would annihilate those half-stepped, nascent-souled demonic beasts, and their entire horde, down to soul and form. Gradually Shen Nian reigned in his aura, and turned. Seeing Xia Yuyue frozen in stupefaction, he frowned faintly. No more dawdling. Lead the way. She snapped back to awareness, instantly bowing deeply. Yes, senior brother. Then she guided Shen Nian to activate the flying vessel, steering it toward the Wumiao Temple of the Great Xia Empire. Yet internally she remained shaken to her core, and couldn't resist probing voice trembling. Senior brother, what realm are you in now? That terrifying aura made her soul tremble, an intensity she'd only ever sensed in ancient venerable ascended deities. Yet she dared not believe it. It defied all logic, leaping 2 major realms, from Golden Core late stage, in the span of a single meal. She refused to accept it. She'd never heard of such a thing, not once. Was he even human? Merely newly ascended to deity. Nothing worth such astonishment, Shen Nian replied calmly, nodding slightly. He had planned this demonstration deliberately, to apply subtle natural pressure upon his junior sisters. Destined heroines by nature possess fierce pride and relentless ambition. This gentle nudge would spur them onward, while sparing him the trouble of seeking secluded chambers for future simulations. A win-win. Hearing his reply, Xia Yuyue stood utterly dumbfounded. Oh, senior brother, have you heard yourself? This isn't astonishing. She suddenly recalled her earlier vow to surpass him. Though gently rebuffed at the time, she'd privately considered his confidence natural, and still clung to that aspiration deep down. But now, slaying a demon sovereign suddenly seemed more plausible, because her senior brother was clearly no longer human. Beside her, Shao Qingyer's lips parted slightly, her thoughts whispering, Your Majesty, how do you respond now? At that moment the Lady Flame Sovereign herself wore an expression of utter vacancy. How could she possibly respond? She had never seen anything like this, ever. What of those so-called foremost human geniuses? They wouldn't even merit the honor of holding his sandals. At this rate, he might already rank among the top tiers of the profound dragon list. The Lady Flame Sovereign now seriously suspected Shen Nian was some supreme elder in disguise, amusing himself at their expense. Meanwhile, at the Wumiao Temple of the Great Xia Empire, Nalan Ming stood before its gates, hands clasped behind his back, radiating sovereign authority. Shen Nian's figure gently descended onto the streets of the imperial capital as the Tianfeng boat, having recognized its master with a drop of blood, became incredibly sentient, actively shrinking to the size of a thumb and vanishing into Shen Nian's sleeve. At this moment he felt exceptionally good, having experienced a qualitative enhancement in strength. Even he felt a touch of dreamlike speed. Ordinary cultivators might not even glimpse the power of heaven and earth in their entire lives, much less comprehend the transformation stage. Take his master for comparison. Yu, as the youngest mountain lord of the Tianjian sect, hailed as the most talented among the mountain lords, he had only entered the transformation stage after 215 years of cultivation. One can imagine how difficult it is to achieve transformation. Of course, Shen Nian's talent speaks for itself. His potential for ascension is no joke, and his speed will only increase. However, had it not been for the system, it would have taken him a full century to reach the transformation stage, and that is based on his cultivation of a heaven-defying technique and his terrifying talent. Thinking about it this way, it seems somewhat normal. In that case, things become simple. The crisis of the Black Feather Demon Emperor is resolved. I hope we do not encounter any ridiculous plot twists where the old troubles resurface. Shen Nian pondered in his heart. The next moment he gazed ahead, hearing a cacophony of sounds around him. Even the scenes could be instantly captured by his divine sense. Hey, let me tell you, stop being a sycophant. Change your approach. Next time you meet her, just hit her with a happiness bean. It's getting dark, sister-in-law. They'll come over once my brother starts getting busy. What a load of nonsense. Shen Nian's expression turned slightly strange as he filtered out those peculiar sounds, and then sensed several auras. There were several auras of the transformation stage. Is this the foundation of the Daxia? But they seemed very weak and injured. In this direction, there is indeed a formidable transformation stage presence. Shen Nian looked toward the western direction, and in an instant a warm voice belonging to a male protagonist echoed. Friend, is it not somewhat impolite to casually spy like this? Shen Nian did not respond, but the man's voice continued. Friend, I am Yu Qingguang, the master of the Qingguang Cave of the Xianguang Cave. May I invite you to join me for a chat? Your aura is quite unfamiliar. Are you perhaps not from our Daxia? When outside, everyone is a friend. My Xianguang Cave welcomes friends from all over the world. Shen Nian could no longer tolerate it, and coldly said, "You really talk too much. If the other party hadn't revealed their identity, that would have been fine, but they are from the Xinguang cave. Isn't that just asking for trouble?" After saying that, Shen Nian directly shut down his divine sense, leaving no room for the other party to retort. At the same time, in the West City within the Qianwang Fu, Yu Qingguang sat in a gazebo, his face ashen. Since establishing the transformation stage, it had been many years since anyone dared to humiliate him. Had he not sensed the divine sense of the other party surpassing his own, he would have rushed over to confront them already. He had reached this point solely through one word: endure. All right, you have a higher cultivation, I shall endure this. Yu Qingguang downed the tea in his cup in one gulp. A young woman beside him immediately stepped forward to refill his cup, her delicate face glistening with sweat, not daring to make even the slightest mistake. The steward had told her beforehand that she was there to serve an immortal. Since childhood, she had admired these immortals who defended against the invasion of demon races. Her village had once suffered a massacre by demon beasts when she was young, and she hated demons to the bone. Due to her lack of talent, she could only remain an ordinary person in this life, but she always wanted to do something for those who killed demons. After much effort, she became a well-known maid in Daxia. "Did I ask you to refill it, eh?" A cold voice rang out, and the woman's face instantly turned pale. She wanted to say something, but felt as if something was choking her throat. She didn't understand why the immortal would be angry with her. She had heard from those in the Wang Fu that this immortal was extremely kind-hearted. Get lost. Bang. The woman's body was instantly sent flying, crashing beside a rockery, bloodied and unconscious. Yu Qingguang maintained a calm demeanor, quietly sipping his tea, not even glancing at the woman, completely indifferent to her life or death, and began to ponder. Who exactly is this person? In the streets of the imperial capital. Which way should we go? Behind Shen Nian, Xia Yue answered lightly. Senior brother, let's first head to the martial temple to enter the transformation dragon pool. If we delay, we will only be able to come tomorrow. Also, if senior brother is willing, I can find a way to give you an additional spot to enter. She had already notified the headquarters via the special communication method of the Demon Suppression Division, arranging everything. Initially, all of this was just a transaction. Xia Yue could offer one spot, which was already her limit. After all, the transformation dragon pool was not solely hers, but rather a legacy passed down through generations of the transformation stage cultivators of Daxia. But now things are different. Not only has she become Shen Nian's junior sister, but she has also witnessed an astonishing super genius. In front of him, any so-called genius can go eat dirt. Just being beside him, Xia Yue could feel an unparalleled pressure, almost to the point of despair. But she understood that she was not only a patrol envoy of the Daxia Demon Suppression Division, but also the eldest princess of Daxia. From another perspective, Shen Nian was absolutely worth Daxia's investment. Sure. Shen Nian slightly nodded, hands behind his back as he walked forward. He had long understood Xia Yu's identity, and it was perfectly normal for her to secure an additional spot for him. Since it was given by his junior sister, he was not one to be overly particular. He might as well take it. Moving forward, he would only give her more. Senior brother, you are truly simple and straightforward, not even asking for the reason. Xia Yue smiled, but in her heart, she felt a bit happy how at least senior brother no longer saw her as an outsider. She called out, "Sister Qing'er," and then followed after. At this moment, Xiao Qing'er was following behind Shen Nian with a shrewd expression. Your Majesty, are you saying my senior brother is a hidden master who has actually lived for many years? Otherwise his speed is just too terrifying, going against the heavens. The Empress of Flames decisively replied. If not, let alone Xiao Qing, even I, once a Daohua being, cannot help but doubt my life. Such a breakthrough. How long would it take him to ascend the 12 floors of the White Jade Capital? 3 years. 10 years to achieve Daohua. Wouldn't that shatter the Dao heart of the entire Daxia human race's powerhouses? Of course, deep down the Empress of Flames actually hoped Shen Nian could achieve that, for then, it would seem, there was a glimmer of hope. Is that so? Xiao Qing'er tightly furrowed her brows, gazing at Shen Nian's profile, gradually becoming mesmerized. Senior brother is truly handsome. Even if he is a bit older, it doesn't seem to affect him much. Wait. Xiao Qing'er suddenly blushed, her heart racing. What am I thinking? He is my senior brother, it doesn't matter? What nonsense. Shen Nian turned his head and lightly patted her on the head. After reaching the transformation stage, the sharpness of his divine sense had reached an exaggerated level. Even the slight quickening of Xiao Qing'er's heartbeat was sensed by him. Senior brother, how old are you? After asking, Xiao Qing'er felt rather foolish. How could she ask so direct? Asking a man's age is a taboo, right? In her mind, although the Empress of Flames found Xiao Qing'er silly, she also revealed a hint of curiosity, her golden eyes swirling with runes. Let this Empress see your truth and falsehood. To this, and she did not hesitate to use her soul power, employing a secret method learned in her past life to discern the truth from lies. Seeing her looking as if she had done something wrong, Shen Nian immediately understood her thoughts and casually said, "Why guess? I just turned 19, still quite young." Xia Yue's expression was somewhat moved, and she lowered her head shyly. She hadn't expected Shen Nian to be even younger than her. Aunt. Xiao Qing'er was stunned. The Empress of Flames' shocked voice echoed in her mind. Really? It's actually true. 19, and in the transformation stage. Dual cultivation of body and sword. Xiao girl, why don't you let me possess your senior brother instead? Prince Qin's mansion. Your Highness, something has happened. A report came from the Wu Miao. The young lord from Shuangguangdong is attempting to force his way into the Hualong Pool. He is now in a standoff with the temple guardians and has even injured someone. What shall we do? The steward at the manor spoke with urgent haste. Xia Qianquan furrowed his brow, showing a flicker of contemplation. Is this the intent of the master of Qingguangdong? His disciple is not a body cultivator. Why would he enter the Hualong Pool? Is he trying to probe the depths of our great Xia's foundation? Forget it. Whatever the reason, let him go. After all, yielding before Shuangguangdong is not a disgrace. Thinking thus, Xia Qianquan made his decision. He intended to go in person and open the Wu Miao for him. Just then a report came. A dark figure suddenly appeared and dropped to one knee. Your Highness, scouts have seen Her Highness the Princess with a young man and woman on the imperial capital's North Street. They are heading toward the Wu Miao. Xia Qianquan's face lit with joy. At last, some good news. Go to the Wu Miao. Shen Nian had thought the Hualong Pool Xia Yue mentioned would be some blessed sanctuary. He had never expected it to be within a shrine. That shrine was the great Xia Wu Miao. Under Xia Yue's lead, Shen Nian glimpsed the true visage of the great Xia Wu Miao from afar. This Wu Miao. Shen Nian's expression was peculiar. Even a man accustomed to skyscrapers could not help but be surprised. So tall, truly towering. An ancient hall cast in bronze was upheld by 4 treasured timbers, some 50 or 60 zhang in length, as if ready to pierce the heavens. Shen Nian knew that constructing such halls was not unheard of in this world, but he could not fathom why they were built so high, merely to draw attention. And why are there so many people at the Wu Miao today? Xia Yue suddenly showed a trace of puzzlement. Beside her, Xiao Qing'er's expression shifted, her jade-like fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes locked on the man in deep cold red armor brimming with incandescent fury. The humiliation of a marriage called off remained fresh in memory. If it were the master of Shuangguangdong in person, I could accept it. With you, a mere junior, you still fall short. Return now. A somewhat lonely aged voice sounded, and one could tell at once it belonged to an elder. Before the Wu Miao, on an open stretch of ground, the gray-robed elder's face was indifferent. His body was slightly stooped, as if a breeze might topple him, yet the nearby disciples of the temple stiffened at his presence. Lord Yuan Shaosan's and the demon suppression general, who won a quota, were both grievously wounded by that youth. They will likely be unable to enter the Hualong Pool. Are we truly going to let him leave like this? A middle-aged man approached, the elder, teeth clenched in rage. His gaze never left the proud figure standing before the Wu Miao clad in crimson armor. Today the Wu Miao followed its usual order. The middle-aged man, following the regulations, was preparing to open the Hualong Pool for Great Xia's prodigies who met the requirements. He had not expected a young junior in the late Golden Core stage to dare so brazenly to strike and injure people before the Wu Miao. Had the man not worn the golden token unique to Shuangguangdong and been restrained by the temple custodian's transmitted warning, he would have acted already. The elder said nothing. A dimness shadowed his slightly clouded gray eyes. The middle-aged man understood, his fists clenched so tightly that the flesh between thumb and forefinger bled, and he stood silently. Over the years, Great Xia had grown ever weaker, surviving demon incursions only by the reliance on 3 sects. The other 2 fared well enough. The Tianjian sect simply slew demons. Luri Gu treated people with calm, yet Shuangguangdong had long abused and bullied Great Xia. This was no longer secret. In the days when the Tianjian sect flourished, Shuangguangdong had not been so arrogant. But as Tianjian sword cultivators suffered heavy casualties and Shuangguangdong kept producing powerful figures, it gradually dominated alone. Even when the Tianjian sect wished to intervene, at times they lacked the means. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man finally showed a trace of helplessness. His clenched hand loosened slightly. Return. Old man, are you joking? I said we must go to the Hualong Pool today. This is an order, not something to be discussed. And I've been considerate enough. I've followed your rules, haven't I? Don't spurn generosity. Nalan Ming gripped his long blade, a displeased, contemptuous look in his eyes. A sudden boom of pressure hammered out the spiritual power, making Nalan Ming's whole body tremble violently. This was the oppressive aura of a high-rank Hunyuan master. Yet Nalan Ming only offered a faint smile, unafraid. Old man, think carefully. My master sits in the imperial capital itself. Are you sure you want to tear ties with my Shuangguang Dong? At those words, in a brief moment the pressure dissipated. Enough, admit him. Old Yuan sighed inwardly, and felt the angry figures behind him send calming transmissions. We must consider the greater picture. Our great Xia cannot bear the consequences. Those figures cried angrily. We are of the same people, oh why must this be so? In the eyes of Shuangguang Dong cultivators, are we even kin? That ungrateful wretch. Didn't he also come from great Xia? He joined Shuangguang Dong, and forgot his roots, what a beast. Those words were not broadcast, Nalan Ming merely shrugged, looking at those impotent, furious silhouettes. Yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed something and turned stunned. An acquaintance, someone murmured. TSK Tisk restored his cultivation. Foundation establishment stage not bad. Here to claim our 3 Iverson Advance duel. Haha, still the same as before, unable to speak a few words. Won't you recite that old 30 years east off river line again? Oh, I hadn't noticed. What ranking board is this pretty face on? Could it be that the pretty face fed you some pills to recover your cultivation? Shao Qing, or you need not demean yourself so, better to beg me. I could assist you, you know. Hey, this pretty face is pleasing to the eye, but too green. Beautiful yet useless as an embroidered pillow. Which great clan's pet is he? Hey, I'm asking you a question. No answer. Playing aloof. You? His words cut off abruptly. Nalan Ming felt the world go black before his eyes, the sky spun, and his body was blasted away like a dead dog by a surge of aura. Bang! His body crashed onto the Imperial Avenue, barely clinging to a breath. The deep cold red armor his master had given him, said to withstand a Huashan blow, was shattered, exposing a blood-soaked torso and a face of utter disbelief. Huashan. The young man in white was a Huashan. In the next instant Nalan Ming stood frozen, then emitted a heart-rending howl. Up! You have ruined me. His golden core had been broken, he was reduced to a cripple. Were it not for that red armor, he would have long since been dispersed into a mist of blood. Everyone at the Wu Miao held their breath. The sudden turn of events left them reeling. The temple custodian Yuan was the first to recover. He immediately stepped forward, composed, cupped his hands, and said, Yuan Hong pays respects to the elder. Lord Yuan, this is my senior brother, Shen Nian, chief of the 9th mountain of the Tianjin sect. Xia Yue also recovered and hurried forward to explain. The 9th mountain. Chief. The temple custodian's eyes widened. Behind Shen Nian, Shao Qing'er's anger faded, replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. Senior brother. Did you strike? The female Yan Emperor's voice rose. To enter Huashan and already marshal heaven and earth power to such a degree. Truly a prodigy. Girl, that leg of hers. We must hold tight. What is your senior brother about to do? At that moment Shen Nian heard the system's voice in his mind. His face darkened. Ding, because with a casual breath you destroyed Nalan Ming, the destined heroine. Shao Qing'er cannot properly unlock her life's achievement and purge her inner demon. Although the plot has progressed, the only reward is 50 propagation points. Oh no. I acted on impulse. System, you should have said so earlier. In the next second, Shen Nian reached out and suddenly grabbed. Nalan Ming, still howling, felt his throat seized, as if one were pinching a chick, nearly blacking out. Faintly a voice reached his ear, and he was left utterly bewildered. Swallow it. There is no time for hesitation. A dead horse is worth a living one. What is the harm in wasting some pills and spiritual energy for the sake of passing on the Tao? Do you know how crucial that is for me? Kid, you cannot die. Shen Nian began to focus entirely on saving him. In a dazed state, Nalan Ming felt a sharp pain as a large hand roughly stuffed a pile of pills and demon pills into his mouth. Swallow them all. The voice brooked no dissent, carrying absolute authority. Nalan Ming immediately gulped them down, his eyes widening as blue veins bulged out and a wisp of black mist emerged from his body. At the same time, a terrifying power surged into his spiritual sea, crushing the shattered golden core in its grip as his fingers tightened into a fist. It was crushed into a lump. Off! Nalan Ming screamed in agony. Shen Nian merely frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss, and repeated the action. Off! No, please spare me. I beg you. Master. An oval. No, that's not right. My master is the Lord of Qingguang Cave. My uncle is from Zhuangguang Cave. Oh, this time it was indeed round, but why did it have to be so large? It should be smaller. Let's try again. In the blink of an eye, Shen Nian had crushed over 100 times. Nalan Ming kept wavering between the brink of death and Shen Nian's forceful revival, his mind growing blank. Suddenly, Shen Nian raised an eyebrow as he sensed Na Lan Ming's desire to die. He couldn't help but explain, "Can't you see that I am saving you?" This was his first time explaining anything to someone in this world. It was very much in the spirit of a healer. Upon hearing this, Na Lan Ming, who was ready to end his own life, froze for a moment, seeing a certain determination in Shen Nian's eyes. "Save me. You call this saving me? I thank you. I beg you don't save me. It's really unnecessary. I want to die." At that moment, Na Lan Ming was genuinely terrified. He wanted to die, but couldn't, as the power from his opponent kept mending the meridians within him, and he couldn't comprehend it. What on earth does this person in white want to do? Why is Na Lan Ming being tormented like this? No way, I must save you. Shen Nian was also getting fired up, continuously channeling the power of heaven and earth working against fate to solidify his foundation, needing only to hold on for a brief moment. Na Lan Ming cried tears of despair, silently calling out for help. "Master, where are you? I really want to escape." He couldn't understand why, given his master's strength, they hadn't intervened until now. At this moment, the onlookers were all dumbfounded at this scene. The entire martial temple was silent. Shen Nian seems quite capable. The middle-aged man struggled to express his feelings. Yuan Hong, still recovering from the shock of Shen Nian's identity, had yet to process this scene. "Your Highness, could it be that your senior brother is doing this because—" "No way. My senior brother is an extraordinary talent, the greatest figure in the history of the Great Xia. How could he fear the retaliation of Zhuangguang Cave? The reason my brother is doing everything to save him is that I don't know either." Xia Yu was also quite puzzled by her brother's actions, but she was certain that Shen Nian was unafraid of Zhuangguang Cave. From the very beginning, when he decisively eliminated the Huang family, to when Guashan dominated two nascent soul cultivators from Zhuangguang Cave, she had been observing Shen Nian's reactions. She was astonished to find that her brother showed not a single ripple of emotion, as if he were indifferent to the forces of Huang family or Zhuangguang Cave, even if he provoked their ire. In his eyes there seemed to be an innate disdain that involuntarily manifested. "Do you fear the retaliation of ants?" She had seen this kind of gaze before. In her youth, among those who came from Dongxian, the holy land of humanity, they all looked like this. "No way." Xiao Qing'er spoke up. "It seems that my brother only wants to keep him alive to temporarily restore some of his cultivation. It should be like that." She expressed her thoughts following the reasoning of the female Flame Empress. "Is it like this, Lady Flame Empress?" After speaking, Xiao Qing'er immediately questioned in her heart, feeling quite confused. "It should be like that." She expressed her thoughts following the reasoning of the female Flame Empress. "Is it like this, Lady Flame Empress?" After speaking, Xiao Qing, because they met with Shen Nian's acknowledging gaze. Everyone suddenly understood. The middle-aged man couldn't help but mutter, "Then what is this for? Isn't this like pulling down one's pants?" "Shut up." Yuan Hong directly snapped, interrupting him. "Then why is this happening? Forget it, since he is the prince's senior brother, he should help, but—" Yuan Hong revealed a hesitant expression, thought for a moment, then stepped forward, coming to Shen Nian's side, and said, "Senior Shen Nian, I know of a method, a divine ability that can allow someone on the brink of death to live for another incense stick's worth of time, but their cultivation will only be half of their peak state. However, this divine ability is somewhat complex, and it may take a year or more to learn. I have always thought it to be somewhat impractical, thus never learned it." You see? This was also where Yuan Hong hesitated. He had a method, but he didn't know. What use is a divine ability that allows one to recover half their cultivation and live for another incense stick's worth of time, while requiring one to spend a year or two to learn? Isn't that simply wasting time? Give it to me. Shen Nian seemed to have found a lifeline. Yuan Hong was taken aback for a moment, then immediately transmitted the essence of the divine ability as a tiny point of light. Just as he was about to explain the details of this divine ability, he exclaimed, "Is this learned already?" Huh. He saw Shen Nian expertly executing this divine ability, leaving him utterly stunned, standing in place for a long time, becoming somewhat slow to react to the ensuing events. In the first year, you learned the Demon Clan's centipede life-sustaining divine ability, Death Without Decay. Congeal. Shen Nian uttered softly, casting a complex rune into Na Lan Ming's body. Gradually, Na Lan Ming regained some of his cognitive ability, and life surged within him. He looked up at the young man in white in disbelief, his eyes filled with gratitude. Slap. A resounding slap sent Na Lan Ming into a daze. 5 blood-red handprints appeared on his face. "Master!" "I!" "Hiss!" "Ah!" Na Lan Ming instantly grimaced in pain, his face turning purple as a genuine fear of the young man in white began to take root within him. They say high-level cultivators are unpredictable, but he swore that this person before him was the strangest he had ever encountered. Na Lan Ming was utterly baffled. What on earth does he want? Go fulfill your promise to my junior sister. 3 years is too long, seize the moment, fight now. Shen Nian observed that the opponent had managed to suppress his power to the foundation establishment stage and control his physical strength without leaking it. After receiving a slap without issue, he knew this plan would succeed. Na Lan Ming, huh? Xiao Qing'er, huh? I understand now. Your senior brother truly has your best interests at heart. He is thinking of your future, wanting your Dao heart to remain unblemished and free of any obstructions. But then why did he strike so hard just now? Exactly, he doesn't even know Na Lan Ming. Right, that's exactly it. Girl, your senior brother truly treats you well. The voice of the female flame empress echoed repeatedly. Xiao Qing'er's eyes turned red with emotion, feeling touched. Senior brother. Crying. Crying counts as time. Hurry and hit him. Shen Nian was counting down, fearing that Na Lan Ming would perish on the spot. Master, Na Lan Ming suddenly felt somewhat wronged. He was already terrified by Shen Nian and dared not strike his junior sister. Isn't that bullying? What can I hit him with? Moreover, his strength was nearly gone. However, Xiao Qing'er in a white dress suddenly dashed in front of him and punched him squarely in the face. This punch is for my father. At the same time, at the Qianwang residence, the furious lord of Qingguang Cave finally covered the entire imperial capital with his divine sense. I hope that rude fellow has left by now. Disciple, you dare? This fist is for Elder Fu, you who dared humiliate him at his own gate. Thud. Na Lan Ming's face swelled instantly. Several teeth unspit in time were shattered against his jaw by the blow, swallowed involuntarily with blood. This fist is for Xiaohua. Another thunderous strike slammed into Na Lan Ming's face, sending his body hurtling backward several meters. He braced himself against the floor, dazed and slurring. Who is Xiaohua? He recalled everything else clearly, yet Xiaohua eluded his memory entirely. Who was this? Xiaohua is the dog my father raised. Do you remember kicking it that day you barged into our home? At those words, Na Lan Ming trembled with rage, ready to curse, but caught sight of the figure in white robes and swallowed his fury whole. Unbearable. Utterly unbearable. At that very moment, in the Qian royal mansion. Excellent. 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 Yu Qingguang's face turned glacial, his brows radiating an aura of invincibility. Murderous intent flickered within his vertical pupils. Before the mansion's servants could even blink, Yu Qingguang vanished, leaving no trace, as if he had never been there at all. With a single stride, he appeared above the Wumiao temple, golden robes billowing, treading empty air, an azure lotus blooming beside him, its 5-colored radiance shimmering like celestial light. He looked every inch a descending immortal. Merely releasing a wisp of his aura sent the entire Wumiao temple trembling, and jolted every cultivator present, drawing the attention of even those who had previously overlooked the temple altogether. A nascent soul cultivator's pressure. A nascent soul expert is acting within the Wumiao temple. I'd rush over, but the temple is sealed. Outsiders forbidden. How infuriating. It's him. Yu Qingguang, the night flute virtuoso. A sharp-eyed nascent soul cultivator instantly recognized him, and even recited his legendary epithet. 9th Lord of the 13 Xinguang Caves. Rumors say he has already brushed against the threshold of nascent soul midstage. The sheer weight of his aura is terrifying. Indeed, they say, if he were just a century younger, he'd already be ranked on the Eastern Xian Dragon list. Lord Qingguang has arrived. Lower cultivation cultivators finally spotted the figure in the sky and cried out in shock. Huh, Lord Qingguang. Defeated in an instant. They glimpsed it faintly, the figure standing aloof with hands clasped behind his back, when suddenly a white-robed youth appeared behind him. With only a gentle hand placed upon his shoulder, Lord Qingguang collapsed, kneeling rigidly, spine erect, knees striking the earth. Meanwhile, at the front of the Wumiao temple, Lord Qingguang has arrived. Yuan Hong lifted his gaze, his expression grave. Though anticipated confronting a nascent soul cultivator, Heaton still stole his breath. Such masters numbered 13 in the Xinguang Caves alone, and it was they who had suppressed the Great Xia Empire for centuries. Silence fell among the Wumiao disciples and demon-subduing bureau officers flanking him. Master! He's come to save me. You're all going to die, all of you. Na Lan Ming, his face grotesquely swollen, bruised, battered teeth askew, gazed upward, trembling with exhilaration, grinning wildly with gaps in his front teeth. Salvation. Salvation at last. Yet in the next second. Huh. His grin froze, his mind reeled. His master, who always boasted, in nascent soul early stage, I am invincible, in mid-stage I'll trade lives without hesitation, had just been struck down instantly. He couldn't accept it. What do you mean? This is all you've got? Na Lan Ming's shrieked voice cracking with, not only he, but every soul present stood stunned, minds blank, faces slack with utter incredulity. All eyes locked solely upon that lone figure in white. Only Xia Yue remained comparatively composed, her gaze alight with quiet admiration. Before absolute strength, even Lord Qingguang must kneel. I must grow stronger. Xiao Qing'er paused, then gazed into the distance. It's you. Beneath the crushing pressure on his shoulder, Yu Qingguang strained to straighten his spine, glaring up desperately at the white-robed youth before him, his body betraying him with uncontrollable tremors. He recognized him, that uncouth, unfamiliar cultivator from before, and yet deeper still surged a wave of profound shock. Why? Why is his divine sense so overwhelming even though he too stands at nascent soul early stage? Was it truly brute force that subdued me? No. It was sword intent. How is this possible? How can two nascent soul cultivators be so immeasurably unequal? His own nascent soul cultivation versus his were worlds apart. Shen Nian paid no heed, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring softly, staring won't help. Carry on. Xiao Qing'er nodded, then turned toward Nailin Ming and stepped forward. After so many blows, her hatred had strangely softened. After all, Nailin Ming's life force was already fading, ebbing rapidly away. Let this be his— Hey, I'm speaking to you. Can't you hear me? Release me now, or the Xianguang caves will— Yu Qingguang roared, bloodshot eyes blazing, utterly ignored. That long-forgotten humiliation flooded back, scrambling his thoughts, blinding him to reality itself. Thud! A fist crashed into Yu Qingguang's face, his nose collapsing inward, blood spraying, his vertical pupils dilated, his gaze clearing abruptly. Dizziness washed over him, and he crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Yet not a single cry escaped his lips. Clearly the master possessed greater fortitude than his disciple. This spectacle left the Wumiao crowd scalps crawling. Yuan Hong swallowed hard, whispering, Your Highness, do you truly confirm this young master is chief disciple of the 9th mountain of Tianjin sect? Not the sect master himself. Others stood dumbfounded. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare treat a Xianguang cave lord so brazenly. Not when he commanded such authority, not as some wandering rogue. He racked his brain. Within all of Great Xia, besides the Tianjin sect master and the Luri Valley Grand Elder, who else would dare such a thing? Truly, no one came to mind. Xia Yue nodded slowly, then added, My senior brother has just turned 19. By Tianjin sect law, he is still too young to assume the title of sect master. Xia Yue nodded slowly, then added, My senior brother has just turned 19. By Tianjin sect law, he is still too young to assume the title, a nascent soul cultivator at 19. What lineage does he hail from? Did he feast on immortal pills since birth? At that moment, Nailin Ming felt himself growing faint, the drug's effects waning. His limbs grew leaden, his strength gone. He collapsed onto the ground, staring dazedly at the sky. Am I dying again? Why did I say again? As memories resurfaced, fragments of surrounding conversation drifted into his ears. Her senior brother is only 19. He's even younger than I am. Truly devastating. Yet Xiao Qing'er is formidable too. Even at Foundation Establishment early stage, she overwhelmed me, who could still unleash power rivaling Foundation Establishment late stage, leaving me utterly defenseless. A prodigy. What kind of prodigy am I? Nailin Ming laughed bitterly, the scenes of his life flashing before him like a revolving lantern. As a child, he vowed to slay demons and evil spirits, uphold humanity's dignity, and protect all mortal life. Yet gradually, as his cultivation deepened, his convictions shifted. When exactly did I begin to regard human life as worthless? I can no longer recall. I never mastered demon slaying. Yet I learned to bully mortals first. In truth, I am no different from the demons themselves. Nailin Ming, from this day forth our engagement is nullified. We are both free. Xiao Qing'er walked to Na Lan Ming's side, looking down at him. She made no move to strike. The hatred in her heart had completely vanished. Even though she could see that Na Lan Ming had realized his mistakes, her expression remained indifferent. In the past, she might have saved him, but after experiencing life and death several times, she no longer would. At the same time, she took out an old marriage contract, igniting it with her spiritual power as it floated into the air, slowly turning to ashes. All right. Na Lan Ming's despondent gaze reflected the flames as he spoke with all his strength. You and I are both free now. Na Lan Ming's life completely dissipated. He died beyond any hope of revival. Xiao Qing'er looked at his corpse, her expression lost in thought, as if she had returned to that day when Na Lan Ming confidently came to annul their engagement. For a moment it felt as if she had let go of something, feeling refreshed. Some people are always like this, they only realize their mistakes when pushed to the brink. Is there any use in regret? not worthy of sympathy. The female flame emperor sneered within her consciousness, her expression filled with sarcasm, as if she saw shadows of certain people in Na Lanming. She understood that the vast majority of the strongest among humankind, despite their different personalities, shared one common goal: to slay demons. But inevitably some are afraid of death. This is human nature. The higher one's realm, the more they fear death, even going so far as to hide behind others, calculating against their own kind, while pretending to leave a spark for the future only to retreat further. Especially when such individuals are in positions of power, it becomes a despairing situation. This constant retreat led to the annihilation of the human race's mundane dynasties, leaving only the Great Xia. What is the root cause? Isn't it because no one can completely suppress and frighten these pests? No one can command them. But does retreating solve anything? It is merely self-deception. If someone could dominate humanity with a single command, none would dare disobey, and it wouldn't be so tragic. At the very least, one should shatter their opponent's teeth. Had it not been for this, would she have dared to venture alone into the demon realm, hoping to change the course of the battle by her own strength? Yet she has no regrets. Though she did not become the one to turn the tide, she firmly believed that such a person would emerge. The female flame emperor's golden eyes shifted to Shen Nian. I once thought Xiao Qing'er was that variable in hope, but it seems now that only you possess such potential. Only by performing astonishing feats can one alter the fate of humanity. If he truly is from the Shen family, then he must not be like that person. Upon thinking this, the female flame emperor revealed a deeply worried expression. Xiao Qing'er was somewhat puzzled, wondering why the female flame emperor was suddenly so angry. That chilling aura was something she felt even at the level of her soul. It's nothing, just some unpleasant memories resurfaced, the female flame emperor explained. Oh, Lady Flame Emperor, I feel something is missing in my heart, and I faintly sense the signs of a breakthrough. Xiao Qing'er felt the spiritual energy in her dantian growing increasingly robust, as if she could establish 2 more foundation establishments, which indicated she was entering the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The foundation establishment stage actually involves drawing the spiritual energy from the acupoints into the spiritual sea circulating throughout the body, and then opening the sea of consciousness to gain spiritual sense. Only a perfect foundation establishment requires the construction of a spiritual foundation, erecting a Dao platform within the spiritual sea rather than relying on the acupoints to assess realm, where 2 foundations indicate mid-stage, 3 indicate late stage, and 6 indicate completion, followed by the shattering of the foundation to condense the golden core. Only with a perfect foundation establishment can one achieve the condensation of a divine-grade golden core. This is a law. Of course, Shen Nian is an exception. It should be due to the elixir from the demon suppression division. The power from the demon pill your senior brother gave you is still in your body and not fully digested. Moreover, the power you exhibited in that battle transcended your realm, so a breakthrough is quite normal. You need not rush to break through. You can try to establish another Dao foundation in the dragon transformation pool first, the female flame emperor said casually, but her expression soon changed slightly. Why does this emperor feel it's normal? Didn't she just break through? How long has it been? A day? And now she can break through again. Oh no. That kid has changed her perception. Alright. Xiao Qing'er nodded slightly in response, feeling no excitement at all. After witnessing what true genius breakthrough speed looks like, she felt utterly inadequate. I still need to keep working hard. At this moment, the crowd in front of the martial temple watched this scene, some scratching their heads in confusion. Na Lanming and senior sister Qing'er were once engaged. That day they set the contract for 3 years. Xia Yue slowly began to explain, her gaze directed at the quietly standing figure in white. The disciples of the martial temple were all martial men older in age. After hearing this, they nodded in understanding. So that's it. No wonder Lord Shen would react this way. Precisely in cultivation, what one seeks is understanding. Oh, what could be more enlightening than breaking the shame of the past? That's true, but why do I feel something is a bit off? The middle-aged man who had saved the disciples of the Demon Suppression Division and the Martial Temple said, with a strange expression. Did he break through on his own? That TM big shot is standing there. How could Na Lanming dare to fight back? He's scared out of his wits. Though she admitted that Xiao Qing'er managed to restore her cultivation in such a short time, and even establish her foundation, her combat power was indeed extraordinary, very monstrous. But it shouldn't lead to Na Lanming being reduced to this state. Yuan Hong glanced at him and casually asked, so, is it a breakthrough or not? It's definitely a breakthrough. The middle-aged man chuckled, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Xia Yue looked at Xiao Qing'er, her expression conflicted, feeling a strange sensation. Then she looked at the quietly standing figure in white and thought to herself, senior brother's actions are also for senior sister Qing'er. At that moment, Shen Nian was listening to the system's rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the significant achievement of the destined woman. Shao Qing, 30 years on the East River, 30 years on the West River. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. Completing the 3-year agreement, Shao Qinger's heart knot has been resolved. Reward 200 Dao value, recalling the previously awarded 50 points. Achievement reward 1 drop of chaos blood. Remaining Dao value 200 points. Shen Nian felt somewhat dissatisfied, thinking he could have profited an extra 50 Dao points. However, speaking of which, an extra drop of chaos blood is still quite good. This thing seems very useful. Shen Nian felt a bit of heat in his body, a sharp pain in his chest, as that mysterious silver pattern reappeared, but this time it seemed to have grown a little. He had to know that the strength of his current physical body still felt pain, which was terrifying. Simultaneously, the 2 drops of silver blood within him fused together, transforming into a larger drop of chaos blood floating above the vast golden spiritual sea, suppressing everything. His divine sense swept over. This thing looks a bit like a tattoo. But I can't quite see what the tattoo is. Shen Nian pondered deeply, a sudden thought striking him. Could it be a Great Way Tianlong? No. It shouldn't be. Isn't the Great Way Tianlong from the Buddhist sect? How could it possibly be related to chaos? I hope not. Shen Nian certainly did not wish to find himself in a situation where he had to take off his shirt in a fight. That scene would truly be mortifying. Yu Qingguang, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, felt his pupils constrict slightly. At such a close distance, when that wisp of chaotic blood energy emanated, his soul felt numb. What is this aura? It's even more terrifying than the magical artifacts condensed by my senior brother. Damn, who is he? When did such a monstrous figure emerge in the Great Xia? This person is not right. There's great terror. I can't stay. I must flee. Yu Qingguang, who was still plotting a sneak attack on Shen Nian, completely abandoned this thought. In the next moment, a foot landed directly on his face. The sound was calm, but it revealed an unprecedented terror and disbelief in Yu Qingguang. Demonic aura. Yuan Hong's pupils constricted immediately, revealing a grave expression as he looked over. What does Lord Shen mean by this? Does Yu Qingguang have a connection with the demon race? The martial temple members also revealed shocked expressions as they looked over. Did senior brother see something? Xia Yue squinted her eyes in contemplation. Beside her, Shao Qing'er frowned, a murderous intent flickering in her beautiful eyes. Another scum colluding with the demon race. I should have thought of this long ago. How could Xingong Cave turn a blind eye in Yinzhou? What good could come of it? This sect must be eradicated. She unconditionally trusted Shen Nian. If senior brother said so, then it must be true. In her mind, the female flame emperor did not speak, but looked at the scene with confusion. Demonic aura. Why couldn't this emperor see it? Strange. You dare to insult me like this? Yu Qingguang's face flushed red, his vertical pupils filled with resentment. For the first time in his life, he experienced such humiliation, being trampled before everyone. He could not bear this humiliation. At this moment, he had already devised 1,000 ways to torture Shen Nian to death in his mind. In the next second, crack, the sound of fractured cheekbones echoed clearly. Yu Qingguang's face contorted in an instant, intense pain, causing his entire body to tremble, his mouth filled with blood. At this moment, he finally saw the reality and dared not speak further. 3 breaths time. If you do not speak, you die. That cold voice rang in Yu Qingguang's ears, the taste of death flooding his heart, dread filling his pupils. Impossible. Senior brother said that even a return to emptiness could not see through. How could he know? This makes no sense. But the intense pain made Yu Qingguang realize that if he did not speak, he would truly die. I have fought with the demon race for many years. Having a bit of demonic aura on me is not abnormal. Yu Qingguang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. This statement left Shen Nian momentarily speechless. It seemed to have some merit. However, creak. 1 breath. Shen Nian raised his head, not looking at him as he spoke indifferently. The terrifying power increased yet again. Yu Qingguang's face completely deformed, yet he still gritted his teeth, refusing to admit. For he understood clearly that if the news of his collusion with the demon race were to spread, no one else would matter. His senior brother would be the first to kill him, and if the secret were revealed, he would certainly die. I don't believe you truly dare to completely tear your face and take action. There has been a rule among the transformation gods that there can be no life and death struggles. Yu Qingguang twisted his neck, looking up at the indifferent young man in white, his tone somewhat threatening. 2 breaths. This voice sounded like the declaration of a death god, causing Yu Qingguang to panic completely, and he hurriedly spoke. You and I are both human. There is no need for this to escalate. We will fight demons on the battlefield together in the future. We are comrades. If my apprentice and I have offended you, and he is now dead, I have been so humiliated by you, your anger should have subsided by now. Why do you have to kill me? Time's up. Shen Nian's expression remained unchanged as he pressed down forcefully with his toes. Even if you suspect my connection with the demon race, you should report it up. Whatever you say is what it is, eh? You think you. Yu Qingwang's words cut off abruptly, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Bang! Yu Qingwang's skull shattered instantly, and a small golden figure emitting golden light burst out like a startled bird ready to flee, but was grasped by a silver divine light-covered hand. That was Shen Nian's nascent soul. He also did not understand why his was silver. I truly have not colluded with the demon race. The nascent soul of Yu Qingwang was completely panicked and shouted even as he neared death. He dared not admit this matter. Once he confessed, not only would he die, but his entire family would be uprooted as well. At this moment, only Shen Nian could hear the furious shouts of Yu Qingwang's nascent soul. Shen Nian said nothing as he planned to erase the opponent's divine sense first, when Yu Qingwang completely collapsed. I will speak. I will speak. Lord, spare my life. I will say anything. The nascent soul of Yu Qingwang pleaded frantically, completely terrified with only one thought remaining. To life? Moi. Shen Nian was somewhat surprised. This action left the nascent soul of Yu Qingwang stunned for a moment, his expression somewhat dazed, but he immediately understood. You are bluffing me. You are trying to bluff me. He could not see through my true nature at all. Then Shen Nian did not waste any more words, directly stunning the opponent's nascent soul, and then tossed the opponent's storage bag, and the flute he always carried with him into the storage bag. After doing all this, Shen Nian finally revealed a trace of surprise. He did not expect there to be a real connection with the demon race. He had merely found a random excuse, otherwise with so many people present, he would not have easily acted to silence and seize treasures. If this spread, he would lose his reputation. After all, saying that Yu Qingwang only spoke a few words and did nothing else to kill him like this would make Shen Nian seem very heartless. Of course, my suspicion of you colluding with the demon race is already a strong enough reason. However, I did not expect an unexpected delight. From now on I will use this reason. It is convenient and can yield unexpected benefits, Shen Nian thought, and the reason for not completely killing Yu Qingwang was quite simple. He planned to employ a soul-searching technique, directly searching through it to see what other secrets there were. Shen Nian could not be bothered to listen to him. Nothing was more genuine than seeing it for himself, and he did not believe a single word from the opponent. However, such techniques were still extremely rare, belonging to dark and evil paths. It depended on whether the Great Xia's technique pavilion had any. At this time, the members of the martial temple looked at Shen Nian with expressions of fear. Yu Qingwang is dead. A transformation god killed in the Great Xia at the hands of the three sect allies. If this spreads, it will be a big deal. Did not Lord Shen just say that he had demonic aura on him? Why did he not clarify? How could he just kill him without a second thought? Others, why do I feel something is off? Look at how familiar Lord Shen is with corpse handling this. Even Yuan Hong fell silent, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He was quite clever. How could he not understand that Shen Nian simply wanted to kill and seize treasures? However, he did have one point of confusion. Big brother, can't this sort of thing be done more discreetly? Why must it be in front of so many people, right in front of our martial temple? If a disciple died, it would be easier to explain, but a transformation god being killed was a major issue. If not handled well, next time it might be the peak of Great Xia, Yu Qingwang's senior brother. Yuan Miaozhu discovered Yu Qingwang's collusion with the demon race, and then killed him. Why should we worry? Xia Yue spoke calmly, but her small hands still couldn't help but tremble. Yuan Hong revealed a wry smile, and immediately agreed. What the princess said is very true. In the next moment, Yuan Hong finally reacted, stunned. Senior brother. The first time he heard Xia Yu's explanation, he had not had time to think it through, but had already begun to be stunned by Shen Nian's actions and strength. Now he finally reacted. Princess, you joined the Tianjian sect. Yuan Hong revealed an incredulous expression. If he recalled correctly, a superforce from Dongxian had once sought to accept Xia Yue as a disciple, and she had rejected it. That time, countless ministers were heartbroken, leading some who originally supported Xia Yue to switch to Xia Qianqin's side, and even he was upset for many days. If Princess had joined that force, Great Xia would not have come to this. Of course, he did not blame Xia Yue for anything. After all, no one could make choices for her. Xia Yue slightly nodded, not wanting to explain too much, and then said, this time I came to the dragon transformation pool also to secure 2 spots for my senior sister and senior brother. The merits I have gained from slaying demons at the demon suppression department for many years should suffice. Yuan Miaozhu, is that convenient? Since it is the princess who speaks and is willing to follow the rules, then it is naturally no inconvenience. Yuan Hong nodded and smiled. At that moment, a cold laughter rang out. Hey, this is called the rules. Since when did Yuan Hong have the rule that outsiders could enter my great Xia's dragon transformation pool? Then why was my dear friend's disciple blocked by you? What? Are you looking down on me? When this voice sounded, Yuan Hong was momentarily stunned, revealing a strange expression. Xia Qinkuan, what is he talking about? Is he here to seek death at this time? Dare you block this prince? And step aside. Ni's voice arrived before his figure, sharp, commanding, resonant. Xia Qinkuan strode forward with the bearing of a celestial sovereign, tall, deliberate, regal. His hands clasped behind his back, one idly kneading two translucent, lustrous walnuts. His brow radiated unassailable authority. Upon his black python robe, 8-clawed golden geodragons coiled in shimmering gold thread, vivid, fierce, and utterly majestic. Your Highness's stratagem is truly peerless, murmured the steward at his heels, bowing low with an obsequious smile. By deliberately delaying your appearance and intervening only at the decisive moment, you forced the Wumiao sect to open the transformation dragon pool for that senior disciple of the Shingon cave, not only asserting dominance over the sect, but also winning the favor of the Qinguang cave master. This maneuver, I can only utter one word. Exquisite. Xia Qinkuan smiled faintly and said, your mind remains sharp. No wonder you've served me so long. Yet you overlooked one crucial detail. Oh. The steward feigned astonishment, then bowed lower still, and whispered respectfully, pray your highness enlighten this unworthy servant. My delayed arrival was precisely to ensure our princess and the Qinguang cave master's disciple would meet first. Xia Qinkuan chuckled softly. The steward recoiled slightly, then continued eagerly. Given her highness's temperament, learning of an intruder breaching the Wumiao sect will inevitably spark violent confrontation. By now they may well already be locked in battle. Your Highness intends to. And precisely. And the Qinguang cave master's disciple bears the unmistakable aura of arrogance. And Xia Yue, a mulehead filly through and through. One of them will fall. Without some measure of enmity or estrangement between them, I'd truly worry whether this throne would remain secure beneath me. Xia Qinkuan's expression hardened into cold, calculating cunning, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. He had pondered this very dilemma the moment he agreed to the Qinguang cave's terms. And what if Xia Yue and Nalan Ming were drawn to each other? Should they become devoted husband and wife, how could his reign ever settle into stability? And what he required was time. Time to ascend the imperial throne, time to merge with the great Xia's national destiny. Once achieved, no sect, be it the three great sects, could stand against him. Yet such time demanded absolute, unbroken continuity, no misstep, no deviation. And so for years he had played the loyal hound to the Shuangguang cave. Just as he weighed this carefully, fortune struck that young man, inexplicably driven, sought the transformation dragon pool, and clashed headlong with the Wumiao sect. And, by sheer serendipity, Xia Yue returned. And truly heaven itself conspired in his favor. And hence his deliberately tardy entrance. Brilliant, and utterly brilliant, and your highness's calculations leave no stone unturned. This servant's reverence flows like the endless Yangtze River. Should your highness command it, I would leap into blades and fire without hesitation. The steward spoke with rapturous fervor, spittle flying, until Xia Qinkuan uttered a sharp, startled and there upon the ground lay a corpse clad only in an undershirt, its face grotesquely mangled beyond recognition. Investigate. And the steward, ever dutiful, knelt beside the body and examined the ruined visage closely, then rose and returned to Xia Qinkuan's side. Well, no use. He's long gone cold. Can't be revived. The steward shook his head solemnly. Xia Qinkuan's face darkened. I asked whether you identified him. My apologies. I mistook your highness's tone for one of sudden temper. The steward blinked, then pondered aloud. He bears a vague resemblance to a bored demon, though I hardly know him. Xia Qinkuan's brows lifted faintly. The corpse stirred a distant, unsettling familiarity, but he dismissed it and pressed onward. Upon reaching the Wumiao sect's gate, he faltered, disoriented by the scene before him. And beside him the steward drew a sharp, ragged breath and whispered, Your Highness, this atmosphere feels deeply wrong. His gaze fell upon the golden-robed corpse beneath the white-robed youth's feet, and nearly staggered. I just recalled. The two spirit flowers your highness cherishes most remain unwatered. As your highness knows, these blooms are delicate. Neglect them for even a day and their splendor wilts. Might I beg leave to return and tend to them first? His teeth chattered faintly. After decades serving the highest-ranking prince of Great Xia, he knew full well the terrifying might of the Shuangguang cave master. Yet here he lay, lifeless, discarded, no better than a dead dog. and that meant the hand that struck him wielded power far surpassing his own. The waters here ran too deep. Every additional minute risked death. Nan Xia Qianquan stood utterly transfixed, shock etching every line of his face. And what in the world is happening? Why do the Wu Miao sect elders regard me thus? And who is this white-robed youth? Why does merely meeting his gaze send tremors through my very bones? That corpse beneath his foot, strangely familiar. And Qingguang Cave Master. And he is dead. And Xia Qianquan nearly cried out, then froze, pupils contracting sharply as realization struck. A sharp crack. The two cherished walnuts in his palm shattered into fine dust. And across from him Xia Yue watched in cold, silent stillness. For this uncle, who had feasted upon imperial resources and even plotted her assassination, she harbored not a shred of kinship. Had her father not treated him with boundless kindness? And when he showed no aptitude for cultivation, he was guided toward body refinement. When he lacked fortitude, rare resources were procured for him. Even the transformation dragon pool had been opened for him more than once. And what followed? On the very day her father perished, she saw Xia Qianquan smiling. And thereafter, repeated attempts on her life, all for the throne. And such a monster deserved death long ago. For years she had schemed relentlessly to eliminate Prince Qian. Her journey to Yunzhou intended solely to retrieve an artifact from a ruin, one forged expressly to entrap and slay him. But events unfolded with dizzying speed. The demonic plague ended far sooner than anticipated. The ruin remained sealed, and with her senior brother accompanying her, she chose instead to return first to Great Xia. Yuan Hong's voice cut cold and clear. What meaning lies behind your highness's words, and is the princess's senior brother truly an outsider? Moreover, Master Shun possesses transcendent genius. At 19 he slew a nascent soul cultivator, a peerless prodigy of our human race. Does he lack the merit to enter the transformation dragon pool? Do you? Nas's words hung in the air. Xia Yue tensed, daring not meet Shen Nian's gaze, her crimson lips pressing into a thin, anxious line. She understood Yuan Niaozhu's intent perfectly. Xia Qianquan was a festering toxin within Great Xia. Not only immensely powerful himself, but entrenched in countless factions, commanding legions of elite warriors, and allied with both the Shuangguang Cave and Luri Valley. He sought to leverage Shen Nian's strength to excise that poison today. Yet since her father's death, she had relied on no one. So leaning on her senior brother now filled her with profound shame. Especially knowing Shen Nian treated Xiao Qing'er with extraordinary warmth, while showing her little more than polite distance. That made her humiliation all the sharper. Nan, would her senior brother truly intervene for her? In the next breath, Xiao Qing'er stepped silently behind her and gently placed a hand upon her shoulder. And it's all right. At Yuan Hong's words, Xia Qianquan's composure shattered. His earlier majesty dissolved, replaced by raw, unmasked terror, as his eyes snapped toward the impassive white-robed youth gazing calmly back at him. An overwhelming aura, and this was her senior brother, and 19 years old, and the one who slew the Qingguang Cave Master, was him. In what manner of aberration was this? A genius of this caliber could not possibly hail from Great Xia. Surely he was from Dongxian. And even there he must rank among the apex human talents on the Xianlong list. What hope remained? What game was left to play? The thought sent Xia Qianquan reeling, mind collapsing inward. And ruined. Utterly ruined in all those years of meticulous planning. Gone. And you? Did you not swore solemnly, to have no ties whatsoever with any Dongxian faction? Xia Qianquan fixed Xia Yue with a glare, voice hoarse with fury, eyes burning with venomous resentment. If you intended this, why not declare it earlier? Why wait until now? And, had you yielded even a fraction sooner, would I have dared act thus? Would I not still be your dutiful, loving uncle, and I? Xia Yue almost explained she was a disciple of the 9th mountain of Tianjin sect, and her senior brother its foremost prodigy, not affiliated with Dongxian at all. But then she paused. Why bother justifying herself? What concern is it of yours? She retorted with icy disdain. And you? Xia Qianquan nearly choked on his rage. And fine, and then I withdraw. Face grim, Xia Qianquan turned to depart, though panic churned beneath his furious exterior. And then from behind Xia Yue, Shen Nian spoke, calm, unhurried, resonant. If wrath consumes you, act as you see fit. Even overturning Great Xia would mean nothing to me. One caveat: I shall not interfere in battles fought on equal footing. Should you reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, you may yet seize enlightenment in the crucible of life and death. But should any seek to overpower you from a higher realm, be it Great Xia Dongshuan or any other Taoist lineage, each shall fall. This is my vow as your senior brother. Shen Nian's voice was not loud, but everyone present was a cultivator, and they all heard it clearly. Suddenly the entire venue fell silent. The people from the martial temple looked at the figure and wiped their expressions somewhat dazed, while both the demon suppression division and the martial temple disciples revealed looks of admiration. Lord Shen speaks with such grandeur. Whether in the Great Xia or Dongxian, for everyone that came another would die. Regardless of whether Shen Nian could truly accomplish it, just his boldness was enough to shock them. In just a short time, many had already been deeply impressed by Shen Nian. Yuan Hong was also moved. His aged body trembled slightly, his eyes reddened as he looked at Shen Nian, unable to contain his excitement. It's done. Just based on this one sentence, I dare to conclude that the prince's senior brother is surely not just an ordinary chief disciple of the Tianjian sect. If it were anyone else saying this, I would definitely confront them, questioning how they could be so arrogant. But he is a 19-year-old who has comprehended the bloodline powers of the demon race in the blink of an eye. This understanding, this talent. They say he is the chief disciple of the 9th mountain of the Tianjian sect. He must be a descendant of some transcendent human clan. Even assuming he isn't, with his talent, it won't be long before he can dominate in the Great Xia. With a strong figure protecting the Great Xia, how much worse could it possibly get? From now on, the position of our Great Xia will no longer be so difficult. At the very least, the princess will no longer act timidly, and the Great Xia will no longer provide no assistance. The princess has suffered for so many years, and finally, it seems to be getting better. Yuan Hong felt a surge of emotions, as if he had straightened up a bit. How could he not be excited? The Great Xia had been in decline, caught between the three sects and the demon race for many years, and the emergence of Xia Yue had given everyone hope, a glimmer of dawn for the Great Xia's rise. Yet in the end, it was ruthlessly crushed. Although the princess still demonstrated unparalleled talent, the time required for the Great Xia to rise was far too long. With internal and external troubles, Xia Qianqin's actions became increasingly bold, and the demon emperor sent by the demon race grew stronger. The princess was unwilling to submit to any forces of Dongxian, and without any backing, Yuan Hong had no idea how much longer the Great Xia could hold on. But now things were different. Because the princess was no longer alone, if the Great Xia could not protect her, Shen Nian could. Just now he speculated that Shen Nian could even kill the master of the Shuangguang Cave for a Foundation establishment junior sister, not hesitating to completely sever ties with the Shuangguang Cave. Shen Nian must be someone who is extremely protective. Yet he worried that the princess had a strong personality and would not speak up. Moreover, since the princess had not been away from the imperial capital for long, her interaction with Shen Nian was certainly not extensive. He couldn't grasp the situation. However, after hearing Shen Nian's words, Yuan Hong felt completely at ease. Regardless of which sect. The female flame emperor's soft laughter echoed in Xiao Qing'er's mind. Though there was mockery on her face, a hint of admiration shone in her golden eyes. There is indeed a certain aura of an invincible human, but I wonder where that confidence comes from. Is it because of the Shun family? The female flame emperor mused. Xiao Qing'er, hearing the female flame emperor's voice in her mind, couldn't help but respond. Can't a senior brother's confidence come from himself? Upon hearing this, the female flame emperor was momentarily stunned. Right? With his speed of cultivation and terrifying battle power, what else did he need? Ahead, Xia Qingquan, listening to this, was so frightened that he stood still. He had thought that since Yu Qingguang died at his hands, he didn't believe that the Shuangguang Cave would sit idly by. He couldn't defeat Shen Nian, but the Shuangguang Cave could. Yet now, hearing the tone from the other side, even the superpowers of Dongxian were not taken seriously. Who on earth is he? How could he come to the Great Xia? And why would he be interested in Xia Yue? Didn't she lose her supreme bone? How could such a force take notice of her? I refuse to accept this. Though Xia Qianqin's heart was raging, sweat poured down his face, and his steps grew faster. Senior brother. Xia Yue turned to look at Shen Nian in disbelief, only to see Shen Nian nod. Xia Yue clenched her jade fist. A strange feeling surged in her heart, making her feel incredibly secure. Although they had not interacted for long, she believed from the bottom of her heart that what her senior brother said could be done. Then her gaze fell on Xia Qingquan, a killing intent emerging, but her heart had made a decision. As long as I know that my senior brother cares for me, a newly initiated junior sister, that is enough. Even though I really want to kill that scoundrel Xia Qingquan, I can't rely entirely on my senior brother. If I can't even deal with Xia Qingquan, how can I talk about entering the demon realm and annihilating the demon emperor? Moreover, I also possess the celestial bottle. As long as I have enough spiritual herbs to cultivate, my breakthrough speed will not be slow. Xia Yuya's divine sense suddenly landed on a white porcelain bottle radiating primordial green light within her body. After the supreme bone was extracted, her talent was actually not that great. It was only because of this bottle that she could cultivate to the peak of the golden core at this age. This is her greatest secret known to no one. Her long black hair danced lightly, and there was a deep confidence between her brows. Xia Yue made her decision, wanting to personally solve Xia Qianquan with her efforts, and slowly said, "Senior brother. I wanna." She did not finish her sentence. Understood. Shen Nian nodded slightly. A divine sense suddenly shot out, heading straight for Xia Qianquan. Xia Qianquan, frozen in place, immediately trembled in fright and begged, "My lord." But in the next moment, boom, the sudden, overwhelming authority came crashing down. No matter how strong Xia Qianquan's physique was, how could he be a match for a transformation god? There was a great realm separating them. His legs went soft. Thud. Xia Qianquan's powerful body fell to his knees, hands propping up the ground, his face turning pale, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and his body trembling uncontrollably. The physique he had honed over the years was easily destroyed by this divine sense. Am I immortal now? Xia Qianquan was momentarily bewildered. Everything happened too quickly, like a flash of lightning, leaving everyone in a daze. "Senior brother, I didn't mean it that way." Xia Yue was taken aback and smiled wryly, looking at the suddenly incapacitated Xia Qianquan. Although she felt a thrill, it still felt somewhat strange. Mainly because her meaning had been misunderstood. Xiao Qing'er beside her whispered, "Xia junior sister, senior brother is known for his decisiveness, oh just get used to it." Just like when he was in the dilapidated temple in the Huang family, senior brother truly acts directly. Xia Qianquan looked up, his expression resentful, and spat out another mouthful of old blood. "Can't you listen to others finish speaking? She didn't mean it that way." Shen Nian noticed something, and the awkwardness on his face was fleeting, and then he said, "I do not like to procrastinate in my actions. Although this waste physique is trash, it is at least a high realm mixed yuan master separated by a great realm. It meets the standards I mentioned." His words caused Xiao Qing'er beside him to pause for a moment. Then why do I need to kill demons across a great realm? We are all junior sisters. How can my strength be so high? Could it be that senior brother values me the most?" Just as Xiao Qing'er was lost in thought, the steward beside her stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, hands cupped, trembling as he spoke. "Princess, I have urgent matters to report. In these years I have endured hardship seeking to collect the grievances the Qian Wang has caused to our great Xia. One by one, it is simply infuriating. That scoundrel Qian Wang still wants to marry the princess to the apprentice of the Shuangguang cave master as a concubine, seeking the Shuangguang cave master's help to ascend to the throne of the great Xia. It infuriates me. Our great Xia's eldest princess has such a noble status. How can she be worthy of a mere cave master's disciple? He truly deserves to die." The steward spoke through clenched teeth, as if his hatred for Xia Qianquan had penetrated to the bone. He regretted coming here. 300 inferior spirit stones a month, what life would I gamble for that? Please give the princess a chance to let me personally deal with this old dog. By the way, I also know where this old dog has hidden many of the royal family's treasures. As she listened to the steward mention that Xia Qianquan wanted her to become a concubine, Xia Yi's expression instantly grew colder, filled with murderous intent. "Xia Qianquan, you truly have audacity. When did it become your place to decide the princess' marriage? And to commit such a grave offense? Someone take him away first." Yuan Hong said coldly, his face stern, while the warriors of the martial temple glared fiercely at Xia Qianquan. At this moment, Xia Qianquan, betrayed, was filled with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, as he lowered his head in resignation, not daring to provoke the wrath of the crowd. What else could he do? He is already useless, what more can he do? Yuan Hong clasped his hands towards Xia Yue and said, "Your Highness, allow me to handle this matter. His crimes must be proclaimed throughout the great Xia. To kill one's kin in front of everyone is not a good reputation. Sparing his life for now might help uncover more who oppose the princess." Yuan Hong communicated softly. Xia Yue said nothing, allowing the few men from the martial temple to take Xia Qianquan and the steward. The entire martial temple was silent. All eyes were fixated on the calm figure in white. Their expressions varied. Some were complex, some fervent, and others filled with admiration. In just a short hour, the entire landscape of the great Xia had changed because of him. If word of today's events got out, it would stir up tremendous waves across the great Xia. Yet he seemed completely unconcerned. "If there's nothing else, may I enter the dragon transformation pool?" Shen Nian raised his head, hands behind his back, and spoke as he noticed the sky growing dim. Yuan Hong stepped forward immediately and smiled. "I overlooked that, a Lord Shen. Miss Shao, please follow me." He gestured humbly. Xiao Qing'er waved her hands repeatedly, feeling a bit embarrassed, urging Yuan Hong not to be so polite. Shen Nian, however, did not mind, and directly followed behind him. Just as they were about to step into the martial temple, Xia Yu said, "Still, I should take senior brother and the others with me." Yuan Hong thought for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, with Xia Qingquan imprisoned and Yu Qingguang and his disciples dead here, there are still many matters that require your attention in the Great Xia. This news cannot be hidden. Next we must deal with the matters of the Shuangguang Cave." Even if Shen Nian did not fear the Shuangguang Cave, he could not neglect everything. After all, he was also the senior brother of the princess and a support for the Great Xia. They must at least fulfill their responsibilities. Shen Nian softly spoke, "It's fine, you go about your business." Xia Yuan nodded, then turned and left, taking a few steps before looking back and whispering in a voice only she could hear, "Senior brother, thank you." Inside the bronze martial temple, compared to the outside, it was actually very simply decorated. As soon as he entered, Shen Nian caught a whiff of sandalwood, and the next moment he was drawn to the golden statues standing on the gray stone platforms. These golden statues varied in form, with bodhisattva, fierce arhats, and ghost-faced yakshas among others. There were exactly 7 of them, aside from the fierce arhat, which stood 10 zhang tall. The others were all 9 zhang. Their massive bodies, though golden figures of the Buddha's side, exuded a potent aura of slaughter, coldly gazing down upon all beings, delivering a powerful visual impact. Shen Nian was astonished to discover that these golden statues were actually alive, and memories began to surface in his mind. The cultivation method of the Buddha's side. This aura, are they the disabled beings I found earlier? Shen Nian recalled his unexpected discovery in the imperial capital. "Who are you? Are you from the Great Xia?" Shen Nian sent his voice into the golden statues through his divine sense. However, when faced with Shen Nian's gaze, these golden figures actually turned away, as if somewhat afraid of him. Why aren't they speaking? Do they not like it? This? Xiao Qingyu's complexion paled slightly, not from fear, but due to the immense pressure. The method of the Buddha's golden body arhat. The female flame emperor recognized and called out, "Your Majesty, what is the Buddha's golden body method?" Xiao Qingyu asked, puzzled. The female flame emperor explained, "The so-called Buddha's golden body method is a divine skill of the Buddha's side. It is said that long ago a high monk of the Buddha's side imparted this to the living beings of the world. This is one of them, the golden body arhat. In the past, many human dynasties practiced the Buddha's methods. No wonder the martial artists of the Great Xia outnumber the cultivators. It turns out they follow the path of golden bodies. But then again, for a fallen dynasty, where could they obtain divine skills for transformation? Even if a prodigy were born, they would likely choose to join the 3 sects for cultivation. Only those without talent would take this path. No wonder the Great Xia, no matter how strong, cannot stir up much trouble. This method can only be cultivated to the divine transformation stage. Beyond that, the Buddha's return to emptiness method exists only in the Eastern Xian. The Great Xia once possessed considerable strength. They had achieved the great perfection of the Tianzhong golden body transformation. If they had the return to emptiness method, they might have produced a true formidable being. But why do these golden statues possess incomplete divine senses? Cough cough, Lord Shun. Yuan Hong revealed a hint of an awkward smile, though his hands trembled slightly. If it were anyone else showing such disrespect to the ancestors of the Great Xia, he would have already acted. Shen Nian looked at Yuan Hong, who then spoke with some sentiment. The ancestors actually perished long ago in the death struggle against the demon clan. Their golden bodies are indestructible, but their divine senses were severed by the demons. Relying on the incense and willpower of the Great Xia, we have preserved a trace of their intelligence. Sometimes they are like children. I do not know if this counts as the foundation of the Great Xia, for I also do not know if they will still act with awareness when that day comes. Yuan Hong revealed the secrets of the Great Xia, having considered a lot, but thought that if Shen Nian truly wished to do something to the Great Xia, who could stop him? It would be better to lay everything bare and perhaps gain some goodwill. Is that so? Shen Nian nodded slightly and continued to follow Yuan Hong. Soon they arrived at a stone door where 4 figures in blue clothing slowly emerged. They all appeared extremely old, with a heavy aura of death around them, looking like they were nearing the end of their lifespans. Yuan Hong took out his identity token as a temple steward and handed it over respectfully, saying, "Please open the dragon transformation pool for us." After the blue-robed elder verified the token, he nodded, and the 4 of them jointly pushed open the stone door, clearing the way without uttering a word. Shen Nian walked inside. The space was small, only around 10 square meters, with a stone pond in the middle where golden liquid flowed. The aura is quite robust, but if it's left by the divine transformation, it might not greatly enhance my current physique. Shen Nian frowned in contemplation. Now that he had a small accomplishment in the chaos indestructible body refinement method, he wasn't even sure how strong his own body was. He could directly clash with the nascent soul demon beasts. He believed that it shouldn't be an issue to confront ordinary divine transformation demon beasts. Thus, upon seeing this dragon transformation pool, he contemplated whether he should enter. Forget it. Since he was here and Xiao Qing'er was only at the foundation establishment stage, even if she had a divine body, she likely wouldn't require such a large quantity. This is the Arhut pool formed from the power of the golden body statues extracted from the ancestors over the past thousands of years. Yuan Hong explained and smiled. Lord Shen, rest assured. Although you are already at the divine transformation stage, the power contained in this dragon transformation pool can also refine your body, significantly enhancing your strength. As for how much you can absorb, just take as much as you can. Yuan Hong was very generous. Even he, as a nearly ultimate Hunyuan master, could only absorb a mere fraction of what the dragon transformation pool offers. After all, physical strength and cultivation level are two different matters. Yuan Hong looked at Xiao Qing'er with a smile. Miss Qing'er is the same. Xiao Qing'er, however, looked at Yuan Hong with a somewhat complex expression and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Senior Yuan. You don't need to be so polite. This is something the princess exchanged for merits. There's no need to thank me," Yuan Hong replied candidly. Shen Nian nodded and said, "Well, since it has such good effects, I will give it a try." Yuan Hong, quite perceptive, nodded and said, "The power within the dragon transformation pool also has the effect of tempering the body. Ordinary clothing will turn to dust upon contact, so I have prepared 2 sets of clothing made from special materials for Lord Shen and Miss Qing. I won't disturb you any longer." After he left, Shen Nian silently walked to the stone pedestal beside the dragon transformation pool, picked up the white thin shirt, and found it remarkably smooth and very thin, somewhat resembling ice silk pajamas from his past life. Beside him, Xiao Qing'er immediately began to breathe rapidly, looking around and feeling somewhat at a loss. "Change clothes. Here. In front of senior brother." "Huh. Why didn't you say so earlier? This garment uses so little material." Shen Nian's expression turned faintly peculiar as he recognized the fabric. Woven from the silk of the moonlit spider, a rare demonic beast. Though mature moonlit spiders possessed only nascent soul-level cultivation, their silk was extraordinarily rare, impervious to fire, yet supple as mist, truly an irreplaceable treasure. Even more precious was the silk spun by the ancestral white knight divine spider, whose filaments bore extraordinary properties, some even granting invisibility and breathless concealment. Clearly the great Xia realm remained impoverished. The meager supply of moonlit spider silk could barely fashion this flimsy attire. Shen Nian vaguely recalled his childhood, his cotton-padded robe lined entirely with white knight divine spider silk. He had once deemed the creature repulsive and tried burning it for hours, yet the silk refused to yield. Then, Shen Nian sensed Xiao Qing'er's unease. His gaze swept across the chamber and settled upon an antique lacquered screen in the corner crafted from an unusual material that defied even spiritual sense. "You may change behind that screen." And Xiao Qing'er flushed crimson as she followed his glance, spotting the screen at last, and inwardly exhaled in quiet relief. So there was a place to change, thank heavens. The next instant she snatched up the garment and fled with startling speed, her delicate cheeks still burning with embarrassment. "Senior brother, I'll go change first." And Shen Nian blinked, then said nothing. And after all, she was but a young girl. Not a touch of shyness was only natural. He swiftly shed his white robes and donned the martial temple's translucent white gauze robe. And rather comfortable. A cool, refreshing sensation spread across his limbs, prompting a silent, appreciative murmur. Then, he strode to the dragon transformation pool, and without hesitation stepped into its golden liquid, sinking deep within its luminous embrace. Boom. An overwhelming surge of warmth and searing power flooded Shen Nian's flesh and bone. From the pool rose countless golden dragonlets, ethereal, shimmering, their scaled bodies inscribed with sacred sutras radiating purifying light. The golden dragonlets sought to merge into his body, refining his acupoints and purging impurities. Yet the moment they brushed his skin, they froze midair, scratching their heads in bewildered confusion, utterly unsure how to proceed. In an instant, a colossal suction force seized one golden dragonlet, dragging it helplessly into Shen Nian's body. And instantly the creature erupted in fierce resistance. At that very moment, a single drop of chaos blood pulsed forth, an incomparable aura of sovereignty, so terrifying that the golden dragonlet recoiled in abject fear, trembling violently before collapsing onto its knees in utter submission. Thereafter, as if resigned to fate, the dragonlet dissolved, its essence condensing into dense, radiant golden light that streamed into Shen Nian's bones and flesh. The process unfolded with excruciating slowness. I wonder, could simulated time accelerate this? Shen Nian stroked his chin, an unexpected idea blooming unbidden. Meanwhile, outside the dragon transformation pool, four elderly men in azure robes, longtime guardians of this sacred site, simultaneously twitched their eyelids, then exchanged startled glances. This young man, something is amiss. Even a high-tier mixed origin grandmaster would require 3 months or more, and an exceptionally refined golden body, to subdue even one of these golden dragons born from the golden body technique. How has he succeeded already? Inside the pool chamber behind the screen, a figure crept forth with furtive tiptoeing steps. Xiao Qing'er stood taut and bent low, her slender pale arms tightly crossed over her chest. Her long milky white legs flickered in and out of view beneath the fluttering white gauze. I'm doomed. How can this garment be this thin? Her face burned scarlet, fingers clenched tight, teeth gritted, head bowed low. Each dainty step forward, a tremulous, hesitant shuffle toward the dragon transformation pool. She felt it harder than ever. Harder even than traversing the perilous sword heaven path of the Tianjian sect, when her cultivation had been utterly stripped. Must you be so flustered? As cultivators, why cling so desperately to trivial decorum? The female flame emperor could no longer remain silent. Your Majesty, does that mean you've worn such garments before? Xiao Qing'er murmured timidly within her mind. I have not, and whoever dares make me wear one shall die. The female flame emperor replied with unshakable conviction, her tone brooking no dissent. Xiao Qing'er fell speechless. Through sheer dogged perseverance, she finally reached the pool's edge. Glancing sideways at her senior brother, eyes closed in serene meditation, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief and prepared to step in. At that precise moment, his jet-black eyes snapped open and locked onto hers. Time itself seemed to halt. Her mind went blank, her heart hammered wildly. This was the first time she had ever felt so utterly exposed before a man. Why stand there frozen? Get in now. Shen Nian arched a brow, voice calm, but beneath it stirred a quiet heat, especially as Xiao Qing'er was breathtakingly beautiful and now clad in such utter bareness. Shen Nian knew, while he was no saint, and accepted his body's honest response without shame, yet he would never let base impulse govern his will. The next moment, senior brother, Xiao Qing'er faltered, then clenched her teeth and plunged into the pool, her thoughts consumed by the intensity of his gaze. Splash. Oh no. Her expression froze. The world tilted violently. She misstepped, lost her balance, and pitched helplessly forward. As she sank beneath the surface, golden liquid enveloped her completely, like drowning in a boundless radiant sea. In that instant, suffocation gripped her. She thrashed, desperate to rise, yet found herself pinned by invisible force, utterly paralyzed. Then, a firm, powerful hand steadied her upright. Steady your mind. Circulate your spiritual energy to resist. Na warm, resonant voice cut through the chaos. Ha. Clutching that strong arm, she staggered upright and immediately activated her cultivation. Yet her breath remained ragged, her panting soft and breathless. Gradually she regained her footing and looked up, stunned. Beneath the translucent white gauze, sculpted explosive musculature gleamed. Paired with that flawlessly handsome face, the effect was nothing short of divine. And after all she had witnessed, Shen Nian had long since become a paragon in her eyes, the object of her deepest reverence, leaving her momentarily dazed and entranced. Senior brother. Her face flaming, Xiao Qing'er ducked instantly into the pool, emerging only with her head above water, like a shy ostrich, her luminous eyes wide and nervous as they met his gaze. What Shen Nian tapped her forehead lightly, then commanded, cast aside idle thoughts. Focus wholly on absorbing the dragon transformation pool's power to temper your physical form. Yet even his own heart stirred, just slightly. Xiao Qing'er rubbed her forehead, smiling brightly. Yes, senior brother. And without noticing, her tension had quietly melted away. Once satisfied she could withstand the pressure, Shen Nian too began drawing upon the pool's power, preparing to activate simulation. System exchange 20 doubt transmission points. In exchange successful. Remaining simulated time, 20 years. Remaining doubt transmission points, 180. In simulation target cultivation within the dragon transformation pool. In simulation initiated. In year 1 you begin refining the Arhut golden dragon within your body. With its will to resist extinguished, your refinement proceeds swiftly. Yet you did not anticipate the chaos blood's sudden interest in the dragonlets. It moved first and seized the dragon outright. Shen Nian jolted in surprise. Could this Hundun Jingxue possess consciousness? Soon after hearing the simulation voice, his eyelids twitched. In the second year, you discovered that the Hundun Jingxue actually had awareness. After it snatched a Luohan Jinlong from you, you began trying to contact it, flooding your spiritual sense into it, and gently asking, "Are you there?" But there was no response from the Hundun Jingxue. Something felt wrong. While integrating other Luohan Jinlongs, you kept attempting contact. A year passed, and you realized how foolish you had been, talking to a single drop of blood every day. So you finally gave up in resignation. Nearby, Xiao Qing'er saw that her senior brother had begun cultivating. She shook her head, cast away distractions, and began circulating her cultivation method. Her technique was lamentably weak, the most ordinary Ningqi Ju Qi condensing art. Were it not for the aid of Nu Yendi, she probably could not have even completed foundation establishment. Thus her attempts to absorb the Hualong Pool's power advanced at a snail's pace. "Lady Yendi, when will I be able to practice the Yenshin Ju?" Xiao Qing'er, vexed by her slow absorption, could not help but pout. Nu Yendi replied with helplessness, "There is no way. This technique requires a heaven and earth heterifier to unlock." Xiao Qing'er sighed in disappointment. Heaven and earth heterifier. How could one find that so easily? In hindsight, she thought she should not have been so impatient. She should have first taken the Tianxian Gong of the Tianjian sect. Rumor said it could lead straight to the nascent soul realm. Nu Yendi felt Xiao Qing'er's despondence, and a little abashed after gauging her own soul power, she spoke. "Entrust your body to me." "Very well." Xiao Qing'er agreed without hesitation. She trusted Nu Yendi unconditionally. The next moment, golden light shimmered in Xiao Qing'er's pupils, and her expression turned cold, and an imposing, unspoken authority settled into her features. "Although I cannot directly break you through the barrier or fully digest these powers for you, I can first absorb them into your body," Nu Yendi explained within her mind. "Good," Xiao Qing'er replied mentally. Nu Yendi then took control of her body and began siphoning the Hualong Pool's energy, measuring every portion with care. If too much was drawn, Nu Yendi could endure it, but Xiao Qing'er's body could not. Her Shenhuang's sacred body had only just awakened and could not exert even a fraction of its true power. Thin threads of golden light poured into her, purging impurities and thickening her spiritual power. Nu Yendi stored the surplus within her spirit sea. What is that?" Xiao Qing'er soon noticed long shapes at the bottom of the Hualong Pool and was instantly alarmed. Nu Yendi explained slowly. "Those are Luohan Jinlong, condensed only when a Buddhist cultivator completes the Luohan image. They contain the purest Luohan blood and flesh power. If you absorb one, you will very likely step into mid-foundation establishment and perhaps even elevate your constitution another grade. But Luohan Jinlongs are formed from transformed blood and flesh and possess a measure of consciousness. Refining one is as difficult and perilous as fighting the golden core tiger Fang again. Consider carefully." Xiao Qing'er's brows tightened, determination shining in her eyes. Although she no longer faced external pressure, she knew who had brought their peace. Without her senior brother, the Xiao family would have been uprooted. The 3-year pact could never have been fulfilled so swiftly, and she would likely still be wandering in search of an immortal gate. So she must grow stronger. Only then could she hope to repay that debt. At the very least, she would not become a burden to her senior brother. "Very well, I understand." Xiao Qing'er suddenly grew worried. "Lady Yendi, if I absorb a Luohan Jinlong, will it affect my senior brother?" Nu Yendi reassured her. "This Hualong Pool is the accumulation of the great Xia's millennia. I just probed it. There are well over 900 Luohan Jinlong. Even if your senior brother possessed the body of a high-realm Hun Yuan Zongshi, at most he could swallow 20 or 30 before bursting. The energy condensed in these Luohan forms surpasses imagination." Nu Yendi spoke casually, a faint smile on her lips. Xiao Qing'er frowned and thought, "But what if my senior brother swallowed all 900? Heh, what are you thinking, girl? I admit your senior brother is an ancient millennia prodigy among humanity," Nu Yendi said. "But do you know how great the power within a single Luohan Jinlong is? If he could truly swallow them all, I would." Nu Yendi's words trailed off, and her pupils constricted. "Be warming his bed." The instant the phrase escaped her lips, she regretted it. "No way. Are you serious? What kind of monster is this?" With a thunderous boom, Xiao Qing'er was startled. The Hualong Pool trembled before them. The golden liquid churned as if boiling, surging wildly. Countless Luohan Jinlongs rose and streamed toward the opposite bank, forming a vortex. In the center of the whirlpool, a single figure sat cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. The Luohan Jinlongs vanished the moment they touched his body. In the 10th year, you abandoned the struggle with the Hundun Jingxue over that Luohan Jinlong and chose to let it be. After all, the Hundun Jingxue was yours, and you could reclaim it later. That year, the Jiuzhuan Zaohua, Duotian Gong, ran rampant, scavenging surplus golden dragon power that the Hundun Jingxue discarded, force opening previously dormant acupoints. You felt cleansed and invigorated. In the 20th year after the 100th Luohan Jinlong poured in and melded with the Hundun Jingxue, you noticed it had grown considerably. Where 2 drops had once been the size of a grain of corn, they were now thumb-sized. Your chest burned as a star-like rune gave off a mysterious silver light. The Hundun Jingxue seemed to awaken, sending a thread of consciousness into your spiritual sense. Excited, you listened closely and heard it whisper, "Trash not enough." You were stunned. The 20th year simulation ended. Shen Nian's face darkened with rising fury. "Fine. You like to eat. Today I'll make you eat your fill. System redeem 80 Chuandao points." The simulation resumed the next instant. In the 79th year after 998 Luohan Jinlongs surged into you from the Hualong pool, the Hundun Jingxue swelled to the size of a fist and gradually coalesced into the shape of a small silver figure, its body radiating chaotic divine light. Its features were indistinct. Beneath its feet, a hazy brilliance gathered and dispersed. Apart from that, you felt little change. You stared at the fruit of 80 years in silence and asked it, "What use are you?" The silver figure offered no answer, only devoured more Luohan Jinlongs. Enraged, you used every ounce of power to snatch 3 back from its mouth. In the 80th year, you watched that fist-sized silver figure for an entire year. At the end, your lips trembled. "Return my 80 years. Return my 900+ golden dragons." The silver figure could now truly speak. Its voice rolled like the rumble of the Tao itself, making Shen Nian's head buzz. "Hundun Ichu Pan Hong Huang Ruo Sure Fun. Insufficient, far from enough." The 80-year simulation ended. Opening his eyes, Shen Nian immediately used his spiritual sense to inspect the chaotic little figure within. He felt an urge to crush it, but remembering it was his own vital blood, he restrained himself. "Very well. Consider it paving the way for the future." Shen Nian froze. The Hualong pool had gone dull, its dazzling golden light vanished completely. He glanced at the dazed Xiao Qing'er beside him, and a flush of awkwardness passed over his face. "Oh no, I forgot my junior sister. Luckily a few remain." Shen Nian rose, stepped forward, leaned over the kneeling Xiao Qing'er, and said, "Open your mouth." "Off." Xiao Qing'er looked up bewildered. Nu Yindi hurried back into her mind. She had only just regained control of the body when her senior brother stood less than a foot away, telling her to open her mouth. "Open what mouth?" Without a word, Shen Nian pinched Xiao Qing'er's small face until her lips parted slightly. A Luohan Jinlong shot out from within him and surged into her. "Hold it in. Do not lose focus." Shen Nian's calm voice rang out. Xiao Qing'er instantly widened her eyes in astonishment as a dazed Luohan golden dragon flew out of senior brother's body and then plunged into her mouth. The next moment she felt a warmth in her mouth and her delicate body trembled in her mind. She cried, "My empress, how do I refine a Luohan golden dragon? Senior brother forced one into me." At that moment, Empress Yin sat cross-legged within her soul, eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, muttering to herself, "Impossible. There is no reason for this. How can he absorb so quickly? Such an enormous amount. Even a Fangsistage body cultivator might not be able to absorb it all in this time. This makes no sense." Empress Yin fell into deep thought. Shen Nian had upended her understanding of cultivation, leaving her a little existentially shaken. Seeing Empress Yin give no response, Xiao Qing'er had no choice but to grit her teeth and activate the Ningxi technique. Within her spirit, see a Luohan golden dragon wore a simple, foolish expression as it rushed forward. Xiao Qing'er's spiritual sense gingerly touched the Luohan golden dragon, expecting fierce resistance and a grand battle, thinking she would have to defeat it before refining it. But to her surprise, the Luohan golden dragon only turned back with a silly smile, allowing Xiao Qing'er to absorb its power. This golden dragon. Something's off. Xiao Qing'er felt puzzled. Hadn't Empress Yin warned that refining a golden dragon was extremely dangerous? Steady your mind, concentrate on refining. Its consciousness has been erased by me, it will not resist. Absorb as much as you can. Hearing Shen Nian's voice, Xiao Qing'er suddenly understood and stared blankly at him. Senior brother erased the golden dragon's consciousness, just to make it easier for me to absorb. Senior brother is so attentive. At the thought, Xiao Qing'er's heart overflowed with gratitude. Hurry and absorb. Seeing her expression, Shen Nian could not help but chide her in a slightly exasperated tone. What is this girl thinking now? Xiao Qing'er nodded firmly and began earnestly refining the Luohan golden dragon within her. The fiery divine sigil at her brow reappeared. Her spiritual power rose at astonishing speed. 2 spirit bases suddenly took shape within her spirit sea. Soon beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Qingyer's forehead. However, her refining speed could not compare to Shen Nian's. Without simulated time to aid her, even pure absorption required a great deal of time. Seeing this, Shen Nian simply sat cross-legged beside her and waited quietly, pondering how to explain the matter to the people of Xia. After all, he had used up what had taken them millennia, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Outside the dragon refining pool, one of the 4 elders in azure robes suddenly sensed something. He frowned, stole a glance at the pool, and was struck as if by lightning, standing motionless. Third elder, what is it? Gone. Gone. It's all gone. What is gone? The golden liquid of the dragon refining pool. It's all gone, reduced to mere broth. Over 900 Luohan golden dragons. All gone. Oh. The other 3 azure-robed elders were dumbfounded, as if hearing something unbelievable. Over 900 Luohan golden dragons. Gone. How could this be? One azure-robed elder tried to rush in to investigate, but was stopped by the eldest among them. We must not break the rules. He hasn't come out yet, we cannot disturb him. The peeking elder urged anxiously, big brother, the golden dragons are gone. What could he possibly be doing in there? 2 alone, a lone man and woman. What do you think? Could they be in there discussing lives' meaning? Another elder blurted. This is improper, big brother, this is not appropriate. In any case, we cannot go in and no one may violate the rules. The elder called big brother's face shifted slightly, but he said firmly, then what shall we do now? The golden dragons are all gone. An elder wailed, pounding his chest. Wait. The lead azure-robed elder said in a deep voice. Though anxious, he always acted according to the rules. No matter what happens inside, we'll know when he comes out, and can ask him. No sooner had he spoken than he felt something amiss, and added another thought. We could call Yuan Hong over first, and ask him. At that moment, Yuan Hong had not left the martial temple. He was in the main hall frolicking with several Luohan effigies that had shrunk to childlike sizes. Don't gnaw your own hand, my venerable ancestor. Yuan Hong cried out anxiously. The Yiksha golden effigy paused, then lowered its arm, picked up a fallen fragment of golden body, and ate it, patting its belly with a foolish grin, until the Bodhisattva effigy behind it launched a sneak attack, sending it tumbling to the ground. The Yiksha flew into a rage and leapt up to wrestle with it. Yuan Hong helplessly separated the 2 effigies, then bent down and looked at the fierce Luohan clinging to his foot, saying gently, ancestor, if they fight again, try to hold them back. At these words, the fierce Luohan nodded, half understanding, then flashed a ferocious look and roared, fear not. Slay the demons. Slay the demons. Kill, kill, kill. With the fierce Luohan's howl, the Yiksha and Bodhisattva effigies also changed expression, bristling with killing intent. Slay the demons. Slay. Yuan Hong used to this picked up the fierce Luohan. Good, good ancestor, slay the demons. Slay them. He kept patting its back until it calmed. The recently soothed fierce Luohan suddenly looked distressed and said, empty. So empty. I feel limp. Empty. Yuan Hong was puzzled. He turned the Luohan over carefully, finding no obvious problem, and frowned. The ancestor's problems just keep increasing. Why would he suddenly cry empty for no reason? Yuan Hong shook his head. After calming the Luohan, still puzzled, he prepared to leave the martial temple. Yuan Hong, who on earth did you send in? An angry voice thundered. Yuan Hong was stunned. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Inside the dragon refining pool, boom. Xiao Qing'er radiated the spiritual pressure of mid-foundation establishment. 3 spirit bases stood firm within her, and the fiery divine sigil on her brow shone even more brilliantly. But the Luohan golden dragon's power far exceeded this progress. The remainder still needed to be slowly assimilated. That power had been condensed at the Huashan stage, as she had only just reached foundation establishment, so achieving this in 3 days was already exceptional. This was what Empress Yin had suddenly said on the 2nd day. On the 3rd night, Xiao Qing'er opened her eyes excitedly, and just as she was about to share the joy of her breakthrough, a golden dragon blocked her mouth. Senior brother, I am Xiao Qing'er. Shen Nian, listening to the system voice at his ear, spoke calmly, keep absorbing, do not stop. Ding, with your help, the fated daughter, Xiao Qing'er, has broken through to mid-foundation establishment. Reward, teaching points 10. 10 years of simulation exchanged for a single golden dragon. Worth it. Xiao Qing'er endured the terrifying spiritual pressure within her, grit her silver teeth, and resumed refining. This time, she sweat profusely and nearly fainted from exhaustion. Time turned, and 9 days passed. It took a full 9 days for her to fully absorb and integrate the power of the 2nd Luohan golden dragon. Much of that power accumulated in her spirit, giving her an unprecedented sense of distinction. One more push, and her spirit, might explode. Still, there were benefits. She faintly showed signs of entering the late foundation establishment stage. The nascent forms of several spirit bases were gradually coalescing. The fiery sigil at her brow looked vividly alive, and her spiritual energy had shifted from ordinary blue to a pale gold. Once she fully refined the Luohan Golden Dragon's power, she believed she should be able to step into the Golden Core stage. The amount was simply enormous. When she opened her eyes again, she saw yet another Luohan Golden Dragon smiling foolishly at her. She waved her hands in alarm and cried, "Senior brother, I can't absorb any more, I really can't. If I absorb any more, it'll truly burst." She was genuinely moved by her senior brother's kindness, but his love was sometimes overwhelming. There is a kind of permission that exists simply because senior brother believes you can. The thought brought back memories of her grandmother in childhood. Shen Nian gazed upon the young maiden before him. Her cheeks flushed, lips tightly sealed, her expression pitiful and helpless, stirring a pang of reluctant compassion within him. Very well then. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Nian withdrew the Arhut Golden Dragon. The second one had failed to enhance her cultivation. Evidently her body could no longer assimilate it. Even a heaven-blessed prodigy paled beside his sheer unnatural advantage. He himself had spent nearly a century refining the Arhut Golden Dragon, and his realm constitution and innate aptitude all stood leagues above Xiao Qing'er's. She had already achieved quite enough. Had her cultivation technique not been so woefully inadequate, perhaps a third dragon might have been feasible. No matter, patience would bear fruit in time. It was high time she received a proper cultivation manual. The ancient Yu Cave Heaven would not open for some time yet, surely ample for preparation. Thereupon, Shen Nian rose to change back into his own robes. The white gauzy garment remained immaculately dry, as effortlessly elegant as before. Epsilon senior brother. Xiao Qing bit her lip, mortified by her own inadequacy. She had how utterly vexing. This wretched manual truly is unbearable. In truth, you've progressed more than enough. Rushing cultivation too swiftly invites peril. It has scarcely been any time at all, yet you've already reached the mid-foundational establishment realm. Such a feat would stun the entire Xia dynasty. Moreover, the residual power of the Arhut Golden Dragon still surges abundantly within your spirit sea, more than sufficient for your divine body to gradually absorb and refine. The voice of the female Yin Emperor resonated once more, calm, composed, as though nothing extraordinary had transpired moments earlier. She had reached clarity. If something refused to yield to understanding, why strain to grasp it? After all, Shen Nian hadn't overheard. Only Xiao Qing'er knew of her humiliation and that she could bear. But senior brother. Xiao Qing'er hesitated, wanting to ask against his incomprehensible absorption speed, was she truly this inept? Do not compare yourself to him. Never again. He is no ordinary human. The female Yin Emperor interjected directly. By the way, your majesty, earlier you mentioned warming senior brother's bed. Was that truly meant? Xiao Qing'er suddenly recalled, projecting the thought inwardly. A faint involuntary twitch tugged at the corner of the female Yin Emperor's mouth. Words died unspoken, a silence reigned absolute. This line of conversation had long lost its charm. If one lacks wit, silence is the wiser course. At that very moment, Shen Nian's voice rang out. It's nearly time to leave. Have you soaked long enough? Shen Nian, now clad once more in pristine white robes, instinctively touched his waist, only to find the ninth missing. After a quiet pause, he spoke softly. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Qing'er rose. Her fair, delicate skin glowed faintly pink from cultivation, her long black hair clinging damply to her face, while the crimson flame mark upon her brow pulsed with divine radiance, rendering her in that instant like a celestial maiden just emerged from sacred waters. This time she moved with far greater composure, though still with quiet, tentative steps. Soon, she had changed back into her white gown, the flame mark upon her brow faded, and her countenance returned to its usual serene grace. Senior brother, I'm ready. Meanwhile, outside the dragon transformation pool, Yuan Hong had stood motionless before the stone gate for 12 full days, bloodshot eyes fixed unwaveringly upon it. Beside him, 4 elders in azure robes sat cross-legged at the 4 cardinal corners, as they had since the beginning. Only the eldest sat with eyes closed in deep contemplation. The other 3 still bore on their faces the lingering shock from news received days prior, continuing their hushed telepathic discourse. 19 years old, and already at the nascent soul realm. My dear mother. He obliterated the azure light cave master in an instant. Thankfully, elder brother restrained me. I nearly charged straight in. Preposterous. How does one cultivate so swiftly at such an age? Did he swallow immortal pills? I believe Yuan Hong's analysis holds merit. This is no talent the Sword Sect of Heaven could possibly nurture. Most likely he hails from the eastern Xian region, though precisely which sacred land or great clan remains unknown. Yet let us consider even a nascent soul cultivator could not possibly drain the entire dragon transformation pool in one sitting. Does that truly make sense? Might he be a body cultivator? Frankly, I'm more curious why he hasn't emerged after over 10 days. Has he taken up scholarly research into the ancestral legacy of humanity? Brother 2, how mischievous you are. Enough, cease talk. They're emerging. With a soft creak, the stone gate swung open. Before Shen Nian had even stepped fully through, a figure shot past him like an arrow, straight toward the dragon transformation pool. A sweep of spiritual sense followed, then a resigned shake of his head. What must come will come. Where did this giant black rat come from? Xiao Qing'er paused mid-step, startled, then peering closely recognized Temple Master Yuan. Flustered, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quietly lowered her gaze and fell silently into step behind Shen Nian. Oh no. Senior brother drained the entire dragon transformation pool. Will this bring trouble? The 4 azure-robed elders remained outside the pool, standing guard at the threshold, 3 heads craning inward, frozen in silent awe at the pool's stark, empty clarity. Damn it all, not a single drop left for us. I told you it was drained days ago. You wouldn't believe me. Look at that girl, glowing with vitality. Is she even cultivating? In all these years, has anyone ever emerged from the dragon transformation pool looking this radiant? Oh dear, don't speak of it. What now? With the pool gone, what purpose do we serve? Even the eldest elder blinked, stunned. Indeed, what do we do now? Their sole duty had been guarding the dragon transformation pool. Now that it lay barren, what remained of their purpose? Ancient as they were, half buried in the soil of time, what else could they possibly do? Inside the pool, SSSSS. Yuan Hong drew in a sharp, shuddering breath, staring blankly at the pool's clear, waterless expanse. His voice cracked. You absorbed it all. Inside the pool, SSSSS. Yuan Hong drew in a sharp, shuddering breath, staring blankly at the pool's clear, waterless expanse. His voice cracked. You absorbed it all. Would you like it, eh? You may keep it as a seed. At Shen Nian's words, Yuan Hong's lips twitched faintly. A seed? This golden dragon wasn't bred by me. Master Shen, please spare me such ethically dubious jests. Thereupon, Yuan Hong accepted the last Arhut golden dragon with stiff, hesitant motions, and recoiled slightly upon discovering it only grinned vacantly, unable to believe this was the same awe-inspiring solemn entity he once revered. Child, what happened to you? What trials did you endure? Shen Nian glanced calmly toward the corner, saying nothing. This was simply how things stood. Yuan Hong cast a mournful, reproachful look at Shen Nian, vividly recalling how just days earlier he'd confidently urged Shen Nian to draw freely from the pool. Master Shen truly is a peerless anomaly. This humble elder is profoundly humbled. Yuan Hong finally sighed bitterly. Shen Nian turned, brows lifting slightly, and murmured softly, if required I. He had yet to search Yu Qingguang's storage pouch after slaying him. Surely it held valuable treasures. Compensation would be fitting. Master Shen worries needlessly. This humble elder meant no such thing. Yuan Hong hastily returned the Arhut golden dragon to Shen Nian's hand, feigning nonchalance. To completely absorb every Arhut golden dragon within the dragon transformation pool, that is undeniably Master Shen's unparalleled mastery. Such is the established rule, and this elder merely stands astonished. To consume over 900 Arhut golden dragons in so brief a span, this truly exceeds even this elder's wildest imagination. Awe flooded Yuan Hong's features as he gazed upon, yet he refrained from asking how Shen Nian had accomplished it. Cultivators guarded their secrets fiercely. Prying was a grave breach of etiquette, a fundamental boundary. Upon being summoned by the azure-robed elders, Yuan Hong had discreetly commissioned an investigation into Shen Nian's background. News of his deeds in Yunzhou could not remain concealed, especially with the princess accompanying him and countless Demon Suppression Bureau agents bearing witness. 19 years old, nascent soul realm initial stage, high-level primordial unity grandmaster, and rumored to command the Return to Emptiness Sword Dao. Any one of these alone would mark a cultivator as an anomaly, yet all converged in a single individual, rendering the feat almost absurd. Utterly preposterous. This only solidified Yuan Hong's conviction. This youth could not possibly hail from the Xia dynasty. Thus, though he felt a pang at the pool's depletion, deep down he rejoiced. Forging a strong bond with such a transcendent prodigy was an incalculable blessing for the Xia dynasty. A millennium's accumulation within the dragon transformation pool, exchanged for the future protection of an invincible sovereign. An immeasurable bargain. His prolonged vigil outside had merely been to ascertain the pool's condition without delay. Shen Nian accepted the final Arhut Golden Dragon without hesitation. He had already drained the pool entirely, so one more made little difference. Then with faint surprise he glanced at Yuan Hong. This elder possessed remarkable breadth of vision. No wonder he held the esteemed post of Temple Master. By the way, may this humble elder venture a question, having refined so many Arhut Golden Dragons, Master Shen's physical body must have undergone tremendous enhancement. Have you attained the supreme primordial unity realm? By the way, may this humble elder venture a question, having refined so many Arhut Golden Dragons, Master Shen's physical body must have let him know the staggering magnitude of the prodigy forged from decades of accumulated wealth. Surely that was reasonable. At this query both Xiao Qing'er and the four elders beyond the doorway turned their gazes inward. Hard to say. Shen Nian pondered carefully before replying. His answer left Yuan Hong utterly bewildered. Hard to say. What did that mean? One's own physical strength. How could that possibly be uncertain? Yet Shen Nian's next words rooted Yuan Hong, where he stood trembling uncontrollably. I'd wager roughly even odds against a nascent soul-level beast in barehanded combat. My 5 fingers, 5 lives. After speaking, Shen Nian silently withdrew his 5 slender fingers, placing them behind his back. It was not arrogance, but rather a conviction based on evidence. Although the description might be somewhat exaggerated, it was the confidence brought by a Dao-level body refinement technique. When he first entered the realm of chaos immortal body refinement, he could already defeat ordinary early-stage nascent soul demons in an instant. According to the earlier predictions given by the system, he would be slightly weaker than a mid-stage transformation god Black Feather Demon King upon entry, but surely after some progress, he would be stronger. In a physical confrontation, as long as Shen Nian was stronger than his opponent combined with the newly comprehended Dao-level Chaos Fist, he would undoubtedly be able to eliminate them in an instant. As for the mid to late stages of Transformation God and the so-called Demon Royal Family, Shen Nian was not very confident. After all, he had never encountered them and had no reference values. You call this a 50-50 chance? Yuan Hong was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim. He thought it would be an even match against a demon beast in the early stages of Transformation God. To crush 5 early-stage Transformation God demon beasts with just 5 fingers relying solely on physical strength was even more exaggerated than their strongest ferocious Arhut manifestation from back in the day. Although Yuan Hong believed Shen Nian was an extraordinary genius, he still had doubts about what he said. It was too exaggerated. Mainly. Immediately Yuan Hong looked at Shen Nian with shock on his face and lightly laughed. Lord Shen truly harbors the ambition of invincibility. He is indeed the unrivaled one among our human race. In response, Shen Nian simply smiled, lightly indifferent to whether the other party believed him or not. Beside him, Xiao Qing'er gazed at Shen Nian with admiration, unquestioningly believing his words, and had long since become his little fan. Your Majesty, do you think senior brother can really do it? Xiao Qing'er asked internally with some excitement. This emperor? The female flame emperor in her mind pouted. If it were before, she might have retorted a couple of times, but after experiencing several slaps in the face, she was afraid. No matter how fast Shen Nian practiced or how powerful he was, it completely surpassed her understanding of cultivators. This emperor does not know. At the entrance, a crowd of elderly figures in green robes gasped in astonishment. Goodness, what a bold young people! If I had this cultivation level at his age, I could have shown off even more. That is true. By the dragon transformation pool, Yuan Hong thought for a moment and continued speaking. Lord Shen need not feel too burdened. Even if all the Arhut golden dragons were absorbed, it would only take a few years to condense a few more, which would be enough for the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian frowned and asked, is it very difficult to cultivate the Arhut manifestation? This question had been on his mind for some time, he just hadn't had the chance to ask Xia Yue. Logically speaking, although there were not many mixed Yuan masters in the Great Xia, there were still some. Coupled with the support of the Arhut golden dragons in the dragon transformation pool, how could it be that not a single Arhut manifestation had been condensed until now? If someone could condense an Arhut manifestation, there wouldn't be so many golden dragons stockpiled. Lord Shen does not know. Yuan Hong explained with a hint of helplessness on his face. In the past, the body refinement technique of the Great Xia's Arhut was always carried by the ancestors. After that great war, a portion of it was destroyed, losing the method to condense the golden body, and naturally no one was born with the golden body realm afterward. The only few ancestors who knew it all ended up like that, and could not provide any guidance. At this point, Yuan Hong showed a deep sense of helplessness and sighed. Alas, over the years our Great Xia has not produced any body refinement prodigies. I was once hailed as a body refinement genius not seen in a century, yet without techniques the path ahead has been severed. After the cessation of techniques, many gifted talents from Great Xia turned to the three sects, and as a result Great Xia has naturally become weaker. Therefore, when Xia Yue wanted to practice body refinement reaching the jade liquid tempering body stage, he stopped her. With her talent in cultivation, it was better to focus on improving her realm rather than waste time on this. When these topics were brought up, the four elderly figures in green robes outside fell silent. Including themselves, they had also been stuck at the mixed Yuan master realm. Did they not want to refine the Arhut golden dragons? They did. But without techniques, they would only be stuck at the pinnacle. What use was that? They might as well cultivate more mixed Yuan masters. Over the years, has no one deduced the subsequent techniques? Or perhaps found a way to create a new body refinement method? Shen Nian asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Qing'er also cast a curious glance. Yeah, why not find a new one? It's not that easy. The female flame emperor scoffed, speaking in unison with Yuan Hong. Deduce. Lord Shen is joking. This is a body refinement divine ability passed down by the Buddhist sect, an ancient power that has transcended the world since antiquity. If deducing it were that simple, could it still be achieved? Yuan Hong self-deprecatingly smiled. He was not mocking Shen Nian's idea. They had genuinely attempted it before. Even now, they had not given up, yet they still could not produce subsequent cultivation methods. It was too difficult. It was something that mere mortals could not deduce. Although the cultivation methods within the three sects of Great Xia are scarce, there are still quite a few. However, the only body refinement method that leads directly to the transformation god realm was obtained by the so-called indestructible master of Sunset Valley in a blessed land. However, such profound treasures cannot be lightly passed on, and how could that master give this technique to Great Xia? And most importantly, many martial artists of Great Xia have already practiced in the direction of the golden body Arhut. If they switched to other body refinement methods, they would have to start over. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian nodded slightly and directly stated, "Could you show me the remnants of the texts?" At these words, Yuan Hong was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a hesitant expression. Although the Arhut manifestation technique was a fragment, it was still a top secret of Great Xia. Even with his authority, it was somewhat difficult for him at this moment. At the same time, he was also somewhat puzzled. Why would Lord Shen want to look at their body refinement techniques when he already had his own? Like his thoughts, the female flame emperor also had a hint of doubt in her golden eyes, speculating, could this kid be planning to deduce it himself? Show it to him. The 900 golden dragons of the dragon transformation pool are already given. Why would we mind a fragment? You are becoming increasingly foolish. The oldest elder in green robes at the door said unhappily. Since they had already invested in this prodigy, they might as well be straightforward and give him whatever he wanted to satisfy him. Being hesitant would only hinder great achievements. Big Brother has become very generous today. The elder, known as the third elder, turned in surprise. Yuan Hong was immediately startled, looking at the elder in disbelief. In his impression, this one was the most rigid. Has he expanded his perspective today? Lord Shen, please wait a moment. Yuan Hong cupped his hands. The elder in green was indeed correct. They had already given the dragon transformation pool, so what was a fragment of a technique? Besides, Shen Nian already had his own body refinement methods and did not need their techniques. Soon Yuan Hong returned, taking out an old golden ancient book from beneath the Arhut manifestation at the Martial Temple's Great Hall and handed it to Shen Nian. Lord Shen, please take a look. Shen Nian took the ancient book, casually flipping through it. He discovered that the latter part had been burned by a black flame. The chilling power contained within the flame could still be felt even after 1,000 years, indicating the strength of the demon who had attacked at that time. Forget it, I might as well learn another body refinement technique. Shen Nian murmured to himself. He didn't particularly like owing favors, especially to the dynasty of his junior sister. It was reasonable for him to help a little. Moreover, perhaps mastering this golden body technique could also enhance his physical power, which wouldn't be a loss. System exchange for Dao value. Everyone stared at Shen Nian, puzzled. What can you see just by looking like this, say? Yuan Hong asked, and Xiao Qing'er on the side looked expectant. Her senior brother never did useless things. He must have his own thoughts. The female flame emperor in her mind narrowed her golden eyes, continuously observing Shen Nian's fluctuations. Meanwhile, the four elderly figures at the door were intently focused on Shen Nian. Simulation begins. In the first year, you unlocked the method for condensing the Arhut golden body manifestation from the Buddhist sect. After your soul integrated with it, you saw numerous golden body Arhats standing between heaven and earth, at least 18 in total, each with distinct forms reciting Buddhist scriptures. Based on your experience in the Chaos Immortal Body Refinement method, which is already at a minor accomplishment, you quickly grasped the method of golden body condensation. However, due to its incompleteness, you could only silently deduce it. In the 5th year, you were at a loss attempting to decipher the remnants of a Buddhist technique, a legendary path of the Buddha. Even the difficulty of a mere transformation stage technique far exceeded that of its peers. Yet your proud nature made retreat impossible. You devised a plan: first cultivate the Arhat golden body manifestation, and then slowly deduce the rest. What if you didn't enter the Buddhist path? Without hesitation, you began practicing the first half of the Arhat golden body technique for 5 years. With your monstrous talent, you quickly grasped the essence of the golden body manifestation. Flesh and blood will eventually fade, but the golden body is eternal and indestructible. This golden body manifestation felt somewhat like a second body, completely merging with yourself, greatly enhancing your physical strength, which immediately piqued your interest. Golden light shimmered on Shen Nian's skin with symbols of the Buddhist sect flickering in his dark eyes, his aura slightly changing, appearing somewhat ethereal to others. Yuan Hong's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled back several steps, pointing at Shen Nian as if he had seen a monster, his face filled with terror. At such a close distance, he naturally felt the sudden surge of the golden body aura emanating from Shen Nian. This was a sign of having entered the path. He had held this divine ability for merely seconds, and you're telling me he has entered the path? Huh. Xiao Qing'er, standing beside him, was completely bewildered by Yuan Hong's sudden reaction. Your Majesty, what's wrong with Yuan Miaozhu? The Empress Yan's gaze was somewhat vacant, silent, her eyelids twitching. Could it be that he really managed to push through? If that's true, how absurd would that be? In the entire human race, there were indeed many with extraordinary comprehension, such as the elder of the human Emperor Hall. He could reach such a level, but the gap between them was far too immense. Moreover, even the elder of the human Emperor Hall didn't achieve this so quickly. Can you just glance at the 4 elderly men in blue at the entrance, the ones most familiar with the golden body aura, were left dumbstruck. At that moment, even the most composed elderly man leaned forward, gazing over. Has he succeeded in cultivation? Oh. Huh. What's all this noise? Be quiet. The elder in blue admonished in a low voice, his gaze fixed on Shen Nian, his hands behind his back. At that moment, Shen Nian paid no attention to the commotion around him, focusing intently on the simulation interface, calculating how many more years it might take. He couldn't afford to waste time. In the 10th year, you had cultivated halfway through the golden body, nearly complete, yet progressing further proved to be exceptionally difficult. There seemed to be no path ahead, the technique was absent. Trying to forcefully deduce a way forward left your mind in utter chaos, as if countless Buddhist chants echoed, sometimes gentle, other times resembling the howls of demons. Shen Nian empathized, letting out a muffled groan, red mist rising in his eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly walked to the side, sitting cross-legged, and gradually closed his eyes. In the 20th year, you devoted yourself entirely to refining the golden body Arhat manifestation. Over the past 10 years, you had attempted no fewer than 1,000 methods to solidify the complete golden body. 3 of them were exceedingly close, but each time the golden body was about to be completed, it would shatter, causing your spiritual essence in the transformation stage to struggle with the brilliance. Fortunately, you remembered the remnants of 2 nascent soul practitioners within you, your gaze falling upon the foolish Huang Rulin and Li Jing. Gazing at the progress on the simulation interface, Shen Nian narrowed his eyes, wondering what he should do next. In the 30th year, you utilized the remnants of Huang Rulin and Li Jing for testing, absorbing most of the pain from failed deductions. You pondered deeply on the path to condensing the golden body, glancing at the 2 remnants who were suffering immensely. Feeling a sense of balance, a smile crept onto your lips. That year, you finally understood why cultivation was so arduous. Condensing the golden body manifestation required first observing the true Arhat golden body to imprint a strand of Buddhist intent, but now the illustration of the golden body manifestation was lost, and relying solely on your thoughts was far too challenging. Shen Nian fell silent. Am I really that bad? Simultaneously, he felt a bit helpless. It seemed that the Buddhist golden body technique was not as simple as he had imagined. That makes sense. After all, he had heard of this force in his youth, seemingly not from their realm, surpassing the understanding of the ancient families. Forget it. Having come this far, there's no way to give up. The simulation must continue. In the 50th year, you felt somewhat on the verge of collapse. The golden body technique created by the powerful figures of the Buddhist sect was beyond your imagination, utterly impassable. But after 50 years, how could you resign yourself to this? After numerous failures, Huang Rulin's remnants had been completely obliterated, yet Li Jing persevered, looking at you with some confusion and a hint of expectation. You couldn't help but smirk. It seemed Li Jing was a masochist, underestimating her. That day you suddenly heard the silver figure within you sneering, how foolish. Your anger surged, and you rolled up your sleeves ready to confront him. But in the next moment, a Buddhist voice emerged from the silver figure, and instantly, over 900 golden dragons flew out, illuminating the entire spiritual sea with dazzling golden light. You squinted, seeing a golden body manifestation waving at you. In the 60th year, you spent a full decade and finally saw clearly that golden body manifestation. You froze in place, unable to believe your eyes. A face identical to yours exuding an air of indifference toward the world. You knew you were close to deducing it, but this golden body had become yourself. Have I become an arhat? In the 100th year, you condensed a golden body standing 3 zhang tall, with a brilliant golden sword hanging at your waist. Behind you 9 suns radiated divine light, and within your pupils chaotic divine light swirled. You named it the Chaos Sword Prison Arhat Golden Body. You also received a terrifying revelation: the more people cultivate this golden body, the stronger it becomes. The only flaw is that the manifestations of others only resemble your face, while aspects like chaos and the indestructible suns are absent. You frowned, sensing a slight misalignment. This was forcing the entire Great Xia's primordial masters to work for me, competing with the Buddhist sect for sustenance. What's this about? The Chaos Sword Prison Arhat Golden Body has entered the path. Transformation stage. Shen Nian's aura began to shift, a 3 zhang tall golden phantom gradually coalescing behind him. When it appeared, the entire dragon transformation pool dimmed in comparison. The golden body radiated immense power, its expression one of disdain for all, with the 9 suns behind it vividly alive, emitting radiant divine light, as if to incinerate all existence. Especially when those pupils shrouded in chaotic mist opened, a silver rune slowly emerged from. As the gaze swept across the crowd, everyone felt their souls tremble. The entire venue fell into silence. Xiao Qing'er stared incredulously at the golden body manifestation, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Is this my senior brother? This is... The Empress Yin was completely stunned. The 4 elderly men in blue outside were petrified on the spot. With a thud, Yuan Hong collapsed to his knees, trembling all over, shouting in excitement, Shun Darun has become a Buddha. In the next moment, the dazzling golden light dissipated. Shen Nian suddenly rose, stepping forward to support Yuan Hong, his expression stern as he said, "Don't speak recklessly. I don't wish to become any kind of Buddha." As a young man full of vigor, he still wanted to marry and enjoy endless beauty. Otherwise, why cultivate immortality? To become an invincible being, he might as well return home and waste away as a single man. But Yuan Hong stood up, trembling and pointing at the place where the golden body had vanished. At this moment, it was already deep into the night. In the capital of the Great Xia, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars scattered across the galaxy like a dream. Inside the martial temple's grand hall, after being silent for hundreds of years, it was bustling for the first time. So does Lord Shen mean? In just the span of a single incense stick, not only did I learn the technique to condense the Arhat golden body, but I even deduced further parts, creating a golden body of my own, all because of a stroke of good luck. Is it really not becoming a Buddha? Or perhaps the reincarnation of a Buddha here to save the Great Xia? After hearing Shen Nian's explanation, Yuan Hong's expression was quite complex, as if he were questioning whether to believe him. What kind of joke is this? Do you think I, Yuan Hong, am an idiot? Good luck could lead to something like this. The 4 old men in green looked at Shen Nian as if he were a monster, with the eldest among them repeatedly hesitating to speak. Shen Nian glanced at the menacing little Arhat rubbing against his shoulder, then found a bronze chair to sit down, slightly nodding and saying, "Although it sounds somewhat absurd, it is indeed the truth. How else can I explain it? Did I just activate a cheat? I'm so weak." The fierce Arhat on Shen Nian's shoulder swayed between being listless and then breaking into a silly grin. "Ah, hey, you're so strong. My strength has arrived." To this, Shen Nian fell silent, sensing the aura emanating from the fierce Arhat, which was of the same origin as the Arhat golden dragon lineage that he absorbed the most of, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, the fierce Arhat showed a ferocious expression and roared, "Kill the demons. We will kill the demons." Then it revealed a pained expression and whispered, "I'm so scared. Can't kill them all. Can't fight back so many demons. I'm so scared. I can't retreat. Can't retreat. Kill, kill, kill." Shen Nian felt that terrifying killing intent, his brows slightly furrowing, as if he saw an endless sea of corpses and blood in the fierce Arhat's gaze, stirring something within him. He did not know how brutal the battles of the past had been to leave such a deep imprint on the fierce Arhat, who had reached the peak of the divine transformation. Even with a fractured soul, it could not let go. The next moment, after pondering for a moment, Shen Nian reached out his long hand, gently stroking the fierce Arhat's head, speaking softly in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The fierce Arhat trembled all over, immediately calming down, and then brought its hands together, silently chanting the Buddha's name. Immediately after, not far away, the Yasha little Arhat along with a group of Arhats transformed into less than 2 feet tall cautiously approached Shen Nian, then hugged his thigh tightly. Seeing Shen Nian's lack of response, the other Arhats also tentatively drew closer. Before long, 2 or 3 little Arhats were playing around his legs. Yuan Hong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shudder slightly, remaining silent. Besides Shen Nian, Xiao Qing'er looked curiously at these little Arhats, her beautiful eyes sparkling, feeling they were so cute that she couldn't help but want to reach out and touch them. But upon remembering that they were once the great ancestors of the divine transformation in the Great Xia, she refrained. This is insane. The female flame emperor revealed a shocked expression in her mind, unable to describe the shock she felt. Shen Nian had completely overturned her understanding. She had seen prodigies who self-created techniques before. But wasn't he a bit too fast? Moreover, the technique came from the transcendent power of the Buddhist sect. This is simply. Compared to him, what did those so-called prodigies from his past life even count as? After a moment of silence, Yuan Hong finally came to terms and spoke. Whatever Lord Shen says is what it is. It doesn't matter anymore. I just don't believe it. Shen Nian cast a comforting glance at Yuan Hong and nodded. A child can be taught. Immediately, Shen Nian flicked his finger at the perfected golden ancient book, which transformed into a golden light and fell into Yuan Hong's hands. Let me make it clear beforehand, although this golden body was created by me, it is currently limited to the divine transformation path. Beyond that, not even I know. And as for the combat power of the condensed form, I'm also not sure. Whether you want to cultivate or not, you can decide for yourselves. What Shen Nian said was the truth. He wouldn't go and deduce the further path just for fun. Judging by the trend, trying to simulate the golden body to step into the void return path would likely take hundreds, if not thousands of years. To simulate for so long, how much preaching value would he need? Now that his junior sisters are still young, when would they be able to provide such substantial feedback? Moreover, he certainly had the enhancement of his own power as the primary goal. As for the combat power of the form, he had never tried it, so he wouldn't know. However, one thing he didn't mention was that the more golden body practitioners the Great Xia could condense, the stronger the incense blessing his golden body would receive, which could be considered a small benefit after he granted the technique. Opposite him, chaotic sword prison Arhat golden body. Yuan Hong swallowed hard, slowly articulating, suddenly recalling that extraordinary golden body form, excitedly clutching the ancient book, momentarily at a loss for words. This is the path. This is the path of divine transformation. He was instantly moved to tears, looking at Shen Nian, wanting to express his gratitude. Just as he was about to kneel and shout, "Thank you, Buddha child," he was steadied by a strand of aura from Shen Nian. "I told you I'm not a Buddha child, or a Buddha. If you keep calling me that, I'll take it back." Shen Nian said helplessly. What young person wants to be called Buddha child every day? If this gets out, people would think I, Shen Nian, have become a monk. That wouldn't do. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong was startled and hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Shen is not a Buddha." The next moment, "I am Wan Qingshan, the former temple keeper of the last generation and now the guardian of the dragon transformation pool." Wan Qingshan stood up solemnly, completed his introduction, and then asked, "Lord Shen, may I ask one last question? Can all people of the Great Xia cultivate this golden body?" After asking this question, Wan Qingshan's entire body tensed. This was the first time he saw a glimmer of hope in life. How could he not be excited? As long as he successfully condenses the golden body, it would be equivalent to living another life. The 3 old men in green beside him also held their breaths, watching Shen Nian with great tension. "Yes," Shen Nian replied softly, retracting his hand. This technique was originally created to benefit the Great Xia's deducing. He didn't really care who would cultivate it, and moreover, given the current situation, it was all benefits and no harm to himself. The only thing that made him feel a bit uncomfortable was that in the future, if the golden body warriors of the Great Xia faced off against others, and he summoned a golden body that looked like himself, that scene might end up being a bit bizarre. Wan Qingshan thanks Lord Shen for prolonging the lives of our Great Xia warriors and for imparting the teachings to us. Wan Qingshan took a deep breath and deeply bowed to Shen Nian. He was the oldest among the 4 old men in green and had entered the pinnacle of the mixed origin master realm for many years. "I Wan Qingshu Wan Qingso, and Wan Qingxing thank Lord Shen." After him, the 3 old men in green all rose to deeply bow to Shen Nian. Their previous flamboyance vanished, replaced by deep respect in their eyes. The combined power of all the Arhut golden dragons at the dragon transformation pool could not compare to the divine transformation technique bestowed by Shen Nian. This is the future path of the Great Xia's rise, and also the path for their survival. Soon Shen Nian, under Yuan Hong's relentless insistence, walked out of the martial temple and arrived at a villa. As they left, the golden body Arhats were reluctant to part from Shen Nian. If it weren't for the 4 old men in green tempting them with incense and fragments of the golden body, they might have followed Shen Nian out. Inside the villa, Shen Nian let Xiao Qing'er choose a room to rest for the night, as it was getting late. Early tomorrow morning, he would take her to see the Great Xia's Technique Pavilion and also meet with Xia Yue. Almost half a month had passed, and he wondered how that girl was doing. In a room decorated in an ancient style, tidy and elegant, Shen Nian sat cross-legged on the bed, casually opened his storage bag, which had gained 2 more items, one of which was a ring, Yu Qingwang's spatial ring. Just as he was about to browse through it, he noticed that a jade slip in his storage bag was emitting a series of beeping sounds with blue light flashing continuously. Shen Nian pinched the jade slip. This jade slip was almost a staple among the cultivators of the Great Xia, manufactured by the Sunset Valley, affordable and excellent for recording significant events in the Great Xia. He had been busy with cultivation during this time, and now that he had the leisure, he noticed there were already over 99 messages in the jade slip. Let's see if there's any information about the ancient moon cave heaven. Shen Nian thought to himself, his divine sense sinking into it. Why does this thing look a bit familiar? Shen Nian squinted his eyes and immediately noticed the message at the very top. Unable to resist his curiosity, and clicked on it. Soon countless comments from cultivators appeared in a flurry. Hot comment: cultivator, no boasting, don't spread it. That master of the returning void sword Dao is Shen Nian, the chief of the 9th mountain of the Tianjin sect. The cultivators in the Yuanyang Tower that day can testify to it. Reply 999. If you're not boasting, then you're boasting. If I remember correctly, Shen Nian is only 19 years old, and he hasn't been in the sect for many years. There are people saying he has already become a high-level Hunyuan master. Why don't you mention that he achieved Golden Core in 2 days and transformed into Spirit Transformation in 3 days? Cultivator Ding Ding comment. Laughing to death, do you know about returning void? Tianjin sect has several methods of returning void. Think before you speak. Cultivator Con comment. Hee, a short-sighted individual, a frog at the bottom of a well, hasn't seen much of the world, that's how it is. Cultivator A reply. Cultivator Ding Ding. I'm laughing at you, stinky rag. If you have the guts, report your coordinates and come practice with me. Cultivator A reply. Cultivator Kong. Are you anxious? Cultivator Kong reply. Cultivator A. Below were hundreds of comments, some claiming to have seen it with their own eyes, while others provided endless rebuttals. Hot comment. Tianjin sect verified account. Cultivator Lung Lingshuang. Shen Nian cannot be a master of returning void sword Dao. Stop spreading it. I will personally give everyone a response when I return to the Tianjin sect. Reply 999. The so-called verified account is registered in the Sunset Valley. Only the top talents of the Great Xia, top powerhouses and well-known figures can obtain this certification. Just like Shen Nian also has one. The young talents of the Tianjin sect are saying this, and there are still dogs barking upstairs. Cultivator Kong. Since Master Lung has said so, it must be correct. Cultivator Big Straw Shoe. Looking forward to the 9 Peaks Grand Competition. I also want to see. I've heard that Master Shen is extraordinarily handsome. Cultivator Nian Bu Wang. Little girl, what are you flaunting for? Just wait for Master Shen to smash your butt during the 9 Peaks Grand Competition. Cultivator Xiao Luo. Who are you? From Sunset Valley. Cultivator Lung Lingshuang reply. Cultivator Xiao Luo. I'm not Luo Zheng. Cultivator Xiao Luo reply. Cultivator Lung Lingshuang. Foolish thing, don't say you're with me, roll. Cultivator Morong Chun reply. Cultivator Xiao Luo. Shen Nian smiled slightly at this point, recalling the thick-browed and Baijit silly Luo Zheng. He continued to scroll down. Hot comment. Sunset Valley verified account. Cultivator Morong Chun. Is there a group forming to hug Shen Nian's thigh? Reply 999. Hot comment. Tianjin sect verified account. Cultivator Lin Qingyue. No more pretending. I'm coming clean. My junior brother Shen Nian is invincible in the world. He is indeed a master of returning void sword Dao. If you don't believe it, come argue. Reply 999. Hot comment. Tianjin sect verified account. Cultivator Chu. What's going on? Has junior brother Shen become a master of returning void? Reply 999. Shen Nian could no longer bear it, surrounded by comments speculating whether he was a master of returning void. He had no emotional reaction to this, and quietly closed the first pinned message. Lung Lingshuang. Shen Nian recalled that proud woman from the 9 Peaks Grand Competition who had beaten him into submission due to her high realm and long time in the sect. A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Almost forgot about this lady. Rest assured, I Shen Nian am not a petty person. Calculating the time, I should be able to make it to this 9 Peaks grand competition. Shen Nian began to contemplate the time to return. A wisp of sword intent almost slipped away. Immediately, he looked at other information. Someone witnessed the master of the Xinguang cave Yu Qingguang kneeling to a man in white in the Great Xia imperial capital before meeting a tragic end. Hot comment cultivator B. The master of the Qingguang cave appeared and knelt down then died. I was dumbfounded at the time. Reply 0999, hot comment cultivator C. I have some connections in the imperial capital, and I heard that the person who acted was Shen Nian, the chief of the 9th mountain. Reply 999, hot comment cultivator, Xiao Mei. Why is everything related to Shen Nian? I haven't seen him come out to say a word. Is brother Shen there? Reply 999, this message holds no value. Shen Nian continued scrolling down. The sect master of the Tianjian sect has allegedly appeared in the Xianguang cave, and then the master of the 4th cave Li Dongzhu announced the initiation of a joint review conference among the 3 sects reportedly, because many people have died in the Xianguang cave recently, including his disciple and daughter. Sect master. Shen Nian's expression froze as if there was no memory of such a sect master in it. The next second, hiss. Shen Nian felt a slight pain in his head, as if his mind was about to expand with some fragmented memories stimulating him. Shen Nian fell silent as fragments of memories surfaced, finally realizing why he couldn't recall the sect master of the Tianjian sect no matter how hard he tried. Why didn't you think of me until I died? Although the reason was due to Shen Nian himself, the other party was at least a super powerhouse at the 3rd or 4th layer of returning void. Didn't they have this much observational ability? What I say is what it is. A fool. Immediately Shen Nian coldly swiped past this message. No need to look further, he also knew this information was true. Hot the great Xia Qian Wangfu has been raided. Hot the master of the 2nd mountain of the Tianjian sect Gui Yu has just been toyed with by the Black Feather Demon Emperor, who has just mastered the bloodline divine power. Hot the son of the master of Sunset Valley Murong Chun has been hanging in the valley cliff for 3 days. Hot the chief of the 1st mountain of the Tianjian sect Lung Ling Shuang has appeared in Yunzhou. Hot there seems to be ruins and cave heavens emerging in Yunzhou. Upon seeing the last message, Shen Nian finally found the information he wanted and immediately clicked on it to read, carefully searching for the data he needed. This trip to the ancient moon cave heaven, his strength was already sufficient, and the threat of the Black Feather Demon Emperor could be eliminated. However, adhering to the principle of being cautious in everything, Shen Nian still needed to do his homework first. There is only one life, and he does not like to engage in things without confidence. Especially in such a cave, who knows what strange occurrences there might be. Shen Nian looked for a long time and finally found a piece of information that held some value. A comment that not many people paid attention to. Cultivator Wang Damu, I have studied the star signs of the Ghost Mountain for many years, and this cave that has emerged this time is quite different from the previous ones. I seriously suspect that this is a grand tomb, and the identity and realm of the tomb owner must not be low. Is there anyone interested in digging the grave together? Waiting online. A grand tomb. Shen Nian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. How could such activities as grave digging be something that he, the minor clan leader of the ancient Shen family, would do? Ridiculous. Let's pay attention to this Wang Damu for now. Meanwhile, near the Ghost Mountain, a young man carrying a gourd and running around holding a dark-colored compass dressed in a gray robe suddenly froze. Did someone respond to me? Oh my god, the Tianjian sect's verified, Shen Nian. Tianjian sect. The 9th mountain. Under the moonlight, an old man appeared covered in dirt and grime, emanating a breath of the Tao, clearly having just engaged in a fierce battle. The next second he walked heavily to the quiet wooden house, 2 streams of tears rolling down, not caring about the spirit fish at his waist continuously jumping out carelessly, throwing his most beloved fishing rod onto the ground. With a thud he knelt directly in front of the wooden house. Heavens! Earth! Young master, you've made your old servant suffer terribly. You said you clearly weren't suffering. Why did you insist on pushing through it? If anything happens to you, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. On a moonless, wind-lashed night, mournful wails echoed down from the 9th mountain. A furious shout erupted. What in the blazes is that noise? Can a man cultivate in peace? At the foot of the 9th mountain, where outer sect disciples dwelled collectively, Li Chongguan, just about to drift into slumber, snapped his eyes, open brow furrowed, and turned, only to find dozens of disciples staring at him wide-eyed and speechless. Senior brother Li, someone's weeping on the 9th mountain. Seriously, sometimes people are just inexplicably exasperating. I'd only just fallen asleep. It's gone silent again. Tum. A profound, resonant tone descended, and instantly every disciple collapsed into deep, motionless sleep. Meanwhile, atop the ninth mountain, the elder rose slowly, withdrew his divine ability, wiped away his tears, and wore an expression of profound anguish and bitter remorse. In that instant, his full memory finally returned. That very day, upon learning of Shen Nian's suspected status as a primordial unity grandmaster, he, wearing the mindset of a sect patriarch, had begun observing Shen Nian closely. To his astonishment, he realized he felt deeply familiar with this person, yet an inexplicable force had forcibly suppressed his awareness, compelling him to dismiss Shen Nian entirely. It was profoundly strange, as if one voice urged him to keep fishing while another whispered insistently to watch further. In the end, he simply could not resist the allure of fishing, and cast his line once more. Yet as ever more reports about Shen Nian flooded the Great Xia secret chronicles, he found himself unable to ignore them, especially when news arrived from a mountain lord of the Heavenly Sword Sect, warning that the Xinguang cave might soon move against Shen Nian. The mere thought of Shen Nian being in danger awakened an instinctive visceral response within the elder. Like one infused with celestial vigor, he stormed straight into the Xinguang cave and clashed fiercely with its masters. Amidst the battle, his memories grew sharper, clearer, layer by layer. Now back upon the ninth mountain, gazing upon this humble wooden hut, all was restored. Every fragment, every truth. I am Lin Yuan, loyal servant of Shen Nian, young patriarch of the desolate ancient Shen clan. I came to Great Xia to serve my young master. Lin Yuan, he murmured, his gaze clearing like dawn mist lifting from still water, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion. Young master, your servant has returned. No one shall dare wrong you. Young master, we shall endure no more injustice. In the next breath, Lin Yuan whirled and tore open the fabric of space just before stepping through. He glanced down at the fishing rod lying on the ground, a faint right twist tugging at his lips, then brought his foot down. Crack! His priceless spirit jade rod shattered into glittering fragments. Fishing? What in heaven's name was I even thinking? His heart pounded. He was utterly frantic. Was young master Shen Nian even awake yet? If something happened, if he fell to some golden core or nascent soul cultivator here in Great Xia, he would become the most tragically humiliated young patriarch in the annals of the desolate ancient Shen clan. He couldn't even verify whether the rumors in the Great Xia secret chronicles were true. Primordial unity grandmaster. Reverted emptiness, sword Tao. It defied reason. It made no sense. At that very moment, in the northern abyssal reaches of Heaven's Edge, chaotic air currents roiled and spatial barriers flickered wildly, the lingering aftermath of a cataclysmic battle, its tremors still unspent. Within the first cavern's grand hall, pitch black, lightless, suffocating. A long silence stretched. Then a cold, heavy voice broke the stillness. Why is there no lamp lit? The elder, draped in dark violet robes, spoke with a stony face, his hands clasped behind his back, still trembling faintly, his two-tiered reverted emptiness, Tao palaces within quaking precariously. He could not fathom it. Why had the Heavenly Sword Sect suddenly produced a fourth-level reverted emptiness powerhouse, wearing the sect master's own robes, who charged him without warning? Having battled the Heavenly Sword Sect's master for decades, he knew that man well, and this old man wielded no sword art whatsoever. He fought only with fists. Worse still, their exchange mid-battle had nearly driven him to apoplexy. Friend of the Heavenly Sword Sect, or perhaps of Dongxian, you need not draw weapons, all matters may be discussed. I do not know. Why, friend? I have already declared all negotiable. I will hold no one accountable. I truly do not know. You curse me, then I'll smash you to pulp. Jiang Yang shivered violently. Had that madman not abruptly fled, he, the great cave lord of Xinguang Cave, and the undisputed strongest cultivator in Great Xia, would have been beaten to death before his own throne. My lord, you instructed us to safeguard secrecy at all costs, hence our low-profile approach. In truth, darkness lends greater atmosphere to such solemn proceedings. A whisper thin as a mosquito's hum brushed Jiang Yang's ear, tinged with nervous excitement. Boom. Crimson mist exploded into the black night. Golden radiance flared, flooding the vast hall with blinding light, and the acrid stench of blood saturated the air. Jiang Yang crushed the speaker's mind with a single pulse of divine sense, then spoke icily, "Never let such a fool enter this hall again." His temper was already seething. Was this not suicide? Before him knelt several shadowy figures, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, great cave lord. After a long hollow silence, one figure dared to whisper, voice shaking. Great cave lord, will that terrifying elder return? If he does, our centuries-long machinations will crumble to dust. Jiang Yang's lips twitched faintly. He said nothing. Do you think I don't know that? Can I decide whether he returns? Yet inwardly, he sensed something. He had just resolved to investigate his junior brother's affair when the elder appeared. It was unmistakable. This was protection of someone. He spoke aloud. For now, avoid all further conflict with the Heavenly Sword Sect. Set aside the deaths of junior brother Yu and the others, for the time being. Great Cave Lord. What of the 4 Cave Lords' plan to initiate the Trisect joint inquest? Junior brother Yu's death is almost certainly tied to the Heavenly Sword Sect. If that terrifying elder strikes again, how shall we survive? We cannot retract our words now. They're already spoken. You may inform him of the inquest, but urge restraint. No rash actions. None shall shield him if he provokes further calamity. For now, endure. The Xinguang Cave's grand design comes first. Yes, Great Cave Lord. Once the shadows vanished, Jiang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Things are slipping beyond expectation. I must consult the elder. Back in her chamber, Xiao Qing'er had already spent considerable time cultivating on her bed, and taken brief interludes to rebut online posts disparaging Shen Nian. Her delicate face flushed with indignation, teeth clenched. Finally, the content had grown too corrosive to her composure. She severed her spiritual perception and withdrew. Does it truly matter? Does your senior brother even care about such things? The female flame emperor sighed inwardly in her mind. She too could perceive the information inscribed upon the spirit jade. She found this artifact of the Sunset Valley utterly tedious. The Great Xia Secret Chronicles. Rather than squander hours debating trivialities, they devote that energy to cultivation. Clearly, she has far too much idle time. No, these people know nothing, and yet they slander my senior brother. He may not care, but I do. Xiao Qing'er retorted, cheeks puffed with fury. He treats me so kindly. If not for him, I would never have recovered my cultivation nor awakened my divine body, nor would the Shao clan's 3-year covenant have unfolded as I dreamed. Your Majesty, do you recall the life we led before? Scavenging scraps from wolf demons, starving 9 times in 3 days, facing death at every turn. Cultivation, stagnant hope, all but extinguished. Without senior brother, we might have perished long ago, no one knows where. How could we possibly enjoy such tranquil, unhurried practice now? And he bestows boundless resources upon us. One must uphold integrity and gratitude. Xiao Qing'er spoke with solemn, unwavering conviction. Heir. The female flame emperor's lips twitched, her cheeks warmed faintly. So following this emperor means it was that grim. Then, shall I depart? Yet to reclaim some dignity, her tone shifted, calm, authoritative. Actually, that's not quite accurate. So long as I stand beside you, you will not die? But since you've spoken of gratitude, listen while seek out the profound flames. Only when you grow stronger and fully awaken your divine body can you truly aid your senior brother. The female flame emperor's gaze hardened with resolve. Only then shall I prove the unmatched supremacy of a fire sovereign. This could not continue. She must prove herself. Lately she had sensed something unsettling. Xiao Qing'er's reverence for her seemed to be waning, her own capacity to assist was diminishing, while Xiao Qing'er ascended at a terrifying exponential pace. Where then did the dignity of a harmonized Tao great sovereign reside? Could she truly fade into irrelevance? Meanwhile, in the adjacent chamber, Shen Nian opened Yu Qingguang's spatial ring and quietly inventoried his spoils of war. Suddenly, Shen Nian's eyelid flickered, then a rift tore open before him. An elder emerged, tears and snot streaking his face, arms flung wide, voice cracking with raw, tear-choked devotion. Young master, get out. Young master, this old servant knows how much you have suffered these years. This old servant deserves death 1,000 times over. It was my own foolishness. Yet, young master, it was your own command. This old servant had no choice but to obey. To disobey would invite divine backlash upon my soul, thus the blame cannot rest solely upon me. Please, don't ignore this old servant. Before Shen Nian stood a frail, withered elder, so gaunt he seemed as if a mere gust of wind might topple him, kneeling low with eyes downcast and an expression of profound grievance. At this moment Lin Yuan had shed the ceremonial robes of the Tianjin sect's sect master and donned a simple, unadorned gray robe. Only upon close inspection could one discern ancient script etched subtly along the sleeve hems. Shun. Across from him, Shen Nian sat calmly upon a chair, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan, then falling into silence. Indeed, it had been his own order that compelled Lin Yuan to seal both their memories, a decision Shen Nian now regarded as utterly absurd. He had done it merely to prove himself, to his own family and especially to his fiancée, hailed as humanity's rising hope, the 15-year-old prodigy who had ascended to the summit of the Xianlong rankings. He wished to demonstrate that though his talent was not peerless, he could still rise by his own strength. As the heir to a transcendent clan, and destined to become one of humanity's apex figures. Even if his innate talent did not rank among the absolute strongest of his generation, it was still exceptional. Once he turned 16 and underwent the rite of adulthood, commencing cultivation of the Shun family's imperial scripture, his aptitude would ascend yet another tier, ushering in a lifetime of effortless supremacy. Yet comfort is treacherous, too much ease breeds idleness. And idleness invites restless thought. So at 13, consumed by pride, he brooded endlessly until resolving at last to force his servant Lin Yuan to escort him through the boundary-shattering array, abandoning Dongxian for the final human dynasty, the Great Xia. It bore the unmistakable flavor of a scion of immense privilege attempting self-made ascension, a cliché Shen Nian never imagined could manifest so vividly within a Xuanhuan realm. And why the Great Xia? Because this land was uniquely secluded. Neither the celestial demon realm nor Dongxuan's transcendent powers sent cultivators beyond the void return realm here, let alone those who had achieved Dao integration. The reasons were intricate, obscure to Shen Nian, but their obscurity sufficed. How clever of me, to choose a place even the Shen clan cannot reach when I die. Tell me, isn't that impressively audacious? Fool. Shen Nian couldn't help but exclaim, voice laced with exasperation. What on earth was there to prove? Do you have any idea how narrowly you escaped death at the claws of 3 nascent, soul-level demonic beasts? If word reached home, it would become the greatest mockery imaginable. Young master. Lin Yuan lifted his head mistakenly, believing the rebuke was directed at him, his expression tinged with quiet sorrow. Shen Nian withdrew his gaze and spoke coolly, rise. He did not truly blame Lin Yuan for obeying his command, but rather he seethed at the sheer recklessness of bringing a 13-year-old heir across realms without recourse to spirit voice transmission or divine sense, which had evidently been severed. Why hadn't he alerted the family? Why simply rush forth blind and unprepared? Truly a man whose skull held nothing but curdled broth. At these words, Lin Yuan's face lit with delight. Springing upright, he declared fervently, "Thank you, young master." For a moment silence settled. Lin Yuan instinctively prepared to lavish praise, bowing deeply, voice reverent, "Fear not, young master. From this day forth, under this old servant's protection, we shall stride across the entire Great Xia unchallenged." He spoke with unwavering confidence. Shen Nian merely glanced at him, indifferent and detached. "Do I still require your protection?" Lin Yuan blinked, then perceiving Shen Nian's cultivation realm, gasped in stunned awe. Truly a monstrous genius, young master. That accursed diviner, the elder of celestial mechanisms, once foretold your talent as supreme, yet doomed by misfortune, destined to perish before 19. What utter nonsense I uttered. Such a genius. You at 19 attaining the divine transformation realm. How many in Dongxian can rival you? Lin Yuan's eyes widened abruptly. Wait, something was profoundly wrong. Divine transformation aura. Could this truly be his young master? Young master, you've attained divine transformation? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he gazed upon the youth before him. Peerlessly handsome eyes, cold and distant, nearly leaping to his feet. What year is it? 6 years ago the young master had only just entered Qi Condensation. No, just recently he'd reached the peak of foundation establishment. How could mere days have passed? Disaster. It's over. Lin Yuan's expression hardened, his irises flooding with shimmering runes, Dao-imbued patterns swirling with profound resonance, as his entire bearing transformed. Dare you possess the heir of the primordial Shen clan? Regardless of who you were in your past life, your fate is sealed. Return my young master's life to me. Even if I must perish, I will drag you down with me. Shen Nian observed him impassively, then sighed and gently dismantled the pretense. Enough. There's no need to reassert your loyalty. Stop performing. Where he truly possessed, his soul would differ entirely. Shen Nian would cease to be Shen Nian, and Lin Yuan would long since have perished. Lin Yuan offered an awkward smile, scratching his head, inwardly marveling. The young master has grown sharper and more difficult to coax. Yet beneath this, a deeper contemplation stirred. What transpired? Did he encounter some world-defying karmic opportunity? His arrogance remained, but now interwoven with an effortless, radiant self-assurance wholly absent in his former self. How had the young master suddenly reached divine transformation? Such speed defied all precedent. Was it too rapid? Would it imperil his foundation? How could he ever ascend the White Jade capital? If this news returned to the Shen clan, it would send shockwaves throughout the ancestral halls, though whether they had already sensed the anomaly after all these years remained unknown. At this thought, Lin Yuan shuddered involuntarily, his heart heavy with unspeakable dread. He knew with chilling certainty that he would never again set foot in the Shen clan's ancestral lands, not after daring to spirit away its heir. By the way, where is the Tianjian sect's sect master? Shen Nian's voice cut in softly as, upon seeing that entry in the Great Xia's secret annals, Shen Nian had immediately surmised Lin Yuan had assaulted the Shuangguang cave. As for why he'd been mistaken for the sect master, the answer came readily. Given Lin Yuan's nature, even with his memory sealed, he would never dare stray far from his master. A soul-bound servant instinctively reacts upon sensing danger to his master, even sight unseen or sound unheard. Yet the Tianjian sect could hardly produce an elderly stranger out of nowhere. Thus Lin Yuan needed a plausible identity, one that fits seamlessly. Would a mountain lord perpetually hunting demons plausibly adopt a 1,000-year-old elder among disciples? Only one position in the entire Tianjian sect permitted such substitution, the sect master himself. And for a 4th-level void return cultivator, deceiving the sect for years required little more than a whisper of effort. My. Lin Yuan paused, brow furrowing in thought. The sect master of Tianjian. In the next breath his expression shifted, pained, rueful, as he bowed deeply. Young master, this old servant must first return to Tianjian sect. I pray that stern matriarch still lives. Seeing his demeanor, Shen Nian instantly grasped the gravity, and sighed inwardly, weary. If offense was given, offer sincere apology. Truthfully, it was our fault. Over these years he developed genuine affection for the Tianjian sect, indeed a quiet fondness. He refused to wield authority as coercion, disliking such tactics entirely. Yes, young master. This old servant will beg forgiveness with utmost sincerity. Even if she demands I kneel and confess my guilt, I shall do so without hesitation. As Lin Yuan raised his hand to rend the void and depart, Shen Nian's voice rang out once more. Wait, do you know the soul search technique? Shen Nian recalled having just unsealed Yu Qingguang's storage pouch. His nascent soul remained unconscious. Learning the technique sooner meant extracting information sooner. The Shuangguang cave's involvement now seemed certain, but without precise details, even with Lin Yuan present, he would not act rashly. Caution always was the wiser course. Lin Yuan turned, wearing an expression of solemn rectitude. Young master, how could this old servant possibly practice such demonic heretical arts? In the next instant, Lin Yuan leaned close to Shen Nian's ear, voice hushed and reverent. Young master, we are of a primordial aristocratic house. Speak softly. Soul search art, 10,000 soul banner, soul binding, chain flesh and bone severance method. From nascent soul to void return, which would you prefer? Shen Nian fixed Lin Yuan with a look of startled curiosity. This venerable elder never guessed he'd dabbled so darkly in his youth. After Shen Nian selected a soul search art suited to the divine transformation realm, he waved dismissively. Oh, and this item this old servant truly must return to you. I dare not keep even a sliver of it. Lin Yuan contorted his features in exaggerated anguish. Honestly, forgetting his memory had been tolerable, now remembering holding this object felt worse than death itself. Young master, you insisted upon pressing it into my hands before sealing your memory. Now I restore. Lin Yuan knelt solemnly upon one knee, presenting a flawless white jade token upon both palms. Uninscribed, it radiated an aura of antiquity so profound that even a divine transformation-level cultivator could perceive only faint undulating currents of the great Tao flowing across its surface. Shen Nian recognized it well. It had been bestowed upon him at age 9 by his ancestral patriarch, worn always as the sovereign token of the Shen clan's leadership, known as the Heaven Command token. This ling will command all the mighty of the Shen family. Whoever bears it is treated as a king. The old ancestor finds it too hot to hold, so take it. Put it on quickly. What ranking contests and strongest claims are nonsense. No matter how talented or fierce those branch lads are, can any of them defeat the old ancestor? In the Shen family, the old ancestor decides, oh, we will not heed them. If anyone objects, let them come. Although I am old, I still understand a few tricks of the trade. Do not ask why. Because you are my grandson, is it not my right to enjoy some privilege? By the way, Xiao Nian, you should only have one protector, but that old man Tianji loves to spout nonsense. What does it mean to be merely top-tier talent, yet frail, not living past 19? Bah. Next chance I get, the old ancestor will quietly tear down his Tianji go. However, to be fair, that old man's divinations do carry weight, and they make the old ancestor restless. After calculating and failing to see clearly for safety, you must wear this Tsangtian ling on you at all times. The old man fell silent for a moment, and then resumed with a smile. Xiao Nian, the Shen family has stood at the pinnacle of humanity for generations. Among the 4 great ancient houses, Wang Jiangji, we are the most honored. No exaggeration, when you inherit the Shen family, you will be one of the most powerful figures in this realm. Behind you will stand not merely the Shen clan, but all living beings beneath this starry sky. If you fall, countless lives will be lost, and there will be no redemption. Are you afraid? I am not afraid. At 9 years old, clad in a dark jade night-white robe, the innocent Shen Nian took the Tsangtianling, red-lipped and bright-eyed, answering with pride. Why are you not afraid? The old man asked solemnly. The boy straightened his chest and replied stoutly, not being afraid is simply not being afraid. Well done. No wonder he is the old ancestor's own grandson. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered. Shen Nian sat cross-legged on the bed, lowering his gaze to the Tsangtianling in his hand, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, one who dares to give and one who dares to take. Only 9 years old. No wonder he endured so much doubt in his youth. Sometimes excessive favoritism, when mismatched with talent, becomes a tremendous burden. Memories surfaced of the first time he saw that Tsangtianling at 9. In that recollection, he seemed to understand why his younger self sought to prove himself by such extreme means. Enough. There is no use pondering this now, Shen Nian thought, and grew too weary to dwell on it. Just as he intended to return to Tsangtianling and study the soul search method, his brow twitched slightly. He saw that Tsangtianling fuse into his flesh and hover over his dantian. This is convenient, he thought, feeling its aura. With but a motion of will he could summon it. It even contains space inside. The next moment, Shen Nian's spiritual sense immersed within, and golden chains of great pathways suddenly appeared, each bearing dazzling runes that spun. Even the faintest wisp of their aura filled him with dread. The golden chains passed directly through Shen Nian's soul, as if inspecting something. He remained impassive. It was not hard to guess they were verifying his identity. Otherwise, anyone could enter the Tsangtianling. Time passed. Once the golden chains authenticated Shen Nian, they vanished. In their place, an endless expanse of space unfolded before him. It is actually this vast. Shen Nian was astonished. Even with his present spiritual perception, he could clearly sense that the area visible to him was but the tip of the iceberg. Vast indeed. He had been debating whether to change to another storage bag or a spatial ring, otherwise the one issued by Tianjian sect could not hold everything. He had acquired so many items recently, some like chicken ribs, tasteless to use and regretful to discard. The space within the Tsangtianling solved that problem perfectly. Shen Nian transformed into a streak of lightning and flew through that space for a very long time, eager to see what lay within. Since the old ancestor had him where it could not be so simple. After a full half-hour, he still saw nothing. Besides being huge, is it really useless? Could it be meant only to store resources for fleeing? Shen Nian regarded the boundless emptiness with a strange expression, considering this notion based on his memory of the old ancestor's temperament. It was indeed possible. In the end, Shen Nian gave up probing and withdrew his spiritual sense. Yet after he departed, waves of terrifying auras began to stir. On the bed, Shen Nian opened Yu Qingguang's storage pouch and took inventory of the possessions of the 9th Cavern Lord of Shuangguangdong. Tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, several nascent soul pills, 1 golden core barrier-breaking pill, 98 jade shao flutes of various styles, 3 Huashan talismans, 1 Huashan pill, and 1 aptitude transfer pill. This Huashan pill is good. If I add it to the simulations, it should speed things up. Slightly pleased, Shen Nian placed the Huashan pill into the Tsangtianling and looked over the other items. Spirit stones. Useful for the flying boat. The nascent soul pills can be left for the junior sisters. These early Huashan talismans are of no use to me, and can be given to them as well. These shall. Shen Nian rubbed his chin and fell into thought. He could not understand why a grown man would have such strange tastes. It seems quirks are not limited to the demon folk. Many human cultivators possess them as well. It was clear Yu Qingguang truly loved playing the shao. He could even form a duet with the Yun Tianke demon. Forget it. Set them aside for now. That golden core barrier-breaking pill was likely reserved for Nailin Ming, but it could be given to that Xia Yue girl to help her break through to golden core infant condensation. This aptitude transfer pill is rather rare. Shen Nian pinched an old brown pill and thought its rank is low. At best, it grants ordinary people the qualification to cultivate, and the weakest kind at that. Why did Yu Qingguang make such pills? Thinking thus, Shen Nian privately scolded himself for being dull. Perhaps he had been influenced by Shao Qing'er. He was about to soul search Yu Qingguang anyway. Would not a search reveal everything? Why keep guessing? System convert simulation value, Shen Nian murmured in his heart. Simulation month 1 prodigious. As you are in only 1 month, you learn the Huashan stage soul search method capable of probing Huashan stage primordial spirits. Proud you sneered at it as a crooked path, so progress slowed. Soul search method, Huashan entry. By the third month the soul search method reached minor completion. At this point in the simulation Shen Nian stopped. Minor completion was sufficient, and there was no need to waste simulation time further. Especially after Shen Nian saw only 9.7 transmission value remaining, he felt uneasy. Indeed, the poorer one is the stingier they become. The next moment Shen Nian drew forth Yu Qingwang's golden primordial spirit and slapped it to rouse it. "My lord," the spirit cried. "My lord, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. I will tell you everything." The great cavern lord colluded with the royal house that came from the demon realm. When the Dixia royal family produced the supreme bone, he was the first to spread the news. Afterwards he was granted the 9-infant demon flower. He intended to use it to break through and unify Dixia's 3 sects. "It is true, truly true. If you do not believe me, I will take you to see. Do not kill me. I can be your slave. Swear a heavenly oath. My lord, spare my life." After awakening, Yu Qingwang's primordial spirit revealed unprecedented terror. He had been frightened out of his wits. This person is ruthless. He did not care whether you had supporters behind you. He would say he would kill you without the slightest hesitation. He was cowed, truly cowed. Yet Shen Nian showed no change of expression. A great hand passed through the primordial spirit as the soul search method began to operate, and scene after scene surfaced. The facts indeed aligned with what Yu Qingwang had said. The master of Shuangguang Cave was secretly colluding with the demon clan. However, Yu Qingwang did not know much about it, such as which royal family was involved, where the 9-infant demon flower was located, and why Zhongyang was so certain that mastering cultivation would allow him to unify the 3 sects. It remained unclear whether the other cave masters of Shuangguang Cave were aware of everything. Yu Qingwang was unaware of these matters. Gradually Shen Nian's gaze became clearer, and the soul search technique ceased its operation. Snap! He casually tossed the dazed Yuan Shun of Yu Qingwang into the Tsangtian Ling, intending to keep it for later simulation. For him, he had already predicted that Shuangguang Cave was not clean. This soul search was merely to confirm his suspicions. Then Shen Nian began to prepare for cultivation, while slowly transferring the items from his storage bag into the Tsangtian Ling. "My, but I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot. Tomorrow I should pass this supreme rebirth technique to Xia Yue." Shen Nian suddenly recalled upon seeing a leaf-like gold foil of the supreme rebirth technique. "Perfect. Should I assign her a task as well? I almost forgot about her strength. How about growing supreme bones all over her body within 3 months? That shouldn't be too harsh, right? The pressure isn't too overwhelming. She is so diligent and much steadier than Xiaoqing, so it should be fine. Let's settle on that. After resolving Xiaoqing and her cultivation techniques tomorrow, it will be about time to head to Yinzhou." Having made all necessary preparations, Shen Nian quietly began cultivating. Although he called it cultivation, he was merely splitting his focus to observe the 9 golden figures continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining their bloodline and acupoints. It was akin to a leader inspecting work. It was already deep into the night. Daxia Yue Palace. After a long day of trouble, Xia Yue returned to her palace with a slightly fatigued body. As she walked on the soft white carpet, a trace of relaxation appeared on her face. After dealing with Xia Qianqin's factions, she still had to pacify the ministers, which truly exhausted her. She hadn't had a proper rest in days. Over the past half-month, many matters in Daxia had been resolved, and there would be no disturbances in the near future. As for Shuangguang Cave, it was unexpected that no one came to seek justice. After so many days without any movement, she could only arrange for her informants to monitor Shuangguang Cave, ready to respond immediately if anything occurred. "I wonder how my senior brother and Qing'er are doing at the transformation dragon pool." Xia Yue sat on the soft and luxurious purple couch, murmuring softly. She thought of the figure in white robes, especially the words spoken behind her that day, causing a peculiar emotion to arise in her heart, involuntarily revealing a stunning smile. Then she seemed to recall something, and spoke softly to herself. "My senior brother seems quite concerned about Qing'er's cultivation, but why not about mine? Is it because Qing'er's cultivation is a bit too low while I have already reached the peak of golden core, meeting my senior brother's expectations? Hence, there is no need for me to improve further." But that shouldn't be the case. Xia Yue felt somewhat puzzled. Given her senior brother's strength, it shouldn't be possible for him to overlook someone merely at the peak of golden core. "Forget it, no matter what. Even if my senior brother hasn't assigned me any tasks, I cannot afford to slack off. After all, that demon emperor." In the next moment, Xia Yue's expression turned serious. "Although my senior brother is strong now with extraordinary talent, he is still in the realm of Daxia. However, his brilliance is too conspicuous. It won't be long before he becomes renowned throughout Daxia. With his talent, he might even attract the attention of that demon emperor. I cannot allow my senior brother to repeat my mistakes." Relying solely on the protection of the Sword Sect cannot safeguard my senior brother. She did not doubt that her senior brother could one day slay the Demon Emperor with her, but she did not dare to gamble. Only by truly facing that kind of existence that instills despair can one understand how terrifying it is. All schemes are like moths to a flame, insignificant and pitiful before overwhelming strength. Thus, Xia Yue decided that helping her senior brother was also helping herself. In a few days, the ancient moon cave heaven will open. Even if it's not for the formation, I must go in to search for some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to integrate into the green bottle. As long as I have enough treasures, I will gain a continuous supply of cultivation resources. A confident look appeared in Xia Yu's eyes, as if she possessed great assurance. Then, she took out a small green bottle made of white porcelain from her body, holding it in her hand, and gazing at it, recalling the scene when she first picked it up in the palace's lotus pond, feeling somewhat dazed. If it weren't for this item, how could she who had lost her supreme bones have achieved today's cultivation? Little green, you need to pull your weight, don't let me down. Cultivation requires caution, but sometimes one must take risks. This time, going to the ancient moon cave heaven, I might not be able to accompany my senior brother. The next time we meet, I must give him a great surprise. At that moment, outside the palace, a voice rang out. Your Highness Lord Yuan Hong seeks an audience. Xia Yue quickly stored the small green bottle back into her body, then stood up and walked towards the palace door. Yuan Miao, it's so late, what is it? Oh, what's wrong with you? Xia Yue pushed open the palace door, looking at Yuan Hong, whose face was flushed as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, along with 3 elderly men in green robes beside him. She couldn't help but be taken aback. It was the first time in so many years that she saw such extravagant expressions on the usually composed Yuan Hong. As for the 3 men, she wasn't very familiar with them, but she had seen them. They were all elders from the martial temple's previous generation. It was a miracle that they were still alive. She saw Yuan Hong take a deep breath and say, Princess, what I am about to say may overturn your perception of Lord Shen and completely change the landscape of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Xia Yue immediately showed a serious expression, her eyes flashing with a trace of tension as she asked, what happened to my senior brother? However, Yuan Hong did not rush to answer, but rather spoke earnestly. Your Highness, are you prepared? Xia Yue raised an eyebrow, somewhat annoyed. Just say it already. The elderly man in green robes next to her immediately said impatiently, You are seriously going to drive someone mad? Another elderly man in green robes echoed. Yuan Hong nodded and immediately spoke. Today Lord Shen emerged from the transformation dragon pool, and he absorbed all the Arhut golden dragons in the pool, leaving not a single drop behind. Not a single drop left. I later checked and infiltrated the bottom of the transformation dragon pool. With my years of cultivation and spiritual senses, I thoroughly searched, and there indeed was nothing left. One of the elderly men in green robes nodded and added, smacking his lips. My. Xia Yue was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Over 900 Arhut golden dragons accumulated by Daxia over 1,000 years. How did my senior brother absorb them all? This is impossible. Even though she knew that Shen Nian was a high-level mixed Yuan master, he couldn't be so exaggerated. Those were Arhut golden dragons condensed by the golden core of the god transformation. Indeed, isn't it outrageous? An elderly man in green robes clapped his hands and said, We had the same expression as you, Princess. It was simply absurd. Yuan Hong immediately took over the conversation and said, Your Highness, there's even more outrageous news. Although Lord Shen stubbornly denies it, my discerning eyes suspect that your senior brother Lord Shen, he might have attained Buddhahood. Yuan Hong revealed an extremely serious expression, and the other 3 elderly men in green robes nodded in agreement. Xia Yue was stunned. Attained Buddhahood? How could that be? My senior brother is merely cultivating both body and sword. How could it have anything to do with Buddhism? What does this mean? Your Highness, it's normal that you don't believe it, especially since you haven't seen Lord Shen personally. In less than half a stick of incense, he deduced the latter half of the Arhut golden body Dharma form, and even condensed his unique golden body Dharma form. Look at this. This is the cultivation method of the chaotic sword prison's golden body, and after cultivating it, the appearance of the golden body looks exactly like Lord Shen. I checked the records, and the Buddhist Arhut golden body doesn't have such a form. It's evident that Lord Shen has newly attained the rank of Arhut, and has thus attained Buddhahood, right? Xia Yue somewhat dazedly accepted the golden book, her mind a bit blank. To deduce the Arhut golden body Dharma form was simply too incredible. Your Highness, Lord Shen also bestowed this technique upon Daxia, asking for nothing in return. This act is truly a lifeline for Daxia. I believe we should build a temple for Lord Shen and offer our Daxia incense to him. Only then can we feel more secure in our cultivation. Tonight, I have come specifically to request your highness to issue an edict to build a temple for Lord Shen. After finishing, Yuan Hong solemnly bowed to Xia Yue, and the three elderly men in green robes beside him did the same. At that moment, Shen Nian, who was supervising the cultivation of the golden figures, suddenly opened his eyes, frowning as he scanned the surroundings. He felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Ultimately, he continued to close his eyes and cultivate. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The sky began to brighten with a hint of pale light appearing on the horizon. Daxia, the technique pavilion of the Demon Suppression Department. Shen Nian silently gazed at Yuan Miao, who had shaved his head, waving at him with a smile, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. You really are impervious to reason. Senior brother, what is Elder Yuan doing? Xiao Qing'er, standing behind Shen Nian, was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Hong's shining bald head. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Why has he become a monk today? He does look somewhat like a high monk. After all, Yuan Hong is quite old, and with his kind smile he now looks like an ascetic with his head shaved. Shen Nian walked past, hands behind his back, not even glancing at the smiling Yuan Hong beside him. Seeing this, Yuan Hong stepped forward smiling, and saying, Ba, good morning, Lord Shen. Shen Nian remained silent, truly at a loss for words. Yuan Hong suddenly smiled, awkwardly rubbed his bald head, and then signaled to Xia Yue ahead, preparing to return to the martial temple to continue cultivating his golden body. He had originally planned to greet Shen Nian before entering closed-door cultivation to break into the transformation realm. Not far away stood a pitch-black tower silently. At this early hour, there weren't many people going to exchange techniques, only a few dressed in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division. However, they seemed to have received prior instructions, not daring to look at Shen Nian and the others for long, at most bowing respectfully to Xia Yue before hurriedly leaving. Senior brother, Xia Yue softly called out as she approached the entrance of the techniques pavilion, her beautiful eyes involuntarily glancing at Shen Nian's thick black long hair, recalling Yuan Hong's words from last night. It seems that Lord Shen is quite resistant to the idea of becoming a Buddha. After my analysis, it appears that he does not wish to reveal his terrifying talent for enlightenment. Indeed, if this were to spread, what chaos would ensue. Can the demon race sit still for long? Therefore, I have sealed off the information regarding Lord Shen's deduction of the transformation technique, known only to us few. But the temple must still be built. The princess should know that the more vibrant the incense offerings, the more support the golden body will receive. For Lord Shen and for the great Xia, this is nothing but beneficial. This matter must be expedited. When the time comes, it will provide a grand surprise for Lord Shen, a way for our great Xia to repay its debts. After careful consideration, Xia Yue silently approved of this plan. Shen Nian noticed the unusual gaze from Xia Yue and sighed helplessly, saying, I will only say this once: I have not become a Buddha, nor have I become a monk. I am not now, and I certainly will not in the future. I understand, senior brother. Xia Yue nodded earnestly. You better do so. After saying this, Shen Nian stepped into the techniques pavilion, passing through the exchange area to the first floor. As soon as he entered, he smelled a fragrant wood scent. Looking around, he saw a dazzling array of scrolls stacked in ancient wooden cabinets with detailed descriptions of the techniques inscribed below. These are all techniques from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core Stage. Shen Nian scanned with his divine sense and lost interest. Behind him, Xia Yue and Xiao Qing'er followed closely. Senior brother, this floor has various cultivation techniques, divine abilities, formations, alchemy, talismans, and left-hand path from Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages, but they are of little use to you. Let's go to the third floor, Xia Yue explained. Initially, her agreement was just to let Shen Nian go to the second floor at most. To go to the third floor would require the martial temple's permission and involve many troubles. But things are different now. The several administrators of the martial temple have all become admirers of senior brother. Even if Shen Nian were to clean out the third floor, they probably wouldn't say a word. What could be more precious than the law of the golden body transformation? Shen Nian nodded, somewhat indifferent. As for techniques and divine abilities, he currently lacked nothing but the value of imparting teachings. The main purpose of coming here was to help Xiaoqing, but choose. After all, thus far there had not been a divine ability for the destined daughter, which was quite absurd. It made it somewhat embarrassing for him to push the intensity too high. Illogically speaking, her remnant soul of the Flame Emperor should have provided her with some extraordinary techniques. Should I force her to do something? Just as he continued ascending the stairs, Xiao Qing'er bit her silver teeth and said somewhat shyly, Senior brother, why don't I just head back first? This time, coming to the great Xia, being able to experience the baptism of the dragon transformation pool was already enough. Taking techniques for free would be a bit unreasonable. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to say this, but didn't know how to start. Moreover, after the information discovered by Her Majesty the Empress last night, she also realized that ordinary techniques and divine abilities cannot resonate with her Divine Phoenix sacred body. It would be better to take a trip to Yunzhou and gamble for it. Although she didn't have the jade talisman from the ancient moon cave, going there would still offer a chance. Since you already know about the extraordinary fire in the ancient moon cave, we need to act quickly. There's no need to waste time learning new techniques. Hurry to Yunzhou. You cannot always follow your senior brother, and don't think about having him accompany you to the ancient moon cave either. The Flame Empress spoke slowly. What a joke! These relic jade talismans are meant for those with fate. Could all the good fortune be monopolized by him alone? However, she did not expect that the great Xia secret records studied in the Sunset Valley would indeed be somewhat useful. Since it was able to bring out information about the relics, though its authenticity was questionable, there was still hope. Heavenly extraordinary fires are incredibly hard to find. In her previous life, she spent a millennium just gathering 6 types from the extraordinary fire ranking. Senior Sister Qing'er, you and I are fellow disciples. Feel free to select any technique you wish. After all, we will need to support each other in the future. I understand, but... Xia Qing'er looked somewhat embarrassed at her senior brother ahead, and after hesitating, she firmly clasped her hands and said, Senior brother, I actually already have the most suitable technique for cultivation, but I lack one item. I want to go out and train to see if I can successfully cultivate it. Please allow me. After saying this, she felt somewhat nervous, but to her surprise, Shen Nian calmly replied, It's fine. Shen Nian nodded, feeling no surprise at all. He didn't ask where this girl wanted to train, it was just right that he planned to select the techniques first. If Xiao Qing'er didn't take any action afterward, he would arrange for her to return to the Sword Sect to cultivate. Without the Jade Talisman, she wouldn't be able to go to the ancient moon cave. It seems that the destined daughter's opportunity has come. Perhaps the remnant soul of the Flame Emperor has exerted its influence. Did it provide her with a set of extraordinary techniques? If so, that's great. Not to mention speed, the rewards for imparting teachings are increasingly insufficient. Shen Nian also discovered that apart from completing the task of subduing the destined daughter and explaining achievements, the rewards given for the destined daughter's breakthroughs would definitely increase as her realm rose. Otherwise, if each breakthrough yields only a bit, those 10 or 20 simulation values wouldn't be enough for anyone. Right now, he either needed to deduce the transformation realm or work on divine ability techniques at the Dao integration level, and these would not be achieved in just a few years. Xiao Qing'er looked up surprised that her senior brother agreed so readily. The next second, swish, swish, swish. A pile of items appeared before Xiao Qing'er, including golden core stage pills and a talisman for the transformation realm. Take these, but let me make it clear first, based on your previous task completion, it'll barely give you an 80. However, that's still far from enough. Let's set a small goal. Next time we meet, bringing back the head of a nascent soul stage demon should not be too much to ask, right? Shen Nian casually remarked. After all, she is the destined daughter, and since he had given her a talisman for the transformation realm to protect herself along with the help of the remnant soul of the Flame Emperor, it wasn't too much to accelerate her progress. However, even Shen Nian himself did not expect to encounter such a situation the very next day, and it was somewhat awkward when they met. This remark left Xia Yue beside them momentarily stunned. Nascent soul stage. Senior Sister Qing'er is only at the foundation establishment midstage. With so many realms in between, does senior brother expect to see Senior Sister Qing'er after 10 years? This intensity. Senior brother is indeed special towards Senior Sister Qing. He really has high. Originally looking at these precious pills and the talisman exuding a terrifying aura, Xiao Qing'er felt deeply moved. Now, however, she felt that what she held in her hands was somewhat too hot. Senior brother, Xiao Qing'er was a bit at a loss. Nascent soul, early stage. Isn't that stronger than the ancestor of Canglong on the same level as Madame Shiqin? Can I really achieve that? TCH. The Flame Empress made a sound of displeasure, but said nothing further. After all, Shen Nian's talent is indeed too astonishing for her to argue against. After all, he was able to break through to the early stage transformation realm at 19, having high expectations for such a prodigy is indeed normal. At this moment, Xia Yue suddenly voiced her concern. Senior brother, isn't it a bit too much for Senior Sister Qing to kill a nascent soul realm opponent? Isn't that asking too much? She had never heard of such high expectations. Don't worry, you won't miss out on your share either. Shen Nian glanced at her and said. Xia Yue was taken aback. What does that mean? You won't miss out on your share? Does senior brother also have a task for me? What's wrong? Do you feel incapable of completing it? Do you feel it's impossible for you? Without the 3-year agreement, and after resolving my own cultivation issues, there's no longer any pressure, and I have no desire to engage in such a life-and-death endeavor. Have you forgotten what I told you before? As the destined senior brother Shen Nian understood that merely increasing intensity was insufficient, what mattered most was to impose some moral constraints on these justice-driven destined women. Shen Nian had seen it all before a loud shout of invincible belief, and the triumph of justice could unleash unprecedented potential. Though it seemed absurd and overly dramatic, there was no helping it. These were the destined women. Which destined protagonist didn't suffer from a bit of youthful fervor? With that said, Shen Nian calmly observed her. It was necessary to strengthen her resolve. Xiao Qing'er, her expression shifting excitedly, replied, "No, senior brother. The human race is in crisis, constantly plagued by demonic threats. I have always kept this in mind and dare not forget a single detail." She remembered. How could she forget what senior brother said about the destruction of the human dynasty? Xia was the last mortal dynasty, and the threat from the demonic race could descend at any moment. Senior brother is right. Time. What we lack the most is time, so we must seize every moment and accomplish what others cannot to have hope. Most importantly, she did not want to be a burden to him one day, as senior brother had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Xia Yue was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding why senior brother was so strict with Qing'er. Demonic threats. The human race. It turned out that senior brother's vision was so grand, holding the fate of the entire human race in his heart. No wonder he remained calm and composed even in the face of such monstrous threats. I had underestimated the situation. Senior brother Qing'er understands now. Xiao Qing'er displayed an unwavering determination, raising her small hands. Next time we meet, I will definitely bring you the head of a nascent soul-level demon as a toast on the 9th mountain. At that moment, Xiao Qing'er felt an unprecedented surge of strength. The female flame empress looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? Did she really dare to say that? Did he really motivate her with just a few words? Forget it, it's fine to agree. Oh, at least there's no time limit, and with the divine transformation talisman, things will be much easier locally. With this thought, the female flame empress decided to go along with it. For Xiao Qing'er, slaying the nascent soul demons was merely a matter of time. Deepening the belief of the destined woman, Xiao Qing'er, to grow stronger, reward 10 points of teaching value. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shen Nian displayed a trace of appreciation and nodded. As long as you haven't forgotten, take these. Senior brother does not wish for you to seek death. These pills are for golden core cultivation, sufficient for your short-term needs, and there's a divine transformation level talisman that can withstand a peak attack from the early stages of divine transformation, enough for self-preservation. Though I haven't set a time limit for you, don't keep me waiting too long. However, Xiao Qing'er merely took the pills but pushed the divine transformation talisman back towards Shen Nian. Senior brother Qing'er has thought it over. Though this talisman is powerful, it restricts me instead. With an escape route, it's difficult to embrace death for rebirth and to break through to a new beginning. I ask you to take this talisman back. Rest assured, senior brother, I will not keep you waiting for too long, Xiao Qing'er said with unwavering determination. In her soul, the female flame empress lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The pressure was not only on her, but also on the emperor. Why don't you want it? Do you know how much of an effect this talisman can have? Embrace death for rebirth. Break through to a new beginning. Then you might as well send me away. This emperor truly. Alright then. Shen Nian did not expect Xiao Qing'er to be so decisive in returning it, but helplessly accepted it. The atmosphere had already reached this point. Then Shen Nian thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? You go back and wait for me. We will set off together early tomorrow morning." Xiao Qing'er, after putting away the pills, displayed a hint of confusion, and asked, "Senior brother, are you returning to the Tianjin sect?" "That's not it. I have something to attend to. If it's on the way, you can accompany me on the flying boat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing'er pondered as she intended to leave for Yunzhou tomorrow, so she nodded, saying, "Then I will take my leave, senior brother." After that, she greeted Xia Yue, and then left the Technique Pavilion. A moment later, 3rd floor of the Technique Pavilion. "Senior brother, you can assign tasks whenever you like." Xia Yue spoke with a determined expression, her eyes filled with fearlessness, but the small green bottle within her emitted a sound only she could hear, advising her to be cautious. Cautious? I can no longer afford to be cautious. Killing demons is something I must do, not only for revenge, but also as the future empress of Xia. Sister Qing'er is merely at the foundation establishment stage, but is tasked with slaying early-stage nascent soul demons. How could she not take this on? Just as she reached the 3rd floor, Shen Nian, adhering to the principle of being present, casually wandered around when he heard Xia Yue's voice from behind. He turned to see her with a face full of eager fighting spirit, a bit surprised. It seemed that he had also managed to ignite her enthusiasm. That saved him some trouble. Whether it's slaying a latest-stage nascent soul demon or a perfect one, I'm not afraid. Xia Yue added. However, Shen Nian shook his head, answering her with an unrelated remark. You are the eldest princess of Xia. You once possessed the supreme bone, right? Xia Yue's pupils constricted, her fingers clenching tightly, feeling a bit anxious. Initially, she had hidden her identity from Senior Brother, but after everything that happened at the martial temple, she thought Senior Brother hadn't paid much attention to her concealed matters. As for the fact that she had the supreme bone taken from her while it was a secret to the common people of Xia, it was not much of a secret to the three sects. It was quite normal for Shen Nian to know. Now that it was mentioned, she suddenly felt a bit flustered. Xia Yue thought for a moment about to explain when Shen Nian casually said, How about this? Your task starts with growing the supreme bone all over your body. What do you think? Xia Yue was instantly dumbfounded, doubting whether she had misheard, incredulously asking, Growing the supreme bone. Huh, Senior Brother must be joking with me, right? Just obtaining a piece of the supreme bone is already a favor from the heavens. The terror of this object can make even the demon emperor wary. You want to grow more? What kind of bizarre task is this? This is even more daunting than slaying an early-stage perfect nascent soul demon, completely beyond her imagination. The supreme bone is a divine object of the heavenly path. Though I once had a piece, I hadn't even begun to utilize it when the demon emperor took it from me. Xia Yue clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes showing some indifference as those past memories flooded back, but soon she suppressed the emotions. In truth, over the years, how could she not fantasize about once again possessing this divine object of the heavenly path? But with no leads and no one to teach her, how could she be reborn? Rely on mere will. How is that possible? Xia Yue revealed a bitter smile, saying, I understand Senior Brother's intentions, but the supreme bone cannot be reborn. If it were any other task, Yue would surely live up to Senior Brother's expectations. The next moment, Xia Yue displayed an unprecedented shock, covering her mouth with both hands, revealing such an expression for the first time. If I say I can, then I can. After Shen Nian finished speaking, a page of golden foil appeared before him, emanating a supreme aura that instantly spread out. Faintly, one could see a golden ancient sage's phantom coalescing above, bowing in homage. This method is called the Supreme Rebirth Technique. It allows one born with the supreme bone to cultivate, and every drop of blood within will become supreme blood, with every bone becoming a supreme bone. Only when fully cultivated can one truly be worthy of the title supreme. I'm passing this to you. Let's set a small goal. Can you grow your first piece in a month? Shen Nian casually tossed the golden foil over, and then began to look around the third floor. He knew to let the shock linger for a while. He was used to it. This is the aura of the supreme. Xia Yue caught the golden foil with both hands, her voice trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. That familiar supreme aura made her blood rush faster. Looking up again at the seemingly unfazed Shen Nian, Xia Yue found it hard to describe her feelings. How could there be such a senior brother in the world? The casually presented method refreshed her understanding. She was certain that if the Supreme Rebirth Technique were to be shared, the entire Dongxian and Tianyao cave would be shaken. Yet the one who owned it seemed unconcerned as such a precious item was simply tossed to her. Was Senior Brother a celestial being? Ding, the host has transmitted the method for the first time to the destined woman Xia Yue. Reward 10 points of teaching value. My. While idly wandering, Shen Nian suddenly frowned, as if he thought of something. The host cannot exploit bugs. The transmitted methods must align with the destined woman's nature and genuinely meaningfully alter their growth to receive rewards. As for basic cultivation techniques, alchemy, and other trivial matters, they are of no use. Heh. After being exposed by the system for his thoughts, Shen Nian sneered disdainfully in his heart. Who would want to exploit a bug? Am I the kind of person who casually uses things to appease my junior sister in exchange for Dao points? Cutting, Shen Nian then swept his divine sense over his surroundings, discovering that compared to the other two levels, this one was relatively small, containing only an antique wooden cabinet adorned with several jade slips and ancient texts, which looked far more precious than those on the first and second levels. My. A record of Wang Damus tomb rating. Shen Nian raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a flick of his divine sense, an ancient text that appeared to be many years old flew into his hands. The ancient text exuded an aura of antiquity that was at least several thousand years old. Shen Nian couldn't help but recall the cultivator named Wang Damu he had focused on in last night's records of the Daxia secrets. Could it be the same person? This doesn't make sense. If that cultivator had been tomb raiding thousands of years ago, how old would he be this year? To live so long, he must at least be in the later stages of the god transformation. Is there really a need to find someone to team up with? Just as Shen Nian was pondering and preparing to open it, beside him Xia Yue gradually returned to her senses from her shock, holding the Supreme Rebirth technique. Her breathing was still a bit hurried, as if she were dreaming. It's real. This Supreme Rebirth technique is real. After immersing herself in it, she finished reading the Supreme Rebirth technique, especially the unmistakable aura of supremacy. How did my senior brother obtain this? Aside from confusion and shock, her heart was filled with deep gratitude. Her senior brother was so good to her. Such a precious technique was bestowed upon her just like that. But it seems that the Supreme Rebirth technique is something she cannot comprehend. Even though the technique is extraordinary, she still needs to be able to learn it. Moreover, she must condense the Supreme Bone and regrow it within a month. According to the records in the Supreme Rebirth technique, it would take at least 3 years. Without heavenly treasures and the belief in supremacy, it might take even longer. The difficulty. Xia Yue felt a bit overwhelmed holding this technique and bitterly smiled. Senior brother, this doesn't seem to be something I can cultivate right now. After she finished speaking, she showed a look of extreme embarrassment, feeling somewhat disappointed in her own talent and comprehension since being hailed as the first prodigy of the Daxia royal family. Why? Shen Nian turned back to glance at her, holding the ancient text as he spoke. You just immersed your divine sense into it and discovered that the Supreme Rebirth technique has many requirements and my realm is insufficient. Xia Yue began to explain. She tried once and found that it was too difficult to integrate into the technique. At least the power of a god transformation realm's primordial spirit was required. But she was only at the peak of the golden core stage. There was still a long way to go to reach god transformation. She didn't want to fail her senior brother's task, but to go from golden core to god transformation in a month was simply akin to dreaming. Even with the little green bottle, it was impossible to achieve. She had been praised as a prodigy since childhood, and this was the first time she felt such helplessness in cultivation. Didn't I say that there is no requirement for you to cultivate to perfection immediately? You just need to condense the first Supreme Bone within a month. Can't you even accomplish such a simple task? Shen Nian raised his eyebrows as he spoke. This? Xia Yue was at a loss for words. Simple. Condensing the Supreme Bone was no trivial matter. That is a divine object of the heavenly path. Does my senior brother think that just by casually growing a bone it would suffice? Do you think it's harder to comprehend the Supreme Rebirth technique at the Golden Core stage, or to practice the Tao integration technique at the Golden Core stage? Shen Nian's calm voice rang out, and Xia Yue was immediately stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Tao integration technique. As the eldest princess of the Daxia royal family, she had naturally heard of it. It is the highest realm that humans can currently cultivate to, and each practitioner has the capability to reach for the stars and tread on the moon. The Tao integration technique far exceeds the understanding of ordinary cultivators. Not to mention Golden Core, even those great beings in the emptiness realm on the White Jade Peak would find it hard to glimpse even a fraction of it. Because that is the power of the Tao. Naturally, the difficulty far exceeds that of comprehending the Supreme Rebirth technique. The two are not even on the same level. But what does it mean that my senior brother suddenly said this? What does he mean by the Golden Core comprehending the Tao integration technique? What is he talking about? In the next moment, Xia Yue's pupils suddenly constricted, as if she had seen something terrifying. The shock she felt was even more exaggerated than when she first saw the Supreme Rebirth technique, nearly overwhelming her. A force of the Tao she had never felt before surged over her, an indescribable power that rendered her mind blank in an instant. Do you know that the body refinement technique I practice is the Tao integration? When I was cultivating, I had yet to enter the Golden Core stage. Who is more difficult compared to you? Shen Nian casually placed one hand behind his back and spoke lightly, sighing helplessly in his heart. Alas, there's no way out. I can only awkwardly show off, or else her belief might make cultivation even more difficult. It seems I can't just focus on the intensity, otherwise wouldn't she think that all my arrangements are utterly impossible tasks, mere dreams? I'll create a small opening. You are the destined one, and we are actually quite similar. Isn't that fair? In fact, this intensity is really not that high. Your senior brother only spent a little time simulating it. Then at the foundation establishment stage, I could master the emptiness sword Tao called the Eternal Sun. Shen Nian spoke faintly. Boom. A blazing sun rose, radiating an aura that consumed all, fleeting yet brilliant. Afterward, refining the physical body and evolving the Tao integration technique, it is known as the Eternal Chaos. As Shen Nian's body resonated with the Tao, his aura underwent a tremendous transformation, his eyes swirling with chaotic runes, his white robe fluttering, as if he were an immortal descended from the heavens. The sword Tao comprehends the burning of the heavens. The realm I can grasp at the golden core stage can also be comprehended. Boom. The realm of the burning demon refining purgatory unfolded, and beneath Shen Nian's feet transformed into a sea of starlight, brilliant golden flames blazing. At that moment, he resembled a fire deity, descending to the world. Gradually Shen Nian's aura dissipated, returning to his usual demeanor. Who said that a lack of realm means one cannot comprehend? Is that a decree of heaven? Have you not heard that heaven does not cut off people's paths? As long as I wish to walk, the road lies beneath my feet. Shen Nian revealed a hint of disdain. So do you still believe that you cannot comprehend the supreme rebirth technique now, or cannot condense the At this moment Xia Yue was completely stunned, her cultivation worldview crumbling as she stared dumbfounded at Shen Nian. Even the little green bottle inside her quivered slightly. Senior brother is truly extraordinary. After an unknown amount of time passed, Xia Yue gradually regained clarity. When she looked at Shen Nian again, her gaze had changed, and all her previous perceptions had been transformed. If my senior brother can achieve such feats against the natural order, why can't I create a miracle? If I doubt myself, can I truly condense the supreme bone, even when I reach the God transformation stage? Without the belief in supremacy, what significance would the supreme bone hold? With such a mindset, can I repay my senior brother's kindness in this lifetime? After contemplating everything, Xia Yue restored her usual calmness and cupped her hands, saying, Senior brother, rest assured, Yue will not disappoint your expectations. This supreme bone must grow even if it doesn't want it. She spoke with utmost determination, leaving no room for doubt. Shen Nian nodded in approval, saying, Good. A teachable child indeed. With such confidence, should I give her 2 more to make it an even number, so a whole breastbone grows out? That should yield quite a bit of Dao points in return. Senior brother, I have one more thing to say. Xia Yue suddenly looked at Shen Nian seriously. Speak. Senior brother, you harbor the hopes of humanity, taking the lives of all beings as your own, with the extermination of the demon race as your goal. As your junior sister, I feel very proud. In the past, my mind was only on revenge to kill that demon emperor. But now I have an additional goal. Senior brother, I will follow you to eradicate the demon race. Xia Yue spoke with admiration. Since she heard Xiao Qing'er's words, she felt a deeper reverence for Shen Nian, not due to his strength and talent, but from a genuine admiration. A person as extraordinary as my senior brother will undoubtedly be an unparalleled existence in the future, and yet he still cares for humanity. This is a fortunate event for humanity and for Daxia. Her previous mindset had been too narrow. Actually, I'm not that great, Shen Nian said, somewhat awkwardly shifting his gaze elsewhere. Alas, girl, your senior brother just wants to survive. Who can withstand the fate of exhaustion? This is just a last resort. Senior brother, you have it. Xia Yue said very seriously. Shen Nian couldn't take it anymore, waving his hand, saying, If there's nothing else, you should go cultivate. Focus on practicing the supreme rebirth technique. I'll stroll around a bit more. Yes, senior brother. After Xia Yue left, Shen Nian began to browse through the ancient text in his hands, deep in thought. Is it the same person? Immediately afterward, Shen Nian took out the jade slip of the Daxia secrets and immersed himself in it. A series of messages popped up. Last night, after Shen Nian had focused on the other party. Hello fellow Daoist Shen, my name is Wang Damo. Wang means great, Damo does not mean Tomb Raider. At that moment, Shen Nian was urging the little figure representing his cultivation technique to practice, completely oblivious to the messages. About half an hour later. Don't worry, I understand. Shen Daoyu has status, yet is merely very interested in ancient civilizations. We are just discussing it purely. Ahem. Has Shen Daoyu fallen asleep? The night in Yu Mountain is quite beautiful. Shen Daoyu must be at the Tianjin sect, right? We are probably looking at the same night view. Look at the stars corresponding to Yu Mountain, profound and mysterious, ever-changing. This relic is not simple. By the way, there has been a lot of news about Shen Daoyu lately. They say you stared to death a half-step nascent soul bull demon and dumbfounded the little diamond Luo Zheng from the Sunset Valley. Many people have already started practicing the eye-closing technique to defend against you. A genius indeed, cultivating sword body and eyes. I admire you. Shen Dao, you must have obtained the jade talisman from the ancient moon cave, right? Previously, the aura of the relic was covered by the demonic energy of the Songlong clan. Now that the wolf demons are extinct, the relic has finally emerged, and they all died at your hands. That's what everyone is saying. I mean no harm. I have a way to get in, but Shen Dao, you should be careful. I heard that Luya from the Xianguang cave has quite a bit of animosity towards you. At this time, it was already the hour of the pig, around 2 in the morning. Shen Dao, you must be asleep, so I will also go to sleep. If you see this message tomorrow, please reply. I have something to discuss. Listening to the deep voice of the man, Shen Nian fell silent. This fellow talks way too much. He glanced at the ancient notes in his hand, thought for a moment, and replied. Here. Shen Daoyu, you are awake. Don't. Shen Daoyu, you must listen to me. This relic is very unusual. I can guarantee that there is definitely a grand tomb here. Shen Daoyu should know that relics are left by ancient cultivators. If there is a tomb, the things inside are rare treasures. Don't you want to understand it? Shen Nian listened to the message and fell silent for a moment. His purpose in going to the ancient moon cave was very simple: to kill the Black Feather Demon Emperor and see the issue of fate as the primary goal. Of course, if there are some unexpected gains, that would be the best. After all, having other items assist during the simulation would yield even better effects. Who knows what this damned fate will turn into after dealing with the Black Feather Demon Emperor, hanging by a thread, or a narrow escape from death. For this reason, Shen Nian resisted the impulse to temporarily delete the other party and replied, How can you be so sure? Of course I am sure. My family has been doing this for generations. Since my grandfather's time, I've lived in tombs. I'm not bragging. Listening to his lengthy talk about how his ancestors had even touched the Demon Emperor's grand tomb, Shen Nian felt a headache and could not help but interrupt. All right, wait for me in Yu Mountain. He'll come over tomorrow to discuss. Shen Daoyu, I see you are a fool from the Tianjian sect. It's not just a simple sword cultivator that I'm talking to. In fact, I've already mixed in. I can only wait for you in the relic. Shen Daoyu, I have a favor to ask. I accidentally damaged my broken curtain axe while coming in. I urgently need some Tianyang gold stone. If it's convenient for you, please bring some. Without it, it would be quite challenging to break into the grand tomb. I think this tomb is at least from an ancient returning virtual expert. Shen Daoyu, are you offline? At the same time, in Yu Mountain within the ancient moon cave. At the foot of a pitch-black mountain towering into the clouds, a young man, carrying a large gourd, looked at the jade slip in his hand, which had not responded for half a day, and sighed helplessly. I exerted so much effort to contact the outside through this jade slip. If they don't reply, then so. The sword cultivators of the Tianjian sect are simply too rude. You must get some Tianyang goldstone in here. Otherwise, this tomb would really be just for looking and not for eating, which would be even more unbearable than killing me. In the scripture pavilion, 3rd floor. Shen Nian did not reply to the other party, but fell into deep thought, taking out the notes of Wang Demu's tomb raiding records, and started to read. This Wang Demu is not simple. These notes likely have some connection to him. Opening the notes, the first page reads, Wang Demu's tomb raiding records, first entry. Never raid a tomb on the anniversary of the tomb's master, or the most terrifying things will happen. Remember, who would raid a tomb on the anniversary of someone's death? Wouldn't that coincide with the ancestral worship? How could that not be terrifying? Isn't that just plain stupid? After quickly finishing reading the contents of the notes, Shen Nian felt dumbfounded. He thought it was a cultivation method, or some sort of tomb raiding divine skill. Isn't this just a tomb raiding diary? Even eating and sleeping in the tomb is recorded. How idle. Why did the Great Xia royal family put him on the 3rd floor? Could it be that he dug up the Great Xia ancestral tomb? Shen Nian felt speechless, casually tossing it into the Tsang Tianling and stepping out of the scripture pavilion. On the streets of the imperial capital, Shen Nian looked at the bustling crowd, and after some thought, he formulated a plan. Since Wang Demu has already mixed in, how could he possibly wait patiently for him? Isn't this nonsense? However, the Tianyang goldstone mentioned by the other party is definitely crucial, so Shen Nian decided to secure it first. Better to be prepared. After all, this item is not particularly rare, and with the amount of spirit stones in his pocket buying, it would be a matter of minutes. A moment later, in the imperial capital at the Sunset Chamber of Commerce. It is a top-tier power jointly established by the Sunset Valley and the Great Xia royal family. The Great Xia royal family is responsible for the daily affairs of the Chamber of Commerce in the 9 provinces, while the Sunset Valley provides pills, materials, formations, and divine skills for sale, and occasionally holds large auctions. It is well known in Great Xia and is only open to cultivators. At the entrance of a magnificent pavilion resembling a glazed pagoda. Are you going to the Chamber of Commerce, Immortal? Can I take you in? I don't want any rewards, just to help the Immortal with a little something. As Shen Nian walked to the door, he heard a trembling voice beside him. A beautiful young woman in a green skirt with a pale face timidly approached him, not daring to look up at Shen Nian for fear he would see her injured face. Shen Nian casually glanced at her, and could easily tell that she had not fully healed from her injuries, especially the bruise at the corner of her mouth. The aura of Yu Qingguang. Shen Nian raised his brow in confusion. Did Yu Qingguang have a conflict with her? But this girl is just an ordinary person. How could she have provoked Yu Qingguang? Just then a harsh voice rang out. You little wretch, how many times have I told you an immortal is not someone you can get lost far away? A middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing came out with an angry expression, casting a disdainful glance at the girl before turning to Shen Nian with a flattering smile. Young master, please don't mind. This wretch was previously serving a cultivator in the Qianwang mansion and offended him, which led to her being thrown out. It's her good fortune that she was spared. Our princess is kind-hearted and only punished the treasonous Qianwang mansion family, not holding this humble servant accountable. Otherwise, how could she stand here daydreaming and wanting to serve an immortal? The green-skirted girl merely pursed her lips, revealing a hint of an apologetic smile. After bowing to Shen Nian, she silently turned to leave. After listening, Shen Nian roughly understood. The timing matched. It turned out that because he had clashed with Yu Qingguang, this young girl had suffered an undeserved disaster. So now that he encountered her, does this count as karma? The luxurious woman stood next to Shen Nian with a smile after finishing her words, sizing him up more than once. So handsome. This aura, at least he must be a disciple from a prestigious family. He might even be from the demon suppression department, right? Foundation establishment wouldn't be an exaggeration. So young, what a fat sheep. Even if you don't slaughter it, it would be good to take a little oil. The woman's eyes sparkled and she affectionately called out, young master. However, the next moment her expression turned somewhat unsightly, frozen in place. Shen Nian didn't even glance at her, stepping forward to stand in front of the green-skirted girl, speaking gently. What is your name? The green-skirted girl trembled slightly, looking at the white-clad youth with disbelief, momentarily lost in thought. Replying. Returning to the immortal, the servant's name is Hongxiu. Hongxiu lowered her head in quiet humility, whispering her name with a voice too soft to meet Shen Nian's gaze. Before her stood a white-robed immortal, the most ethereal cultivator she had ever beheld, and his voice, so tender, unlike any she had encountered before. Here, take this pill. It shall guide you onto the path of cultivation. Should you decline, you may exchange it for wealth sufficient to ensure comfort and security for your entire life. Shen Nian withdrew the Zhi Zhuan Ling Dan, a pill of no use to him, from his Tsang Tian Ling and placed it into Hongxiu's waiting hands. He abhorred obfuscation. His nature was direct, unadorned. Though strictly speaking, this debt originated with Yu Qingguang, not him. Yet having crossed paths, he saw no reason not to settle it, so long as doing so demanded no undue effort. Hongxiu stared at the pill now resting in her palm, glowing faintly with spiritual energy, as bewilderment seized her. This, immortal, why? Her eyes lifted, brimming with confusion. She could not fathom why this white-robed cultivator would bestow such a rare and precious pill upon her. There is no why. Shen Nian's peripheral gaze flickered to the patch on the hem of Hongxiu's green luo skirt. Then he spoke. If an explanation must be given, then consider it the debt owed to you by all cultivators under heaven. At those words, Hongxiu froze. Her eyes glistened, her small hand trembled violently around the pill, tears tracing warm paths down her cheeks. No, it is I, Hongxiu, who owe the cultivators, and all the people of Lugu village owe them. Her voice broke with sorrow. Nearby, the matron, who had watched Hongxiu receive the pill, flushed crimson with envy, stamping her foot in helpless frustration. She had only sought minor favor from Shen Nian, yet this girl who had done nothing received a pill of such rarity. Why? How could this be fair? The injustice burned within her. Worse still, Shen Nian had ignored her entirely, instead focusing his attention on this lowly maid, stoking a bitter resentment deep in her heart. Yet she dared utter nothing further. As a mere servant, she could only stand aside, seething in silent jealousy, until a sardonic voice sliced through the air. Oh, so there are still such fools in the imperial capital. I'm truly enlightened. Tsk, a Zhi Zhuan Ling Dan, capable of altering one's innate aptitude. Quite the generous gesture, brother. But what, pray tell, do you hope to gain by bestowing it upon someone from Qianwang's mansion? At the entrance of the Luri Trading Consortium, a young man clad in azure brocade robes stepped forth, his bearing aristocratic, a sneer playing upon his lips. With hands clasped behind his back, he advanced slowly, his gaze glinting with avarice. A Zhi Zhuan Ling Dan, rare indeed. If acquired, it would recoup nearly half the fortune he'd spent purchasing Tianyang Golden Stone. Unfamiliar face. Not from the capital. Youthful too. This one is ripe for the plucking. After 2 weeks of restraint, it's time to stir again. Young Master Tang, have you secured enough Tianyang gold for His Highness the Tang Prince's birthday? The matron cooed, fluttering her lashes, far more eager than she'd been with Shen Nian, for she knew precisely who he was. Tang Jiang, grandson of the late Qianwang, the mightiest marquis of Xia. Upon his grandfather's death, the title passed to Tang Jiang's own grandfather, a non-imperial vassal, who nonetheless pledged absolute fealty, swearing a soul oath before the princess herself to secure his position. Though his strength had waned, he remained a true marquis. His grandfather a mid-realm Hunyuan grandmaster, a title earned through sheer undeniable mastery. Tang Jiang himself was a foundation establishment cultivator, prodigiously gifted, his future limitless. To the matron, he dwarfed Shen Nian in every conceivable way, worth every ounce of her flattery. Naturally, Tang Jiang feigned nonchalance, though inwardly he smoldered. He had exhausted every coin to acquire half a gene of Tianyang golden stone, nearly driving him to madness. Had the Luori trading consortium not been off-limits to his kind of recklessness, he would have seized it by force long ago. Then this humble servant offers her most sincere congratulations, young Master Tang. Tang Jiang offered a faint smile, silent, but his glance conveyed command. The matron understood instantly, her face twisting into a sly grin. In the next breath she strode forward, her expression hardening as she cast a cold, contemptuous look upon Hong Xiao, then smirked. She turned to Shen Nian, her smile brittle and false. Young Master Tang says, this girl is a servant of Qianwang's mansion, already guilty by status alone. Bestowing such a pill upon her seems inappropriate. This pill bears a striking resemblance to one recently stolen from our consortium. May I borrow it briefly for verification? You wouldn't object, would you? What did it matter if he hailed from a noble house? Though lowborn herself, she served the Luori trading consortium, and her paramour was a bona fide foundation establishment cultivator wielding real authority within its ranks. Now backed by Tang Jiang, she feared no one. Among the capital's youth she knew them all, and if Tang Jiang dared not cross this white-robed stranger, then he posed no threat at all. Now backed by Tang Jiang, she feared no one. Among the capital's youth she knew them all, and if Tang Jiang dared not cross this white-robed stranger, then he posed no threat. She watched stunned as the matron's body flew backward, crashing violently into the grand entrance of the Luori trading consortium, splintering thick wooden pillars in her wake. A thunderous crash followed, and the matron collapsed like discarded rags, lifeless beyond recovery. Tang Jiang did not die instantly, but his fate was worse. Kneeling in agony, his knees shattered, his internal organs ruptured, he clung to a single ragged breath, too broken even to scream. The sudden violence left Hong Xiao utterly frozen. She had witnessed cultivators battle before, brilliant whirling techniques painting the sky, but Shen Nian hadn't moved, hadn't even shifted his gaze. Yet instinct screamed he did this. Behind his back, Shen Nian's index finger twitched ever so slightly, and Tang Jiang's storage pouch vanished from his person, reappearing in Shen Nian's palm. A quiet murmur rose in his mind. Strange. A minor antagonist appears, offering treasures on demand. What is this sensation? Have I been subtly harmonized by the celestial destiny aura of my destined junior sisters? Am I then a celestial favored prodigy myself? His expression twisted faintly, yet the prospect of acquiring Tianyang golden stone without effort pleased him immensely. It saved him the trouble of procurement entirely. Simultaneously, waves of cultivator auras erupted across the Luori trading consortium, and every passerby on the street turned their heads toward the commotion. Within seconds, consortium enforcers surrounded the site, and not far away Tang Wang, deep in meditation, was jolted awake by the cataclysmic disturbance. Who dares cause chaos within the consortium? My heavens, the Marquis Tang's eldest grandson is dead. SSSSH. Look, the consortium's director has emerged, and Tang Wang himself arrives. This will be catastrophic. Hong Xiao blinked, and found herself encircled by towering figures, each radiating majesty and power. Trembling, she looked up at Shen Nian, her heart pounding with terror. She knew this immortal had powerful backing. Escape was impossible. Immortal. I am. Her teeth clenched tight. Regret flooded her soul. If only I had never come here. I would not have doomed. Yet then, astonishment gripped her as those surrounding her dropped to their knees, or lunged into motion, not toward Shen Nian, but elsewhere. Tang Jiang, still kneeling, barely clinging to consciousness, raised his pain-racked gaze, and saw a familiar silhouette approaching. Relief surged, just as he opened his mouth to cry grandfather. In the next instant, darkness swallowed his vision. Dazed and disoriented, he felt an iron grip close around his skull. The voice that followed sent shivers of pure terror coursing through his veins. I have warned you countless times. There are beings in this world you dare not offend. Yet you refuse to listen. Do you know whom you just insulted? The peerless sovereign who crushed the lord of Shuangguang Cave beneath a single step. Die, for the sake of the Tang family. Crunch. With that, Tang Wang crushed his grandson's skull, then withdrew his trembling hand, his eyes bloodshot, as he bowed deeply. This old man failed in his duty. Please punish me, your eminence. The consortium bears responsibility as well. Please mete out justice, intoned the Luori Trading Consortium's director, bowing low. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Shen Nian said nothing. He merely glanced at Hongxiu and murmured, "Let us go." She looked up and saw only empty air where the white-robed figure had stood. Stunned, she remained rooted in place, the Zhizi Zhuanling Dan burning hot in her palm. The onlookers, paralyzed with fear, held their prostrations, sweat drenching their brows, until at last a figure draped in ink-black robes appeared. Xia Yue. Effective today, the Lori Trading Consortium undergoes full restructuring, and the Tang Wang Mansion ceases to exist within Xia. Miss Hongxiu, you are invited to join the Demon Suppression Bureau for cultivation. Since my senior brother declared that cultivators under heaven shall never fail you, his word stands immutable. Dawn broke over the eastern horizon. Beyond the imperial capital of Xia, an azure flying vessel pierced the veil of space and vanished into the boundless sky. The Heavenly Demon Cave. It is a space within the realm of the Heavenly Demon created by the Supreme Demon Emperor, located at the junction of the Great Xia and Eastern Su, where 33 demon emperors reside, each claiming one of the 33 caves as their own, declaring themselves the orthodox of the Heavenly Demon realm. In the 27th cave, spiritual energy permeated the cavern, mingled with a faint pungent smell of blood. Brother, is that how you call it? A hen demon with a soft voice lay on a fluffy blanket, playing with her long chicken horns, displaying a seductive expression. Her gaze was solely fixed on the black-winged figure sitting cross-legged before her, as if she were trying to mimic someone. In the next moment, a sharp hand suddenly gripped the hen demon's shoulder. As the force increased with a crack, the hen involuntarily let out a cluck. Tears welled in her eyes, but upon hearing a soft sigh, her expression turned to disappointment, and she dared not speak. Sigh? Can't you understand a chicken's cluck? It's not that flavor. It's not. A hint of boredom flashed across the face of the Black Feather Demon Emperor as he released his grip, then looked sadly at the image on the cave wall. Cheater, why won't you listen to this emperor's words? It's also my fault for pampering you too much, allowing you to be led astray by those human cattle and horses. Recently, during a journey, he had spent joyful moments with his beloved Shiqin, planning to return after dealing with Guoda Wu, but unexpectedly found himself trapped by that scoundrel. Although he was weaker in cultivation, he was still a hell three-headed bird and a young prodigy of that clan, so his combat power was slightly stronger. However, Guoda Wu was a sword cultivator and could injure him. He had fought with the second mountain master of the Heavenly Sword Sect for many years, knowing each other too well. Moreover, he was on the verge of merging his bloodline powers, planning to feign weakness to deceive the enemy, and once he completed the fusion, he would deliver a fatal blow to Guoda Wu. Unexpectedly, Lord Blackfeather, your son is gone. Lord Blackfeather, your subordinates are gone. Lord Blackfeather, your wife is gone. Upon hearing this news, Blackfeather was enraged. If he didn't leave now, he feared that his home would soon be gone. Immediately, he forcefully broke through the formation. Even if he encountered Guoda Wu, who had become significantly stronger and could threaten him, he had to return. In the end, he merged his bloodline powers with astonishing speed, no longer limited by the transformation stage. He did not linger in battle. After circling around Guoda Wu a few times, he hurried back to the 27th cave, only wanting to avenge his wife and daughter, to wash Yunzhou in blood. However, before he could take any action, he received orders from the Heavenly Python Demon Emperor of the Second. The Demon Emperor of the First Cave had foreseen the emergence of relics in Yunzhou and located the coordinates of these relics through space. However, the relics had a strong suppression against the returning void stage, only allowing suitable demon emperors from the transformation stage to enter, and the Black Feather Demon Emperor, who had mastered bloodline powers, was undoubtedly the best choice. The Demon Emperor of the First Cave informed him that his cultivation would be suppressed to the peak of the nascent soul stage, yet he had calculated that the human cultivators entering this time would at most be at the early nascent soul stage. This time you will carry out a massacre. As long as this task is accomplished, the three sects will not be able to protect Yunzhou. This is what the Demon Emperor of the First Cave said personally. Even though Blackfeather hails from the three-headed Hellbird clan, he did not dare to disobey the orders of the Demon Emperor of the First Cave. Moreover, since the other party had said so, it was actually a good thing for him. The slaughter of Yunzhou would inevitably be intercepted by the strong from the three sects. If the Demon Emperors of the Heavenly Demon Cave did not intervene, he truly would not be able to do it. His revenge for his wife and children would have to wait. Thinking of this, the Black Feather Demon Emperor immediately exuded killing intent, coldly saying, "Make sure this emperor does not encounter anyone from your Heavenly Sword Sect in the relics. Otherwise, this emperor will definitely let you know what cruelty is." Just then, footsteps echoed. The hen demon, being quite perceptive, withdrew, and a group of powerful nascent soul demon emperors entered with smiles. The Demon Emperor of the First Cave is truly prudent, actually sending the Black Feather Demon Emperor. How will those talents from the Great Xia survive? Haha yes, just thinking about how those human cultivators will tremble before us makes me want to laugh. We're ready, Lord Blackfeather, we can set off now. Blackfeather stood up, shook off the chicken skin from his shoulders, and walked out with an air of disdain, boarding a black flying vessel surrounded by several powerful nascent soul demons. Meanwhile, Yinzhou, under the blazing sun, the sky was clear. Countless people walked along the streets, and if one looked closely, many cultivators were hidden among them. News about the relics of the Ghost Mountain had spread, and all three sects had sent their prodigies to come. In Ghost Mountain. So the trial you mentioned is to go to the relics about to open in Ghost Mountain? Shen Nian asked, walking among the trees, glancing at Xiao Qing'er, who had just parted ways in the imperial capital. Yes, senior brother, Xiao Qing'er replied somewhat awkwardly, her gaze evasive. How could this be? They had only been apart for half an hour, and now they meet again. Wasn't it supposed to be about retrieving the head of a nascent soul great demon? This is a bit too awkward. It's not a coincidence. This emperor thinks your senior brother is likely here for the same purpose as you, the female flame emperor analyzed. Isn't senior brother in the transformation stage? How can he enter? Didn't the owner of the corpse say that the ancient moon cave cannot be entered by transformation stage cultivators? Xiao Qing'er asked, somewhat surprised. You fool, won't the cultivation be suppressed? Then wouldn't that allow entry? The female flame emperor said impatiently. But wouldn't that attract many transformation stage powerhouses? Do you think ancient relics can be entered as one wishes? Without a jade talisman, even if a returning void cultivator comes, they won't be able to find the spatial coordinates, and even if they do, they might accidentally trigger the relics array, causing a series of collapses. Moreover, relics appearing in this world is not a new occurrence. According to the corpse's description, it should be a cave for nascent soul cultivators. Which transformation stage cultivator would go through so much trouble? It would be better to let the juniors go for training, hence it's highly likely that transformation stage cultivators won't come. After hearing the female flame emperor's explanation, Xiao Qing'er turned her gaze back to Shen Nian's silhouette. I can't understand your senior brother. I am not sure if he is going to the relics either, the female flame emperor bluntly stated, indeed feeling a bit confused. Logically, with Shen Nian's talent, he should be competing for more valuable relics. Who knows why he would come to... At this moment, Shen Nian was somewhat silent, suddenly recalling the matter of the Cloud Sky Sparrow Demon. That's right. If I hadn't appeared, the Cloud Sky Sparrow Demon would probably have faced Xiao Qing. The Jade Talisman and the Phoenix Clan's blood essence should have belonged to her. Was I cutting in on her chance? Thinking of this, Shen Nian asked, do you have a Jade Talisman for entering? I didn't have one before, but when I left the imperial capital, I accidentally entered a cave, and inside there was a corpse on the corpse. Xiao Qing'er explained earnestly, growing more excited as she spoke, but was interrupted by Shen Nian. Stop. That's enough. Shen Nian expressed that he could no longer listen. What does it mean to be the daughter of destiny? This is the daughter of destiny feeding food directly into her mouth. Even if I cut in on her jade talisman, the heavens would arrange another for her. Shen Nian felt that his worries were completely unnecessary. Forget it. If she has it, then so be it. It will conveniently help me accumulate the preaching value. Senior brother, what about my task? Xiao Qing'er raised her eyes just as she caught Shen Nian's glance sweeping over her, timidly asking. The task remains unchanged. Just act as if I am not around, and do what you should do, Shen Nian replied calmly. Understood, senior brother. Xiao Qing'er nodded in response. Senior brother, it seems like cultivators are fighting over there. That sounds like junior sister Yuyu's voice, and also senior brother Lin Qingyu's. Shen Nian glanced at the distance, remaining silent. With his divine sense, he had long noticed the presence of others there, and sensed the auras of Xia Yuyue and Lin Qingyue. However, this distance was merely a thought for him, so he did not rush to reveal himself. What? Should he run over and greet them? Surprised or unexpected? That would indeed be insane. At the same time, Xia Qing'er's voice echoed, accompanied by a system notification. Ding! The destined daughter Xia Yuyue encountered the destined antagonist at the entrance of the Yu Mountain relic and had a dispute. The host assists the destined daughter in successfully counterattacking the destined antagonist, unlocking an achievement and earning Dao value rewards. Destined antagonist. Shen Nian was somewhat surprised, but soon came to terms with it. Where there is a destined daughter, there naturally exists a destined antagonist. This was reasonable. After all, what protagonist grows without a villain popping up to provide experience and opportunities? Of course, characters like the young master of the Huang family Tang Jiang and Nailin Ming, who made a 3-year agreement with Xia Qing'er, cannot be considered destined antagonists. Otherwise, that would be too weak. Generally speaking, when a destined antagonist first appears, their strength, realm, and status are always far superior to that of the destined protagonist, only to be gradually slapped in the face until the destined daughter walks an invincible path. Shen Nian thought, then his gaze fell on the character attribute panel that had popped up from the system, feeling quite displeased. A destined antagonist can live for 100 years. Is that appropriate? Name Luya. Age 44. Realm late stage nascent soul, 8-colored nascent soul. Identity first direct disciple of the Grand Master of the Xiangui Cave, only son of the Grand Elder of the Dongxian Yaguang Holy Land, inheritor of the 9 Nether Demon Emperor. Cultivation technique, Xiangui decision perfect. Nascent soul, 9 Nether slaughtering heaven decision entry. Harmonization. Divine ability 9 Nether Yellow Spring Sword decision entry. Return to void seeking spirit steps, great accomplishment. Nascent soul, Xiangui, fist, great accomplishment. Nascent soul. Talent, immortal qualification gold. Fate, good people do not live long, calamity lasts for 1,000 years, 100 years. Special physique, nether body awakened. Villain buff, 9 Nether old man awakened. Character plot overview. At the age of 4, Luya was sent to the Great Summer Realm for training, due to his father's influence, randomly entering the Xiangui Cave for cultivation, becoming the disciple of Gr. Senior brother. Xia Qing'er turned to look at Shen Nian, who was lost in thought, feeling somewhat puzzled. At this moment, 100 miles away, in a desolate open area, a surge of spiritual power erupted from several golden core cultivators, causing chaos in the surrounding atmosphere, indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place. Surrounding them were dozens of loose cultivators, silently watching the spectacle. I think I understand now. It means that the patrol envoy of the Demon Suppression Department, Xia Yue, has become a disciple of the 9th mountain of the Tianjin sect, and then came to the Yu mountain to explore the relics. On the way, she encountered that little fairy from the Xiangui Cave, and that little fairy jumped out saying she didn't like Xia Yu's attire and wanted her to take a detour for 3 days and nights. Oh my, I have truly seen it all. Taking a detour means there are countless demon beasts in the 10,000 great mountains. Isn't that sending her to her death? As for that little fairy, I think she pales in comparison to Xia Yue by a long shot. I don't understand how this group of lickspittles from the Xiangui Cave can be so enamored with her. I heard it's because this little fairy is skilled in musical arts, and the one from the Xiangui Cave is particularly fond of these elegant pursuits. It seems she treats her quite well, so other disciples of the Xiangui Cave follow suit in flattery. Who is that? Naturally, it is Luya, who is praised as one of the 3 great prodigies of the Great Summer. No wonder I was wondering why even Lin Xingyu's face was disregarded. It turns out Luya was backing her up. This is troublesome. I just encountered Luya over there. He might already know. If he comes, Lin Xingyue will definitely not be able to stop him. However, Lin Xingyue is quite impressive too. She can hold her ground against 2 peak golden core cultivators without falling behind. It seems she has broken through. Xia Yue is even more exaggerated, as she nearly killed that little fairy in front of a half-step nascent soul. Is this the peak of the golden core? Unfortunately, if Lung Lingshuang from the Tianjin sect had come, we could have witnessed a true prodigy battle. Isn't it said that Shen Nian from the 9th mountain of the Tianjin sect has become a high-level mixed-element master and has comprehended the return to Void Sword path? He should be able to contend with Luya now. Haha, I also heard that he killed the master of the Qingguang Cave. He seems to be only 19, right? Has he already reached the transformation stage? The rumors nowadays are truly becoming more and more outrageous. That's true. Look, they are about to fight again. Nearby. I told you, just seeing you annoys me. Why can't you take a detour? Why must you ruin my mood? You shameless woman, would taking a detour kill you? A stunningly beautiful woman in a golden robe from the Xiangui Cave glared with a cold face, grinding her teeth, as if she had suffered a great grievance, yet deep within her pupils lay a strong trace of jealousy. She was very unhappy. How could there be such a beautiful woman, and she hadn't even dressed up, just casually wearing a black robe and looking this stunning? This made her firmly believe that she was the most beautiful in the world. How could she accept this? Especially since the other party's talent was even better than hers. Almost killed her. This terrified her greatly, deepening her hatred for the other party. Beside her stood 3 men in golden robes, exuding pressure, coldly staring ahead. Sister Yin, don't be angry, don't be angry. Today this path, whether she wants to or not, she must take a detour. The man closest to the beautiful woman spoke gently. Wang Yan's expression softened slightly, only to hear a rough man's voice cursing loudly. Ah, spit. Lin Xingyue took a sip of wine, stabilizing her spiritual power, then coldly smiled. I'll take a detour around your mother. Do you want me to circle around your ancestral grave? You. Wang Yan was immediately so angry that she trembled all over, almost about to start her period, then looked at the nearby disciples of the Xiangui Cave. Senior brothers, kill this scoundrel. He has humiliated our junior sister like this. Why are you still standing there? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 disciples of the Xiangui Cave turned somewhat ugly. Did they not want to take action? Hadn't they already fought? They didn't expect Lin Qingyue to break through. A sword cultivator of the same realm could normally take on two. They had done their best. Moreover, that Xia Yue was even more terrifying. She could contend against a half-step nascent soul without losing her talent was extraordinary. Of course, the most important thing was that they hadn't planned to kill anyone from the start. How could they possibly do that? Sneaking around was one thing, but killing in front of so many people. Wasn't that asking for a war with the Tianjin sect? Wang Yin saw that these senior brothers were all silent, cursing loudly, a bunch of waste. If only senior brother Luya were here. She definitely wouldn't let Yenner suffer even the slightest grievance. The half-step nascent soul man in golden robes showed a bitter smile upon hearing this. Oomph. Wang Yin wiped her tears, coldly snorted, glancing ahead, her tone shifting to a condescending one. You're lucky today, shameless woman. We will meet again. Boom. A surge of spiritual pressure erupted. Beside Lin Qingyue, Xia Yue silently took a step forward with her spear in hand, her stunning face slightly pale, but her eyes only held killing intent. Junior sister, don't panic. Wait for senior brother to gather people. We won't suffer losses in a situation like this. Lin Qingyue immediately transmitted her voice upon seeing her movement, but the next second. Bad. Their people have arrived. Wang Yan's head immediately felt heavy, especially when she saw the cold and indifferent man standing in the air with his hands behind his back, a black long sword hanging at his waist, looking down at them with a detached expression. She shivered all over. Luya. At this moment the entire open ground fell silent, as everyone gazed in fear at the figure of the man in dark robes who had suddenly appeared in the sky. His black hair danced in the wind, and a hint of disdain flickered between his brows as his indifferent gaze looked down upon the crowd. Shouldn't this guy be in the Tianyao cave? How did he suddenly come here? Does this ruin contain something he desires? Oh no, Luya has already reached the nascent soul stage. There's no way to fight. Even if he comes, it won't help. Shinshiti, why are you causing such trouble again? I go out for a moment, and you manage to attract the attention of the great Xia Inspector, and now it's come back to me, requiring me to take responsibility. I can't handle this. Lin Qingyue exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed as she touched the get-lost sword at her waist, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Sigh. I'm the senior brother, I can't back down. I'm under so much pressure. The surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. Bad news, Luya is really here. Oh no, the disciples of the Tianjin sect are finished, they can only circle around Lu now. Yeah, let's hope there's no fighting. We are all talents of the human race, we shouldn't be having internal conflicts here. Xixiang. Wang Yin spotted the figure in the sky and was immediately elated, shouting as she flew toward Luya, tears brimming in her eyes. She didn't forget to glance back at Xia Yue provocatively, a teasing smile playing on her lips, her voice a mere whisper. Little vixen, let's see what you can use to compete with me. Your senior brother seems weaker than me. In the next moment, she turned her face and revealed a pitiful expression. Xixiang, that vixen is bullying me. Wang Yin stood sweetly in front of Luya, voicing her grievances, but she had altered the course of events, portraying herself as the victim bullied by Xia Yue, impressing the onlookers, who couldn't help but praise her performance. Well acted. Little bitch. Luya said nothing, quietly listening, his expression remaining cold and devoid of any visible change. At the same time, 4 men from the Shuangguang cave soared into the air, respectfully clasping their hands and salute, their attitude humbly submissive to the extreme. Xixiang Lu. Luya raised his eyes, glancing at the leading man in a golden robe who was half a step into the nascent soul realm, and finally spoke, his tone akin to an inquiry from a superior to an inferior rather than that of fellow disciples. You managed to tie with 2 golden core cultivators while bringing 3. The golden-robed man trembled immediately, bowing, his head sweat sliding down his face, too afraid to respond, while the other 3 turned pale in an instant. Waste. After those 2 indifferent words left his lips, Lu Ya's figure vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on the open ground, yet his feet hovered half an inch above the ground as he stood with one hand behind his back, coldly staring ahead, his gaze falling on Xia Yue. Xia Yu's delicate body trembled slightly, a wave of invisible pressure crashing down upon her, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Yet there was not a hint of fear in her beautiful eyes. She gripped her spear tightly, a blue ice dragon coiling around it, gradually forming and emanating a battle intent. Lu Ya's information had been classified as crucial by the Demon Suppression Department, and she naturally understood that she could never be his opponent. If it were her former self, she would have taken a more cautious approach and backed down, but things were different now. At this very moment, on a distant big locust tree, 2 figures stood unnoticed by anyone having been there since Lu Ya's appearance. Xixiang. Xiao Qing'er shouted anxiously, her eyes filled with fury. Had it not been for Shen Nian grabbing her by the nape and pulling her back, she would have rushed forward to stand alongside Xia Yue. She didn't understand why her normally swift senior brother was so slow today. Slow to the point where she couldn't take it anymore. Don't panic, it's all under control. Shen Nian set his hands clasped behind him, while internally, he muttered, we still need to let the destined villain run for a bit longer. We haven't even formed a grudge yet. We need to form a grudge. Otherwise, what will happen if the system doesn't count the path treater? He was worried that if he rushed out now, it would disrupt the plot, making it troublesome if achievements weren't unlocked later on. Moreover, with his cultivation far surpassing others, he could entirely control the situation. No need to panic. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing seized her words, her gaze anxiously turning away. On the open ground. The Great Xia Dragon Capture Technique. Interesting. Luya smiled contemptuously, then casually asked, you are not a sword cultivator, why choose the Tianjian sect? How many mountains have you been to? In midair, Wang Yan was enraged to hear that Luya didn't immediately seek trouble with Xia Yue, but instead was asking about trivial matters, her figure moving. Shi Xiang, it's this. Before Wang Yan could finish her words, she caught sight of a gaze filled with murderous intent, causing her delicate body to shudder, sweat instantly, soaking her back, her face turning pale. Get lost. A single cold word made Wang Yan's scalp tingle. She stiffly stepped back to the side, her whole body trembling, until she stood among the 4 disciples of Shuangguang Cave. Luya continued looking at Xia Yue and spoke, since you are unwilling to speak, then it will be forgotten. I know Wang Yan's character, arrogant and unyielding. It must be she who has insulted you, and the blame lies with her. Xia Yue's brow slightly raised while Wang Yan lowered her head even more. But there's nothing to be done, after all she is my junior sister, a part of my Shuangguang Cave, isn't she? Luya continued, yet his aura grew increasingly terrifying, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire open ground, resembling the arrival of an apocalypse. In this world, the strong have no boundaries and the weak are subservient. It has always been thus. So do not blame me. If blame must be assigned, it is simply because I am stronger than you. I give you both a choice, either kneel and apologize to my junior sister, or be made to kneel by me. How will you choose? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Meanwhile, Wang Yan suddenly raised her head, looking at Luya with joy, then turned to Xia Yue with a cold smile. Boom. A terrifying pressure radiated from Luya, instantly locking onto Xia Yue and Lin Xinghua. In the next moment, Lin Xinghua stepped forward, blocking in front of Xia Yue with a light smile, one hand gripping the hilt of her unsheathed, get-lost wooden sword, while simultaneously transmitting her thoughts. Junior sister, we should not suffer a loss at present. Wait for Shitty to return, and then we will reclaim our dignity. When I strike out with a sword, seize the moment to escape. Do not worry about me. Luya would not dare to kill. I do not wish to retreat. Xia Yue replied resolutely, knowing that without the belief in being invincible, she could never develop the supreme bone. If she retreated today, it would be impossible to gather her invincible intent again. Lin Xinghua was suddenly taken aback. Not wishing to retreat. What do you want to do then? Fight a golden core against a nascent soul. Please don't joke, you are not your senior brother. Immediately after, Lin Xinghua suddenly thought of Xiao Qing'er, a slight smirk appearing on her lips. Oh wow. Did Shen Nian pick her up with the same character? Are all the junior sisters from the 9th mountain so fiery? Junior sister, why are you smiling? Lin Xinghua suddenly noticed Xia Yue smiling, feeling a bit bewildered that she could still smile. Shi Xiang Lin, it's because someone is about to cry soon. Xiao Qing'er suddenly walked to Lin Xingyu's side, speaking seriously. At this moment, Luya raised his brow slightly, revealing an unprecedented seriousness as he looked at the young man in white slowly approaching him, a sense of deadly crisis surging in his heart. Who are you?